to the hospital, but when we got there, they were still attempting to revive him, but they gave up shortly after and he was gone. My family member had fallen asleep, leaving my boys unsupervised. I never in a million years thought this would happen to us, and I think that's the biggest thing that I want people to know is that if you think for a second it won't happen to you, it can, I promise.
Fulton Homes remembers Odin and reminds you 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water. Visit Fulton2seconds.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The MLB trade deadline has come and gone, and your Arizona Diamondbacks look a little different. After trading Josh Naylor, Randall Grichuk, and Eugenio Suarez, they dealt starter Merrill Kelly to the Texas Rangers in return for 3 pitching prospects. They also moved on from Shelby Miller and Jordan Montgomery in a trade, sending them to the Milwaukee Brewers. And here is general manager Mike Hazen on the brand of baseball he hopes to see from the team moving forward.
A competitive one. Yeah, it may look a little different, take a different shape offensively. Even with those guys in the lineup this last week, we haven't really been smoking the baseball, so we need to get back. I know the trade deadline was probably a little bit of a distraction. It's not an excuse, but I acknowledge that it was probably a distraction. I would expect that we get back now. We're cleared through this, and I want us to go out there and play competitive baseball.
The Snakes are in Sacramento tonight and will start a 3-game series with the A's. First pitch will be at 7:05 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is there for your air conditioning needs. Beat the heat with their same-day service and never pay extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Be sure you call Parker.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley,
Oh, I've read all his books. He's brilliant. I had no idea he was so handsome.
Vince Marotta,
Vinny.
Jared Carlin,
Jarrett gets the white and the yellow flag, and Jarrett is going to win the Daytona 500.
and Sammy Cebulka.
Holy cow, Sammy! Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Friday, Valley sports fans. Man, do we have a lot of content to deliver to you today. Before we get started, though, I want to give a shout out to my youngest, Cole Bickley, who has already started school. Yesterday was his first day back, and I continue to say that is criminal to start school in the month of July.
Yeah, I mean, that was only the last day of July.
I know.
And I know a lot of kids went back yesterday, but for the kids that went back in like mid-July, that's really criminal. It's terrible.
It's awful.
When did this start?
When did we become an improper country?
Oh, well, wow. Yeah.
That's going to be our focus for the next 4 hours today.
That's it. Yeah, listen, coming from the Midwest, you might start at the last week of August.
We used to start after Labor Day. Like Labor Day, the Monday was like the last day. You went back the day after Labor Day.
Right.
You watched the Jerry Lewis telethon and then you went to bed. You got up for school the next day.
Man, oh man, that's rough.
So is he in high school?
Yeah.
How far into high school is he?
He's in his sophomore year of high school.
We've been working together a long time.
Yeah, listen, and you might not have seen a picture of him lately.
I have. I saw some of your vacation shots.
He's sprouted like a tree.
Yeah.
He's almost taller than me now.
And I got to tell you, those the vacation pics that I saw.
Yeah.
The Bickley clan. What heads of hair you Bickleys have.
It's ridiculous,
Goodness
isn't
gracious.
it? Yeah, it is
You
kind of
are
out of control.
Follically blessed.
Well, that's about all I got, Vinny.
So is Jarrett, too, but all the follicles are on his back.
Right, exactly. Ugh. All right, we told you at the start we got a lot of ground to cover today. Before the end of the show, you're going to learn how LeBron James might be ruining the NBA. You're going to realize the Arizona Cardinals do not have Super Bowl shots, and people at ESPN don't think much of their coaching staff either. And the Diamondbacks, oh boy, let's make a run. Boy, start the show, Bailey.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
The trade deadline hit yesterday at 3. The D-backs remained busy before that deadline. About a half an hour before the deadline, they swing a deal with the Rangers. They send right-hander Merrill Kelly to Texas for 3 pitching prospects. Left-hander Cole Drake, left-hander Mitch Bratt, and right-hander David Hageman. Drake was the Rangers' #5 prospect, according to MLB Pipeline. Bratt was 9th, Hageman 13th of the 3. Drake, the closest to the big leagues. He's split the year between AA Frisco and AAA Round Rock in the Texas organization, but this ends the run, at least for now, for Merrill Kelly, who gets thrust into a wild card chase in the American League. I didn't necessarily see Merrill Kelly going to Texas, but here we are.
No, I did not see that either. And, Texas, more than anybody, they know how good he can be during the postseason. So, yeah, listen, there's a lot to discuss about what went down yesterday and the impact of losing probably 2 of your 4 or 5 most popular players.
Yeah. What didn't go down yesterday was the D-backs did not trade right-hander Zach Gallen. The D-backs opening day starter will remain in Arizona for the rest of the year despite his pending free agency and being included in trade rumors for weeks. Gallen has struggled this season, 7-12 record in 22 starts, 5.60 ERA, which is 2 runs higher than his current career mark in that category. And he's given up a major league leading 23 home runs in 127 innings. So maybe it's not surprising that he wasn't traded. The D-backs did unload a couple of injured pitchers, sending Shelby Miller and Jordan Montgomery to the Milwaukee Brewers for, nothing right now.
For nothing. You'll get nothing and like it.
It's a move that will save the Diamondbacks $3 million. And that one got a reaction.
Oh, you think?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Elsewhere in the big leagues prior to the trade deadline, the Padres very busy. They picked up closer Mason Miller and starter J.P. Sears from the A's, outfielder Ramon Laureano and infielder Ryan O'Hearn from the Orioles, and catcher Freddie Fermin from Kansas City. They're going for it. Astros dealt for outfielder Jesus Sanchez from Miami and reacquire Carlos Correa, where he started his career. He comes over from the Twins, who had a full-on fire sale yesterday. Correa waived a no-trade clause to head back to the Astros, a team he helped to their first World Series championship in 2017. Mets pick up center fielder Cedric Mullins from the Orioles. Yankees bolster their bullpen by acquiring right-hander David Bednar from the Pirates and Camilo Doval from the Giants. Dodgers get reliever Brock Stewart from the Twins. Phillies, Harrison Bader from the Twins. Tigers got bullpen help. They landed Kyle Finnegan from the Nationals. Kansas City picks up Mike Yastrzemski in kind of a curious move there from the Giants. It was a dizzying trade deadline.
Yeah.
And it wasn't just
word.
What was going on in base. There was so much happening everywhere yesterday. So I'll continue. D-backs will continue their 9-game road trip tonight at Sutter Health Park in West Sacramento against the A's in the first of a 3-game series. Diamondbacks likely going with Anthony DeSclafani, who's now in the rotation after the trades. Athletics going with lefty Jacob Lopez. First pitch 7:05. You can hear it here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with pregame coverage at 6:30. Former D-back Eugenio Suarez made his post-trade debut at the Mariners last night. He hit 5th in the Seattle lineup, right behind Josh Naylor. Went 1 for 4 with a double and a run scored in the Mariners' 6-0 win over the Rangers. By the way, Cal Raleigh went deep again.
Yeah.
42 home runs in the on the season now for the Mariners catcher.
You got to give it up to both Josh Naylor and Gino Suarez. After getting traded, they all just, get me there and I'll get right in the lineup.
Yeah, not this, I need some days.
I need a break from my break.
Cardinals back on the practice field today. Or yesterday. Most of them were anyway. Wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr., one of the camp standouts so far, sat out yesterday's practice with knee soreness. Offensive lineman Valentin Sen and Jake Curhan also missed Thursday's session. Cardinals back at it today in a session open to the public at 1:50. Tomorrow is their annual red and white practice at 1:15. Both sessions are free, but you got to get your digital tickets at azcardinals.com/camptix. Hall of Fame game kicked off the NFL preseason last night, and the Chargers stomped Detroit 34-7. Trey Lance, remember him? 2 touchdown passes for the Chargers. Kamani Vidal, 2 touchdowns on the ground. And the LA defense forced 5 Detroit turnovers. It was typical preseason, but it was a great uniform matchup. Wasn't it?
Oh, fantastic.
Lions uniforms
fantastic.
are
yeah, I'm going to riff on this.
Favorites.
I still could not wrap my mind around the fact that NBC platforming an exhibition game in prime time when one of the teams is just playing reserves. Just another flex by the NFL.
Yeah.
If you can do it, why not?
Yeah, I mean,
do. Disgruntled Washington Commanders wide receiver Terry McLaurin has requested a trade, according to various reports. McLaurin heading into the final year of a 3-year, $68 million deal he signed in June of 2022. Wants a new contract. The 29-year-old has had 5 consecutive 1,000-yard seasons for the Commanders. Last year, 82 catches for almost 1,100 yards and a career-high 13 touchdowns. We're going to get into this today from a couple of different angles. In the NBA, former Phoenix Suns forward Mikal Bridges got paid by the New York Knicks. Bridges getting a 4-year, $150 million extension. Not as much as it could have been. That includes a player option for the 29-30 season. In his first season with the Knicks, Bridges averaged 17.6 points per game. 3 rebounds, 3 assists, helped the Knicks to the Eastern Conference Finals, where they lost to the Indiana Pacers in 6 games. And the Mercury continuing their 5-game road trip. The 4th stop on this trip is in Atlanta to face Brittany Griner and the Dream. Mercury in their toughest patch of the season, having lost 4 of 5. That includes an 11-point home loss to this Atlanta team last week at home. Tonight's game tips off at 4:30 on Ion TV. Told you there was a lot going on.
Tons.
There's your splash for Friday, the first day of August. Coming up next, D-backs busy, but maybe not as busy as they expected to be on trade deadline day. We'll jump into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs make more deals at the MLB trade deadline.
All told, 8 pitchers. 1, 2, 3, 4 of the 8 are relievers. 4 of the 8 are starters. You got a first baseman in Tyler Locklear.
Can't wait to see what their minor league ranking is. I can't wait till they update it and we see it.
D-backs breaking news and play-by-play is on the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
The D-backs face Jose Ramirez and the Cleveland Guardians for a 3-game series starting August 18th. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
When was the last time you hopped out of bed without that knee or back screaming at you? Or walked down a flight of stairs without groaning, step by step? Let me guess, this is in the back of your mind. Maybe it'll disappear. I'll just tough it out. But nothing changes. It's time to call and schedule that free consultation with the medical pros at QC Kinetics. There are thousands of patients who will tell you they wish they would have done it sooner. They turned around their lives with QC Kinetics regenerative treatments that work with your body to help restore and repair damaged joint tissue. Natural cellular therapies. No scalpels, no pills. Bring your x-rays and MRIs to QC Kinetics for a free, no-pressure evaluation to see if you're a good candidate. Give QC Kinetics a call for your free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
You ask a lot of your liver, so give it the support it needs with Active Liver. Active Liver provides an easy daily detox. Go to nordiciusa.com, Amazon, or ask for Active Liver at your local CVS. New you, new Nordic.
Hey, it's Luke. Why did the Diamondbacks trade Eugenio Suarez? We'll ask their general manager, Mike Hazen, at 11:45. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
I feel like we brought back a lot of arms, something that I felt like was important as we went forward here. A lot of those guys are at the upper levels. It was not necessarily the goal. You know, I didn't really have a goal. I wanted to get as much value as I could for any trade that we did. But it was certainly something that we were semi-focused on, all things equal. So felt like we were able to do that. Unfortunate situation, not something that we had intended when we started this season. I know I've said that in previous calls, but still, even making those phone calls to Merrill and Shelby, among the guys that I've already done, was pretty disappointing. And I think they understood, but I think everybody was pretty disappointed by this is where we ended up.
It's Mike Hazen, general manager of the Diamondbacks, after all the smoke cleared yesterday when the deadline hit, talking about what happened, what they accomplished at the trade deadline. The deal going down yesterday, Merrill Kelly goes to the Texas Rangers in exchange for 3 pitching prospects. All 3 were in the top 13 of the Texas Rangers prospect rankings, and left-handers Cole Drake, left-hander Mitch Bratt, and right-hander David Hageman in that deal. So when you look at what they got back in all these separate trades, they got a lot of pitchers.
You got 8 pitchers and a first baseman.
Yeah.
Most of the pitchers are upper-level kind of arms, which means you can plug and play most of them right now. None of them blow you away. I think there is a lot of excitement over what Tyler Locklear might be at first base. I think very soon you're going to see a new corner combo of Jordan Lawler and Tyler Locklear, and that's going to be blended in with what we have now. And off we go to the final 53 games. It was very, very disappointing for the Diamondbacks to even have to be in this position, to be a seller in a season that once looked so incredibly promising, and then to get a demoralizing return across a few different levels. Number one, the Geno Suarez trade. didn't maybe net the return the Diamondbacks were looking for, and then the inability to trade Zach Gallen unfortunately added insult to injury to much of the fan base.
Yeah, I know. We know how the fan base can behave at times.
Mm-hmm.
There was a lot of people begging for him to be traded.
He was the one guy that fans wanted traded,
Yes.
and he was the one guy they could not trade. And I'm not sure this is... If they got to a point where the Diamondbacks said what we can get back in return for Zach Gallen does not exceed the draft pick compensation we are going to get if somebody else signs him once we give him a qualifying offer, I don't know. That was very, very surprising to me.
Yeah, I expected that to happen. Going back to the Suarez deal, here was Mike Hazen talking about how the Suarez deal went down and how it came together.
The Geno deal was percolating for a few days. We had started receiving phone calls weeks ago. We weren't making outward calls, but as you can imagine, given what he's done, we received a number of phone calls that we took, and we just said, hey, listen, we're staying in it. Obviously, if we stay in it, there's no chance of trading him, but we'll circle back if that happens. And then, we had a group of probably 3 or 4 teams that got a little more serious. I think once we started getting some firm offers, we got a firm offer. We circled back with the Mariners, and they just basically came at us with, a much more aggressive standpoint, which is usually what happens with the Mariners, and that ignites the trade discussions that you have with other clubs once you talk to the Mariners. And they ended up adding, and we got the deal done.
Yeah, and in that deal, they get Locklear, they get Burgos, they get Hunter Cranton in that deal, which got kind of, I don't know, there was many people thought it was lackluster return. There were reasons for it. Yesterday, going into the deadline, we had talked about Kelly and Gallen being in this group of 3 pitchers that were really intriguing, with Sandy Alcantara of Miami being the other. What kind of movement there would be on those 3 pitchers, and how would the struggles of Alcantara and Gallen, how they would affect things. Well, Sandy didn't get traded and Gallen didn't get traded.
Nope.
Kelly was the only one of them to move. One more from Mike Hazen on whether or not he's surprised to still have Zach Gallen on the roster at this point.
I'm a little surprised that I don't know. I haven't even seen. I know sometimes these deals trickle out later. That I think what ended up happening, honestly, and it really probably bled into the Geno discussions as well, is there seemed to be a few teams that dropped out here at the last minute, meaning the last few days, that became sellers. And I think that had a material impact on the market. And then once the downstream effects of that is options for teams. And then as soon as teams that are buying, I would be, and if I was that case too, is sometimes, I think the decision to go get somebody for a lot cheaper can become part of the calculus. And I don't know that that's what happened in this case. Like we had a decent amount of teams interested, as you can imagine. It just no deal came across.
I'm torn on this whole thing with Zach Gallen kind of surviving this deadline purge, if you will, because I am a Zach Gallen fan. I like him as a pitcher. I like him as a dude. I think he's a great guy. I was fully expecting him to be moved, though. It just seemed like as we got closer to the deadline, it was fait accompli that everybody who could be moved would be moved.
That you would at least get a lottery ticket from him, especially with his expiring contract. I was very, very surprised by it. And I think I'm not sure what Zach Gallen would prefer, because this isn't the greatest of circumstances given the public opinion of Zach Gallen in a big chunk, in a big portion of the fan base. I, like you, think Zach Gallen is a terrific person, and he is 100% responsible. He is trying to do everything he can to get his season back on track. I give guys like that a lot of additional rope. But a lot of people, a lot of the fan base, they're done with him. They wanted him traded more than anybody. And for him to be the guy that comes back, and for Merrill to be the guy that goes, that's going to have an amplification effect. That if Zach Gallen has a bad outing at home, this city might turn on him. And it's
more than it already has.
More than it already has. So I don't think this is the most ideal of situations. And so what Mike Hazen said is very interesting, that the market shifted dramatically at the very end. Teams that thought they were going to be buyers became sellers, thereby flooding the market with cheaper alternatives, allowing teams to go, you know what, they're asking a lot for Geno. You know what, they're asking a lot for Merrill. Let's go get that. Let's take that deal instead. Mm-hmm. It's either that or the Diamondbacks put too high of a price tag on these guys.
That's a possibility as well, and you can't ignore that possibility. But what are you looking for from the Diamondbacks for the rest of the year? Look, you want improved play. This last week has been unwatchable on so many different levels. But specifically to Zach Gallen, I still think it's going to be a fascinating watch to see if he can get on track. Mentioned it in the splash. His ERA right now is two full runs higher than his career mark.
That's crazy.
That's nuts. He's way too good a pitcher for that to happen.
Or he has been too good of a pitcher. And that's the fear. The fear is that he is diminished in a way that's not going to get better.
Well, there's no doubt that the trade deadline affected that group of Diamondbacks. Mm-hmm. Wonder if now it's past. And I'm not real happy about that either, because it's something that happens every year and every team goes through it. So when your team doesn't deal well with trade rumors, it's not a great indication.
It's kind of the sign of a soft team, which we've been saying all year long in many different ways.
Yeah, but now with that lifted, can that unlock Zach Gallen? And does he have a future in Arizona when it's all said and done? Because it didn't look like 24 hours ago.
It's a very, very good point, because he is pitching for a contract. Mm-hmm. And now that the pressure is kind of off of this group, you wonder if it can have a material impact on Zach. I guess we're going to find out. It's going to be interesting because Derek Hall was great in his visit with us yesterday, and the way he laid out to the listeners and the fan base that we just need to rediscover who the heck we are, because that in the last two seasons, that those purveyors of chaos we saw in 2023, this team doesn't resemble anything like that group in approach and how they win and all that stuff.
Last chance to join the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. Text FANTASY to 620-620 and battle for your favorite host for bragging rights and the Fantasy Football Championship belt. Spots are almost gone, so text FANTASY now. That Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy is presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. Don't forget to book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. Coming up next, all the latest from Cardinals training camp, and there's a disgruntled wide receiver out there. Should the Cards be interested? It's straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Friday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Who's on top in high school sports in Arizona, and who's building up a powerhouse to unseat Arizona's best programs? Kevin McCabe talks with Arizona high school coaches and athletic staff Saturday mornings at 9 on The Kevin McCabe Show, presented by Brooklyn Betting. The Kevin McCabe Show, Saturday morning at 9 on the local sports leader, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW. And so yesterday, Shane O'Hanrahan came to the radio station and he met Sammy. And it's interesting because Shane knows Sammy's father and his uncle very well, having lived near them many, many years ago in Las Vegas. Small world, huh? Anyways, I bring it up because Shane is also a huge sports fan. He loves this radio station. He loves this show and he loves our listener. He told me yesterday he truly vibes on meeting our listeners and he takes great pride in hooking them up. And I tell you this to reinforce the point that you truly, really do have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. So if you've always wanted a BMW and the thrill of the ultimate driving machine, go put him to the test. Visit one of the two great locations at Chapman BMW. They guarantee the best selection you're going to find in the Valley. Then take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for Shane O'Hanrahan by name because he really takes this stuff personally. You can check out their inventory at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. Two great locations, one great experience.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
At Spark Men's Health, we treat ED differently. Instant, lasting solutions tailored to you. 87% of our patients see results on their very first visit, or it's free. That's the Spark Guarantee. Reignite your confidence, your performance, your life. Book now at sparkmenshealth.com or call 480-550-8579. Again, 480-550-8579.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here. It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. Do you see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there? That's all I paid for it.
Let me get back to you on that.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, and Santa Fe hybrid models. And check out our other great deals at your Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends September 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. Presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The MLB trade deadline has come and gone, and your Arizona Diamondbacks look a little different. After trading Josh Naylor, Randall Grichuk, and Eugenio Suarez, they dealt starter Merrill Kelly to the Texas Rangers in return for 3 prospects, and they also moved on from Shelby Miller and Jordan Montgomery in a trade sending them to the Milwaukee Brewers. And here was Mike Hazen on the brand of baseball he hopes to see from the team moving forward.
A competitive one. Yeah, it may look a little different, take a different shape offensively. Even with those guys in the lineup this last week, we haven't really been smoking the baseball. So we need to get back. I know the trade deadline was probably a little bit of a distraction. It's not an excuse, but I acknowledge that it was probably a distraction. I would expect that we get back now. We're cleared through this, and I want us to go out there and play competitive baseball.
The D-backs are back in Sacramento for 3 games with the A's tonight, and you can hear it on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Elsewhere, the Mercury look to bounce back on the road against the Atlanta Dream. Tip-off will be at 4:30 in that one, and Kyler Murray is feeling more like himself as his leadership continues to grow during Cards training camp. This report is brought to you by the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Injured? Call the Berg Simpson Law Firm or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
The Red Reckoning. Red Reckoning. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata talk Cardinals training camp. Now.
A couple guys you won't see out there today. Val, Sin won't be out there today. Jake Kernan won't be out there today. Marv will not be out there today. So all those guys kind of were just being smart with those guys.
That's Jonathan Gannon yesterday setting the tone for the Thursday practice out at Cardinals training camp, and the name that stood out, no Marvin Harrison Jr. at practice. Why was that, JG?
What's going on with Marv?
A little bit of soreness.
What body part with Marv?
Knee. He's okay. He's kind of day-to-day. Gonna be smart with him.
Gonna be smart with him. Caution over pressing a sore player into doing that at training camp.
The reassurance, he's okay. We're just going to be smart with him. But he's a young kid. I wonder where this knee soreness came from. I wonder if it was from a tackle during one of the padded practice. I wonder if it's just the attrition of getting going. Maybe it's absolutely nothing.
It sounds like very, very minimal concern at this point.
Oh, do I hope.
But he's been one of the most talked about players at Cardinals camp. His opened eyes every day. He has been out there. But one of the lingering questions in the offseason, we had the discussion several times. Lots of improvement, bulking up the defensive side of the ball. Did the Cardinals do enough offensively, specifically at the wide receiver position? I think it's a position both you and I thought, last January when they started roster construction, they were going to add something. They didn't add something. There is a player out there who has just made a formal trade request. he's pretty good.
He's very
Here's
good.
Adam Schefter.
He has not received the contract he has wanted. The two sides have not made any type of meaningful progress. And while he awaits a new deal, he's lost confidence that he can get it from Washington. And so a team that is awash in good vibes now has its first negative story, a controversy that hangs over this franchise. Its popular, respected, talented wide receiver Terry McLaurin now has asked to be traded. Now, the Commanders have had no interest in moving on from Terry McLaurin, but I know there have been other teams that have been monitoring the situation, waiting to see if the circumstances change. Now that McLaurin has requested a trade, we'll see if that does anything to loosen Washington's grip on him. But up until now, the Commanders have had zero interest in moving on from McLaurin. He's shaking it up. He's now requested a trade.
Yeah, he wants to trade Terry McLaurin. He had reported to Commanders camp. He's put on the physically unable to perform list with an ankle injury he's recovering from. But a lot of people can't figure out, and you heard Adam Schefter say it there, they're awash in good vibes with the Commanders after what they had. And now your best wide receiver and a key to that passing. He had 13 touchdown catches last year working with a first-year quarterback. A lot of people scratching their heads on why the Commanders are choosing to play hardball with Terry McLaurin.
Well, it's the price that Terry McLaurin is asking for is what the answer to that is. When you take a look at what Cortland Sutton just signed for in Denver, I think what Terry McLaurin is looking for is well beyond that. I think he wants close to $30 a year. So I think it's the price tag that's separating them. But your overall point is absolutely accurate. Everything, the vibes have been immaculate in D.C. surrounding the Commanders. Terry McLaurin went through the Daniel Snyder era of all that nonsense and BS, and he never, ever was an issue. He always showed up and balled out. So he's been a great teammate and a great team guy up until now. But he wants to get paid, and he feels disrespected. So there's two ways of looking at this, because if he really, truly is available, this would be a great addition for the Cardinals offense. Now, people who have covered the Cardinals for a long time, a lot of them rolled their eyes yesterday because the Cardinals have never been that all-in kind of team to that level, where you've already spent a lot, but now you've got an option to get somebody really great. So let's really get crazy. They haven't been that team. They've never been that team. They've gotten better under Michael, but they've never been that team. So I understand this is a long shot to begin with, but he would be an incredible piece to put opposite Marvin Harrison Jr. The thing Terry McLaurin is probably doing is you look at what Trey Hendrickson did in Cincinnati, holds out, gets fined $50,000 a day or whatever it was, realizes, man, I'm going to lose a lot of money and I'm going to get nothing for this. So he had to go back to camp with his tail between his legs and plot his next move. Terry McLaurin's agent probably is taking a playbook or a page from the Myles Garrett playbook, who last year said, I can't play in Cleveland anymore. There's no path to the Super Bowl here. I want a trade. And then the Browns were like, nope, how much you want? $40 million. Okay, you got it. Great, I'm happy.
Yeah. But with all due respect to Terry McLaurin, Myles Garrett in his spot on impactful defensive players lists is way higher than Terry McLaurin is. Is he a good receiver? Yes. Is he among the 5 best?
Not among the 5 best, but he's close.
Very important.
He's very close. He's really, really good. You don't get a scary Terry nickname for nothing, Vinny.
I mean, they also gave that to Terry Rozier on the basketball court.
Well, he is scary in a different reason.
His statistics were scary last year.
That's what it was. So I don't know if this is going to get to the point where he's going to break free, because when you trade for a guy in the NFL, it doesn't take a lot. It takes like a second or a third round draft pick, but then you got to pay the guy. But the Cardinals have money. Yeah,
the Cardinals have the 5th most available cap space in the league right now at over $35 million. On the other side of it, the quarterback throwing the ball to Terry McLaurin last year, Jaden Daniels, he talked yesterday with the media about how important it is to get number 17 back on the field.
I think it's super important for everybody. Just get as many rests as possible before the big show, the real thing is to happen. But I know the time will come, and till then, if that's us getting in the film room and watching film and just talking, that's other ways we could do it. But like I said, man, it's nothing's changed since Terry's been back in the building. When he's out of the building, we always talk. We talk ball, we talk life, and so nothing's changed at all.
Yeah, so he's there, but now it's changed because he's drawn the line in the sand, and this tends to, like you said, it tends to spur things. When a trade request comes, I mean, the Commanders know.
Now you've become a world-class distraction.
Yeah.
Now this is hovering over everything the Commanders are doing.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's going to go one way or the other. Either the Commanders are going to go, okay, let's give the dude what he wants, or they're going to go, okay, you want to be traded? See ya. It's probably not the latter.
Here's another thing. Terry McLaurin, where'd he go to school? Ohio State.
The Ohio State.
Sorry. They're not paying me. I don't have to go down that silly road. But who collects Buckeyes more than the Arizona Cardinals?
No. I would highly recommend if he really is available, the Cardinals look long and hard into this. Because the Marvin Harrison Jr. thing, too, I got to be honest with you, and I'm not saying this applies here, but athletes who put a lot of bulk in their upper body tend to pay for it with their lower body, tend to pay for it with their knees a little bit, because you're carrying more weight. And he's, 15 pounds heavier than last year?
I think it was reported as 10.
10?
Yeah.
Okay.
Playing at about 220.
Okay. So they claimed he was at 210 last year? Okay. I believe it. I'm not doubting it.
Yeah, but I mean, you can't really look at weights on a paper in any sport and believe them.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. So, that'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see where this thing goes because, like you said, the Commanders, everything has just been just happy.
For the first time in a long time, everything's hunky-dory in D.C.
Yes.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Legendary comedian Bill Engvall heads to Talking Stick Resort November 2nd. Tickets go on sale today at 10 a.m., but you can win a pair of those tickets right now by visiting the contest page at arizonasports.com. Coming up next, we actually saw NFL football last night, and, quote, a computer is telling 25 teams they have no chance to win it all this year. We'll get into all of that and some hash marks straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on this Friday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
What exactly did they get back for Eugenio Suarez? How did you feel about this?
And you got to remember he's a rental. I've talked to a lot of people from Seattle about this, and the general consensus is, yeah, we kind of thought we might have to give up a little bit more, but at the same time, we didn't think we'd have to give up Tyler Locklear. That's the name that jumps out to me, Wolf. We've asked this question a few times. Are they just going to trade for pitching, or somewhere in these moves is there going to be a move to address first base? I like that they did that.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Need cash to remodel your home or pay off high-interest debt? A HELOC from Lund Mortgage could be your smartest move yet. Tap into your home's equity today. And if the feds drop rates in the future, your HELOC rate automatically goes down without you lifting a finger. Upgrade your home, knock out that credit card debt, all without touching your low first-rate mortgage. Take control of your finances and your space. Call Lund Mortgage Team today and unlock the power of your home. For all things mortgage, call Lund Mortgage.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louis found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louis has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louis.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Man, look at that return of the old king, man. Oh, wow. Emotional.
King of the Hill is back.
They got a Bob's in the airport now. Oh, that's Boba.
World has changed, Dad.
Bobby wants to bring that new girl over for dinner.
The Vegas? What the hell am I supposed to feed her?
Can't we just put some grass in a bowl?
From Mike Judge and Greg Daniels.
Ready to make some memories, Dad?
Let's freaking go.
A Hulu original series, King of the Hill. Season premiere August 4th. Streaming on Hulu.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions. Like your priceless vinyl collection. Sure, you sleep on a futon because the money most people would have spent on a bed you spent on more records. But forget the fact that you can stream just about any song ever created for a few dollars a month. No, you need to listen to music in the most difficult way possible. So go ahead and get Progressive so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
The season got underway last night. Kinda. Canton, Ohio Hall of Fame game. The Chargers and Lions kicked off the preseason, and it was all Chargers. 34-7. How long did it actually take for you to say, wow, this is preseason football again?
I kept going into it and then shaking my head and leaving, then coming back, then shaking my head and leaving, and I kind of had that kind of night with the National Football League last night.
Yeah, I did a lot of stuff, show prep stuff, and 5 o'clock rolled around. I'm like, wow, the game's about to start. Do I want to watch it? And I said, you know what? I'm going to go get some food instead.
That's funny.
And I watched a little bit of bits and pieces of it. That's how I usually will consume NFL preseason football when it's not the Arizona Cardinals. But there were some things of interest yesterday in that game.
Mm-hmm.
Trey Lance trying to put his career back together with the Chargers, another team, had a couple of nice touchdown passes.
Mm-hmm.
Mentioned it, tongue-in-cheek. The uniform matchup was top tier.
Okay.
We saw some new technology rolled out.
That's what interests me most out of the whole game. And then Tony Jefferson, our guy, the best NBA GM currently playing in the NFL. Tony Jefferson.
Still going. Undrafted Tony Jefferson.
Yeah, great dude. Great guy. He had a nice pick. So props to him for that. But
everybody on the Chargers defense got a pick. It seemed like.
Yeah, well, there is that. Let's get to this new technology. It was called the virtual measurement, and it basically was like the Hawkeye technology in tennis, where you see sort of a simulated graphic of the playing surface, and then you show where the ball is in relation to the line. In tennis, it's the baseline or the sideline. In the NFL, it's the line to gain, first down.
Yes.
And it was a real rudimentary graphic, but at the same time, I thought to myself, oh, thank goodness this is finally happening. The NFL has had the technology for a long time to replace the malice in chains, as I like to call it. The chains crew. Because when you look at the technology that we have now available in sports, and you look at how the NFL adjudicates first downs, it's prehistoric.
Yeah. in the year 2024.
Yes.
It's like, I think the ball was here.
Yeah, and you can do it instantaneously. You guys don't need to come running onto the field, putting one end of the 10-yard chain right in place, stretching it out, then stretching it fully, then placing the ball down.
But the chain gangs are still there. As a fail-safe, I guess. I don't know. My reaction to it the first time they rolled it out was similar to yours.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, what am I looking at here? The graphic was completely underwhelming. Not that there's a lot to show, but you had to kind of that's what needs to be improved, in my opinion. The technology is there, but how it's presented to the viewer needs to be improved. Like, which way are they going? Are they short of it, or are they past the line to
That's
gain?
a good point. That's a good point. But the fact that they rolled that out last night, they didn't do that by accident. The NFL doesn't do anything by accident.
True.
So that I think that when that happens, that is going to be a technologically based or advance that I think people are really going to vibe on.
Yeah, because it's something that people have been clamoring for or asking for years. Because as you said, Bick, the technology has been out there.
Yeah.
And how many years has tennis been using it?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's almost weird now, even all these years later, to watch a tennis match and not see the line judges.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. You're exactly right. So I hope that's something that's going to come about sooner rather than later. I said at the start of the show, I just had another one of those moments where I can't believe an NFL exhibition game where one team is not playing any of its starters gets platformed in prime time. And I know I shouldn't be surprised, but again, I was last night. Because as you watch the game, you realize there's nothing to watch here.
Yeah, it's going to happen for the next 4 weeks, too, on different networks.
Our guy, Dave Damashek, had a legendary line. I think he was on the Dan Le Batard show. He said, watching preseason football is like watching Civil War reenactments. You look over and you go, oh, look, there's the Confederate Army. But they're not really the Confederate Army. And in Dave Damashek's style, it's like, why is that one guy holding a Mountain Dew? It was a great analogy. Civil War reenactments. That's what preseason football is. You think you're watching something that's legit, but it's not. And for it to be platformed on prime time, I honestly, I don't know what it says about us as a country, to be honest with you, man.
I forget what I was looking at, but it was probably a Facebook post where people will go down memory lane and they will post like a screenshot or a capture of the top 50 television shows of the year 1982.
Mm-hmm.
And it's all these sitcoms at the top.
Yeah.
And then you'll see maybe the Super Bowl was in there.
Uh-huh.
Now everything. The top-rated shows are all football games.
Everything. And I get that. I just don't know how that applies to exhibition games other than to acknowledge that anything resembling football draws a huge audience. And I know we've riffed on this. This is nothing new.
NFL football.
Yeah, NFL football.
Yeah.
Right. From the way the draft is consumed, which is, as Vinny said, is nothing more than college kids getting jobs. Here's my other point. From last night, I realized there was a time when I really loved Chris Collinsworth as an analyst. Now is not that time. What happened to him?
Thank you.
What happened to him?
You had that epiphany last night?
Well,
or has it been a growing epiphany?
This is another thing that's been growing, but
Okay.
And I think I've got this problem with the NFL as well. The NFL suppresses all of its voices. Nobody says anything out of fear.
That is true.
Feels like it. Last night, Chris Collinsworth literally said, the difference with Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson these are actual dual threat quarterbacks that can gouge you with their legs, and there's nobody else who can do what they do. And I thought, have you watched Patrick Mahomes play football? Patrick Mahomes in every big game comes up with 2 plays via his legs that absolutely demolishes the defense and demoralizes the defense.
And when Chris Collinsworth misses an opportunity to mention Patrick Mahomes, something's up.
Oh, Patrick.
Tell me your thoughts on
Mahomes.
Yeah, tell me your thought on Chris Collinsworth. I want to know why you don't like him as a young buck.
Well, for me, Collinsworth is kind of a little more old schoolish, trying to be more new schoolish, when in reality he should just be who he is, and that is a guy that has his players who like Mahomes, and he likes to talk about him. But when he tries to go off kilter from who he actually is when I'm like, dude, okay, that's not really you. I really like guys like Romo in that he knows who he is. He's some people's cup of tea. He's not some other people's cup of tea, but he commits to who he actually is, and he doesn't stray away from it. Watching,
I hate to cut you off. I can't agree with that completely because Tony Romo has changed his analysis style completely from when he started. He was the predictor guy. He was the guy who was going to tell you. He told you what was going to happen on a play before it happened, and he doesn't do that anymore.
He still does.
Not to the same level.
Right, but I think he came in and is like, I'm going to try to predict these plays. But then now he predicts the plays in a little less of a what's actually going to see on the field. And like, oh, they're in this, look for this, as opposed to like, they're going to run this play.
Yeah. I would say this about football broadcasters in an overarching theme. When you see little niche broadcasts pop up in any sport, it means there's a lot of disconnect and a lot of dissatisfaction with the traditional broadcasting schemes. You see this all the time in golf, where the golf media now is really, really run by influencers and people with non-traditional platforms and different golf shows like the Good Guys Golf or what the
Good, yeah.
Good Golf. From Paige Sporonic to all the way across the board to Bryson DeChambeau's YouTube channel, it's a sure sign that young people are not vibing with the traditional old guard broadcast. Same thing in football. When you see the Manning brothers uncork the Manningcast, the alternative broadcast, I think it's a sure sign that what you're getting from the traditional broadcasts are just predictable propaganda pap.
Yeah, and it's an outlet. Like I, for one, would sign up for Collinsworth 100 times over Romo. But then I step back from that statement and say, I've never watched a football game for a broadcaster, and I've never not watched a broadcast because of a broadcaster.
Mm-hmm.
So it is what it is. It just, look, every fan of every team is convinced that every broadcaster hates their team because they might say something critical. That's how sensitive the audience is. So if you want to be entertained, you probably have to go to one of those outlets that is, off the beaten path. But it's also, I mean, the Manningcast wasn't cooked up by the Mannings. It was cooked up by the TV people who believe more NFL content is better.
Okay.
And to Bick's point with the golf stuff, a lot of that, some is a lot better than the others. There are some people that have a platform that try to do this, and they're just not very good at it.
Yeah.
And it's noticeable, and I don't watch that stuff, but to your point of there's more and more people trying to do it, so that if there are good people out there that do it, like, for example, like the Manningcast coming around, I enjoy watching it, but it has to work.
But that's true of everything. I mean, there's a million great podcasts out there.
100%.
There's 10 million terrible podcasts out there.
There's no doubt about that.
Did you catch the Brent Musburger interview last night?
Loved it. That was the highlight of the night for me.
I kind of agree. Yeah.
His storytelling.
Oh, it's fantastic.
I didn't realize he was 86 years old.
Yeah. And now, he used to never care about dropping in the gambling line during broadcasts. Now at 80-plus years old, he really doesn't care.
But now it's okay.
Yeah, it's okay. That's right.
Coming up next, Diamondbacks busy at the trade deadline. Did they do enough? More reaction from Mike Hazen and company's day. Next, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is coming soon.
Phoenix Children's Hospital.
You can make a difference for Arizona kids when you listen beginning Monday, August 18th. The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y Refi.
When I was in Iraq, our convoy was hit. It was bad. After I came home, I could still hear booms and see tracer fire. Makes it hard to be a good mom.
As America's veterans face challenges, DAV is there.
I'm Naomi Mathis, Air Force veteran.
With the right support, more veterans can reach victories, great and small.
With help from DAV, I was able to begin to heal.
DAV provides a lifetime of support to veterans of every generation, helping more than 1 million veterans each year.
Today, I'm part of DAV. We're veterans helping veterans to get the benefits they've earned. And I give my veterans my all.
But there's more to be done and more victories to be won.
My victory is being able to be here for my children.
Naomi Mathis, thank you for your service. May your victories inspire many more. Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YREFI-34. That's 888-YREFI-34. Or go to YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Not available in all states.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a great opportunity for you to win tickets to the sold-out UMB Bank Fiesta Sports Foundation football kickoff event presented by the Fairmont Scottsdale Princess. This prize includes a VIP meet and greet with former Bears quarterback Jim McMahon, a 2-night stay at the Fairmont Scottsdale Princess, and a chance to hear me MC this awesome event on August 15th. Enter to win at arizonasports.com/contests.
Hey guys, lose fat, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. If you've noticed a lack of energy, brain fog, or trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. It's more common than you think, and it's treatable. Truth is, men today have 20% lower testosterone than even their dads had. But there's a solution, and you'll find it at Red Mountain Weight Loss. We offer full-strength testosterone as an injection or tablet. And we're not talking about a supplement here. We're talking about prescription-only testosterone, because no supplement can match the boost you get from actual testosterone. It'll give you more energy, greater focus, better sleep, more lean muscle mass, and it'll boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. Book your free video consultation with one of our licensed doctors today and regain your energy, strength, and vitality. And for a limited time, we'll even waive the startup fee. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
It isn't just any Ford dealer. It is Tim Hovick, Santan Ford, and they're reimagining affordability. We're talking lease deals for $399 a month and zero down on the brand new 2025 Mustang GT, the Escape, and even Bronco Sport. Just sign and drive with a payment real folks can afford. Tim Hovick, Santan Ford in Gilbert. The summer sale is on. Some restrictions apply, and there's a $649 dock fee. But you got that, man. Affordability is back in style. I am Santan Ford.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks underwent a little bit of a makeover yesterday after dealing Eugenio Suarez and Josh Naylor to the Mariners, Randall Grichuk to the Royals. Yesterday, they sent Merrill Kelly to the Rangers and Shelby Miller and Jordan Montgomery to the Brewers. And here was GM Mike Hazen to the fans of your Diamondbacks.
Obviously, I think I've repeated myself many different times on this, that we're exceptionally disappointed where this season went. I think, unfortunately, in my job and where we're at looking forward and trying to put the best team on the field for 2026, certainly the best for the rest of 2025 to our ability, that those baseball decisions don't always align with what I know the fans want to see, and I respect that, and we understand, and I don't do that lightly. This is very complicated to make that decision given how all in we went in at the beginning of the season.
The D-backs are back In action tonight in Sacramento for a 3-game series with the A's. First pitch will be at 7:05. Elsewhere, the Mercury look to bounce back on the road against the Dream. Tip-off will be at 4:30 in that one. And Kyler Murray is feeling more like himself as his leadership continues to grow during Cardinals training camp. This report is brought to you by the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Injured? Call the Berg Simpson Law Firm or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Gambo, now that the Diamondbacks have passed the trade deadline, what will the roster look like tonight against the A's? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on Arizona Sports.
Unbelievably so. First of all, I mean, who he is as a person, his family. I think in the baseball circles, when you sort of grow up with a player, and in this case, I know he wasn't necessarily like a rookie. He had played professionally and for a while and gone to AAA and then gone overseas, and so he had some experience underneath him. But I think as far as becoming a major league player and then growing up through that system with us, there's a huge attachment. And all he did for the community, all he did when he was here, he's going to be missed. And I begrudgingly making some of these trades, having to put the hat on to look at the long-term outlook of the organization. Sometimes we're required to do, but it comes at a cost, and that cost is losing people and players like Merrill Kelly. But who knows what happens in the future, and we wish him the best. And I told him, go out and win the World Series with the Rangers, and I know they feel that he was a missing piece for them.
That is Mike Hazen, the general manager of the Arizona Diamondbacks, after having to trade Merrill Kelly yesterday, and that's the situation that the Diamondbacks found themselves in, becoming sellers. And you heard it in the update with Sammy, Mike Hazen talking about how disappointed he is that he had to go down this road and how clear the Diamondbacks with their play before the deadline made it. Right. Because there was that little moment of pause in the 3-game series after against the Cardinals where they played arguably their best baseball for a 3-game stretch, and they followed that up with their worst baseball. So the decision was made for Mike Hazen, and now it just becomes, what the return delivers for the Arizona Diamondbacks organization.
Yeah.
Because you're going to see some of these players that they got back for Merrill Kelly, for Eugenio Suarez, for Josh Naylor, Randall Grichuk. You're going to see some of those guys in the major leagues before the end of this year.
Yeah, and I think what hurts about this is that the two players that we've kind of talked about, the two primary players that hurt the most, that happens to be the trading of Merrill Kelly, who is a playoff hero and a hometown guy, went to Desert Mountain High School, a guy with a great backstory, a guy who literally put this baseball team, and a few others did as well, but on his back. Any team that makes a great run through the postseason generally has at least one starting pitcher who just never loses and sort of lays the groundwork and the path for everything else the team does. And that's kind of what Merrill Kelly did. The ability to win those huge playoff games the way he did bolstered that team and gave that team some swagger and really kind of helped that team get to the World Series. Losing Merrill Kelly obviously hurts, especially when he's been so good lately. If Merrill Kelly were still cramping every second, third start, maybe people would feel differently. But he's pitched to a 2.56 ERA his last 10 games. He is rounding back into the pitcher we saw in 2023. Then there's Gino Suarez. Gino Suarez reached a level of popularity in the Valley that not a lot of baseball players do. I'll tell you this. I've got a lot of good friends whose wives adore Gino Suarez. He is incredibly popular among casual fans and female fans. Just his vibe. There's something about him that is just very appealing. Right? And not in a, oh, he's hot kind of way, but just in a, I like that guy.
He is a player/person that people, teammates, everybody gravitates towards.
Yeah.
He just, that's the way he lives his life.
Yeah.
That's how it was advertised when he got to Arizona, and it didn't get off on the right foot because he was struggling so badly. I'll say this again. I think of another athlete that has arrived in Arizona with such a positive profile, then was the subject of ire of the fan base, and then turned it around to the degree of Gino Suarez.
Yeah.
to where there was that many people
I can't
upset that he is gone.
I can't think
of one.
I cannot think of a comp. So my take on this is the Gino Suarez, I'm actually perfectly fine with the haul they got for Gino Suarez because I think Tyler Locklear, this young first baseman they got, he's got a chance to be really, really good. He has been tearing it up at Tacoma, and apparently in doing some reading on this kid, he had a few holes in his swing at the setup, and he's reworked his swing, and he has just been on a tear for about a month. Now, we know players get hot, then they're not hot, and you can get fooled by them when they're hot. But I think this kid has got a chance to be really good. And we're going to find out because they're going to plug him in at first base. Jordan Lawler is going to be off rehab any day now. They're going to get him on a fast-track program to get back here, and that's going to be your new corners. Tyler Locklear, Jordan Lawler.
Yeah, here was Mike Hazen answering the question on the return in the Suarez deal, including Tyler Locklear.
Obviously, Locklear is going to come onto the club. It wasn't a 1-for-1. I think Nick had asked me this in a previous about backfilling sort of with through trades. It just happened to line up that way. So he'll come on. He made a big adjustment in the middle of the year. He's always raked, and he's got a good approach. Has the ability to get on base. A lot of the things that we value offensively. We're going to work really hard with him at first base. But as a young first baseman that we feel like has the power and the bat potential to be a good player for us. And then. Again, I think along the same lines with the arms acquired, we're trying to, probably more reliever-ish for that trade. But again, just trying to add as much pitching value as we could.
Yeah. Go ahead, Bick. I'm sorry.
No. So I was going to echo that and say, a source told Nick Pecoro, who does a great job covering the Diamondbacks for AZ Central, quote, "It was our opinion that Gino was roughly a league average third baseman, and I would guess a lot of the industry agreed that he's much more likely to perform more at his career level moving forward than the player he has been over the past year plus," end quote. I found that to be very interesting. I think that speaks to Gino's age and maybe the struggles he had just recently.
Yeah, but I read that quote too, and I was a little bit incredulous when I read it because isn't there a gambling aspect to all of this?
Of course.
If you are a buyer at the deadline, don't you want to capitalize on somebody who's overachieved for a year plus?
Absolutely.
And possibly ride that to a World Series? That was I was taken aback by that statement, quite honestly.
Yeah.
But
I know.
It totally lines up with what Mike Hazen said about how the market changed.
That's it.
Leading up to the trade.
That's it. So that would be evidence that the initial price tag on Gino Suarez and probably Merrill Kelly and probably Zach Gallen higher than what the market would bear. So again, what they got back in return for Gino, a guy who is 35 and he's on an expiring contract, and a guy that can be very up and down and streaky. I don't think it's all that bad. I don't know about what you think about the Merrill Kelly trade where you get three pitchers who are I had them listed as 9 and 14 and 16 in the Ranger system. I think you had different numbers. There's different ranking services to this stuff.
MLB Pipeline had Cole Drake as their 5th best prospect, Mitch Bratt as their 9th, and David Hageman as their 13th.
Okay.
But Baseball America's got their different rankings.
Yeah,
Kylie McDaniel from ESPN's got his different rankings. So
yeah.
I wanted to play this real quick from Gino Suarez, who made his re-debut with the Mariners last night, had a hit in their win, talked about his time in Arizona.
It's a lot, like I said, I feel really well in Arizona, and D-Bat was really, I have a really good time there, and like you say, when you feel good at some place, you don't want to leave. But at the same time, like I always say, I know this game, I know how the business is, and I understand this business is like that, and to get traded here and see my teammates and see everybody each other and see the fans ask for me and different places that I went before they get traded. A lot of Mariner fans ask for me. So it means a lot, and be back and feel the love again.
There was a great scene when Gino Suarez joined his teammates on the plane in Sacramento that we're going to hear more about. We're going to talk to Shannon Dreyer, who covers the Mariners for our sister station, Seattle Sports, up in Seattle. That's coming up in the 8 o'clock hour. But Gino already making a contribution in the Mariners lineup. Last chance to join the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. Text FANTASY to 620-620. Battle your favorite host for bragging rights and the Fantasy Football Championship belt. Spots are almost gone, so text FANTASY now The Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy is presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. Don't forget to book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. Coming up next, is LeBron James and his company plotting a rival league against the NBA? Certainly seems that way. We'll get into it all next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. 90 players enter State Farm Stadium at the beginning of camp. Only 53 can earn a spot on the final roster.
Motor and violence.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. The Red Reckoning. On your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7. The app. YouTube channel. ArizonaSports.com.
All right, I say it all the time. I'm a huge believer in your body's natural ability to heal itself. I'm a huge believer in what QC Kinetics can do for you if you are dealing with any kind of joint pain. And I can say that because QC Kinetics helped me avoid knee surgery when I tore my meniscus 5 years ago. And I'm currently in a round of treatment for my real bad case of tennis elbow. Regenerative medicine at QC Kinetics, literally transforming lives, helping tens of thousands of people with innovative, non-surgical, drug-free treatments that deliver lasting results. They use these state-of-the-art treatments to harness and direct your body's ability to restore and repair that damaged joint tissue. The patient satisfaction reports are at 92%. Emmitt Smith, former NFL running back, raves about how QC Kinetics has helped him manage his joint pain after a career in the NFL. Go check out what these cutting-edge treatments can do for you. Make 2025 the time you reclaim your mobility, your independence, your ability to walk and run and play and live the way you want to. You can find QC Kinetics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can get that free consultation by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for Kids.
1-877-CARS for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? The summer sales event is on at America's most awarded Ford dealership for complete customer satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Now get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. Plus, big Sanderson discounts and Ford incentives. Get a new 2024 Escape ST line for only $26,599. New 2024 Bronco Sport Big Benz for $30,899. And new 2025 F-150 Super Crew STX trucks for $43,500. All three offers include the no-charge premium maintenance plan. Get it all with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
No charge maintenance plan available on most models. Escape stock number 246582, Bronco Sport 245938, F-150 255193. Prices include Sanderson discounts and Ford rebates. All offers expire 9/2/25.
Sanderson Ford.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Phoenix. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Hey, it's Wolf. Is Paris Johnson Jr. one of the most underrated offensive linemen in football? We'll be talking Cardinals training camp at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
A few days ago, Nikola Jokic's European agent, his name is Misko Raznatovic, I think. I hope that I'm pronouncing that right. He posted a photo on Instagram, and it was him, LeBron James, and Maverick Carter. So naturally, this led to an explosion of speculation around the internet, around the world, about whether perhaps Jokic was going to join the Lakers, maybe LeBron was going to go to the Nuggets. We can report exclusively that that's not what they were talking about. They were discussing the planned International Basketball League that's being spearheaded by Maverick Carter, who is LeBron James's longtime business partner.
That is the voice from Front Office Sports. The writer's name. Sorry, Beck. It's going to derail things. His name is Ben Horney.
Oh, boy.
He asked me if that was his real name.
Wow.
I had to say unfortunately.
At some point in time, don't you just kind of go down to an office, some government office, and change your name?
My name's Ben.
Yeah, I'm Ben. But let's get to this because this is very significant.
Yes. People were wondering about the Instagram post about the meeting. There are details now, and you heard in that soundbite, they're willing to report it at Front Office Sports that Maverick Carter, the business partner of LeBron James, is trying to raise $5 billion to jumpstart a new league. And the early reports is that LeBron had no involvement. That may have changed. This is from Steve Henson in the LA Times. Early discussions are of a touring model with 6 men's and 6 women's teams playing in 8 cities, none of which is likely to be in the United States. Investors include the Singapore government, SC Holdings, the Saudi Arabian Public Investment Fund.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, those are the folks behind Live. A Macau casino operator, UBS, Skype founder Jeff Prentice, and former Facebook executive Grady Burnett, according to the Financial Times. There's others linked into it. Investors are leaning toward not allowing players in the league unless they cut ties with the NBA.
Wow.
Making the model somewhat like Live, the professional circuit founded by PIF from Saudi Arabia. A better comparison in terms of format and scale might be Formula One racing, which holds 24 races a year across 5 continents.
All right, let's not understate the impact of what this might be. We have all seen what Live Golf has done to the PGA Tour and how it has disrupted a once thriving sport and what it's all become. And at that time, we all thought, what would happen if the Saudi government decided to do a football barnstorming tour and asked Patrick Mahomes and Lamar Jackson, hey, you want $200 million? You want $300 million? You want to work a lot less than you do? Do you want to have a little fun? And how about come on aboard with us? This could be coming to the NBA, folks, and this is very, very interesting because I saw this Instagram post, and I brought it up. It was Misko Raznatovic, and that is Nikola Jokic's agent. He was on a yacht with Maverick Carter and LeBron James. LeBron was in the photo, and the caption on that Instagram photo said, quote, "The summer of 2025 is the perfect time to make big plans for the fall of 2026. Okay, if this group of investors is looking to raise $5 billion, if this group of investors includes the Saudi Public Investment Fund, you better know they're serious about this. And the fact that LeBron James might be aligned in this somehow, some way, and how could he not be if Maverick Carter, his business manager, is the guy running the entire show? He is the Greg Norman of this enterprise. What happens when they start making NBA players massive offers? Victor Wembanyama, Luka Doncic, those kind of guys. Well, could they actually poach big players? Could they do to the NBA what Live Golf has done to the PGA Tour?
You said something that was interesting and spurred a thought for me. You mentioned that if the Saudi Arabian Public Investment Fund is behind it, they're serious. They're serious about the funding of this. Are they serious about the product? There's nothing serious about the Live Golf product.
Nope.
And we found that out. it is still a blip on the attention spans of golf nuts in this country.
Yeah.
It's just about money.
But it's ripped the PGA Tour apart.
It has, but let's compare the two situations.
All right.
The PGA Tour, I think you would agree, I think Sammy would agree, was ripe for being ripped apart by something because there was a lot of issues that they didn't take care of because why would they? It was still the best option for professional golfers on the planet, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
The NBA is not perfect, but the NBA is still by far the top level of basketball competition anywhere in the world.
There's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it. But I don't think, again, if they're going to be, if this comparison is going to come to light, it's not going to matter what the product looks like. It's going to matter what damage they can do to the NBA. And you mentioned something interesting because you mentioned that these 8 cities that they would be touring would mostly, if not all, be in Europe or not in America. At this very, very same time, the NBA, if you've been paying attention, there had been a lot of talking about them expanding to Europe. I wonder if the NBA is trying to get out ahead of it that way.
Maybe. But the whole concept, does this work? The concept of why sports fandom is a thing, geography matters.
History matters.
Lineage
matters. All of that matters.
Touring doesn't really work other than a sideshow. I mean, I know it's part of the competition in golf, tennis. I get that. I'm talking about team sports.
Yeah. Let me tell you this. As a golf dork, and Sammy can echo on this, there's a portion of live golf guys who do not care the decision they made and what they left because all they care about is money. And it starts with Phil Mickelson, who I remain firm in saying he is going to go down as one of the biggest traders in the history of sport. Guys like Dustin Johnson, Cameron Smith, they do not care that they're not competing on the PGA Tour anyway. They don't care. But it's bothering the heck out of Jon Rahm. And when Jon Rahm shows up to a major that he's allowed to play in, it's almost as if he's like, oh, I need more of this in my life.
He wasn't even in Happy Gilmore 2. That's how irrelevant he's become. I will say this, and we're going to get back into this a little bit later on.
All right.
For LeBron James, who became a billionaire on the back of the National Basketball Association.
Preach.
To have any involvement in this is disgusting.
Preach.
And you want to call Phil Mickelson one of the biggest traders in sports history?
That's where LeBron is going.
Phil's career, for all intents and purposes, was done at a competitive level. He cashed in his 50s. And LeBron is in the twilight of his career too. But for him to reap all the benefits, and credit to him, he's had a wonderful career, but to reap those benefits that the NBA afforded him over 20-plus years, and then to be involved in this is gross to the nth degree.
Yep. Well said, Vinny.
Hey, he just went on the yacht.
Yeah, that was just.
Yeah, but now the reporting
He's just invited on the yacht.
Now the reporting is all changing. He's not involved. Oh, man, now he might be involved. It's gross. Legendary comedian Bill Engvall heads to Talking Stick Resort on November 2nd. Tickets go on sale today at 10 a.m. You can win a pair now by visiting the contest page at arizonasports.com. Coming up next, Sammy's got the big stories on this Friday in the Rush Hour reboot. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join us for Give-a-thon Week, August 18th through the 22nd. You'll hear from the patients and families getting life-saving care at one of our country's premier children's hospital networks. The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y-Refi.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Life Changer Loan, the last piece of financing you will ever need. You can do your banking inside your mortgage and pay off your home in just a few short years. That happens because you pay all principal first. 5 years, the average length of time it takes a Life Changer Loan client to pay off their home. You keep access to your equity, which gives you great liquidity. And even the more industrious customers, clients of Life Changer Loans, they use that equity to buy new properties without additional mortgages. Also, the idea of borrowing back from from yourself. If you've got home improvement needs, if you need a new car, if you're stressed out by college tuition, no worries. You just end up borrowing back from yourself. If you have got great credit and are good with money, there is no need to let the bank control your finances. The future of banking and mortgage is here. And if you think it sounds too good to be true, they hear that all the time at Life Changer Loan. Like they say, it's not magic, it's just math. It's also not for everybody. You've got to have the right set of financials. They'll be upfront with you if you're not a good fit, but if you are, I guarantee you're going to love the results. 480-504-0844. Online at lifechangealone.com.
It's time to ace Mattress 101 during the back-to-school sale at Brooklyn Bedding. Now through August 14th, everything is 25% off. There's the best-selling Aurora Cloud Pillow Top, comfort and value with advanced cooling technology, and the budget-friendly signature Hybrid Cloud Pillow Top. Superior comfort at a factory-direct price. Don't be tardy, Basinonians. It's the back-to-school sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America. Fighting for you, Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
If you didn't think skipping breakfast was a big deal, you'd be right. Before. But now, Wendy's has Buck Biscuits. We're talking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy Chicken Biscuit for just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all three if you want. They're just $1, so you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in a combo while supplies last.
Protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive so you can stop worrying about them and invent new things to worry about, like snakes in your bedroom. Sure, that sounds incredibly irrational, but now that we've mentioned it, you are a little worried. The odds of one snake, let alone snakes plural, are so slim. But you might want to check. Oh, you're not near your bedroom. Guess you'll just have to sit there and worry about it. So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Summer's here, and so are friends, family, and fun. But emergencies don't take a vacation. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. This summer, be ready. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit, because seconds matter. And so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The MLB trade deadline has come and gone, and your Arizona Diamondbacks look a little bit different. After trading Josh Naylor, Randall Grichuk, and Eugenio Suarez, they dealt starter Merrill Kelly to the Texas Rangers in return for 3 pitching prospects. They also moved on from Shelby Miller and Jordan Montgomery in a trade, sending them to the Milwaukee Brewers. And here was Mike Hazen on the brand of baseball he hopes to see from his ball club moving forward.
A competitive one. Yeah, it may look a little different, take a different shape offensively. You know, even with those guys in the lineup this last week, we haven't really been smoking the baseball. So we need to get back. I know the trade deadline was probably a little bit of a distraction. It's not an excuse, but I acknowledge that it was probably a distraction. I would expect that we get back now. We're cleared through this, and I want us to go out there and play competitive baseball.
The Snakes are in Sacramento tonight and start a 3-game series with the A's. First pitch will be at 7:05 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by your Valley Hyundai dealers. The Hyundai Getaway Sales event is going on right now. Get deals so right it almost feels wrong. Don't miss out. Visit your Valley Hyundai dealers today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Milano Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Happy Friday, everyone. It is 7:30. It is time for the Rush Hour Reboot, and there's really nothing like a chaotic trade deadline in any sport, if we're going to be honest, but there's truly none more action-packed than the MLB trade deadline. Just with teams and the ability to get rentals, deal prospects, relief pitchers, starting pitchers, power bats, whatever it may be. I don't even know the amount of trades that happened in the MLB yesterday.
It was a lot.
It was. I felt bad for two people yesterday. A, Jeff Passan, who his phone must have just been nonstop. And B, I felt bad for the social media directors over in Minnesota.
How about it?
Their Instagram page yesterday, it was comical. It was social media thing, thank you to blank. Next post, thank you. Oh, notification, here's the trade. It was pretty laughable, but the Diamondbacks did a lot of what we expected them to do. Obviously, they traded Naylor and Randall Grichuk last week, and Eugenio Suarez earlier this week. Traded Shelby Miller. Jordan Montgomery was a little shocking. Merrill Kelly, we knew, but Zach Gallen was not one of them traded. And so I have two questions. Could not dealing Gallen mean the idea of bringing him back this next year is a real or high possibility? And does that rely on how he pitches the rest of the year?
Well, I think what they're going to do is I think they're going to do their only option left is to give him a qualifying offer. That way, if he signs somewhere else, you get draft compensation. But even that's like $21 million, which I suppose Zach Gallen is still worth. But I'm curious what Vinny said earlier. What Zach Gallen is going to look like now that he is the unquestioned veteran on the staff. And now that all the pressure is off this team to win.
Yeah, to answer your question, Sammy, I think it does open the door for him to continue his career here. And I think a lot of it does have to do with the next 12, 13 starts that he gets, ideally. I guess if he's at 22, 11, 12 starts. Yeah. It's all very important. This has not gone Zach Gallen's way so far, but he has an opportunity to reset his market, to reset maybe his standing in the future, because, look, the Diamondbacks, through all these trades, they've been consistent in their messaging. They still want to compete. They don't think this is a teardown because they have their core players. But if Zach Gallen can be a real number one next year, the number one that he was earlier in his career, now you're talking about something. Yeah. So I'm very, very curious to see what Zach Gallen looks like in his starts post trade deadline.
Yeah. So one guy's staying here in Zach Gallen, another in Merrill Kelly on his way out. But Mike Hazen had this to say at the end of his answer about Merrill Kelly.
Who knows what happens in the future, and we wish him the best. And I told him, go out and win the World Series with the Rangers. And I know they feel that he was a missing piece for them.
So who knows what happens in the future? I don't want to read the tea leaves, but does that kind of sound like maybe a reunion might happen with Merrill Kelly?
I think a lot of it is just kind of cushioning the departure. Okay. And again, I'm certain that the Diamondbacks would love to have Merrill back. But if Merrill Kelly goes and is great with the Rangers and is great in the postseason, he's gone. Somebody is going to give him a big deal that the Diamondbacks can't.
Good point.
Yeah, I mean, I go back to how open and accepting of that possibility Merrill Kelly was before the trade deadline. I had never heard really a player, and maybe it was just not on my radar, but I'd never heard a player say, I'd love to come back if they'll have me back next year if a trade goes down. So Merrill Kelly is maybe a unique case here because of his Arizona ties. I mean, he grew up here, played his college ball here, has never played. His first start for the Rangers is going to be his first major league start not wearing an Arizona uniform. So it does mean something to him. I'm not closing the door on that possibility, but it could all change depending on his performance in Texas.
Yeah.
It's also a way of departing on good terms, of kind of acknowledging, listen, we love you. I know you love it here. This is business. We have to do it. But and I'm sure Merrill Kelly is being authentic and honest when he says he's open to this. Yeah. But Merrill Kelly has to take care of himself. Yeah. And we'll see what the offseason bears.
So what's the term? It's zombie baseball, right?
That's derived from zombie football, which you always see in the month of December.
And zombie basketball, which we saw a couple months ago.
And the Diamondbacks, if they're not already there, are on the fringe of what we talked about zombie baseball and just what we've seen over the last week to week and a half. From here on out, what would you like to see from them?
Okay, it's a great question, and I'm sure we're going to be getting into this in the weeks and days and months to come. The question now becomes, what is Torey Lovullo's future? I would say the most accurate read you can have on this situation is that this previous team, for whatever reasons and for whoever it might apply for, tuned out Torey Lovullo. The message just didn't resonate with them. It didn't speak to them. Torey Lovullo now is going to have a lot of prospects at his disposal. You got 53 games. Derek Hall made it very clear what he wants to see. He wants to see get back to a team that was creating chaos and a team that was other teams hated to play. You remember that in 2023.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he's going to want to see. If Torey can cultivate that in the next 53 games, then maybe they move on together next season. If it's more of the same, then there's probably more changes coming.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really hard question to answer right now because I am so disgusted with what I've seen over the past week plus that this is about as low as it's been since the 2021 season when they were the worst team in baseball, in my opinion. So obviously you want it to turn around, but does that fly in the face of what I believe? I right now I feel like sweeping changes are probably needed.
Yeah, they might be. This team might continue in zombie mode.
And I desperately don't want to see zombie mode continue.
No.
With 1 or 2 runs scored every game and sloppy base running and defense because it's hard to watch. I like watching this team play. I want to enjoy it.
Yeah, and let me just add this. That decision might already have been made.
Maybe.
The owner might be thinking it's time for a change. But if Torey Lovullo creates something really good in these 53 games with these young kids and it looks different and it feels different, it might change the calculus.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
And we talked a little bit at the 6 o'clock hour about Terry McLaurin requesting a trade from the Washington Commanders. And we've seen these before. Normally, those teams, they make a deal. They just make the player happy. But is right now maybe the perfect time to go out and get a guy like him? Because right now they could answer their question on if they are a receiver away or a quarterback away. Is that wrong thinking?
I don't know if it's wrong, but I don't know if it's right either. And the reason why I say that is I expected them to make a splashy maneuver at the wide receiver position in the offseason before this point. They didn't do it because of, I don't know if they were waiting for something to fall into their lap, but they had every opportunity to pursue something and didn't because of their faith in their receiver core, which we've heard time and time again. McLaurin is such a good player that he changes the outlook if he lands in Arizona. And I think he changes the outlook for anywhere he lands. And obviously, if he leaves Washington, changes their outlook greatly.
No doubt. And the Cardinals can afford him. B, you give up draft capital for him, no doubt about it. If you do this, you make a statement to the rest of the NFL that that would be something the Eagles would do. Right? Where you go out and get 2 primo wide receivers, then you get Saquon Barkley and you pair him up with Jalen Hurts.
Right.
It costs a lot, but it's something that I would love if the Cardinals would attempt.
Yeah. I don't think we have enough time right now, but we're back and it's strictly pretty much baseball this weekend for a bingo card. I have 3 things, but we can do it on the tail end of the show if we have time.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, that is a good idea. Give me time to think, too, because I forgot completely about the bingo card.
I know. I have my 3 written down. I'm ready to roll, but there you guys go. All right.
All right, we're all rebooted. Thank you, Sammy. Coming up next, people locally pretty high on the Arizona Cardinals coaching staff. Is that echoed nationally? Not really. We'll tell you what we mean next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Just a little recap on everything that the D-backs did. Gino is now in Seattle along with Josh Naylor. Merrill Kelly is in Texas with the Rangers. Randall Grichuk is in Kansas City with the Royals. Jordan Montgomery and Shelby Miller, yes, you heard me correctly, they are in Milwaukee.
D-backs breaking news and play-by-play is on the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month. But what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk. A wireless company that actually stands for something.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be.
These days, there's nobody more important than my guy Robert from All Pro Shade Concepts. My backyard stays cool and private thanks to the roll-down shades he installed. Robert, you're saving backyards, man.
That's what we do, Wolf. We block the brutal Arizona sun so you can actually use your backyard even when it's triple digits.
Absolutely. Your team did an awesome job from the console to the install. I can't thank you enough.
We're happy to help. Call or visit allproshade.com for your free estimate and free installation. That's allproshade.com.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating, or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
Celebrate Faith and Family Night at Chase Field on Friday, August 8th. Stick around for a free post-game concert with Torrin Wells, presented by Chick-fil-A. Visit dbacks.com/faith.
The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Bickley and Murata talk Cardinals training camp now.
No, you'll see some shuffling today. Donnie. And again, that's not just for guys us sending or descending. That's for all kinds of reasons we do that. You know what I mean? And I think, depending how the preseason goes and, the Denver joint practice, there's every second counts. We don't have a lot of time, but there's some opportunities coming up that they can showcase what they can do with knowing that today is the most important day.
Jonathan Gannon, head coach of the Cardinals, as training camp continues. Red Reckoning out at State Farm Stadium. The red and white practice tomorrow afternoon. Should have a good crowd out there to watch the annual event, the the big tune-up, if you will, before their preseason opener a week from tomorrow. Can you believe that?
No, I cannot believe that.
Chiefs in town. We'll probably see Patrick Mahomes for a couple of series if Andy Reid holds true to form.
All right, let me. I want to roll a question by, if you don't mind.
Okay.
So last night in watching that football game, the Hall of Fame football game that I found to be so ridiculous in a couple of different places. They pimped up the Ravens-Bills matchup in Week 1, and you think about it, wow, what a massive showdown that is in Week 1 of an NFL season. How important or what difference do you think it makes when you have a huge obstacle in front of you in Week 1?
That's a good question.
Because we saw it when the Cardinals went to Buffalo to play Josh Allen and the Bills, and they responded very well in Week 1. They didn't win, but they made it a game, and they scored a lot of points, and they did fairly well. They accounted fairly well for themselves. I think having a big-time showdown in Week 1 can generally bring the best out of your football team.
Well, it depends on your seasonal expectations, I think. Because last year, the Cardinals weren't necessarily supposed to be great, but they played the Bills in Week 1 really well, and we were like, oh, this team, this is what it can look like. If it's, for the case of like the Ravens, the Chiefs, these teams, if they know they're going to be good, or they dang well think they are, and you're just trying to see that, I think for middling teams, it's a big week, because off-season preparation.
The Bills game in Week 1 against the Baltimore Ravens is the Sunday night NBC game, so it's getting that treatment. It's that big.
Yep.
I think the Bills going into this year are looked at much differently than they were a year ago. I remember having conversations with you on the Cardinals front, like, hey, you got to go to Buffalo. Great time to go to Buffalo Week 1 before it gets too cold and before the Bills figure out what they are. And I think that was the case. And I think that's one of the reasons why the Cardinals did make that a game. Should have won that game, quite honestly.
I think this. I think that when you get a showdown in Week 1 and you are an underdog team, or even if you're not, but if you're just playing a marquee team, a really, really good team, I would think your players would be a little more focused in training camp, because the fear of getting your backside handed to you on national television, or the fear of getting embarrassed in Week 1 would kind of give you a little extra boost of motivation. And I bring it up because the Cardinals, in my opinion, have the exact opposite scenario this year. They're going to New Orleans, as I said a couple of days ago, in a building that can feel really hostile. It's very dark in there. It's a building with a lot of ghosts in it. And it's a hard place to play. And yet the Saints aren't going to be very good. And the Cardinals are going to be expected to win on the road in Week 1, which is a hard ask.
Which they don't do normally.
No.
I mean, two road openers in Week 1s for Jonathan Gannon. They lost at Washington. They lost at Buffalo. And there was a lot of thought, hey, getting Washington at a great time, too.
Yeah.
The young quarterback starting, and they didn't play well. So,
oh, boy.
It is, it is
I'm just
different
curious
this
if you
year.
thought of it. Yep.
It can, look, I think it certainly, regardless of who your opponent is, it can do a lot of tone setting for maybe not the whole season, but maybe the first quarter of the season. To get off on a good foot.
Because didn't the Cardinals go sequentially? I think I've got this right. Didn't they go from losing a close game in Buffalo to playing really well and beating the Rams in Week 2?
They crushed the Rams.
They crushed the Rams.
Yeah.
So maybe having that build, maybe that's a function of what I'm talking about. Maybe it's not.
That's interesting. I hadn't really thought of that. But we got plenty of time to get ready for the Saints in Week 1. Ben Solak, who writes for ESPN, had an exercise on ESPN.com where he ranked all 32 NFL teams' coaching staffs and coordinators in 2025. He mentioned special teams coordinator and most positional coaches don't have any impact here in these rankings. So I was curious to see what maybe one national perspective of the Arizona Cardinals coaching staff is. Head coach Jonathan Gannon, offensive coordinator Drew Petzing, defensive coordinator Nick Rawlis. All three of whom, during their Arizona tenures, all going into year 3 here with the Cardinals, have been applauded for the job that they have done so far without, elevating the team to the playoffs. Drew Petzing got head coaching interviews in this last cycle. Nick Rawlis is thought to be one of the up-and-coming young defensive coordinators in the league. So where do they rank? Solak's got him 23.
Ooh.
And he had him ranked 20th last year in this similar piece.
Wow, that's I wasn't expecting to see that.
He writes, the Cardinals would be much, much higher in the coaching staffs who do cool stuff rankings. Gannon, who kept it fairly simple during his time as the Eagles defensive coordinators, teamed up with Rawlis to sow chaos in the defensive backfield with spinning, shifting 3 safety looks. Really unique stuff at this level. Similarly, Petzing has built a multifarious running game.
That's an interesting word.
Dictionary. Out of heavy sets in a thunder and lightning backfield of James Conner and quarterback Kyler Murray. At some point, there has to be some fruit on these funky trees. Arizona is 12-22 under Gannon and has failed to make a postseason. Make it 3 years running, and the seat starts to get hot. There it is again.
Yeah.
There was positive momentum from 2022 to 2023, especially on offense. Cardinals were 6th in success rate, 9th in points per drive, largely on the back of the NFL's most explosive rushing attack. But another mention of that hot seat. Now, if you look again at the coaching staffs that are ranked near the Cardinals, he's got the Bears 1 spot ahead of them with Ben Johnson as head coach, Declan Doyle, the OC, and Dennis Allen, the defensive coordinator. Completely unproven. No track record at all. Maybe that works to their benefit.
No, but that's inappropriate. I mean, Ben Johnson is a fantastic offensive coordinator and play caller. Doesn't mean he's going to be a great head coach in any way, shape, or form. So listen, I think the staff in Arizona should definitely be higher. They should definitely be in the first 15. What I find even more alarming is both the 49ers and the Rams coaching staffs were considered in the top 5, 3 and 5 respectively.
Were the Rams 3 with McVay?
The 49ers were 3 with Kyle Shanahan. The Rams were 5 with McVay. It went Vikings, Chiefs, 49ers, Ravens, Rams. Vikings at the top of this list, that's quite something. That's quite an accomplishment for Kevin O'Connell, who's a really bright young head coach. And he's got Brian Flores as a defensive coordinator, who's about as good as they come in that job.
He's going to need it with J.J. McCarthy.
That's if he makes J.J. McCarthy as good as he made Sam Darnold, then it'll all be warranted.
Yeah.
But that's kind of a diss on the coaching staff here. Now, I don't think the coaching staff here would take offense to that because they kind of know it's a prove-it league. And they've yet to have a winning season, but from what I've seen, that's a bad grade.
Yeah, I mean, we looked at the preseason power rankings from a lot of outlets, and they had the Cardinals kind of in that area. So I think it's probably warranted right now. And again, tempering of expectations is not a bad thing.
No.
Not in Phoenix,
Certainly
Arizona, not in 2025.
Not.
Coming up next, Bick's going to kick off the second half of this Friday show with The Blast. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Lowe's knows hot deals help you get the most out of summer. Get up to 30% off select major appliances and get it delivered as soon as next day. Plus, get up to 30% off select patio furniture, grills, outdoor power equipment, and more. These end-of-season savings won't last long. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Valid on eligible in-stock orders in select locations. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/delivery for more details.
It isn't just any Ford dealer. It is Tim Hobick, Santan Ford, and they're reimagining affordability. We're talking lease deals for $399 a month and $0 down on the brand new 2025 Mustang GT, the Escape, and even Bronco Sport. Just sign and drive with a payment real folks can afford. Tim Hobick, Santan Ford, and Gilbert. The summer summer sale is on. Some restrictions apply, and there's a $649 dock fee. But you got that, man. Affordability is back in style. I am Santan Ford.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Are you thinking about the holidays in July?
Of course not, and neither are most jewelry stores. They just wait and order from some wholesaler in New York.
But at Diamond Dave's Desert Wholesale Diamond, we are thinking ahead. Why?
Because we're the importers, the designers, the manufacturers.
If we want the best quality diamonds and a strong selection ready for you this holiday season,
we've got to start now. That's how we stay steps ahead every year.
So when December hits, you're not stuck choosing from leftovers.
You're getting something stunning, hand-picked, and priced the right way at wholesale.
Call Diamond Dave at 480-397-2450. That's 480-397-2450. 480-397-2450. Or follow him on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave, Kantor.
Struggling with ED? You're not alone, and we can help. At Spark Men's Health, 87% of men see lasting results on their very first visit, or it's absolutely free. No gimmicks, just real lasting solutions tailored to you. Get back to the man you know you are. Call now, because confidence shouldn't wait. Call at 480-550-8579. Results are no cost at 480-550-8579.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax, Stuart Willis. Stuart, retirement right around the corner for me. Annuities, good or bad? Should we look into them?
Let me just tell you this. There's the good, the bad, and the ugly. Some of them are oversold. Some are great, some are terrible. I'll tell you this. If you're considering buying one, make sure you buy the right one. And we think it's important to get a second opinion from a real fiduciary. And that's what we're offering to the public today.
Free second opinion. So if you're thinking about an annuity, you're heading into retirement, call Stuart Willis. Call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Annuities might be right for you, or they might be wrong for you. Find out more by going online at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com. Or get a free portfolio review right now by calling 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. Presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks underwent a little bit of a makeover yesterday after dealing Eugenio Suarez and Josh Naylor to the Mariners, Randall Grichuk to the Royals. Yesterday, they sent Merrill Kelly to the Rangers and Shelby Miller and Jordan Montgomery to the Brewers. And here was General Manager Mike Hazen on what the Diamondbacks fan base should think after the deadline.
Obviously, I think I've repeated myself many different times on this, that we're exceptionally disappointed where this season went. I think, unfortunately, in my job and where we're at looking forward and trying to put the best team on the field for 2026, certainly the best for the rest of 2025 to our ability, those baseball decisions don't always align with what I know the fans want to see, and I respect that, and we understand, and I don't do that lightly. This is very complicated to make that decision given how all in we went in at the beginning of the season.
The D-backs will be back in action tonight in Sacramento for a 3-game series with the A's. First pitch is at 7:05, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Elsewhere, the Mercury look to bounce back on the road against the Atlanta Dream. Tip will be at 4:30 in that one, and Kyler Murray is feeling more like himself as his leadership continues to grow during Cardinals training camp. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction, located on 51st Avenue, just south of Glendale, and online at sandersonford.com.
Bickley and Marotta. Arizona sports. The local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
It's easy to grin when your ship comes in and you have the trade market beat, and it's fantastic when demand exceeds supply, but the Diamondbacks learned a painful lesson on Thursday. Selling usually sucks when you've arrived at baseball's trade deadline. Gone are Geno Suarez and Merrill Kelly, two of the most popular players in recent memory. Suarez is adored by casual fans, many of them female, and Kelly is a local kid who became a playoff hero. Their departure hurts, and the pain goes deep. They traded away Shelby Miller for nothing just so they could get $2 million rebate on Jordan Montgomery, and meanwhile, there was no market for Zach Gallen, the player a good portion of the fan base actually wanted to be traded, and it added insult to injury. All told, it was a deflating day, and to some, a demoralizing return, because fans expect more when trading hallmark, beloved marquee players, and the Diamondbacks might have been damaged by a shifting market where some teams went from buyers to sellers, flooding the deadline with too much supply, or maybe they waited too long and overpriced their players, leading to the retention of Gallen and trading Kelly with just minutes to spare, or maybe selling off rental players always leads to disappointment. Either way, the Diamondbacks thought they'd be hanging a banner or two in 2025, and they ended up waving the white flag instead, and so the biggest party in baseball will go on without us, and that simply sucks. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW. Make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
It's easy to grin when your ship comes in and you've got the stock market beat. But the man worthwhile is the man who can smile when his shorts aren't too tight in the seat.
Okay, Pookie. That is fantastic. And then they go to commemorate it all, and they crack a bottle of champagne over the bow, and the bow of the boat breaks.
Yes.
That's fantastic.
And also one of the best lines in the movie in that scene. Smalley, get your foot off the boat.
That's fantastic. So a day that was deflating, and I think it's deflating by definition. I think when you are pure sellers at the trade deadline, it means that you have had a very bad baseball season. And when you have to trade a Geno Suarez and a Merrill Kelly, that is going to leave a mark. And when you end up having to give away Shelby Miller to get out from $2 million of Jordan Montgomery. Now, there's still some tentacles to that trade, depending on what Shelby Miller may or may not do with the Brewers. But all told, and then retaining Zach Gallen, I don't think it's anything that anybody wanted. I think that deep down, Zach Gallen is probably looking forward to resetting, maybe in a real competitive situation.
Maybe. But, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say I don't understand the fans that, A, are upset that the players were traded in the first place, or B, about the return. This is, there's nothing concrete about it. And I know the Diamondbacks got good grades from those who grade trades in real time for the return they were able to get, especially in the Kelly deal with the 3 pitching prospects coming from Texas. But you can't, baseball trades, you can't grade them for years.
Oh, no, it's impossible.
But let's go down the road of, all right, what if they did nothing? And nothing changed in the second half of the season, and these players said, you know what, we want to come back and give it another shot.
Yeah.
There's no guarantee that the Diamondbacks would be any better next year.
No. Yeah, listen, I'm not arguing that point. I think the Diamondbacks did exactly what they needed to do.
Absolutely. I totally agree.
I am an advocate that they needed to sell off some assets and get some prospects and try to hit reset with something different. As I said in the column I wrote today, as I said earlier today, for whatever reason, this team that we had prior to the trade deadline was a bad mix. Whoever is to blame or who's ever at fault, collectively it was a bad mix, particularly for this manager. And they had to do what they did. And I also think the haul they got for Geno Suarez, while I've read that there's some disappointment in what the market brought to bear, I'm okay with the fact that you got a good young piece in Tyler Locklear who might be a guy. I don't know what else you could hope for when you're trading off a rental player. And so I'm not necessarily quibbling with their return. It's just the whole thing. The season has been a debacle. The trade deadline, the rumors started really early for this baseball club. It obviously took a chunk out of this team. And then as a result, what you got back in return, you might wonder, what the heck happened to this market here? So I think more than anything, it's just deflating because you had to say goodbye to two guys that fans really gravitated to. And it's an acknowledgement that this great attempt at winning in 2025 turned out to be a big swing and a miss.
Yeah, I thought one of the interesting things that Mike Hazen was asked yesterday when all was said and done, with Zach Gallen still being on the roster, they made the Josh Naylor trade real early in this process. It was, it wasn't right at the deadline. Josh Naylor has been with the Mariners now for a week.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Hazen was asked, because he talked about, maybe we announced ourselves as sellers too early. And would things have been different if it was Gallen who was moved earlier in the week? Here was Mike Hazen's answer on that.
Oh, no. I wouldn't have had a deal. I wouldn't have had a deal 3 days ago. No. Nobody would have. I mean, I had all the same level of interest. I had the same level of teams calling me, telling me that they wanted these players. And then we had conversations. It's just there wasn't much there in terms of what we would be willing to do to make a trade. And we told teams that, like, you're going to have to clear a bar. There's a value here for us that we have in holding him. And it just didn't happen.
Yeah, the Zach Gallen experience this year has been puzzling. But this is another thing that might light a fire under a guy who's had a really difficult year. He's been very open and honest about his own struggles, trying to figure out, just doesn't have it.
Mm-hmm.
But think of it this way. This is a guy who in 2023 had the trifecta. He was the opening day starter for his team. He started in the All-Star game and started Game 1 of the World Series. There's not a lot of pitchers that have that on their resume.
No.
2 years later, he couldn't be dealt at the trade deadline by a seller.
Crazy.
That's
crazy.
That could go one of two ways. It could light a fire. It could lead to more of the same in the second half.
A guy who was pitching a no-hitter in a World Series game for 7 innings?
Mm-hmm. Here was also Mike Hazen on his message to the fan base after what the Diamondbacks did at the trade deadline.
Obviously, I think I've repeated myself many different times on this, that we're exceptionally disappointed in where this season went. I think unfortunately, in my job and where we're at looking forward and trying to put the best team on the field for 2026, certainly the best for the rest of 2025 to our ability. But in 2026, I have to face the reality of where our feet are, how we're playing, and we just didn't play well enough. And where we were in relation to those teams we were chasing was not a good spot for me to feel like we have in years past. Even when we haven't been in a playoff spot, we've bought. Unfortunately, this team wasn't playing in a caliber or way that I felt the same. And I have to make those decisions. And, if that those baseball decisions don't always align with what I know the fans want to see. And I respect that. And we understand. And I don't do that lightly. This is very complicated to make that decision given how all in we went in at the beginning of the season.
Yeah, and I feel the disappointment that Mike Hazen is talking about. Obviously, it's been a rough watch this season, especially in the last 2 weeks. But I think this represents a changing of the lens. You're looking for different things now. And Mike Hazen talked about Jordan Lawler getting ramped up in his rehab, he's going to get some time at Reno, but for much of the remainder of this schedule, we should see Jordan Lawler playing third base.
Yeah.
Under a different circumstance than the first time he was up. And he did not look ready for Major League Baseball when he was called up. But he was also sprinkled in games for a team that was that had expectations, that was contending for a playoff spot. I'm not sitting here saying the Diamondbacks aren't going to try to win games in the remainder of the schedule. They are. It's going to be much tougher because there's young players. But Jordan Lawler is going to be afforded the opportunity to play every day, ideally, without the pressure of being in a playoff chase. That can pay dividends down the road.
Yeah.
The same thing for Tyler Locklear. That starts tonight. He should be the starting first baseman in the lineup tonight when they play the A's.
Yeah. So I'm real excited to see what this kid looks like. Like I said, he's been tearing it up at Tacoma. He made some serious swing adjustments from what I read, and you even heard Mike Hazen say the same thing. And if you find the first baseman of your future, there will be no questioning the Geno Suarez trade.
True. Last chance to join the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. Text FANTASY to 620-620. Battle your favorite host for bragging rights and the Fantasy Football Championship belt. Spots are almost gone, so text FANTASY to 620-620 now. The Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy, presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. Don't forget to book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. Coming up next, we turn our focus to the NBA and beyond. What are you up to, LeBron James? That and more next. Bickley and Murata mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs make more deals at the MLB trade deadline.
Diamondbacks sent out 6 players. Eugenio Suarez, Josh Naylor, Randall Grichuk, Merrill Kelly, Shelby Miller, and shockingly, Jordan Montgomery. Zach Gallen is not out.
You don't have to worry about a trade now. You think maybe he can just settle in and pitch better?
Maybe. I wonder about that. I wonder if he can just relax now.
Relax. Trade deadline's over. You're not going anywhere.
Yeah.
D-backs breaking news and play-by-play is on the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
If you are ready for a new life with a brand new smile, you need to know about New Life Dental Implant Center. And I'm telling you that because when I visited their Scottsdale facility, I could not believe how many people were getting fitted for a new smile. And because in many cases, that new smile is giving them their life and their dignity back. In fact, one of our listeners, a patient named Daniel, endured years of unsuccessful dental treatments leading to frustration, diminished self-esteem. After choosing dental implants at New Life Dental Implant Center, he experienced a remarkable transformation, regaining his smile and his confidence. New Life Dental Implant Center, revolutionizing the industry, making it easier, faster, more affordable than ever. They offer amazing quality, unbeatable prices. Everything is done in one location, which means you're not bouncing around to different offices. They've even got an in-house laboratory, which means faster turnaround, higher quality control, and the entire process is 100% digital, which means your implants are going to turn out perfect. At New Life Dental Implant Center, that new smile, that new you, one phone call away, 602-855-0000, online at newsmilearizona.com.
A couple years ago, I was in the bathroom at the airport when I dropped my smartphone in the toilet. Not smart. I was multitasking when I should have been focused on the job at hand. Embarrassing, but I'm not alone. According to Google, 7 million other multitaskers accidentally dropped their phones into the bowl last year. A gentle reminder that right now you can get yourself a brand new Samsung Galaxy A36 absolutely free with a $35 plan from Pure Talk. The A36 comes with scratch-resistant Gorilla Glass and a battery that'll last all day, along with unlimited talk, text, and data on America's most dependable 5G network. In other words, it's tough and smart. Something to think about next time you're multitasking in the necessary. Just dial pound 250, say keyword micro to get your free phone today. You can make the switch in just 10 minutes. That's pound 250. Say micro to switch to a no-nonsense smartphone and a company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Draft season is here, and there's no better place to kick it off than DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale. Join Burns and Gambo and your favorite Arizona sports host for the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Draft Party, Friday, August 8th from 2 till 6. And don't forget, you can book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings Sportsbook. Enjoy a reserved space, a custom DraftKings draft board, and personalized food and drink packages for your whole league. DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale, the place to be this football season. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here on such short notice. This place isn't bugged, is it?
Bugged? Wait, Jamie, what's going on?
It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. Do you see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there?
Yeah?
That's all I paid for it.
I think I need to get back to you on that.
Do you know what you want?
Yeah, I do now.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the car or SUV you've always wanted, plus America's best warranty at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. The guilt is real, but so is the savings.
Listen, I don't want to get in your business, but if that's all she paid for it, I'll have what she's having.
It's a great day for a new Hyundai at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event going on now. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, and Santa Fe hybrid models. And check out our other great deals at your Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends September 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Celebrate the baseball season with Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing, the official beer partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for a shot at 4 tickets to the August 9th D-back Star Wars night game against Colorado. Courtesy of Four Peaks Brewing. Message and data rates may apply.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The 2025 Arizona Diamondbacks will be defined by sadness, sloppiness, and softness, writes Dan Bickley. The D-backs held on to starting pitcher Zach Gallen at the trade deadline, and Cardinals rookie corner Will Johnson is cementing himself on and off the field. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
So it's a totally different league, which it's really interesting because it appears that a lot of people think there's much more appetite for additional basketball than the NBA and EuroLeague and FIBA and everything that we have. This is different. It first was reported about, I believe it was in January, that Maverick Carter was looking to raise $5 billion for this league. We at FOS reported pretty quickly that LeBron is not involved in the Maverick Carter League, which, of course, begs the question, why was LeBron on that yacht? I would go on the yacht if I was invited, even if I wasn't involved in the business venture. So that's perhaps the answer. But it would be a different thing. The NBA is exploring its own European league as well. In fact, Adam Silver and the Deputy Commissioner Mark Tatum were in Europe, I believe London, and perhaps they're traveling this week to speak to people about that league. So it's not clear when either of these leagues will launch, but it seems like there's momentum for potentially both of them happening.
That's the voice of Ben Horney, writer for Front Office Sports Talk.
How does he spell his last name?
Horney. Wow.
Please continue.
There's so many of these.
So many.
These jokes that
so
we can
many.
make.
So
But
many.
We're more mature than that.
If Jared
We'll
were
do
here-
it
No, we're
during
not
the
yet.
commercial
Right,
break.
We don't want to get derailed because this is a story that I think is going to become quite the tinderbox in the NBA, if you will. The idea that there might be a group attempting to do a kind of live golf thing to the NBA is quite something. And it's even more quite something when the one spearheading this new league is Maverick Carter, who is LeBron James's businessman. You can argue whether or not LeBron is involved, whether he should have even been on that boat, but give me a break. This is Maverick Carter. This is his closest business associate.
Yeah, but what Ben said in that soundbite, too, I, even if I wasn't involved, I'd go on the yacht. This is LeBron James. He's a billionaire. He can get his own yacht. He has his own yacht.
It's not a new experience for him. Oh, cool. Can I go with? I've never been on a yacht, Mav. No, that's not what happened.
I remember having a pretty strong reaction to the story when it was first reported without the LeBron James involvement. When it was just Maverick Carter, I kind of felt the same way.
Mm-hmm.
Maverick Carter got rich off LeBron James in the NBA.
Without a doubt. You said something in the 7 o'clock hour that I want to vibe on right now because as somebody who does not like LeBron James, I have that right as a fan. I do not like him. But one thing I will say as an opinion that is based on fact, I'm not sure a great NBA player has ever done more damage to the NBA than LeBron James. I am talking about the team hopping. I'm talking about the player empowerment era when everything is about serving your own wants and your own needs and you don't care about the fans or anything else but yourself. This all gets dated to LeBron. LeBron is the one at the root of all of this. So for all of his greatness on the basketball court, of which you cannot deny, he has done a lot of damage to a league that has made him a billionaire. And if he's involved in this is a venture that is going to try to mess with the NBA. And you've got $5 billion in it, and you're looking to get 6 men's teams and 6 women's teams. You can imagine who they're going after.
They're going after the big fish.
The big fish. And like Live Tour and PGA golfers, they're going to find people who are like, heck yeah, I'll take that huge bag. I don't care about the NBA. I don't want to play back-to-backs. I don't want to work that hard. I'll take that bag, though. Screw the NBA. There will be guys who say that. And it will be directly, and will it ever get to the fact of what Live Golf has done to the PGA Tour? NBA is too smart for that. But it can do some considerable damage.
Am I safe to make the statement most real golf fans were turned off by the dealings of Live Golf.
Without a doubt. The idea that we're supposed to care about team golf, yeah.
So couldn't you cut and paste the reaction, even if it's because those were the big fish from the PGA Tour that went over there. The guys that were moving or getting close to moving the needle, at least from a television standpoint. I know basketball is a different sport. It's more popular, way more popular in the United States than golf is, but I have a hard time not being able or not seeing a cut and paste thing where you can cut and paste the reaction. If this was a rival league started up by whomever that went after big fish in the NBA and was able to lure them away, I don't think the interest would be there.
Well, listen, I think the interest of fans in the product is something completely separate from the damage it can do to the NBA. I think they're two different things. I think you're right about what you say. But imagine if they poach Caitlin Clark. Imagine if Caitlin goes, yeah, I'll definitely take that $200 million you're offering me because I've got no love for the W. Look at the way they've treated me. I'm gone. I'm out of here. What if they get Victor Wembanyama and Luka? I'm just saying the damage they can do, we've seen it on the PGA Tour. Nobody cares about Live Golf. It's unwatchable.
Yeah, but players in the NBA, they all have one thing in common. They all dreamt about playing in the NBA.
That's what people said about the PGA Tour, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I brought this point. I think the PGA Tour, that was a wake-up call for them because they had the attitude of, like, yeah, what else are you going to do? This is where the best players play. I don't think the NBA is that damaged, quite honestly.
No. The NBA, there's also another fundamental difference. When Live Golf went and poached Phil Mickelson, who then made it okay for guys like John Rahm and Brooks Koepka and Dustin Johnson and Cam Smith and Joaquin Neiman and a lot of other really good players, what they did is they left the PGA Tour without very much star power at all. Thankfully, Scotty Scheffler has kind of morphed into that dude and is going to probably help save the PGA Tour. The NBA will have no shortage of star power no matter who decides to jump and take the money if we get to this point. The NBA is much better equipped to sustain losses of greedy star players who don't care about history and playing the best competition than the PGA Tour was.
Well, this is par for the course for this summer, the summer of LeBron. It's been marked by passive aggressiveness. Yesterday, he also posted an Instagram a picture of him working out. And he's working out in front of a Clippers backdrop with a Clippers logo. And there's reasons for that I'll get into. But the caption is the most important thing. The caption says, "Say whatever you want, but you damn sure won't be able to say I didn't put in the work. We'll see what happens when I no longer exist. Man, F this blank."
What? Okay. Does he really
Look how hard I work, everyone.
I know.
Like the accomplishments aren't enough.
I get so bothered by this kind of propaganda from players working out during the summertime.
Yeah, and the reason why he's working out, he didn't have to take the picture in front of the Clippers logo, but the reason why it's there is Clutch, the agency owned by Rich Paul, another faction of the LeBron James influence on basketball. They took over that facility from the Clippers when they moved into Intuit Center, and they haven't changed the signage yet.
Oh.
Get on that. You're missing a branding opportunity. How great would that look if LeBron was kneeling down and, quote-unquote, putting the work in front of a Clutch logo as opposed to a Clippers logo? It was exhausting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Maybe we should be rooting for this. Take your ball and go overseas, LeBron.
Yeah, right. I'm just saying the gall, though, for LeBron, if LeBron is going to be involved on some level, and I would be stunned if he wasn't, if this league launches in 2026, he probably will retire, and then he'll become part of this in some fashion.
And then somehow he'll still be able to own a Vegas franchise.
What if, then this is just like your opinion on LeBron James, what if his involvement is strictly from a financial standpoint in just equity in these teams, equity in the league?
It's still traitorous, in my opinion.
It's financial decision.
He does need the money, Sammy. He is hurting.
Exactly.
He doesn't have any of those revenue opportunities. here in the States based on the NBA.
But isn't there a level of ingratitude with that?
Absolutely.
I mean, it's not acknowledging that I am a billionaire on the backs of great players who came before me. It's classic LeBron, and it's disgusting.
Yeah,
to me.
take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Bickley and Murata Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Coming up next, Gino Suarez joining Josh Naylor in the Seattle Mariners lineup. We'll get the reaction from Seattle. Shannon Dreyer, who covers the M's for Seattle Sports, will join us next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 this afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app at 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Having, growing, maintaining a real grass lawn can be very hard to do in Arizona, if not close to impossible. I tried it once. It was an absolute disaster. And this is one area where my friends at Turf Monsters can give you a great alternative. Turf Monsters, a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley, which means they can give you that beautiful, green, sparkling lawn without the seeding, without the mess, without the work, without the hassles, without the water bills. All of their turfs are of the premium, highest quality. I've seen them myself in their warehouse. They look fantastic. And once they install that, Turf Monsters can also take care of the maintenance, making sure your turf is always looking great, feeling great, always free of debris. In fact, through the end of the summer, they're offering 25% off turf care special, another incentive if you've always been looking to ditch that front yard of dull rocks and replace it with a beautiful green popping lawn. Turf Monsters, a one-stop shop that can build you the backyard of your dreams no matter what you're looking for. Customers rave about their dedication, their professionalism, and the quality of their finished product. Go check them out online at turfmonstersaz.com or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer lets you easily compare direct rates from different insurance companies, so you can be confident you're getting the right one, even if it's not with Progressive. Way more confident than you were when you tried online gaming. Who knew 12-year-old boys could be so mean? And where did they learn to swear like that? 2 hours of losing to these underage trash talkers, and you're starting to question if maybe you really should stick to pickleball and other boomer stuff. So use Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer and be confident you're getting insurance that's right for you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Lowe's knows hot deals help you get the most out of summer. Get up to 30% off select major appliances and get it delivered as soon as next day. Plus, get up to 30% off select patio furniture, grills, outdoor power equipment, and more. These end-of-season savings won't last long. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Valid on eligible in-stock orders in select locations. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/delivery for more details.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing and electrical, the MLB trade deadline has come and gone, and your Arizona Diamondbacks now look a little different. After trading Josh Naylor, Randall Grichuk, Eugenio Suarez, they dealt starter Merrill Kelly to the Texas Rangers in return for 3 pitching prospects, and they also moved on from Shelby Miller and Jordan Montgomery in a trade, sending them to the Milwaukee Brewers. And here's General Manager Mike Hazen on the brand of baseball he hopes to see from his team moving forward.
A competitive one. Yeah, it may look a little different, take a different shape offensively. Even with those guys in the lineup this last week, we haven't really been smoking the baseball, so we need to get back. I know the trade deadline was probably a little bit of a distraction. It's not an excuse, but I acknowledge that it was probably a distraction. I would expect that we get back now. We're cleared through this, and I want us to go out there and play competitive baseball.
The Snakes are in Sacramento tonight and start a 3-game series with the A's. First pitch will be at 7:05, and you can hear it on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by BTYB Bud Light, official beer partner of the Arizona Cardinals. Bring home the tailgate this season with Bud Light.
Hey, it's Luke. Why did the Diamondbacks trade Eugenio Suarez? We'll ask their general manager, Mike Hazen, at 11:45. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports. We continue here on the Friday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports up until 10 o'clock. We'll get our first look at the new look Arizona Diamondbacks, minus all the players they traded tonight as they take on the A's in Sacramento. Already saw the debut of Gino Suarez, making his re-debut, I guess, in Seattle as a Mariner. Here to talk about all of it with us. She covers the Mariners for Seattle Sports, our sister station in Washington. Shannon Dreyer, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. Shannon, good morning. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
If Game 1 was any indication, positive boost from Gino Suarez, 6-0 win over the Rangers. But I wanted to start with, was I was able to hear your retelling of how Gino rejoined the Mariners in Sacramento on the team plane. For our listeners who haven't heard that story, can you retell it, Shannon?
Sure. There was just great drama after it was learned that the Mariners had reacquired Gino Suarez, and he's a beloved player in Seattle, both in the clubhouse and with the fan base. He was part of the 22 team that broke the drought, and just a wonderful, wonderful personality. And so a lot of joy when they found out that he was rejoining the club. And as we were trying to find out the return and whatnot, we looked at where the Diamondbacks were, and it was crazy. It was like, wow, they're on their way to Sacramento. And so then there was the question of, could he be here? Could he leave with the team? That would be dramatic. And we started doing the flight aware thing and all of that to try and find out where Gino was. And when we left the Sacramento complex to head for the airport, Gino was not with the team, although the Diamondbacks truck had pulled up right before we left, and they grabbed his bag and threw it under the bus. So, well, that was cool. If we didn't have him, at least we had the bag. When we got to the airport, and this was a night game, and we had a game last night as well. So we get to the airport probably about 11:30, and we're sitting on the plane, and it seems like it's been a little while. And I got the tip and the heads up, so I looked out for it, and all of a sudden you saw a car pull up alongside the airplane, and it was Gino and his family, and the team did not know. So they were able to. They asked Gino, hey, Gino had set up transportation to get back to Seattle, but they asked, would you like to come on the plane? We've got 4 seats. We can let you bring your family with you. And he said, sure. So at right around midnight, Gino and family, they get on the plane, and nobody knew, and everybody just started cheering. It was a neat moment. And then what happened, I'm not going to forget what happened next, but this is pure Gino Suarez. He went up and down the aisles and hugged literally everyone on the club. Wow. He hugged the teammates. Luis Castillo is a really good friend of his from his Reds day. Long hug for Luis. Dan Wilson, the manager. Everybody in every row. The next thing you know, it's the trainers, it's the PR staff, it's the media, it's the TV production truck guys. Everybody on that plane got a hug. And it was just a wonderful moment.
What a dramatic, awesome way to begin a second chapter with the Mariners. You could see it last night after he doubles, and the cameras are panning the crowd, and just the love even fans were showering him with. How did that relationship, because we experienced it in Arizona, the vibes that Gino gives off and the way people just gravitate to him. How does that play out with the Seattle audience?
You know, it was awesome because when he was traded over from the Reds, he was coming over with Jesse Winker, who was the headliner of that group, and nobody knew who Gino Suarez was. All you knew was I think he led the league in strikeouts that year.
Yeah.
And they were like, great, that's the last thing the Mariners need. And he wasn't particularly good at third base either. And he got to work with Perry Hill and just about turned himself into a Gold Glover. And he has just a personality and a light to him that I think that fans just caught on too quickly. You saw it in the interviews. You saw he's a little bit playful. And then, you know, they had a lot of celebrations. It was a good year that he joined the team, and he was in the middle of all of the celebrations. And you heard from teammates, you know, all of a sudden, who's the most important person in the clubhouse? Who's kind of the clubhouse leader? And his name just kept coming up. And so you learn more about him. And, of course, he had the success. He hit a lot of home runs quickly. He turned into a great defensive third baseman quickly. And everybody gravitated towards him. And one of the coolest right there with the airplane, one of the things that I got to do is that when they ended the drought, they hadn't been to the playoffs in decades. They had a small celebration in the clubhouse before the media was let in, and a small group of us were actually let in for that celebration, just standing on the outskirts of it. And they all had on the goggles. They were ready to go. The clubhouse was prepared with the plastic, and Scott Service gave a little speech, and they were all cheering. And then he had Robbie Ray say a couple of words, and then they handed the first bottle of champagne to pop to Gino. He popped the first bottle of champagne in that celebration, which just tells you everything you need to know of his standing in that clubhouse.
Wow. Shannon Dreyer, who covers the Mariners for Seattle Sports, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Mariners are being lauded as one of the winners of the trade deadline. They get Naylor, they get Suarez. They're equipped to make a run. But for the return coming back to the Diamondbacks, I think most fans right now that aren't too sad about Gino leaving, they're excited to see what Tyler Locklear can give at first base. Can you give our fans a little bit of a snapshot, what you've seen from Tyler Locklear in the Seattle organization?
Yeah, Tyler Locklear is one of those players, I believe he's 25 right now, who has come up through the organization, was originally drafted as a third baseman, and pretty quickly put over at first base. And he had a small cup of coffee, about 50 plate appearances. Last year, didn't do much. I think he hit 150 and struck out a gazillion times and looked okay at first base. And he was, I think he left and went to the Diamondbacks as the Mariners' ninth-ranked prospect, which is really saying something in that the Mariners have some of the top prospects in the game, one of the best systems. And it was, I think, one of those situations where it was good for him to come up and see what the big leagues are all about, get into a little bit of a routine, try to get comfortable, and then go back and get to work on everything that he saw in his game and that he learned in that time. And by all reports, that's exactly what he did. He is coming off an insane July. His OPS in the month of July was over a 1.3. And since the start of June, he's hit 15, I believe, home runs.
Wow.
He made a swing change. He just lowered his hands, which really didn't change anything about the swing, just how he got to it. It was a lot cleaner in that, a lot less movement, and that has smoothed everything out. And, you know, he comes over with about a 950 OPS for the season. It's going to be a little bit of strikeout, but it hasn't been too much for the kind of hitter he is. And now the question is this going to translate at the big league level? And it was tough to see him come up the first time because I just got the feeling that he didn't get enough of a look. 50 plate appearances is really nothing. He needs that runway. I think the Diamondbacks are going to be able to provide that to him. You know, I wouldn't expect what you were seeing from him in the minors right away. That takes time. There are very few players that come up and are their minor league selves when they get up. But I think that if he gets a good amount of runway, a good amount of play. I think he's a pretty smart player over there. I think he knows himself as a hitter. He knows his approach. And then the last piece of that was I do think he needed serious work at first base. Mariners have the same coach that turned Gino Suarez into a very good, and I know he's fallen off in the last year, but he was a plus defense over at third when he left Seattle. Perry Hill has done some very good things with Tyler Locklear and, you know, taught him the position. It's not a matter of just going over there and standing there. Footwork is a lot better. He's a lot more athletic. He was very stiff over there. And in the offseason, Perry, who I believe is about 75, challenged him to go and take yoga classes in the off season. And Tyler told him, I'll do it if you do it. And so Perry had to take some yoga classes too.
That's great.
And the result was he showed up in spring training just much more athletic around the bag and much more comfortable in what he was doing.
All right, real quickly, like Geno Suarez, Josh Naylor made a real attempt to get into a Mariners uniform and their lineup as fast as possible, and it appears he's had a really good effect as well, stealing bases in his first 4 games, going deep. What has Josh brought to the club?
We're really learning a lot about him, and quickly. He sat down and had the first, extensive interview with all of us yesterday, and whoa. I mean, there's a portion of it when he was talking about his game and his beliefs, and I went to our video guy and I said, I think we just need to run this and put music behind it. It sounded almost like, baseball movie talk. It was like good talk, and it was very, very interesting. And, just kind of his whole demeanor, very different. If Geno is the light and the sunshine in the dugout, Josh Naylor obviously brings some edge. And I think that's something that Mariners could probably use. And I mean, it was hilarious. He's like, yeah, I don't really talk to anybody over at first base. And it's not that I'm mean or anything, but yeah, I've got 3, 4, 5 different things that I should be focusing on when I'm over there. And it was great, but he has, we've learned he's a hitter. He is an incredibly heads up baseball player. And, he stole his 16th base last night, and I believe he's got steals in 5 of the 6 games that he's played in, and he's got no business whatsoever having 10 steals, let alone 16. He's got one of the slowest foot speeds in baseball, yet that's how smart he is. And watching him and the timing and how he was timing it, he is a fun watch out there, and the players are getting to know him. His work ethic he really blew me away in Sacramento. He was the first one on the field the first 2 days that we were there, and he grabbed the hitting coach, Kevin Seitzer, and just went out by himself in 95-degree weather in Sacramento and hit with the hitting coach for a half an hour. And it was clearly working on things. And then on the second day, brought Cal Raleigh out there with him. And to watch those two work together, it was a lot of fun to see. So great. I think he is somebody, we'll see what happens, but I wouldn't be surprised if the Mariners are interested. And perhaps, this is somebody we'd like to keep around for a long time. We'll see. But love the personality, love the heads up, a good hitter. I think they had him hitting 5th last night. It'd be very interesting to see. They completely shuffled their lineup last night, and it needed it. And all of a sudden you had Randy Arozarena leading off for you, and you go all the way down to number 6 for Jorge Polanco, who is, when healthy, a very fine hitter. It's made a huge difference, and he's a big part of that.
Shannon, thanks so much for the time and the insight. Really appreciate it.
You've got it, guys.
Thank you. Shannon Dreyer covers the Mariners for Seattle Sports, our sister station up in Seattle. She joined us on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, a major college football coach has called out the soft nature of today's athlete. We'll tell you more what he said next. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is coming in August. You'll hear from the patients and families getting life-saving care at one of our country's premier children's hospital networks. The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y-Refi.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. One of the coolest things I've noticed about Advanced Window Products is their vibe. Their motto is to approach customers as friendships. They're family-owned and locally operated. One of their co-owners, by the way, Nate Orchard, former NFL linebacker. Sports fans might remember him. And that's exactly how they roll. It's a family affair. You never feel like you're dealing with a big corporation or a big company. And not surprisingly, they're the highest-rated window company in the state with the most affordable, high-quality custom windows you are going to find. And I can say that because there's no middleman at Advanced Window Products. They've got their own factory in the valley where they're going to build your windows, specifically built for our scorching climate. Then they install them. Then they guarantee them for life. And if anything ever happens, if a rock or a golf ball breaks one of the windows, no questions asked. They come out and they replace it. No stress, no red tape. So if you need new windows like I do what I did. Call Advanced Window Products. Take advantage of their great summertime special where you will get $2,500 off on any purchase of 10 or more windows. 480-764-2002. Online at advancedwindows.com.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end. The homemade taste of bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
open the lid on a carton of Bluebell Homemade in the Shade, and you'll have it made, so to speak. It's a combination of our top-selling homemade vanilla ice cream with a swirl of rich chocolate fudge sauce. Enjoy an instant classic.
The good old days are being made right now. The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell half gallons, $5.99 each at Albertsons and Safeway now through August 5th.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Hey guys, lose fat, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. If you've noticed a lack of energy, brain fog, or trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. It's more common than you think, and it's treatable. Truth is, men today have 20% lower testosterone than even their dads had. But there's a solution, and you'll find it at Red Mountain Weight Loss. We offer full-strength testosterone as an injection or tablet. And we're not talking about a supplement here. We're talking about prescription-only testosterone, because no supplement can match the boost you get from actual testosterone. It'll give you more energy, greater focus, better sleep, more lean muscle mass, and it'll boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. Book your free video consultation with one of our licensed doctors today and regain your energy, strength, and vitality. And for a limited time, we'll even waive the startup fee. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
Hey, it's Gambo. We'll be live from Cardinals training camp, as long as my voice holds up, to get you the latest from the practice field and how the team is progressing in camp week 2. Join us at straight up 2 o'clock on the Burns and Gambo Show.
There's a lot of guys that have plenty of mental toughness and hard edge, whatever you want to call it. I think generally, again, I'm giving an opinion. I'm not going on a political rant or nothing like that, but I think generally we're softer as a society. We're softer as athletes. But that, I don't really necessarily blame anybody, because everything they're going around is like, how do we make it easier for them? Everyone can make it easy instead of making things harder for them, so they learn how to, to go through hard times.
Rich Rod. Remember him, Bick?
Yeah, I do.
He's back in the Big 12.
I always like Rich Rodriguez.
He's back at West Virginia, and that was part of his press conference yesterday, where he talked about players getting generally softer.
Yeah.
And then he went on, and I'm trying to find the exact part I'm looking
Just
for.
Just pick it up where you left off. It's all fantastic.
Let's see where I am right now.
I'd say, hey, I'm going to go play lacrosse or something, just so I can have. But I played every sport, so it wasn't to get out of the garden, but that was a side benefit. You know what I'm saying? But, so, the people in this state, how they work. You've seen people, whether coal miners or, anybody. It's not always easy. Our guys got it pretty good. You know what I mean? Y'all been through this building? Have you seen how we eat? You seen all the services we have? They got it pretty good. They live in a fantasy world. I don't mind telling you, do that. We live, coaches too, because we get these benefits. We live in a fantasy world. We want for nothing. You want food, you want medical help, you want, job help, you want financial help. We got cold tubs, hot tubs. I mean, we even got an ice cream machine. We just got it yesterday. Maybe 2 days before we get it all cranked up. Well, damn, this stuff, I mean, it's top level stuff, man. An ice cream machine, free. And probably even have the sprinkles to put on it. I mean, golly. So...
Fantastic stuff from Rich Rodriguez that kind of illustrates really what it's like to be a young athlete and what it's like to coach young athletes, because not only does the NIL money change probably their demeanor and their coachability and their mindset, but the facilities that colleges now invest in, these young athletes, I love it. I love what he said. They're living in a fantasy world.
I'm so glad somebody finally said it.
Yeah.
Because look, it would be really irresponsible now for any college athlete to come out and say the things that like Shabazz Napier said once upon a time. Remember his comments at the end of his career at Connecticut where he said he went to bed hungry a lot.
That's right.
And
that's right.
There was the cream cheese scandal. Cream cheese with the bagel was an impermissible benefit. So the whole landscape has changed. But I've always felt this way, Bick. I was not a college athlete. I was not on scholarship, but I was around college athletics. I traveled with the ASU women's basketball team for 4 years, or went on the road. This was 2000 to 2004. This was before any NIL stuff. And one of my takeaways was, wow, these athletes do live pretty well.
Wow. And yes, they do. And I love how he punctuated it, but with free ice cream? Can you with sprinkles?
Look, a couple of preseasons ago, it's probably a few years now, when ASU opened up its new facility. And we went and we took the tour. How were you not blown away by that?
I was. Yeah. And it looks antiquated now compared to what other teams are offering.
Yes.
It's you go down to the SEC and it is some of these facilities, they're just insane, and that is the game now in college football. And this is kind of what Kenny Dillingham is getting at. He's really making a strong push for this indoor training center permanent structure, not the bubble that they have now, which is not the greatest, permanent structure that can be converted on game days to serve for indoor tailgating. And he wants to kind of create that raucous atmosphere. In fact, he even wants to duplicate the energy they have at the 16th hole of the WM Phoenix Open. Now, that whole thing, they did that at Oregon. It cost $15 million. I don't know what the proposed price tag is here. Did Kenny say 8, or am I imagining
They
that?
want to raise $15 million, and the university would cover the rest.
Got it.
It's interesting to note the facility at Oregon, the Mashofsky Center, has been it's been open since the late 90s. So that's $15 million in $1990.
Yeah. So it's much more than 15.
Yeah, and I've actually been inside that facility. It's really cool to see what they do to the facility on game day, which is when I was there, to see the tailgating going on. They bring the team on their walkthrough. They walk right through the tailgate, and it creates this energy.
Yeah.
It was really cool. And why shouldn't ASU have something like that? ASU has plans to be one of the big boys.
Mm-hmm.
And people have always talked about it for decades. As long as I've lived here, they've talked about it, and it seems like they're closer now with Kenny Dillingham in the fold and Graham Rossini at the controls of the athletic department. They're closer now to making that a reality
than they've ever been.
Yes,
than they have ever been. Now, here's a couple things. So to get to that status, to get to that big boy status, this is going to be an essential component. You've got to get into that amenities game the way all these other great schools do, and Kenny Dillingham knows it. And he knows exactly what elements he needs to connect to be that program on a perennial basis. You need the fan support. You need crazy fans who support everything you do. You need fans who come out to the first game no matter if it's an opponent you've even heard of or not. And then you need the facilities and the amenities and all that kind of stuff. When this thing gets done, if this thing gets done, and they want to get a shovel into the ground and have it done in 2 years, it will further separate the distance between the football program and what they've received and the basketball program and what they've received.
True.
There will be, because at one point in time, both were kind of stuck with antiquated facilities.
Yeah, you saw what they did to Sun Devil Stadium at the time, completely refurbished it. That has not happened.
No.
At Desert Financial Arena.
So the other thing with this is I think it's really, really cool that they're thinking in big terms and that Graham Rossini and Michael Crow understand this is the guy.
But
this is the time.
Here's one of the things I love about Kenny Dillingham is like he's way into this and wants it to happen, make it a reality, because it is about amenities and that is currency in college football. But next week, they're also going up to the opposite of amenities at Camp Tonazona to rough it for a few days. As a reminder of how things used to be. I love that. Legendary comedian Bill Engvall heads to Talking Stick Resort November 2nd. Tickets go on sale today at 10 a.m. You could win a pair now by visiting the contest page at arizonasports.com. Social studies coming up with Sammy Sabolka at the controls. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. 90 players enter State Farm Stadium at the beginning of camp. Only 53 can earn a spot on the final roster. Motor and violence. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. The Red Reckoning. On your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7. The app. YouTube channel. ArizonaSports.com.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to goodrx.com/GLP. That's goodrx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
When you're hurt in an accident, results matter, and Sweet James stands above all the rest. They deliver the best medical care, the most amount of money, and justice to every single injured victim. You're not just another number. You're a real person who deserves the best. Oftentimes, the attorneys at Sweet James represent a second chance at life for many clients. They take that seriously. If you're ever hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Worried your AC won't survive another Arizona summer? Don't sweat it. Collins Comfort Masters has your back. As your local Lennox dealer, they'll pay you up to $2,500 to upgrade your old system with their AC buyback deal. Get a brand new high-efficiency Lennox system and enjoy reliable comfort all summer long. Collins is trusted by the community with over 10,000 five-star reviews. Call Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
The summer sales event is on at America's most awarded Ford dealership for complete customer satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Now get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. Plus, big Sanderson discounts and Ford incentives. Get a new 2024 Escape ST line for only $26,599. New 2024 Bronco Sport Big Benz for $30,899. And new 2025 F-150 Super Crew STX trucks for $43,500. All three offers include the no-charge premium maintenance plan. Get it all with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
No charge maintenance plan available on most models. Escape stock number 246582, Bronco Sport 245938, F-150 255193. Prices include Sanderson discounts and Ford rebates. All offers expire 9/2/25.
Sanderson Ford.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a great opportunity for you to win tickets to the sold-out UMB Bank Fiesta Sports Foundation football kickoff event presented by the Fairmont Scottsdale Princess. This prize includes a VIP meet and greet with former Bears quarterback Jim McMahon, a 2-night stay at the Fairmont Scottsdale Princess, and a chance to hear me MC this awesome event on August 15th. Enter to win at arizonasports.com/contests.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks underwent a little bit of a makeover yesterday after dealing Eugenio Suarez and Josh Naylor to the Mariners, Randall Grichuk to the Royals. Yesterday, they sent Merrill Kelly to the Rangers and Shelby Miller and Jordan Montgomery to the Brewers. And here was General Manager Mike Hazen to the Diamondback fan base after the deadline.
Obviously, I think I've repeated myself many different times on this, that we're exceptionally disappointed where this season went. I think unfortunately, in my job and where we're at looking forward and trying to put the best team on the field for 2026, certainly the best for the rest of 2025 to our ability, that those baseball decisions don't always align with what I know the fans want to see, and I respect that, and we understand, and I don't do that lightly. This is very complicated to make that decision given how all in we went in at the beginning of the season.
The D-backs are in action tonight in Sacramento for the first of three with the A's tonight at 7:05, and you can hear it on Arizona Sports 98.7. Elsewhere, the Mercury look to bounce back on the road against the Atlanta Dream. Tip-off will be at 4:30 in that one. And Kyler Murray is feeling more like himself as his leadership continues to grow during Cardinals training camp. This report is brought to you by the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Injured? Call the Berg Simpson Law Firm or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realtor.
9 o'clock hour upon us on this Friday. Here's Sammy to take us through some social studies.
Yes, good morning. Happy Friday. Be sure to follow us on X at Bickley_Murata, where we will be posting our daily questions. So if you want to feel involved, there you go, at Bickley and Murata elsewhere, and on YouTube at Arizona Sports. So we've done a lot of covering the MLB trade deadline today, so I thought we'd start with the Arizona Cardinals and maybe some rumors that Terry McLaurin has requested not rumors there, he has requested a trade from the Commanders. So the question is, it's a poll question, should the Cardinals go trade for Terry McLaurin? The three options are no, too much money. The second, I'm indifferent. Or the third one is go get him.
I always love the I'm indifferent option on a poll question.
Now, you're right, exactly. Now, if Jared had written that question, it would be no, you hump.
Right.
I'm indifferent, you chump.
Yep.
Get him, you
stump.
There you go.
Yes.
Listen, if he's available, I think he would be a great ad. So, all things being equal, and if it's actually gettable, get him.
Yeah, let's go for it.
Yeah, let's
do
it.
$35 million in cap space.
Come on.
What for?
It would help answer some questions, I think.
Doesn't collect interest.
That's right.
So you say get him, Vinny?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
42% of the vote says get him. And then pretty much tied at 28, 29 apiece. No, too much money. I'm indifferent. Some of the responses, Mr. Arizona said they absolutely should. Seems like an all-in year, and they still have a lot of cap space. Daylight Films, he says, on the flip side, as a lifelong Washington fan, stay away from Terry and let him stay with his current team. Move along. Nothing to see here. And then Andy Bryant, he said, heck yes. Marvin Harrison Jr., Terry McLaurin at the wideouts, Trey McBride at the tight end would equal the playoffs, you would think. So a lot of people really want to see him possibly do it. Who knows? Might be a little too rich for our blood, or he just goes back to where he came from in Washington. Next, the MLB trade deadline is now over, and for some, it was exhausting following all the action yesterday. For us, how do you feel about where the D-backs team is going moving forward? From maybe the next 50 games that are left, or the next 2+ years in which Mike Hazen is kind of laid out for us?
Look, I think there's, as I've said a couple times now, there's sadness on a couple of different fronts. Losing two players like Geno Suarez, Merrill Kelly, that leaves a mark. Those are two of the more popular guys on the team. I love both of them, so that hurts. And then the second thing is just the concession, the fact that we're tapping out. We're not going to be in the postseason this year. We need to regroup. But I also think it's perfectly appropriate because the team that we saw would lead me to the exact same conclusion that Mike Hazen arrived at. That this ain't it. We need to kind of pivot, reset, and try something different.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to back out of the question, but my answer is honestly how I feel about it. I'm clueless.
Yeah.
I don't know what to expect, and I'm kind of cool with that.
That's fair.
Because we got accustomed on what to expect with the group as it was constructed, with all the injuries mixed in, yes. But it's time to find out about Jordan Lawler. It's time to find out about other position players. Some of these kids who have, been in and out of the lineup. So while I'm bummed, we're likely not talking about any kind of playoff push. I'm excited to see what the future holds.
I think that's a pretty fair answer. Steven Ruiz said, we did the responsible thing. It obviously still hurts to see a lot of quality players and Jordan Montgomery shipped out. And then he said, I'd like to be excited about the new pitching prospects, but if this team could be trusted to develop pitchers, we wouldn't be in this mess in the first place. And then let's go with Brian's answer. Realistically, it had to be done. It sucks, but it's baseball. 8 pitchers and an MLB-ready first baseman coming back isn't bad. They weren't going to the playoffs anyway. Too many injuries forced Hazen's hand. And I'm sure it would have been much different if we didn't lose Burns, Puck, and et cetera, et cetera. But the injuries do suck, but the team we've talked about before, it was a 500 team maybe to begin with. So our last question, I thought we'd have a little bit of fun. It is Friday. The weekend is about an hour away for us, at least. So what does an ideal summer weekend look like for you guys?
It's a great question.
It doesn't happen in Phoenix, Arizona.
No, it doesn't. So
sorry.
We can get creative.
Go ahead, Vic.
So a Friday night would be sort of dinner, maybe out. Saturday would be a round of golf, followed by watching golf, followed by friends in the evening, and then Sunday would be the day with my kids.
There we go.
That's my happy place.
I don't want to open the door on the emptiness of my life by answering this question.
Plead the fifth there. It's fair.
What Bick said.
There we go.
He never invites me, though.
Justin
I've invited you golfing many times.
I know.
Justin Prestegard said 4 or 5 days. He likes the extended weekend. Eddie V says a little Friday night, pizza night with the family, Saturday day, sleep in, do something with the kids, grandkids, Saturday night, date night, maybe at a local brewery, and then Sunday pool day, beer and grill. That's a pretty good weekend.
Like it.
Daylight films another good answer. Well, it's August, the worst month of the year. The Diamondbacks are toast. It's hot. Football season's still a month away, so I'm going to curl up in the fetal position and listen to some Green Day when September comes. Wake me up when September comes. And then the last one, this is an ideal weekend, honestly, from our man Gio. 5 p.m. cocktails on the beach, dinner, and catch up on his weekly shows. 6 a.m. Saturday tea time, some barbecue and baseball in the afternoon, followed with a lazy Sunday with a big family dinner, all, of course, in the lovely San Diego. If you're doing all that in San Diego, that's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, the perfect weekend involves, especially for people on schedules like we are,
yes,
sleeping until you wake up.
Yeah, thank God, tomorrow.
Having the ability to do that.
Yeah.
Cup of coffee in the morning, maybe a light breakfast, some beach time. Oh,
see, for me, and we're here, I mean, I'm here this weekend, but just like you said, sleeping in until you wake up and kind of just rolling about until like noon rolls around and then see what happens for the rest of the day.
Yep.
Got no plans. Who cares? But there we go.
Yeah, I don't like having plans. That's one thing I figured out late in my life.
Is that right?
Plans are not for me.
Is that right?
Yeah, I'm a
just a wing it, get in your car and wing it kind of guy?
Sure.
How does that work out for you when you leave your house and say, I'm going to go drive around and find dinner?
Sometimes I come home hungry. No. It usually works out okay.
Does it? I thought you always had an issue with that.
I'm working on some things.
Oh,
Vic.
good. That's good.
There we go.
Thanks, Sammy.
Yeah.
A reminder, you can take us with you wherever you go. Ooh, there's a harrowing thought. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcast. The Bickley and Murata Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Coming up next, more on that Terry McLaurin possibility. Is it even one? Should it be? We'll tackle it next. Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
If Marvin Harrison Jr. had the season he just had, the rookie season, but this was not the age of social media and a ton of hype coming out of the drafts, if you were on his team in 1987 or whatever, and he had that season as a rookie, would you be upset with that season as a rookie?
No.
Now, he's got to take another step, obviously.
Yes.
But because it is 2025, and they did use a top 5 pick on him, and he's supposed to be generational, but I believe Monty when he says that he's happy with where Marv is right now.
I think the proof is in front of us. Who they signed, who they go get.
Yeah.
It's right there.
Nobody.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
There's a myth in the electronics industry that prices have to be lowest at the big box stores, and that exists because people walk into those stores. You probably see a big screen television at the front, really low price, and you go, wow, I have to shop here. What you don't realize is that television is probably hot garbage that will rob you of quality and experience. One of many reasons you should get in your car and head on down to Walt's TV and Appliance. Here are some more reasons. They'll give you expertise and an extremely knowledgeable staff. They've been serving the Valley since 1957. They'll give you great selection, big screen televisions, all the way up to 115 inches. If you ever wonder what a television that big looks like, they've got it set up in their theater room. You can check that out. All the major name brands you're looking for at Walt's. Great selection of audio components, outdoor televisions, appliances, computers, anything you're looking for. And you don't pay a premium for all of that because Walt's also offers unbeatable prices. To prove it, if you find a price you like somewhere else, bring it to Walt's. Watch them match it. You can also watch them deliver your electronics, same-day delivery, 7 days a week, and you'll enjoy your worry-free installation done by a pro. Finally, when you're at Walt's, drop my name, 10% off installation labor, 3-year warranty for free. That is your choice. You can find Walt's off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can shop online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Walt's.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
If you didn't think skipping breakfast was a big deal, you'd be right. Before. But now, Wendy's has Buck Biscuits. We're talking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy Chicken Biscuit for just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all 3 if you want. They're just $1, so you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in a combo while supplies last.
The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Bickley and Murata talk Cardinals training camp now.
They have to stand looking
surveying, throws a lob pass into the end zone. Wide open. Terry McLaurin. Touchdown. Touchdown Washington. 3 drives, 3 scores in the first.
Everything that has transpired up to this point has been disappointing and frustrating. I've wanted to continue my career here. I've created my life here. My wife and I have bought our first home here, so this has been somewhere where I've always wanted to be.
Touchdown, one of 13 scored by Terry McLaurin last year, and then Terry McLaurin back on July 15th talking about his frustration with negotiations. Add 2 more weeks on top of that, and the frustration grew to the point, Dan Bickley, where Terry McLaurin yesterday requested a trade from Washington, the only NFL team he has played for. How possible is it? How probable is it? Is it a negotiation ploy? All of these things are on the table, but while they're on the table, let's talk about some possibilities. The Arizona Cardinals, all offseason, didn't think they needed anything at the wide receiver spot.
Mm-hmm.
But I also didn't think they counted on a receiver of Terry McLaurin's quality being available, possibly via trade on August 1st. And here we are.
Well, this is officially a mess for the Commanders at a time when they everything was just going so swimmingly for them. Jaden Daniels might have put together one of the best rookie seasons a quarterback ever has in the NFL, a kid who is on the brink of superstardom, and now suddenly they've got this distraction hovering over the football team. So what's going to happen here? Either the Commanders are going to realize, okay, we have to pay him because we can't be dealing with this and we've got too good of a thing going, or they're going to have to really seriously consider trading him. I mentioned earlier in the program that this is exactly the strategy employed by Myles Garrett of the Cleveland Browns last year when out of the blue, Myles Garrett came out and said, I don't have a path to the Super Bowl in Cleveland. I demand a trade. And the Browns said, how about $40 million a year? Oh, done. I love Cleveland.
Mm-hmm. I can win a Super Bowl in Cleveland.
Right. And so nobody associated with the Commanders believes for a minute that the Commanders are going to trade him, but are they going to pay him? Are they going to give him enough that will make him end this trade request? Because this is exactly what you don't want if you're the Commanders and you have dug out from under the rubble and the wreckage of Daniel Snyder. So then it becomes the point of, how much is he asking? Is he asking CeeDee Lamb money? Is he asking? He's 29, so he's still well in his prime.
But he's also, this article that I'm reading from ESPN, he would be 31. He's going to be 30 in September. He'll be 31 when the extension kicks in, starting in the 2026 season.
Yeah.
So that is a factor. They also point out last year, 2 older receivers signed extensions. At age 30, Miami's Tyreek Hill signed a 3-year extension for $30 million per year with $52.5 million guaranteed. But he was coming off in consecutive seasons of gaining at least 1,700 yards. That'll make a difference. At 31, Tampa Bay's Mike Evans signed a 2-year, $41 million deal with $35 million guaranteed. Evans had caught 46 touchdown passes over the previous 4 seasons before the extension. And then they bring up the other receiver extensions that have been signed. Cortland Sutton this week, $92 million over 4 years from Denver. T. Higgins got paid from Cincinnati, 4 years, $115. DK Metcalf, 4 years, $132. That's the outlier to me.
Yeah.
His DK Metcalf's $132 million just doesn't seem to fit. Maybe I'm wrong.
No, I agree with you.
Garrett Wilson, 4 years, $130 million. So he wants to be somewhere in that range. And a lot of people are wondering why it's been this hard for McLaurin to get what he wants based on what he's done in Washington, including ESPN Radio's Chris Canty on the Commander's stance.
I don't understand why you don't want to pay this guy. See, sometimes these organizations, these front offices, they can operate in these negotiations with a tad bit of hubris. And it feels like that's what's happening with Adam Peters right now. Sometimes the worst thing that can happen to you in sports and in life is to have success early on because you think you know it all. And you try to hardline every single negotiation. You try to win every deal. Here's the thing that every successful business person knows. You can't win every deal. Every contract negotiation ain't going to be a deal. Sometimes it's just getting the contract signed. And in this instance, that's exactly what needs to happen with Terry McLaurin because he means so much to Jaden Daniels' development.
Yeah, because the timing has something to do with it as well. If this is Terry McLaurin 2 years ago making these same claims, you're probably thinking, okay, maybe we will trade him. We're not going to acquiesce to his needs. But the timing matters. The Commanders are one of the league's darlings right now. They're a team that might be able to make a run and win it all. Can you do that if you take away your dynamic second-year quarterback's best weapon? Probably not.
One of the things that drives me crazy in sports is when teams have a great thing going like the Commanders do and predatory agents go, now is the time to disrupt. Because this is when you can use your leverage and get your money.
Mm-hmm.
And then suddenly now all the good vibes about that team are changed. And maybe permanently.
Yeah.
The thing about Terry
This isn't a case, I'm sorry to cut you off, but this isn't a case either where McLaurin is trying to jump the process and he's got 3 years left on his deal.
No.
He's going into the final year of his deal.
No, exactly. You're exactly right. But the trade request is pushing the button.
Yes.
That's what makes this now suddenly a full-blown issue for the Commanders. Terry McLaurin, as I mentioned earlier, the other thing about him, too, is he has been such a good team player for the Commanders at a time when, prior to Jaden Daniels, he was responsible for playing with Taylor Heineke, Sam Howell, Dwayne Haskins, Case Keenum, Alex Smith, Carson Wentz, Kyle Allen, Jacoby Brissett, Colt McCoy, Garrett Gilbert, and Logan Thomas. Sort of like a Larry Fitzgerald list of quarterbacks that you've had to kind of deal with.
Not quite as long, but yeah.
Right. Not quite right.
Similar in feel.
But similar in feel. And so, this is something because you don't want to mess with Jaden Daniels' development. Chris Candy is absolutely right about that.
Yeah. That's the most important thing. They finally, it wasn't like out of the clear blue because he was a high draft pick, but they found their guy. And
no doubt.
If there's a quarterback, at least through the eyes of the experts, on a better trajectory right now than Jaden Daniels, I'd love to know who it is.
Yeah, well, exactly.
Similar news, Micah Parsons and the Cowboys relationship has deteriorated to the point where the star pass rusher is considering drastic measures. And by drastic measures would include a trade request. Or even a declaration that he is... severing his relationship with the team.
I thought you were going to say severing something else.
No.
That would be a real drastic measure. The scuttlebutt coming out of Dallas on that situation is that they're not close and they're getting further away from where they were in March talking about these contract extensions. But again, this is broken record territory. How many times we brought this up recently on this instance alone on Parsons versus Jones?
Yeah.
It's the way the Cowboys do business.
It's the way they roll.
Yeah.
They're more interested in the show than the
go.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
Last chance to join the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. Text fantasy to 620-620 and battle your favorite host for bragging rights and the Fantasy Football Championship belt. Spots are almost gone, so text fantasy to 620-620 right now. The Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy, presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. Don't forget to book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. Coming up next, how long is the list of teams that could hoist the Lombardi Trophy come February? One outlet's got its ideas. We'll share it with you next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs make more deals at the MLB trade deadline.
All told, 8 pitchers. 4 of the 8 are relievers. 4 of the 8 are starters. You got a first baseman in Tyler Locklear.
Can't wait to see what their minor league ranking is. I can't wait till they update it and we see it.
D-backs breaking news and play-by-play is on the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
For a half-century, Parker & Sons has been helping Arizona homeowners stay comfortable with honest, expert service in heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. They show up on time. They fix it at a fair price. They treat your home like it's your own. Here's more reasons why you call Parker & Sons. They're reputable and highly decorated. A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau, voted the #1 service company by consumers in ranking Arizona 16 years in a row. #2, they're fast and are reliable when you need them. They'll be there in minutes, not days. No extra charge for nights, weekends, or holidays. And number 3, they're trustworthy and credible. Here's the big difference. All technicians at Parker & Sons are licensed, bonded, insured. They're all trust certified, which means they've had background checks and they are drug tested. Look, you don't let anybody into your house. It's your sacred space. You need to be comfortable with the techs you let into your front door and let work on your home at Parker & Sons. That is never an issue. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
This summer, you'll be loving Howard London and America First Credit Union. Get new Visa credit cards with 0% intro APR for 6 months. Need a new ride? Get 90 days with no payments on new auto loans and 60 days no payments on RV and power sports loans. Our home equity loans start with an introductory 4.49% APR to refinance debt or take on that dream project. Start the summer fun now and your payments later. Apply today at americafirst.com or visit a branch. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, and conditions. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Housing Opportunity Lender.
It's Jake Byrne from America Roofing here. We're more than just a roofing company. We care about our community. As a family-owned business, we're proud to support the Phoenix Children's Give-a-thon by donating a portion of the repair and replacement proceeds to Phoenix Children's Hospital. We serve thousands of satisfied customers across Arizona since 1999, making us the state's largest roofing company. Trust America Roofing. We've got you covered. Schedule your free checkup at americaroofingco.com today.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating, or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Would you rather stand in the sun or in the shade? It's a no-brainer, so why would you let your patio roast in this heat? At All Pro Shade Concepts, we can save you from burning feet, fading furniture, and being stuck inside all summer. Custom fit patio shades and awnings that cool with the touch of a button. Get free installation from our shade pros plus a 10-year warranty. Call or visit allproshade.com for your free estimate. That's allproshade.com.
Gotta call All Pro Shade, Shade, Shade. Call All Pro Shade, Shade, Shade.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The MLB trade deadline has come and gone, and your Arizona Diamondbacks look a little bit different. After trading Josh Naylor, Randall Grichuk, and Eugenio Suarez, they dealt starter Merrill Kelly to the Texas Rangers in return for 3 pitching prospects. They also moved on from Shelby Miller and Jordan Montgomery in a trade, sending them to the Milwaukee Brewers. And here's Mike Hazen on the brand of baseball that he hopes to see from his team moving forward.
A competitive one. Yeah, it may look a little different, take a different shape offensively. You know, even with those guys in the lineup this last week, we haven't really been smoking the baseball. So we need to get back. I know the trade deadline was probably a little bit of a distraction. It's not an excuse, but I acknowledge that it was probably a distraction. I would expect that we get back now. We're cleared through this, and I want us to go out there and play competitive baseball.
The Snakes are back in action tonight in Sacramento, and they start a 3-game series with the A's. First pitch will be at 7:05 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by BTYB Bud Light, official beer partner of the Arizona Cardinals. Bring home the tailgate this season with Bud Light.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports poll question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
All right, today's Sanderson Ford poll question is, which former Diamondbacks player will you miss watching the most? Your options are A. Eugenio Suarez, Merrill Kelly, Josh Naylor, Shelby Miller, or Randall Grichuk. I feel like this is a two-horse race.
It is, but with all due respect to Merrill Kelly, it was, you have to appreciate the finer points, I think, to appreciate watching Merrill Kelly. Gino Suarez can get red hot. The answer is Gino Suarez.
Yeah, that's the answer.
Yeah, so Gino Suarez, 48%
That's
of the
it?
vote. 48, and Merrill, get this, so 48% of the vote for Gino, 46% of the vote to Merrill Kelly, only 6% of the vote going spread out to Josh Naylor, Shelby Miller, Randall Grichuk. They just,
That's the Merrill Kelly Appreciation Society.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
But if you're looking for highlights, come on.
Hey, Merrill has that dog in him, which when he gets it rolling, that's really fun to watch.
He does.
Yeah.
That's today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You can vote on it now on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
3, 2, 1. It's over. The Philadelphia Eagles have won Super Bowl 59. They have beaten the Kansas City Chiefs 40-22. It's their second Super Bowl win in 7 years. What a game. What a season. What a team. The greatest Eagles team in modern history. Eagles fans, savor it and rejoice.
Oh, that was Merrill Reese, WIP Radio, the longtime play-by-play voice of the Philadelphia Eagles, rejoicing in the Eagles Super Bowl win back in February. Are they poised to do it again? Well, the ESPN computer has spoken, Dan Bickley.
I've seen this cited in a few different times. I'm not quite certain what that means. The ESPN computer.
It's their FPI rankings, basically. And they've narrowed it down to 7 teams that they, through the FPI, Football Power Index, feel have a chance to win the Super Bowl.
A realistic chance to win the Super Bowl. Yep.
Now, this is based on 10,000 simulations of the upcoming season.
Ooh.
And it believes the findings have 7 teams that have at least a 5% chance or better of winning Super Bowl 60. Yeah, we're up to Super Bowl 60, by the way. Coming in at number 7. Number 7. Now, on with the countdown. The aforementioned Washington Commanders, a 5% chance to win the Super Bowl, led by Jaden Daniels and maybe Terry McLaurin. What does Terry McLaurin being elsewhere or not with the Commanders do for their
I think it
percentage?
takes them off the list.
I think so, too. I think you'd be looking at 6 teams with quote-unquote realistic chances. At number 6, Matthew Stafford and the Los Angeles Rams, a 5.1% chance to win the Super Bowl.
Don't know what I think about this, but I do know that for Matthew Stafford to be sidelined in July, which he was with a sore shoulder, that doesn't bode well for the Rams.
This has got to be. Look, I'm not a Rams fan. I am a Stafford appreciator. This has got to be it for him.
I would think so. It would. The fact that this team really gave the Eagles their really only scare of the postseason.
Mm-hmm.
And some people thought had that game not been played in a blizzard, they would have won that game.
Moving down the list at number 5 with a 7.8% chance to win the Super Bowl, the Detroit Lions. I don't know. Did FPI watch that game last night? They look terrible.
Yeah.
Speaking of, you brought up Chris Collinsworth earlier. Did you enjoy the point that he made late in the games? Like, I know there's going to be a lot of people forming the opinions of the Lions based on what they saw tonight and how bad they played. It's like, is anybody going to be really doing that?
Oh, come on.
And then I saw an interesting discourse on it. People called some people disagreed, obviously, with what Chris Collinsworth said and said, how could you do that? It's preseason. Nobody's playing.
Yeah.
And then others said, do you guys follow sports media now? Absolutely. There will be articles written about that just to get clicks.
That's a great point.
That's where we are.
It's a great point.
Look, the Lions were battered by the Washington Commanders in their first playoff game last year at home. Their defense was also battered at that time. I think if they stay healthy, they might have been the NFC representative in the Super Bowl. But I don't think they're falling off.
I don't think so either.
Even with the loss of both coordinators. 9.5% chance, according to ESPN, for the Baltimore Ravens to win the Super Bowl.
Wow.
We talked a lot about pressure, players under pressure. Lamar Jackson, the pressure is building. He's one of those guys that's going down the Aaron Rodgers path, collecting individual accolades while not achieving the team accolades. Aaron Rodgers, all those MVPs, 1 Super Bowl win. How many MVPs is this for Lamar? 2? 3? No Super Bowl wins?
I do agree with that. I definitely agree that Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson, as I said before, they're in this realm where nothing matters anymore other than postseason success.
Number 3 on the list, 9.6% chance from the FPI, the Buffalo Bills.
Okay.
Kansas City, 10.3% chance.
Ooh.
And the defending champion, Philadelphia Eagles, come in with a 10.9% chance.
So basically the usual suspects. Is there anybody not on that list that you think has reasonable Super Bowl expectations?
Division by division, nobody in the AFC East. NFC North.
Green Bay Packers. Should they be on this list?
Yes, they should.
Should the Cincinnati Bengals be on the list?
Yes, they should.
Slim. I think a lot of
these were only there was probably teams with less than 5% chances to win, obviously.
Okay.
But
this is only with 5%.
5% or more.
Okay.
I'd give the Packers more than a 5%
so the question could be framed, all right, that's those 7 teams. Is there a team from the field of 25 not in the top 7 that you feel has a realistic chance to win? If I had to pick one,
Were the Vikings picked?
No.
Okay, see, that's a big one. And a big if. We talked earlier about it. If J.J. McCarthy can become the guy that maybe Sam Darnold was and maybe exceed that, the Vikings do have a legitimate shot. But I get why they wouldn't give him the percentage of chance because we don't know what he's going to be.
I've got a group of like 5. Cincinnati.
Okay.
Houston. Denver.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going there with Minnesota.
You're not.
Green Bay. And maybe it's only... No, you know what? I'll throw San Francisco.
I was going to say, too. I think so, too.
Yeah.
No,
wow.
The Bears?
Not on my list. Not on my list. I am real curious about Michael Penix Jr. in year 2. That Falcons team has got a ton of talent. If he really is that guy, who knows what that's going to mean for them. So that's a team I would look at. I would definitely look at the Packers. The idea of the Vikings, it's interesting to me because Kevin O'Connell, like I said, as a young head coach, he's been terrific. What he did with Sam Darnold took him to a level he's never been at before. But can J.J. McCarthy pull off a Jaden Daniels kind of season? Kevin McConnell is brilliant at giving his quarterback plays that they can execute. And bringing out the best and staying away from their weaknesses. I just don't know if I buy that. The Packers are going to make my list.
Okay.
The Denver Broncos, I tend to agree with you. Bo Nix and Sean Payton and what they have done and what they've brought in, their defense is going to be frightening.
Terrifying. Probably the best defense going into the NFL.
And then remember 2 years ago when they wanted to run Vance Joseph out of town?
I do.
When they gave up 70 points to the Dolphins?
That's right. That's right.
Who else you got on your list?
And then I'm going to have to throw the Bengals on that list just out of respect to Joe Burrow.
Hey, I'll do it because no one has. The Chargers.
Yeah, I was going to mention them as well.
I feel like, again, there's this maybe long runway with Justin Herbert. Jared's not here, but Harbaugh year 2, Herbert and a really, really good offensive line, a really good, talented rookie running back, Amari Hampton, and it feels like they were way better than they were supposed to be last year, and if they can just uptick it a little bit more in what we've seen, Harbaugh knows how to coach and win in the NFL.
He definitely does know how to do that.
Does.
I wouldn't be surprised. Again, I think the Chiefs will win that division, but that might be your best division in football.
But outside of Lad McConkey, who catches the ball for them?
Again, you're going to have to rely on Trey Harris, which is their rookie receiver. And again, didn't bode well for him in his first year, but Quentin Johnston out of TCU, you're going to have to hope he's better.
Well, he has to be better than he was as a rookie.
A lot of drops.
Was not very good as a rookie.
Very good. But I don't know. We talk about 5% chance. I give them more than a 5% chance to win the Super Bowl.
I'm just not a Chargers believer, even with Harbaugh there.
I think
I had to stand up for Jarrett. He's not here.
Their uniforms give them an extra 1.5%.
Look, the powder blue pants last night.
It's too good.
And I am in the minority when it comes to the Chargers uniforms. I like the darker blue look on them better, but that combo they were wearing last night was pretty nice.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. Interesting stuff, because I know that Dan Campbell has already come out and he's taken a lot of heat off that loss, and I think it's because there's a lot of people thinking the Lions are a team that might fall down this year, that they might have one of those kind of years paying for all the championships they haven't won yet.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know.
But the good thing is we're going to find out very soon.
Yes, we are.
It's almost here. Coming up next, some final thoughts, and we'll fill out the weekend bingo card. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, everybody. Dan Bickley here for Sweet James. And sports fans know better than anyone. Results matter. Wins and losses matter. Scoreboard matters. That is why if I'm ever hurt in an accident, I am calling Sweet James. This is the team I'd want on my side, and so should you. And know this, hiring the right attorney is essential. If you've ever been injured in an accident, it might mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. And the attorneys at Sweet James don't just win, they win the most. For example, one of our listeners injured after a rear-end collision at a red light, the insurance companies offered him $60,000. Now, that might seem like a lot of money, but Sweet James accident attorneys not impressed. They were awarded $745,000 instead. That's a life-changing kind of outcome. Now, no law firm can guarantee outcomes, but the attorneys at Sweet James are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice. They win 98% of the cases, consistently delivering some of the largest settlements in Arizona. And remember, you pay nothing until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
It isn't just any Ford dealer. It is Tim Hovick, Santan Ford, and they're reimagining affordability. We're talking lease deals for $399 a month and zero down on the brand new 2025 Mustang GT, the Escape, and even Bronco Sport. Just sign and drive with a payment real folks can afford. Tim Hovick, Santan Ford, and Gilbert. The summer sale is on. Some restrictions apply, and there's a $649 dock fee. But you got that, man. Affordability is back in style. I am Santan Ford.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. My friends at Y-Refi are humbled to be this year's co-presenting sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. And at Y-Refi, they understand college didn't turn out how a lot of us hoped. The degree? Check. But the debt and detours, not what anyone planned. That's why Y-Refi helps struggling borrowers refinance private student loans with a plan that actually works. Visit YRefi.com today. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi is not available in all states.
Hey guys, lose fat, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. If you've noticed a lack of energy, brain fog, or trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. It's more common than you think, and it's treatable. Truth is, men today have 20% lower testosterone than even their dads had. But there's a solution, and you'll find it at Red Mountain Weight Loss. We offer full-strength testosterone as an injection or tablet. And we're not talking about a supplement here. We're talking about prescription-only testosterone, because no supplement can match the boost you get from actual testosterone. It'll give you more energy, greater focus, better sleep, more lean muscle mass, and it'll boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. Book your free video consultation with one of our licensed doctors today. and regain your energy, strength, and vitality. And for a limited time, we'll even waive the startup fee. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the day.
Really lifting the mood here
Yeah,
today.
so which song is this, Vinny?
It'll be given away by the first 2 words sung by Tom York.
Okay.
Little Radiohead today.
Yeah. Not my favorite track off this album. We chose something off OK Computer for ESPN's OK Computer.
Okay, computer.
OK Computer.
Whatever. Okay, boomer.
Yeah, right. Right. That's funny.
This is actually the album where I was like, I lost interest in radio.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah. This is before they got really weird.
They are weird.
Mostly individual songs for me. Creep from their first record.
Yeah.
One of the best songs ever created, I think. On their second album, Fake Plastic Trees and High and Dry, 2 great songs. And I was like, okay, I'm into it. And then, I know, this song was okay, but I don't know. They got weird for me.
Yeah.
A little weird for me, dog.
My favorite track off this album, I believe, is The Bends.
The Bends was the second album.
Oh, that wasn't on this one?
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, then, never mind.
This is where it swung for you, too.
Yeah, right. Good point.
Karma Police, Radiohead, today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
We normally do this during the Rush Hour reboot. I think this is a much better placement on a Friday.
I like it too, right at the end of the show.
Yeah, gives you time to think about it.
It does.
Gives you time to marinate a little bit.
Yep.
The weekend bingo card is back. Sammy wasn't here last week, so with him returns the bingo card, where we kind of take a look at the weekend's activities and what we think will or could very well happen over the weekend.
Yep.
You want me to start?
No, you want to give me to give you can if you want. Go ahead.
No, you got your 3, right?
I do. I've got my 3.
I've only got 2.
Prediction number 1. The best pitcher you've ever seen will win the wiffle ball title at the Ocho.
Is that an actual pick?
Why are they doing the Ocho on August 1st?
I don't know.
Is that a team?
It's just something goofy. We were watching it earlier, and it's just unbelievable what these wiffle ball pitchers can. The Ocho, for those who don't know, they just put absurd sporting events on television.
Yeah.
So you can write it any way you want.
If it's barely a sport, we've got it here.
Say it again.
A pitcher that blows your mind will win the wiffle ball title at the Ocho.
Okay.
Right now, they're playing Omega Ball on the Ocho.
What's Omega Ball?
I don't know, but apparently there's 3 teams playing against each other all at the same time.
They had a big league chew bubble gum blowing contest, which I would be very good at. I used to be able to.
Are you familiar with fling golf? They had that earlier.
I saw that earlier.
Yeah.
What's that thing they do where people have to kind of like create flying machines and they go off a thing into the river if it doesn't fly? It's ridiculous. Prediction number 2: Joel Damon will win the window.
Let's go.
And prediction number 3, Prediction number 3 is a good one. Charlie Woods makes the USA's Junior Ryder Cup team.
That's a good one.
Charlie who? No. You guys, is there a hotline number you can call for golf addiction?
Nope.
All right.
Nope.
I got 2. My first one is, I feel it in my bones. The Diamondbacks will have 1 game where they score 4 or more runs this weekend. The current streak is at 9 straight games with 3 or less losses. The club record is 10. And I think when they do surpass that 3, they're going to blow right past it.
Wow.
They're due for like a 16-run game.
Really?
Maybe I'm an idiot. Actually, I am an idiot. But maybe that happens. My other one is, we're going to see history.
Oh, see, yeah.
Ellie De La Cruz will become the first Major League Baseball player ever to hit a home run in a regular season game played at a racetrack.
Whoa!
Nice.
Reds and Braves, Saturday at Bristol.
Okay.
Have you seen the setup for this?
No, I have not.
They're going to break a Major League attendance record.
Okay.
There's like 85,000 tickets sold for it already.
Wow.
But the field is on the infield of the Bristol Motor Speedway, and then they built temporary stands around it, so it looks pretty cool.
Okay.
Special uniforms and everything.
Bailey, do you have one for us? Because I have 2, and we can wrap it up.
I will go Gino Suarez hits a home run for the Mariners.
Nice. I was thinking about that. Okay, my 2 are, so the Diamondbacks are in Sacramento this weekend, and we know the ball flies a little bit. The Diamondbacks over a 3-game series will hit 6 or more home runs.
Ooh, okay.
Wow.
And then my second one, this is, again, a little bit interesting. A baseball anomaly will happen this weekend. Either a no-hitter, a cycle, player 3 home runs, a walk-off home run, something that we don't...
Something special and rare.
Something special and rare.
Okay.
And contrary to the first home run at a motorsporting baseball game, but something like that will happen in baseball this weekend.
I'm thinking about your 6 home runs thing, because now that Gino's gone,
I don't know where we get him, but
the current members of the Diamondbacks roster have a combined 3 home runs since the All-Star break. Gino took all those home runs to Seattle with him.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he did. Okay, so our bingo card, we've got the best pitcher you'll ever see will win the wiffle ball championship. Joel Damon will win at the Wyndham. Charlie Woods will make the Junior Ryder Cup team. The Diamondbacks will have 1 game this weekend with 4 or more runs. Ellie De La Cruz will homer on Saturday in front of 85,000. Gino Suarez will get his first home run back as a Mariner. The Diamondbacks will hit 6 home runs over the weekend, and a baseball anomaly will happen in the MLB. So there we go. I'll put it together and put it up for us. But there we go.
One thing we didn't get into this week, and I can't believe we didn't get into it because it has to do with Luka Doncic. We did mention it a little bit. Luka showed up in New York and was featured on the Yankees broadcast. Was in for a full half inning talking to Michael Kay and whoever was in the booth with him. A Los Angeles Lakers player talking on a Yankees broadcast, whatever. He also showed up on the Today Show. I have so many thoughts on this.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure they're all dripping with sarcasm and...
But if this was suddenly important to him, why didn't he not get in shape when he was in... Dallas wanted him to get in shape, and he didn't do it. And now he goes to L.A., so it becomes superficial. Hey, look at me.
I don't think that's what motivated him.
Parading him around because he's now fit is embarrassing to him and the Los Angeles Lakers. in my opinion.
Okay.
He's still a great basketball player. And if he was 35 pounds heavier on October 15th or whenever opening day is, he would have been a great basketball player then, too. Look at me, I'm hot now. Thanks to Shannon Dreyer for joining us. Hey, everybody, have a good weekend.
Shannon Dreyer was great.
We're back on Monday. Wolf and Luke are up next.
Get ready. Give-a-thon week runs August 18th through the 22nd.
Benefiting Phoenix Children's. Give-a-thon! Presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y-Refi.
You've heard the saying, it's hard to stop a train. When it comes to putting smiles on children's faces at the Phoenix Children's Hospital, nothing will get in the way when the Teddy Bear Express pulls into town. Train is the proud sponsor of this year's Give-a-thon, giving hundreds of teddy bears to children currently undergoing treatment at PCH. For the past 9 years, Train's commitment ensures that every child's journey through treatment is accompanied by a comforting companion, reminding them they're not alone in their fight.
If you didn't think skipping breakfast was a big deal, you'd be right. Before. But now, Wendy's has Buck Biscuits. We're talking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy Chicken Biscuit for just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all three if you want. They're just $1, so you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in the combo while supplies last.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
At the UPS Store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
When was the last time you hopped out of bed without that knee or back screaming at you? Or walked down a flight of stairs without groaning, step by step? Let me guess, this is in the back of your mind. Maybe it'll disappear. I'll just tough it out. But nothing changes. It's time to call and schedule that free consultation with the medical pros at QC Kinetics. There are thousands of patients who will tell you they wish they would have done it sooner. They turned around their lives with QC Kinetics regenerative treatments that work with your body to help restore and repair damaged joint tissue. Natural cellular therapies. No scalpels, no pills. Bring your x-rays and MRIs to QC Kinetics for a free, no-pressure evaluation to see if you're a good candidate. Give QC Kinetics a call for your free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Our firm handles hundreds of crash cases involving semi-trucks every year. A crash case involving semis is much different, and if you don't know what you're doing, you can leave lots of money on the table. Many times there is separate insurance for the cab and for the trailer. Sometimes there are actually layers of other insurances and excess insurance that some lawyers may not know about because they don't see that many cases. We see these cases every day. Also, there are federal laws governing the hours a driver may drive in a 24-hour period and logs that are required. A crash case involving a semi-truck is a totally different animal than a simple car crash. We have lawyers who only handle these cases. It's all they do. Rolling the dice with the wrong law firm can be disastrous. Call us on your cell phone at Pound Law, pound 529. It's so easy. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The MLB trade deadline has come and gone, and your Arizona Diamondbacks look a little different After trading Josh Naylor, Randall Grichuk, and Eugenio Suarez, they dealt starter Merrill Kelly to the Texas Rangers in return for 3 prospects, and they also moved on from Shelby Miller and Jordan Montgomery in a trade, sending them to Milwaukee. And here is Mike Hazen on the brand of baseball he hopes to see from the team moving forward.
A competitive one. Yeah, it may look a little different, take a different shape offensively. Even with those guys in the lineup this last week, we haven't really been smoking the baseball. So we need to get back. I know the trade deadline was probably a little bit of a distraction. It's not an excuse, but I acknowledge that it was probably a distraction. I would expect that we get back now. We're cleared through this, and I want us to go out there and play competitive baseball.
The Snakes are in Sacramento tonight. They'll start a 3-game series with the A's. First pitch will be at 7:05, and you can hear it on the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. This year, America Roofing is proud to sponsor the PCH Give-A-Thon. When you choose us for your roof repair or replacement, you're helping kids at Phoenix Children's Hospital. Make a bid and help a kid online at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
The Red Reckoning. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Wolf and Luke, live from State Farm Stadium. The fight for the final 53 takes place. Now, the Red Reckoning.
It is Friday live from State Farm Stadium. It's the Wolf and Luke show, and the trade deadline has passed, and the red and white game for the Cardinals is tomorrow, and what else? Anything? It's August, Wolf.
Yes.
We're officially into the month when ASU plays their first football game of the season. That's about it. How you doing?
I love the smell of melancholy in the morning, and I am a little melancholy today because I do believe the pads are going to be on, and somebody might actually hit the ground. Somebody might actually play a little football today.
I think we're going to see that.
And it's going to be right in front of us, and because of that, man, is there a better place you'd rather be than right here, right now?
We got a busy show as far as guests. Jody Jackson's going to join us this hour, kind of go over everything the Diamondbacks did and what to expect. Mike Hazen's going to join us at 11:45 to explain what the Diamondbacks did and what to expect. Since
freaky Mike Hazen.
He was the one that was wheeling and dealing.
Freaky Mike Hazen, wheeling and dealing.
And then Dalvin Tomlinson's going to join us at 12:15 to probably answer your question about what his weight's at.
Okay, now we're not gonna call him the dumpster with eyebrows. I'm not gonna. I might tell him that I refer to him that way, but I'm not gonna say
that's not how we're gonna intro him.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't think that. I've never met the guy.
It's first time on the show.
I kind of feel like I should not start with the dumpster with eyebrows.
He's really big.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying right now. He might take offense. He might see it incorrectly, where I mean it to be an awesome thing. This is how he is. He's a dumpster with eyebrows out there. He might take that as a little over the top.
Never know.
And might take exception to that.
You pointed to me like he might, he might not like you, Luke.
That's right.
Anyway, he's going to join us at 12:15. I'm looking forward to that because I have not spoken to him yet either, and he's obviously a huge part right at the center of this defense. So,
literally.
But let's start with the Diamondbacks. Wolf, they do trade Merrill Kelly. Based on prospect rankings, for what they're worth, they actually kind of got more for Merrill Kelly than they got for anybody. And they do not trade Zach Gallen.
Okay, so base earnings, when you think of what happened at the trade deadline for the Arizona Diamondbacks right now, what is the biggest surprise? What is the biggest surprise of every move that they made?
Well, the biggest surprise is that Zach Gallen's still here.
Thank you very much. This is something I heard David Charles talking about this, and for me it's a great question. What is the biggest surprise? And for me, it's that Zach Gallen is still an Arizona Diamondback right now. Luke, and you know this, and in base earnings, I love being wrong. I do. I love being wrong. I don't see it as a blight on my person or a scar in front of you. I see it as a gentle reminder of the failed and flawed product that I am, period. And every now and then, just to be wrong, if there was one guy that I thought was definitely gone, it was Zach Gallen.
Yeah,
and Zach Gallen is here. So it just feels good to be wrong.
Even if at the start of the season you told me, and we didn't know anything about how the season had played out, but you had said, hey, okay, these 4 main free agents at the end of the year, Merrill Kelly, Josh Naylor, Geno, and Zach Gallen, one of them's going to leave at the end of the year. I think my first bet probably would have been Zach Gallen, maybe Geno, but probably Gallen, just because this was kind of his year to cash in and get paid.
Yeah.
And we're going to have Mike Hazen on. We're obviously going to ask him about this at 11:45. I mean, it begs the question of, was it simply they didn't get the offers they wanted and they'll just take the compensatory pick? Or is there a thought, especially with Corbin Burns out to start next year, maybe we bring him back next year for a year?
Yes.
Maybe the trade market was not what they expected or what they were hoping for, and so maybe it's not going to be the free agent market that Zach Gallen is hoping for, and maybe he comes back for 1 year.
Yeah, and maybe it's a situation where they love Zach Gallen. They know what kind of guy that he is. They love him inside that clubhouse as well. I mean, these are all the things we've known about Zach Gallen for years now, Basinonians, and maybe it's a situation where, at worst case scenario, they'll take the compensatory pick.
Yeah.
They'll take that.
Maybe it's worth that as the risk.
Or once again, you know what, hey, how about we go ahead and sign you for 1 year, and we'll just see how it goes. Once again, we'll have a do-over free agent season, if you will.
You're going to need somebody in that role to start next year. I still think maybe you could get Merrill back, but you look, this is a loaded conversation. We're going to have it a lot throughout the day. You're going to need somebody as your number 1 starter because Corbin Burns isn't going to be ready at the start of the year. Now, I hear everybody screaming at their radio right now, Zach Gallen hasn't pitched like a number 1 starter this year, so you got to get him right again if that ends up being the case. But when you ask what the biggest surprise was, that was definitely it. Now, they did trade Merrill Kelly, and Wolf, you and I were talking about this before the show. You can only take so much from prospect rankings. These all go out the window when guys get into the majors. But what I'll say is this: if you just look at the moment where guys were ranked in their prospect pools, relative to their team, you could make a case they got more for Merrill Kelly than they got for Geno.
Yes.
I mean, you really could.
Yeah, no, honestly, you have to think about this. Starting pitching. We were talking about this. The premium that is on starting pitching in the game of baseball. I think we just saw it. Because to your point, yes, I would agree with you. They got more, I think, from Merrill Kelly than they did a Eugenio Suarez, who had 36 home runs and 87 RBIs.
Yeah.
Wave it around right now, everybody. That's what he had. Are you kidding me? A power-hitting third baseman like a Eugenio Suarez, who's going to fit right in to your clubhouse because he's that type of guy. It was the fact that Merrill Kelly was a starting pitcher that I think brought them a little bit more than what they even got for a Eugenio.
So I went through and pulled out, because everybody, MLB.com has the updated prospect rankings for every team. Now the trade deadline is done. The Diamondbacks ultimately, when the dust settled, they ended up trading Josh Naylor, Geno, Merrill Kelly, Randall Grichuk, Shelby Miller, and Jordan Montgomery, and they got 9 guys back, basically all prospects. Okay,
8 of them are pitchers.
Yes, 8 of them are pitchers, and I went through and pulled out all the guys they got in these trades and where they're ranked. So Tyler Locklear is the highest ranked one. He's now the 6th highest D-backs prospect. But the next 3 that they got back in trades, Cole Drake, Mitch Bratt, and David Hegeman, all players they got back from the Rangers from Merrill Kelly. So, I mean, if you think about that, if you just go purely off the rankings, they got 9 prospects back, and the number 2, 3, and 4 of that group of 9 were all the guys they got back from Merrill Kelly.
Yes.
That's wild. That's again, I didn't want to trade Merrill. I hope they get him back at the end of the year. He's the one guy that they may face this season. They don't play Seattle anymore. Yeah. They play Texas 6 times, so they're probably going to face Merrill Kelly at least once. But if you're going to move him, that's a pretty solid return, all things considered.
No, I would agree with you on that, Luke. I think what also is very cool here, Basinonians, is the fact that we got to see Mike Hazen once again, his personal preference, his philosophy as to the game of baseball.
Yeah.
Pitching and defense.
Yeah.
Pitching and defense. Pitching. Arms. To go out and acquire 8 arms to bring into the organization right now. I know that, You know, you've got Tyler Locklear, a guy that is by most standards, most scouts will say average with the glove.
Yeah.
But you know what? Christian Walker was average with the glove when he got here as well. And, man, he went out there and worked every day. He worked so hard on becoming a better defensive first baseman. And hopefully that's what Tyler Locklear will do as well. But there's a guy that you're going to project as the Arizona Diamondbacks first baseman next year.
Yeah. Yeah, I like if they were going to
even this year.
If they were going to add a bat, add a first baseman. They did. Just philosophically, and again, I'm big on the logic. I understand the logic of going out and get a ton of pitchers. Safe to say Mike Hazen wasn't satisfied with the pitching this year.
Yes.
And you have to get a first baseman back because you traded Naylor away.
So, once again, do you think Tyler Locklear, would you just bring him up and say, hey, go?
I think, yeah.
First
at a
base,
certain
go.
point,
Here we
yeah.
go.
I mean, what are you hoping to accomplish the rest of this season? I think a lot of it is about development. It's not like Tristan English just tearing the cover off the ball.
You got to figure out what you have, I think.
Yeah.
And that's why I think they'll do it.
They've got a third of the season left, so they have plenty of time. There's still 53 games left to figure out what they have going towards next year. It's the last chance to join the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. Text FANTASY to 620-620 and battle your favorite host for bragging rights and the Fantasy Football Championship belt. Spots are almost gone, so text FANTASY now. The Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy is presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. And don't forget to book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings as well. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. All right, when we come back, the Diamondbacks fire sale is complete. The trade deadline has passed. So when will it pay off, and what did they get back? We'll dive into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Just a little recap on everything that the D-backs did. Gino is now in Seattle along with Josh Naylor. Merrill Kelly is in Texas with the Rangers. Randall Grichuk is in Kansas City with the Royals. Jordan Montgomery and Shelby Miller, yes, you heard me correctly, they are in Milwaukee.
D-backs breaking news and play-by-play is on the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. I know it's truly never too early to plan for retirement, is it, Basinonians? Whether it's decades away or just around the corner, my friends at Trajan Wealth, their fiduciary advisors can ensure you feel prepared for this financial shift. Contact the team that I trust at Trajan Wealth, Basinonians, by calling 480-990-3300. When I met with Trajan Wealth, I got straight talk, not a sales pitch. I left that meeting feeling really, really good, man. Their fiduciaries, their advice is built around what's best for you, Basinonians. I'm a client because I saw the difference. Call Trajan Wealth. Here it is, 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW. And Shane, you're not just my friend, you're a friend in the business for every one of our listeners.
That's right, Bick. I take personal pride in all of the listeners coming in, asking for me, and taking a personal interest in their case so that I can find them the right car at the right price. With payments on a new BMW i4 starting at $399, there is a car for everyone's budget at Chapman BMW.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Do you know how America became the best country on God's green earth? We made things, from automobiles to airplanes to textiles. We were the manufacturing epicenter of the world, the innovators that every other country turned to. I'm Katie Lyon, co-founder of Allegiance Flag Supply, and I'm here to tell you that the American spirit is alive and well at Allegiance, where we make American flags 100% in America. When you fly your American flag from Allegiance Flag Supply, you're not just honoring our country, you're supporting American men and women who proudly make the highest quality American flags, period. True patriots who put care into every stitch. See our full story at showallegiance.com and learn about our 100% American-based supply chain. Fly your flag from showallegiance.com with pride, because every flag says manufacturing is still alive and well in the U.S. and we are still the greatest country. Save $35 on your American flag set when you go to showallegiance.com.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these 2 words are better together.
When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating, or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Arizona Sports. Wolf and Luke. Talking MLB trade deadline now.
All right, we're back here at State Farm Stadium. It's Wolf and Luke on a Friday morning. The trade deadline has passed. The Diamondbacks basically did trade all of the guys that you thought they might trade and a couple additional, except Zach Gallen. Wolf. So I ask you this, okay?
Yeah.
I'm going to pose you option A or option B. Which one is more weird, okay? My experience last night watching Josh Naylor and Eugenio Suarez on the Mariners against Texas, or watching Zach Gallen start for the Diamondbacks tomorrow in wherever the A's play against the A's.
Zach Gallen.
Yeah, it's going to be strange, isn't it?
Zach Gallen. Just the fact that Zach Gallen is still a Diamondback base in Orleans, that really is. And the Wolfley compound, that was a fait accompli. That was something that was already done. It was gone. Zach Gallen, and it was because of the value, once again, of starting pitching and how important it is. And when you think of Zach Gallen, when you think of what he has done since he's been a Diamondback here, this is a guy that 3 times was in the running for Cy Young, literally got Cy Young votes. And it's stunning to me that this is a situation where they did not get what they wanted for Zach Gallen. So Mike Hazen is going to join us at 11:45, and I can't wait to ask him that question.
Yeah, we're going to have a couple Zach Gallen questions for him for sure. I've got like a million questions I want to ask him. We always say this, Wolf. He's one of our favorite guests because the position he's in, a lot of times guys like that aren't super straightforward.
Yes.
Bonnie Austin-Ford is too, and we have him on during the football season, so we got lucky with those two. But especially today, with the trade deadline, everything that happened, there's a lot of questions that I'm just interested to hear what Mike Hazen has to say about them.
I am a fan of Mike Hazen, Basinonians. The freaky Mike Hazen knows what he's doing when it comes to
Freaky
baseball.
Mike Hazen, wheeling and dealing.
So this is I went through, like I said, and I put together the list of all the Diamondbacks prospects now, and just to kind of give you perspective on this. Again, their prospect rankings take them for what they're worth, but their top 25 prospects now, Wolf, 8 of the 9 guys they got are in the top 25.
Wow.
So 8 of their top 25 prospects weren't even in the system 8 days ago.
Okay.
So 8 of the top 25 and 3 of the top 10. That is Tyler Locklear, who they got from Seattle. The MLB pipeline has him at 6. Cole Drake from Texas, 7. And Mitch Bratt from Texas is at number 10. So they reloaded the farm system. You're not going to hit on all these guys.
Yeah.
But hopefully you hit on some, and specifically hopefully Locklear is one of them because he's the only first baseman in that group. You did need to reload. It wasn't supposed to happen now, but because the opportunity maybe isn't the right word, you were kind of forced into it, but it was an opportunity, was there. it feels like they went all in on doing it, except trading Gallen.
Yeah, I love this, Masononians. I really do, because it's all about player development. It's all about development, period. When you got these young guys, these prospects that you're going to bring into your organization right now, you have to develop these guys. And I know there's been a lot of people out there that haven't been very happy with some of the development and some of the decisions the Diamondbacks have made with some of their young guys and the lack thereof. But this is just another way to actually get more talent into the organization right now and try to develop that and bring it along. It is the best way to build, I think, still a Major League Baseball team from the inside out.
I think it's the only way to do it. If you are a team with aspirations of trying to win the World Series, which I think the Diamondbacks legitimately have, not this season now, obviously, but just in general, but you're not a team that can go out and spend, and if you make a mistake, just cut the guy and spend more and spend more. So if you're in that position, you basically, not that you can't ever add guys from other teams, but you basically need to bring them up from the prospect level and really build your core that way. Here's Mike Hazen just addressing the media yesterday on what they managed to accomplish at this trade deadline.
I feel like we brought back a lot of arms, something that I felt like was important as we went forward here. A lot of those guys are at the upper levels. It was not necessarily the goal. I didn't really have a goal. I wanted to get as much value as I could for any trade that we did. But it was certainly something that we were semi-focused on, all things equal. So felt like we were able to do that. Unfortunate situation, not something that we had intended when we started this season. I know I've said that in previous calls, but still, even making those phone calls to Merrill and Shelby, among the guys that I've already done, was pretty disappointing. And I think they understood, but I think everybody was pretty disappointed by this is where we ended up.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, it's true. You don't even really think of that component of it necessarily, but you have to call Merrill Kelly and be like, hey, you know how you have all these ties to Arizona and you've never pitched for a major league team that isn't the Diamondbacks? You're getting moved to Texas. Now, the flip side, maybe this is a conversation we can have next week. If you're looking for a team to at least follow in the postseason, there's going to be Diamondbacks on a lot of these rosters. I mean, I think Seattle's probably the team because they have Gino and Josh Naylor. None of these guys went to the Yankees. I know that was a problem. A lot of D-backs fans were like, I don't want to trade Gino to the Yankees. So these guys are going to get a chance to win, but it's not. This is not the way this season was supposed to play out. I'll say this again, though, Wolf, because I think it's worth repeating. There were three ways this season could play out. You could keep all these guys, go for it, make the playoffs, make a deep run.
Yeah.
That was the goal. That was obviously the best option. Option B is what happened. You're not making that run, but at least you know it by the deadline and you trade your pieces and get some prospects. Option C would have been the worst option. You go for it, you miss the postseason, and you get nothing for these guys. So as much as this isn't fun, there was a worse option this season.
Yeah, and speaking of options, I wonder why they selected the keep Zach Gallen option. I really do. This is something we were talking about in the last beautiful part of the program. I understand that, but everything that happened, Basinonians, everything that happened at the deadline, to me, that is what still hangs in the air. How in the world is Zach Gallen still here? How is he an Arizona Diamondback going forward? What is their plan? Do they actually think they have a shot at bringing Zach Gallen back?
That
or they
has
want
to be part
bring
of
him
it.
back? And if so, at what expense?
Yeah, well, that has to be part of it. It has
have
to be part of it.
they talked to him?
I'm sure they have. I would like to know. Again, we'll be able to talk to
Can
Mike
they
Hazen,
look at it? I know.
But we won't be able to talk to Zach Gallen today. We're not going to hear what his thoughts are on it necessarily.
You know what? I can't stand up because the camera is here once again, Basin on it. This drives me nuts.
Just grab the camera and move it with you.
That are out there right there. Really, I should. Just walk around.
Like you're doing a
wolf
vlog.
Cam.
A vlog.
Yes.
I think a big reason why Zach Gallen may have not, or why he wasn't moved, I think they might have not gotten the return that they wanted, and they feel like the compensatory draft pick that they will get will be better than what they could have gotten in the trade for Zach Gallen.
That just, okay.
I mean, the compensatory draft pick isn't nothing. It's basically a first-round pick.
I know. I get that, but you can miss on a draft pick.
You can.
You can definitely do that.
See, I think you're both right, though. I think it's more nuanced than just this or that. I think it was I'm guessing the thought was we might be able to bring this guy back and we could use him at the start of next year. But if not, we'll take the compensatory draft pick as opposed to trading him to the Mets for their 18th prospect or whatever it was.
You know, and I'm also wondering, too, guys, because once again, Zach Allen, when I think of Zach Allen, I think of an ace. And I know he has not pitched that way, Basinonians. We all get that. We understand that. Some would say, Wolf, it's been a year and a half since he's really pitched that way. Okay, I would disagree to some, respectfully, I would disagree. Yet at the same time, I wonder if they think they know what his problem is. I'm wondering if that, does Mike Hazen and Torey Lovullo, do they think they know what his problem is? And this is just a down year, an anomaly year for Zach Gallen. That's what I wonder.
Yeah, we're going to get back into Gallen here in a little bit because I think there's one huge question with that whole thing that we haven't asked yet. I think that, and it has to be asked, but we'll get into that in a little bit because we are out here at State Farm Stadium. So let's get into some football here as well. What is Budda Baker's perception of this Cardinals new look defense so far? We're going to get you what he said next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025, the Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. 90 players enter State Farm Stadium at the beginning of camp. Only 53 can earn a spot on the final roster.
Motor and violence.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. The Red Reckoning. On your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7. The app. YouTube channel. ArizonaSports.com.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. You know I've had the all-on-4, man. The all-on-4, what a game changer it is, Basinonians. It's a game changer socially, I would say professionally as well. Personally, it is a game changer to be able to bite into the foods that you love. Man, maybe you want to bite into that apple. You can do it, of course, with the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. And Aria Dental Implant Center, they will make it really, really easy on you because Aria will save you thousands and thousands of dollars compared to the corporate dental implant centers that are out there. What I love, they're locally owned and operated by Dr. Joe. Dr. Joe, of course, has been in the business for over 20 years. He's done well over 2,000 all-on-4s, and not only that, he trains and lectures all over the world. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money because you're in charge. Today, you're going to pay down your credit card bill. But you decide when you'll pay it. Before the due date, so those interest charges don't get you. But you decide if you pay it in full. But you definitely should, because again, interest charges. With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Pro Savings Days are back at Lowe's. Right now, get a 4-piece GE kitchen suite for under $2,000. Plus, get a free DeWalt 20-volt Max XR 8-amp-hour battery when you buy a select DeWalt tool. Save big with deals that work as hard as you do. Shop Pro Savings Days in-store or online today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 8/1. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here on such short notice. This place isn't bugged, is it?
Bugged? Wait, Jamie, what's going on?
It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. Do you see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there?
Yeah?
That's all I paid for it.
I think I need to get back to you on that.
Do you know what you want?
Yeah, I do now.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the car or SUV you've always wanted, plus America's best warranty at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. The guilt is real, but so is the savings.
Listen, I don't want to get in your business, but if that's all she paid for it, I'll have what she's having.
It's a great day for a new Hyundai at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event going on now. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, and Santa Fe hybrid models. And check your Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends September 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The MLB trade deadline has officially passed, and the Arizona Diamondbacks ended up moving on from 6 players. Starting pitcher Merrill Kelly, relief pitcher Shelby Miller, starting pitcher Jordan Montgomery, third baseman Eugenio Suarez, first baseman Josh Naylor, and outfielder Randall Grichuk were all moved ahead of the deadline. For more on the D-backs moves, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The D-backs are back on the field tonight. They take on the Athletics in Sacramento with first pitch at 7:05 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the scuffling Phoenix Mercury take on the Dream tonight in Atlanta with tip-off at 4:30. The Merc have lost 4 of their last 5 games. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is there for your air conditioning needs. Beat the heat with their same-day service and never pay extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Call Parker.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning.
It's Cardinals linebacker Josh Sweat. And you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Wolf and Luke, live from State Farm Stadium. The Red Reckoning.
Oh, by the way, the red and white game is tomorrow afternoon at approximately 1:15. So, you could just sleep here, Wolf. Just stay over and watch the game tomorrow.
Yeah, I got to do that. The only problem is I've got to go and actually go to the dentist. I know. Don't even get me started
Weekend
right
dentist
now.
visit?
Okay. Ow, my tooth. Ow, I hurt my tooth.
Oh, I hurt my elbow.
Once again, man, it just, we're getting old, base earnings. Are you kidding me? Savage, yes, indeed. Always 62-7. Okay, Rick. That's right. I hurt my tooth. And I don't know about you, Babes Earnings, but I can withstand almost anything. I've been through an awful lot. Nasty stuff. But, man, anything with your fingertips and your teeth, your fingertips and your teeth kind of messes me up a little bit.
I will give you, the tooth pain. It's almost just demoralizing. You're like, I can't really talk. My head hurts.
Right.
There's no way I go to the dentist and this ends well, where they're like, oh, you know what? We've never seen anything like this. Your tooth healed itself. It just never happens.
Yes. You wonder about some of the things they've done to each other in the past. Go ahead and look it up, Base Earnings. Google that, what they did 500 years ago for teeth.
If you show up at the dentist and they tie a string around one of your teeth and the other end around a doorknob, I would leave.
Oh my goodness. Can you imagine? We're just going to knock that out. Okay, we might knock out 3 others, but...
It's so great you came in. Can you hand me that sledgehammer real quick?
Man.
Oh, yeah, we're going to take x-rays first.
Brutal.
Anyway, the red and white game is tomorrow, so after you go to the dentist, you can go to that, Wolf. And Buda Baker he spoke yesterday about this year's defense. I mean, nobody has a more unique perspective on this defense, maybe Calais Campbell, than Buddha, because Buddha's been here, obviously, his whole career. He has watched this defense be really good at times. He's watched it get rebuilt, and there is a noticeable excitement around the defense this year for the Cardinals. Here's what Buddha said about it yesterday.
I definitely get excited, especially in watching the film on the guys that we acquired, and even the draftees we got, and even the undrafted guys, and then going and doing the OTAs, off-season workouts. It's been great, and then coming in doing training camp. I'm very excited as a DB to just be a part of the team.
Oh my goodness, this is bringing back so many memories just listening to Buddha right there. Based on these, can I just tell you, the game of football is played on the line of scrimmage. We all know that. But one of the most encouraging things you're going to experience in a football game offensively is standing in the huddle and looking at your offensive linemen. Standing in a huddle and seeing resolve on their face. Seeing a look of let's go. Seeing intensity on their face and not this wide-eyed. If you actually get... I kid you not. There are some guys that come into it, they're just like, literally you can see a brown streak running down the back of their pants, my brothers.
Not really going to fill you with confidence.
It doesn't fill you with confidence. That's exactly where I'm going with this. For Buddha as a DB, to listen to him say that, when I look around this huddle, I see the guys in front of us. These guys are in front of me. I'm the DB here, and these guys are our line of first defense. And when you look at a Calais Campbell, you look at Dalvin Tomlinson, you look at these guys, Darius Robinson in his second year, now this young gun, Walter Nolan, when he gets healthy. And you just look at these guys they have up front. How encouraging that is. I talk about it all the time. It's the most demoralizing thing that could happen in the game of football is you run over your opponent. You flat out run over him. I think what Buddha's talking about is he's encouraged because he knows they got a front seven in front of him right now. It's going to help him do his job so much better.
Yeah, I mean,
that's encouraging.
We had Rabbit on here the other day. He mentioned the defensive line that's revamped. And I know it's only year 2 for him, but it looks very different than it did last year.
First line of defense.
Marv even brought it up on the offensive side of things. Yes, what was that, Tuesday we had Marv on? He brought up the defensive line and how different it looks.
Think about that for a minute.
Yeah, that's a wide receiver who's
wide receiver.
That's probably one of his lowest on his list of focuses in camp is, hey, how does our defensive line look? But you can't miss them, which is why it's going to be fun to talk to Dalvin Tomlinson today in the 12 o'clock hour. Here's more from Buddha. He was asked if the increase in turnovers is the next step for this secondary.
I mean, yeah, next step as a defense as a whole, secondary, we see the football because we're DBs, but, everybody, linebackers, interior linebackers, exterior linebackers, just getting our hands on the football, whether that's interceptions, forced fumbles, and, ultimately recovering the forced fumbles as well. So, yeah, that's always a big emphasis, especially on our defense.
Are you all right over there?
I'm sorry. There was a follow-up question. I don't know if you heard the follow-up question where they were talking about, hey, Buddha, you've said that you want to, it was Darren Urban, you want to get your hands on more balls. And Buddha says, yeah, footballs. Okay, I'm just throwing that out there based on the I mean, it just was a funny moment. It was a hysterical moment, a very real moment.
I don't think we have that.
Buddha actually, we don't have that?
Well, I don't know.
I'm shocked we don't have that. Anyone cutting that thing up would have said, "Oh, that is funny."
I mean, we have a lot in here. I don't know if that specifically is in here. There's a question where they asked if he's bothered that he doesn't have more interceptions. Specifically.
Okay, well, yeah, I don't know. Maybe you want to go ahead and try to play that one right there. Okay. Why not fire it off?
Before I fire this off real quick, he has 7 interceptions in his career, Buddha.
Yeah.
They're all confined to 3 years. It's the 7
Buddha
interceptions.
does not get his hands on a lot of footballs. You've heard me say this.
Yeah, but and I understand that's a low number, I guess, for a guy that plays his position. But the weird part to me is not the 7 interceptions in, 8 years. It's that they were all jammed into 3 years.
Yeah.
And those 3 years were all back-to-back-to-back. From 2020, 2 interceptions. 2021, 3 interceptions. 2022, 2 interceptions. Every other year he's played, he's had 0. Like, isn't it strange that they were all condensed into 3 back-to-back-to-back years? Anyway, here's Buddha on if he's bothered on not having more interceptions.
That's the name of the game, is to get more turnovers, to give, K1 and our offense more opportunities at the football and, give them more chances to score. So that's the biggest thing, just giving our offense more chances to score, high potent players on our offense. And, ultimately me, I'm a sore loser. I've always been. So at the end of the day, it's about winning games. And I can control what I can control on the football field, whether the ball comes to me or not. But, as a defense, as a group, that should be our number one goal, is to, get more turnovers, create more turnovers for our offense to get more touches at the rock. So that's my job, and very excited to, possibly do that this year.
Turnover is so devastating in a football game. It truly is, Basinonians. It's one of the coolest things. We all understand this, the emotion, the raw emotion that goes behind this. You get a turnover, generate a turnover defensively in front of your home crowd, and the place goes nuts. Well, the sideline as well. Not only did we stop you, we took the ball away from you. It's all about the ball in today's NFL. Protecting the ball, of course, and taking the ball away. And over and over and over again, if there's one stat you're going to look at, it's the turnover margin that determines whether you got a good team or a bad team.
Yeah. When we come back to baseball, the trade deadline has passed, but there's still a third of the season left for the Diamondbacks. So what exactly is that going to look like? Jody Jackson, D-backs broadcaster, is going to join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs make more deals at the MLB trade deadline.
Diamondbacks sent out 6 players: Eugenio Suarez, Josh Naylor, Randall Grichuk, Merrill Kelly, Shelby Miller, and shockingly, Jordan Montgomery. Zach Gallen is not out.
You don't have to worry about a trade now. You think maybe he can just settle in and pitch better?
Maybe. I wonder about that. I wonder if he can just relax now.
Relax. Trade deadline's over. You're not going anywhere.
Yeah.
D-backs breaking news and play-by-play is on the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. You got some back issues, man. You got to go see my brothers over at DISC. Listen, as a former professional athlete, I suffered an awful lot of damage to my spine and my back, and Dr. Chris at DISC, he's helped me in the past. I just give them my highest recommendation for you right now. Disc surgeons have developed a personalized pain mapping system that pinpoints the spine pain generator to diagnose back and neck problems and customize a treatment plan that caters to your goals. An active lifestyle to provide long-term relief for you. DISC offers spinal fusion alternatives for patients suffering from back and neck pain. Enjoy life again, Basinonians. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900 for DISC.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions. Like your really expensive limited edition sneakers and your new suit for your cousin's wedding. Except you never actually bought the suit because you can't stop buying sneakers. So you show up to the wedding looking like you're going grocery shopping. But hey, at least your sneakers will look good in the pictures. Until you're cropped out of every last one of them. So go ahead and get Progressive so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
As parents, we watch our kids grow up, cheer at their games, help with homework, and worry about the choices they'll face. One bad pill laced with fentanyl, that's all it takes. That's why I've talked to my older kids about carrying naloxone. It's not about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared. because one dose can save a life. Please carry naloxone. Be ready. Be safe. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Not available in all states. Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show.
It is gone!
Brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com.
All right, welcome back to Wolf and Luke on a Friday. Diamondbacks back at it tonight against the Athletics in Athleticville, wherever the A's are playing this year, somewhere near Sacramento, I think. I don't know. It moves like every week.
Athleticville.
Yeah.
I like that.
Jody Jackson's joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. Trade deadline's finally over, Jody, so now we can move forward with the final third of the season. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing all right, guys. I know it's been a tough couple of days. I was watching some baseball yesterday and seeing Gino and Naylor over there with the Mariners defeating the Rangers. And I just, it's a lot of emotion, but, on a strange level, it's like these guys are going to be duking it out now in the AL West. You've got Merrill with the Rangers. You've got Gino and Naylor Mariners. You've got Christian Walker with the Astros. And it's just weird. But I think overall, just to put a wrap on the emotions from my perspective, I mean, I know you guys are going to have Mike Hazen on, and I was on the call just like a lot of media yesterday, and I know you guys have probably been playing some of that interview. So I'm not going to just regurgitate what probably you're going to hear from Mike, or at least what Mike said yesterday, I should say. But for me, I just look at it, and, you still have a core of players here, but that are going to hopefully go out and perform. Maybe the pressure's off, I don't know, but I just go back to, I think it was the end of May when I think it was coming off of a road trip, disappointing road trip. It might have been the one that was Dodgers and Cardinals, and I remember they went 1-5, lost a lot of one-run games, and came back. And I was talking to Corbin Burns and Shelby Miller, and they were talking about the meeting that the team had about just they got together and said, we don't want to be split apart. We want to play well enough to be buyers and stay together. And I think actually Shelby was talking about that Corbin Burns, even though he was injured at the time, spoke in that meeting and was one of the guys that spoke, and they all, I think a few guys spoke, and it just didn't happen. They at times showed signs of life, even as recently as coming out of the break with that sweep of the Cardinals. But it's just, whether it was injuries or poor play and the defensive mishaps that we've seen that are strange and unlike this team, it just didn't happen. So I think that the key is that they brought back a lot of young talent, a lot of new talent, I should say. I see that 8 guys that came over have landed already on the D-backs top 30 prospect list, as that was just reshuffled. So we're going to learn a lot about these guys. And so for me, it's not really the closing of the chapter. It certainly is on certain players. But you've still got a team. Now you have to see how you're going to build it back up and the pieces around the core guys, and how are they going to build that back up.
Yeah, Jody, did you have a move that the freaky Mike Hazen made that you liked more than another move?
Boy, that's a good question, Wolf. Well, I think like a lot of people, I'm really intrigued by Tyler Locklear, who's going to be in the lineup, a guy that looks like he's ready to take that next step, although, it's never – I think when you first come up from AAA, it doesn't necessarily happen right out of the gate, but you never know. And you got to take a look at him. And then what the haul that they got for Merrill Kelly, I really like Cole Drake, Mitch Bratt. So I think TBD on that, but I think he got pretty good value. You're in a situation where these guys are rentals, but you have to like what they got. And I think, again, to trade with the Mariners over and over, I think that really just shows a trust and maybe a similar, like Locklear, he's in the PCL and people say, oh, well, the numbers, he doesn't play in Reno. He plays in Tacoma, which is more difficult to put up numbers, and he's been putting up numbers. So I guess most interesting to me right at the moment is Locklear, because I think for everyone and all the fans, this is going to be right in front of us tonight on TV. So that's going to be pretty cool to be able to see what he's all about.
Talking to Jody Jackson, I agree with you, Jody. I think most people are probably with you that you want to see what Tyler Locklear can do, because you're hoping he's the first baseman of the future, and maybe in a weird way the D-backs, once you get past this season, are in a better position there. If they were going to lose Naylor anyway, now you have a first baseman of the future. I want to ask you about the guy who's scheduled to start tomorrow, who I was not necessarily expecting to still be on the team. What do you make of the fact that Zach Gallen is still here, and is it possible this goes beyond this year and maybe he's one of the part of the rotation in 2026?
Luke, I think you could be onto something there, and I think, I'm not sure. I think the qualifying offer will go out, and then he'll see, how that looks. And I don't think any of us could have predicted this for Zach Gallen. I mean, there are times last year where I felt there were, he was kind of navigating a bit of an injury that was nagging. He battled through that. He still put up pretty good numbers. He had weird, outings like in Chicago last year where he walked 6 guys, but they won 3-0. I mean, there were times that I was like, it's not looking exactly like Zach, but it's still Zach, and he's still so good. And then this year, it's just been so uneven. And I guess that, and Mike talked to us yesterday about maybe, the landscape changed a little bit. He said he was a little surprised. What happened was that a few teams became sellers, and then that changed the market a little bit. And in some cases, teams went out and got someone that was a little bit cheaper. And I mean, that tells me that they had a bar that they had to reach for him. And that does include, of course, the fact that if you throw out that qualifying offer, the compensatory pick is essentially, a pretty good draft pick, like, a first rounder essentially. So they, you have to have that standard as well. And for Zach, I think I just look at it knowing Zach, since 2019, since he came over. I know you guys know him well. You have had many great conversations with him. As a person, you just want him to get back on track, and whatever that means for him. Because we all knew, we thought, we're not going to, maybe we can't afford Zach Gallen, right? Maybe he's not going to be, you'd love to have him back, but he's got one more year. And boy, if he's out there dealing, what's the market going to be? And so for Zach as a human being, you just want to see him live out that potential that, of course he, and I'm sure his agent and just everyone, his family thought he was going, you want to see him pitch to his capability. And I think that is the big problem. I've seen a lot of narratives about him in the stretch and runners on base. And yes, he was always Houdini. He was a guy that could navigate out of a jam. But I mean, I also look at just, the Rockies game at home this year where he gives up a homer and then another homer. And for me, it's not just about, he's not performing with runners on base. For me, it's about the quality of the pitches. And so he's got some time now. If he did go to a contender, I almost fear for the psyche there, because how do you get back on track in that atmosphere? Maybe there's a silver lining of this where he, if the team feels less pressure, maybe that's a thing. Maybe he does as well. Maybe he's able to figure some things out, because this is an important stretch for Zach Gallen.
Yeah, agreed, Jody. What is your expectation for the Arizona Diamondbacks the rest of the way?
Well, I mean, I think that's the big thing. Now that we've turned the page, all the bad baseball we've seen, was that a team that after Josh Naylor was traded, I think we all felt like they were deflated, they were unsure, they were uncertain of what was happening next. And now they can go forward, and I think we want to see them be competitive and be sharp, play the type of baseball. And I know Derek Hall mentioned it on the morning show the other day. I'm not sure what day that was, but he said getting back to the chaos type of thing. And that is something that I feel like they need to get back to. They're capable of that. They still have players on this team that do that well. And we all love the slug, and there are still guys that can put a charge into the ball. But, it's going to be a real test to the players, the coaches, to be able to get things done in maybe some ways that they haven't been before, and then also incorporate new players. So for those on the other side of it, for those that say, well, they have to win this amount of games, or else there needs to be a total change, and I don't know if you can really expect that either, because you are going to be incorporating some different players, some new people. We may see some of these players come up in September. And I just think it's going to be a discovery period, but also a period of time where you have to recapture the fundamental solid baseball that you once were very, very good at.
Jody, it's always great talking to you. We'll speak with you again in a few days.
All right, guys. Sounds good. Have a great weekend.
Thank you. You too. That's Jody Jackson joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line as the Diamondbacks do get set to begin a 3-game series against the Athletics. And, yeah, Zach Gallen scheduled to go tomorrow for the D-backs. So that's interesting. It raises so many potential questions that could have good answers. I don't mean questions in necessarily the negative context, but like I said, Mike Hazen will join us in about 45 minutes. We can ask him instead of trying to speculate a ton on it. All right, when we come back a little over a week into camp, do you feel better or worse about the Cardinals' offensive line now? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show. Brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. Your home for everything Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Brooklyn Betting. Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat, if you don't mind? That's what I'm talking about. It's time to ace Mattress 101 during the back-to-school sale at Brooklyn Betting. Oh, yeah. Now through August 14th, everything is 25% off. There's the best-selling Aurora Cloud Pillow Top, comfort and value with advanced cooling technology, and the budget-friendly Signature Hybrid Cloud Pillow Top, superior comfort at a factory direct price. Basinonians, we the Wu Fang clan, we love our Brooklyn Sedona hybrid mattress from Brooklyn Betting. Don't be tardy on this, Basinonians. It's back to school sale at Brooklyn Betting. We're 25% off everything in store and online. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting. Go to brooklynbetting.com.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
2 years ago, Bobby Carpenter completed treatments for knee pain at QC Kinetics. So we're checking in with the former college and pro football player to see how he's doing.
I've been asked a lot, like, how long does this last? How long does it work? I go, I've had mine for a couple years, and everything feels very good. It feels just as good as it did when I started to turn the corner.
Bobby's an active husband, dad, and business owner. That's why 2 years ago, he heard about QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative treatments, and he knew he could trust them for his chronic knee pain.
And thankfully, with QC Kinetics, I was able to go through this, and my activities are the same as it was. I'm able to coach my kids in sports. I can play golf. I can go run.
QC Kinetics patients like Bobby don't miss a beat. No surgery or rehab, just freedom from debilitating joint pain. Ready for lasting relief from joint pain? Call QC Kinetics today for your complimentary consultation and see if you're a good candidate.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. Wi-Fi. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at EnduranceWarranty.com. If you have a 2004 or newer vehicle that's out of warranty or about to be, Endurance is urgently notifying U.S. drivers about their low-cost vehicle coverage plan designed to save drivers thousands on rising vehicle repair costs. Those who qualify can pick their plan, coverage, and repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental cars included. All covered repairs get paid directly to the repair shop for you. Call now for your free quote. Call 800-298-7906. 800-298-7906.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The MLB trade deadline has officially passed, and the Arizona Diamondbacks ended up moving on from 6 players. Starting pitcher Merrill Kelly, relief pitcher Shelby Miller, starting pitcher Jordan Montgomery, third baseman Eugenio Suarez, first baseman Josh Naylor, and outfielder Randall Grichuk were all moved ahead of the deadline. For more on the D-backs moves, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The D-backs are back on the field tonight. They take on the Athletics in Sacramento with first pitch at 7:05 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the scuffling Phoenix Mercury take on the Dream tonight in Atlanta with tip-off at 4:30. The Merc have lost 4 of their last 5 games. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction, located on 51st Avenue just south of Glendale and online at sandersonford.com.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025, the Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning.
Hey, this is Kyler Murray. You're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Wolf and Luke, live from State Farm Stadium. The Red Reckoning.
All right, we're out here at State Farm Stadium. Thanks to Jody Jackson for joining us. Mike Hazen's going to join us at 11:45, and Dalvin Tomlinson is going to join us up here at 12:15. So that'll be coming up. Are you hearing stuff? I'm hearing stuff.
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
Somebody's mumbling or something.
Okay.
Somebody's talking.
Well, just let that
There's
continue.
a live mic that is cracked somewhere, my brothers.
Here, we found that, or Rick found the audio that you were looking for before. So before we get into the offensive line, this is your Buddha audio that you wanted. Okay,
Here
here
we
it
go.
is. Here you go. Do you want to set it up at all? Or you just want me to play it?
No, just go ahead
here
and
we
play
go.
it.
So this
It's
is a press
Darren
conference
Urban,
yesterday.
by the way. Darren Urban asked the question.
Okay, here we go.
You talked about wanting to get your hand on more balls. And
Yes.
Obviously, you had
Footballs.
But appreciate it.
Oh, so he was joking.
I thought that was funny. I thought that was pretty funny right there.
That's
Football.
Sort of levity you get during camp that you don't get during week 9 of the season when
That's
everybody's just
exactly right.
serious and
Yes.
everything's just a grind. Jonathan Gannon spoke yesterday about the offensive line, Wolf, and there is a part of this quote that I know you brought up in your email that stood out to you, so I'm going to play the whole thing, and then you identify that one part, because when I heard it, I think I had the same reaction you did of like, okay, there's potentially something huge there. Here's JG yesterday, young offensive line so far.
Isaiah had a hell of a day, had a hell of a week last week, honestly. he probably won the day on whatever our last day was, truthfully, in my mind. He was the all-star of the day, I thought, just through team periods, through one-on-one, through individual. Played extremely well. CJ's doing a good job and has made a big jump. You know what I mean? I think he looks comfortable out there. Blocking his guy, and they all have made some mistakes. Really excited about, Val. Now we'll have to see what happens with him, but the other three rooks, with JB and Fryer and Texas, I call him Texas, they're all playing different, they're kind of doing different things. You'll see JB, he's might play a different position here this week. Want to see how that looks like. Hayden might play another position this week, see how that looks like. And Fryer he just blocks his guy. I watch the tape, I'm like, Fryer, you say what you want, he just blocks his guy. Like, that's good. It's a good thing. So I really think the rookies have done a really good job, and the guys that have been here, they're ascending. It's a heavy competition battle in that room.
Yeah, Isaiah Adams is making some noise, my brothers, and he started with Isaiah Adams.
Yeah.
And can I also say this, Basinonians, that I have talked to some individuals that shall remain unnamed here on this broadcast in regard to Isaiah Adams, and talking to JG as well, and JG loves him some number 74.
They must, right?
And what they're seeing from him.
We were
right
talking
now.
about this throughout the offseason. There was a certain point where it was like, okay, the Cardinals are being active. They're addressing all these different things on defense. They're making moves. They weren't just sitting back in free agency, but they didn't do anything to address the offensive line. The only way that makes sense is if they had a lot of confidence in Isaiah Adams. It's the only way it makes sense. If they were just not doing anything across the board and they weren't addressing the offensive line, you could just be like, okay, I guess they're not going to be active. But they were so active in free agency, to not address the offensive line makes it seem like, and now it's kind of sounding like, they have a lot of confidence in this guy.
Yeah, what's interesting about this, I was talking to a buddy of mine, and my tactic of talk to somebody, look them dead in the eye, and mention a name.
See their reaction.
Just see the reaction. And this also works with coaches that you might be talking to. Just mention a guy's
Probably tougher
name
with them.
and watch their face. And if you say this, if you walk up to JG Basinonians, try this. If you get the opportunity to walk up to JG and go, Isaiah Adams, and just look at his face and say, and JG, you couldn't hear it right there, but JG, yeah, this guy, there might be a little something right here to this guy. Isaiah Adams, Basinonians, right now. Play the first part of that cut again, and listen to him talking about Isaiah Adams right now, because Basinonians, to me, so far, this is the money cut of training camp.
Just wave your arms frantically when you want me to stop it, okay?
Okay.
There we go.
Isaiah had a hell of a day, had a hell of a week last week, honestly. He probably won the day on whatever our last day was, truthfully, in my mind. He was the all-star of the day, I thought, just through team periods, through one-on-one, through individual. Played extremely well.
There it is. I mean, the look on his face when he was talking about it as well is significant to me. It gets lost right there when you can only hear it, but the look on his face. Isaiah Adams, if you could tell me right now that Isaiah Adams would take that next step going into year number 2, take that development step where he is going to continue to grow and get better at his craft, man, I will tell you that there couldn't be a more important position other than Marvin Harrison Jr. in wide receiver. There couldn't be a more important position where a rookie's going to take that next step for this team.
It's funny you say that, because that's where I was going next. I mean, you look at all the guys that they drafted last year, and some of the free agent rookies too, but they ended up with, 12 draft picks last year. And it's easy to look and say, okay, man, Marv's got to take that next step. Or Darius Robinson.
Yes.
They got to get something from him. Max Melton, that's big.
Yes, no, Max Melton is huge too, but I would even say right now Isaiah Adams, because you're protecting Kyler Murray. If that guy could take that next step, it's even more important than Darius Robinson. Why? Because you got such a deep defensive line.
I don't think you're going far enough. I think it's almost more important than Marv,
wow.
honestly. Because if you can't protect Kyler Murray in the interior, nothing else matters.
Boy, I love that, Luke.
It really
I love where you're going
matter.
with that.
It's not nearly as exciting.
I don't know if I'd agree, but
it's not nearly as exciting. I get that. But all the other stuff on offense is baked into it. If Isaiah Adams looks kind of lost out there this year, you didn't add interior offensive line help, really. I mean, you've got some of these rookies that JG just mentioned. But
I like where you're going.
If you can't block the other team, especially up the middle, how is Kyler supposed to even have time to get the ball to Marvin Harrison Jr.?
Word.
I can't believe I have to convince you on the offensive line.
This is kind of where you're going right now. You're building an argument saying, it's even more important to protect Kyler Murray than Marvin Harrison Jr. taking that next step.
It's almost unfair because it's kind of built into it. You can't get Marv the ball if you can't protect Kyler. So it's not apples to apples.
Luke's having a good Friday here, my brothers.
I want to ask you about one other guy he brought up, Josh Fryer, just because I remember Paris Johnson Jr., and I know they both went to Ohio State, so maybe there's something to that. But Paris Johnson Jr. just gushing about Josh Fryer back in May and June. And I don't know, undrafted rookie free agent. It's not inconceivable he could carve out a role on this team. I don't think he's going to start in week one, but it'd be nice if they had something there too. If they had something on the offensive line that maybe we're not all expecting.
So you're saying Josh Fryer going to Ohio State?
He did go to Ohio State.
Yeah, he went to Ohio State. You're telling me once again you're going to bring this guy who's an undrafted free agent rookie. Is that right? Luke, you're going to bring him on
I didn't bring him in, but
and why not? He went to Ohio State. Do you think he's going to be wowed by any type of – no, he's played against some of the best guys at the college level right now. This is what we're seeing more and more, Basin Earnings, across the National Football League. These huge programs. We're seeing more guys get the opportunity from these huge programs just because of where they went, because of who they've already played against. Interesting.
Or in the case of the Cardinals, he's got 19 former teammates on this roster. Last chance to join the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. Text FANTASY to 620-620. Battle your favorite host for bragging rights and the Fantasy Football Championship belt. Spots are almost gone. Text FANTASY now. The Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy is presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. And don't forget to bring your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings. Make sure you book that. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. All right, when we come back, Wolf, if Zach Gallen is a part of the Diamondbacks' future beyond this season, there is one question you have to ask. We'll ask it when we come back. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is coming soon.
Phoenix Children's Hospital.
You can make a difference for Arizona kids when you listen beginning Monday, August 18th. The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y-Refi.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation, and that is why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from the insurance company, and he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys helped him get the medical care needed to get on that bike again, and then they fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. Now, no firm can guarantee outcomes, but if you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, the skill, and the resources to win the most for you, and Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that is why they win 98% of the time, and they win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
At the UPS Store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Arizona Sports, Wolf and Luke, talking MLB trade deadline now.
All right, we're back. One of us is back. We're at State Farm Stadium here, getting ready. Cardinals practice is coming up in just a couple hours, and now we're finally through the Major League trade deadline, so we don't have to speculate on what they may or may not be doing on July 31st, Wolf, because it's August 1st.
Yes.
Don't have to anymore.
The trade deadline has come and passed, thank goodness. Thank goodness. I don't know about you. You could hear it in Jody's voice.
Yeah.
You could hear the excitement in Jody's voice.
Hopefully we can see it in the play of the team tonight, because I don't know that I remember a Major League Baseball team, and I get it. I mean, this team was right at the epicenter of the trade deadline for a month and a half, it felt like. But, man, it seemed to really impact them on the field, whether you had guys trying too hard because they wanted to stay or whatever, guys losing focus because it was a distraction. I don't know. But either way, I suspect we're going to see them look different this weekend against the A's. So you and I were talking about this briefly before the show. The Zach Gallen conversation, there is one question I think you really have to ask, and I'm assuming they have asked it behind the scenes. I'm guessing that the plan is, okay, let's see how this goes the rest of the season. They didn't get the trade offer they wanted for Zach Gallen, so there's like a two-pronged effect of, okay, well, maybe that means the free agent market isn't going to be there for him, and the Diamondbacks can just bring him back for a year next year. And if they can't, if they make him the qualifying offer, which I believe is $22 million, and some team beats that and he chooses to leave, then you get the compensatory pick. So there's like a couple layers at least where you catch yourself. The question I think you have to ask, though, is – we agreed this is the worst year he's had.
Yes.
Zach Gallen's typically a really good pitcher. And this is his free agent year.
Yes.
So if you bring him back for 1 year next year, that would be a free agent year.
Right.
So how much of his struggles this year are being caused by the fact that there's extra pressure because it's a free agent year? Because if you bring him back for just 1 year after this, it's the same scenario. I'm not saying you get the same results, but it's the same setup.
It is the same setup, but again, I agree with you. I don't know if you could look at it and say you're going to get the same results next year.
I mean, I would hope not.
And also, too, based on needs, this is just me. We've heard Mike Hazen talk about Zach Gallen in the past. He's a big fan. He is a huge fan, and I'm not, obviously a general manager is going to like a guy that is pitching for them right now, especially when you've had the results that Zach Gallen has had. Of course, Mike Hazen loves Zach Gallen, yet at the same time, I think they know what's wrong with Zach Gallen. I think they might have an idea as to what is wrong and why this anomaly of a season is happening right now. I don't know. It's pure speculation on my part, and I don't want to point the spiny, ruddy finger of blame at anybody. But I'm wondering if they're looking at it going, how in the world are we getting these results from Zach Gallen?
Yeah.
From Zach Gallen, of all people, Zach Gallen, who's right in the middle of his prime right now, as far as I'm concerned. He's 29 years old. Don't say 28, Luke. He's 29
He'll
years
be 30
old.
on Sunday.
He's going to be 30 on Sunday. To me, that is still right in the sweet spot of a pitcher in prime.
It doesn't make any sense that he's struggling the way he is this year, so I tend to agree with you that they must have some idea of what it is. They're not just sitting there like I am right now, like, who knows what's wrong with Zach Gallen.
You just don't, a guy of his caliber, with his quality of pitches, you just don't lose that ability.
Look,
when you're still in your prime.
I don't want to go too far with this. Look, Zach Gallen, friend of the show, easy guy to root for.
Yeah.
Jody said it before. It's like wherever he ends up, if he had ended up somewhere, like you just want him to get back to being Zach Gallen. It's not like he's been bad for 5 years. People paint that picture but he is struggling this year. He has struggled this year. There's no way around that. Where I'm saying I don't want to go too far with it is if you look at the Diamondbacks this season and you list off the reasons that they are in the position they are in right now, I still would put injuries at the top of the list because the injuries were ridiculous.
Agreed.
And there have been other things. The bullpen was not good.
But Zach Gallen underachieving is right there, Luke. It's right there.
If you're looking at underachieving and you're saying pick one player that you think of Zach Gallen. And he's the one that's back.
Think of the one guy. The one guy that you would say, there's no way he's going to have an ERA over 5. Zach Gallen. There's no way he's going to have an ERA over 5 at this point of the season. No way. And yet, here we are with Zach Gallen, who's got an ERA over 5.
And it's August now.
And to me, I don't know. I wonder if Mike Hazen, let's just all speculate about this right now. And we'll be able to ask Mike Hazen this at 11:45.
Yep.
The Freaky Mike Hazen is going to come on the Wolf and Luke show. Freaky Mike Hazen, wheeling and dealing. Yes, of course. And, but I'm just wondering if they think, hey, listen, you know what, Zach Gallen, this is an anomaly. You know it, Tori. I know it. As Mike Hazen, this is a complete Derek Hall, this is a complete Kenny, hey Ken, this is a complete anomaly. We all feel this way here in the organization. Why? What is different? And by the way, is there an opportunity here to bring him back at a cut rate price, even though it's still a lot of money?
Yeah, but you do need a number one starter going into next year. Now, again, I
Could
get it.
we bring him back?
He hasn't been a number one starter this year, but you have to remember, A, this team should be competing for a playoff spot next year. B, I'm assuming you get Corbin Burns back at some point next year, but it's not going to be at the start of the year.
No.
C, maybe you get Merrill Kelly back. D, I don't know how far into the alphabet I can go here, but you might have Zach Gallen back. I don't know. It's the reason this rotation was supposed to be as good as it was this year is you were supposed to go Corbin Burns, Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly.
Yes.
Merrill Kelly pitched the way you expect Merrill Kelly to pitch, and now he's in Texas. Corbin Burns pitched the way you expect him to pitch, and he's hurt. Zach Gallen pitched unlike we've ever seen Zach Gallen pitch before, in a negative way.
Yes.
And he's the only one of the three he's pitching tomorrow. He's pitching against the A's.
I'm just wondering once again if they're like, listen, we're not going to take your offer. You are not giving us real value for Zach Gallen. We think he's still a guy that is capable of being an ace on a staff. What you're offering us is nowhere even close.
I do kind of, we'll never know this, but I kind of hope there was some team out there that was playing hardball with the D-backs, and they're like, we're not going to give you anything for Gallen. You'll cave and give him to us. I don't know who that team was, but I hope they don't win the World Series because they didn't make the trade.
Yeah, there you go.
It just bites them. I hope they were like, Hazen will cave because he didn't cave, and the compensatory pick is a real thing. If he just leaves, that's basically a first-round pick.
And it's kind of what I was thinking about right there was Mike Hazen could say, hey, listen, you know what? We still see a future here with Zach Gallen. a future with Zach Gallen. Now, it's going to be a little discombobulated. There's no doubt about that. It's going to be a little different. But the bottom floor is, hey, even if he goes somewhere else, there's the compensatory pick.
And as Hazen has pointed out, Slade Caldwell, I believe, is like their number 2 prospect. That's a guy they got right near the end of the first round. Compensatory pick would be like a couple picks lower. So you can get something good. You should get something good with that. Like you said, we're going to talk to Hazen in about 20 minutes, but he did do a call with the media after the trade deadline yesterday, and naturally they asked him if he's surprised that Zach Gallen is still here.
I'm a little surprised that I don't know. I haven't even seen. I know sometimes these deals trickle out later that I think what ended up happening, honestly, and it really probably bled into the Geno discussions as well, is there seemed to be a few teams that dropped out here at the last minute, meaning the last few days, that became sellers. And I think that had a material impact on the market. And then once the downstream effects of that is options for teams. And then as soon as teams that are buying, I would be, and if I was that case too, is sometimes, I think the decision to go get somebody for a lot cheaper can become part of the calculus. And I don't know that that's what happened in this case. Like we had a decent amount of teams interested, as you can imagine. It just didn't. No deal came across.
And there it is. Nothing actually happened where Mike Hazen said, "Oh boy, there's a deal. We like that." The question is why. Once again,
I blame Minnesota for becoming sellers and just flooding the market with Twins. I feel like I don't even know if they really traded a starting pitcher. They didn't. Maybe. I blame them.
Yes.
I blame them.
Okay, well, that sounds good.
But I do want to know, and I hope that, like you said earlier, there's a conversation with Zach Gallen. Like if Zach Gallen is unhappy that he's still here, and I don't know that he is, and he might very well not be, but you don't want that. You know what I mean? Like because for me, for this to make sense, there needs to at least be a chance that you feel like you can fix what's going on and he's back next year. Whether that happens or not, I just think that was probably part of the equation of like, yeah, but what if we have him back next year? What if it works for both sides? Hey, Zach, you're not getting the offers you want out there. Come back for a year, pitch like Zach Gallen. It'll help us get into the playoffs next year, and then if you want to move on after 2026, you'll get paid.
Yeah, there had to be some type of conversation. And that's what I'm going to write down right now to ask Mike Hazen.
Take us with you wherever you go. Well, you really are writing it down. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. All right, when we come back, it took 2 days. What do we make of Kenny Dillingham calling out his team yesterday? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Every Saturday morning on The Kevin McCabe Show. Presented by Brooklyn Betting. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when the Dean of High School Sports in Arizona hosts The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Santan Ford. I am Santan Ford, Basinonians. And listen, this just isn't any old Ford dealership, ladies and gentlemen. This is Tim Hovick's Santan Ford. That's right. And they're reimagining affordability for you, brothers. We're talking lease deals for $399 a month. And zero down. Yeah, I'm talking zero down, $399 a month, and zero down on the brand new 2025 Ford Mustang GT, the Ford Escape, and the Ford Bronco Sport. Yeah, even the Bronco Sport, man, that's big time. Just sign and drive with a payment that we all can afford for the most part. And Tim Hovick, Santan Ford, is in Gilbert. The summer sale is on right now. Some restrictions apply, and there's a $649 dock fee. But you got that, man. Affordability is back in style. I am Santan Ford.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
If you didn't think skipping breakfast was a big deal, you'd be right. Before. But now, Wendy's has Buck Biscuits. We're talking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy Chicken Biscuit. For just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all 3 if you want. They're just $1, so you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in the combo while supplies last.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. My friends at Y-Refi are humbled to be this year's co-presenting sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. And at Y-Refi, they understand college didn't turn out how a lot of us hoped. The degree? Check. But the debt and detours, not what anyone planned. That's why Y-Refi helps struggling borrowers refinance private student loans with a plan that actually works. Visit YRefi.com today. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi is not available in all states.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Phoenix, Saturday Night Soccer is calling. Join Phoenix Rising on August 2nd at 7:30 p.m. as they take on Birmingham Legion in a can't-miss summer showdown. Enjoy the popular 4-3-3 menu with a $4 all-beef hot dog and $3 drink specials available all game long. Tickets start at just $15. Get yours now at phxrisingfc.com. Great food, great match, all for a great price.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The MLB trade deadline has officially passed, and the Arizona Diamondbacks ended up moving on from 6 players. Starting pitcher Merrill Kelly, relief pitcher Shelby Miller, starting pitcher Jordan Montgomery, third baseman Eugenio Suarez, first baseman Josh Naylor, and outfielder Randall Grichuk were all moved ahead of the deadline. For more on the D-backs moves, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The D-backs are back on the field tonight. They take on the Athletics in Sacramento with first pitch at 7:05 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the scuffling Phoenix Mercury take on the Dream tonight in Atlanta with tip-off at 4:30. The Merc have lost 4 of their last 5 games. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction, located on 51st Avenue just south of Glendale and online at sandersonford.com.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Who is going to play at the corners for the Diamondbacks to replace Eugenio Suarez and Josh Naylor? The 2025 D-backs will be defined by sadness, sloppiness, and softness, writes Dan Bickley. And Cardinals rookie corner Will Johnson is cementing himself on and off the field. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi.
Sadness, sloppiness, and softness. Not how you want to be described.
No.
Not great. It's been a rough 2025 for sports here so far. However, both the Cardinals and ASU are going to get going here. They already are getting going to a certain extent because we're obviously out here at Cardinals training camp, and ASU practice got going this week as well. And Wolf, if you recall, after day one, Kenny was like, "Man, it's good practice. I almost, I almost wish I had something negative to say, but I don't."
He said, I want more negatives.
Yeah. Well, sounds like he got him in day 2, and he jumped all over it. So here's Kenny Dillingham after day 2.
Yeah, we got to be better. I mean, like I said, our offense in general, too many drops on offense as a group. It was a bad day. I mean, it was a really, really bad day on offense. It all stems from passion we play with. Is it okay to not make a play? And if you accept it, then you accept it. And that's who you're going to be. Don't be mad going 5-7. It's okay. Don't be mad going 6-6. Don't be mad going 3-9, because somebody has to go those records. There's going to be tons of teams who do it. Why not us?
Okay, the first thing I noticed right there is his voice was kind of going. You could tell.
Like maybe he spoke loudly earlier in the day.
He was maybe yelling earlier right there, and because of that, Kenny's voice was going a little, hi. It was going a little bit right there. And you know what? Honestly, we were talking about this, and we have talked about it many times in regard to Coach Dillingham, but this is what he does. He looks for the opportunities to coach his guys hard and tell them the truth.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the best time. It's the best moment to actually learn when you do something wrong, when you don't do it right, and a coach is going to jump on it and expound on you not doing it right. Man, that is the best thing that could happen for a coach.
It's first of all, he kind of hit home there where he was can't you just see Kenny being like, "That's okay if you want to practice like this. Somebody has to go 5-7."
That's right.
Like, I mean, he's right. Somebody does have to go 5-7. It better not be ASU. This is the next step for Kenny Dillingham too. And even last year when they were on the tear that they were on, he was pretty open about, hey, okay, there's areas where I'm getting better and areas where I need to get better, and here's where I'm learning and this and that. And Kenny's not afraid to be self-critical by any means. He doesn't just criticize his players. But it's going to be something to watch this season, Wolf. As a head coach, he has never had a team that goes in with expectations like this. And what if they do start 5-0? It's you have the two schools of thought. There are the people that are like, nah, they were overrated last year. And then you have the people that are like, no, they should be in the Big 12 championship again this year. Look at what they have. And so what if they start 5-0? Like, how do you muster that sort of, whatever you want to call it, motivation or ability to keep guys locked in? You just said it. He likes to be able to point out when there's an area that needs cleaned up. He's very good at, like, hey, let's get this going. He creates that sense of urgency. That was probably, in a weird way, easy to do last year because they went in picked last in the entire conference.
Yeah. Well, this is what a head coach does, especially at the college level, Luke. This is what he does. He controls the mentality collectively of the team, the team mentality. It's up to a coach to control it. Especially when you have success. You want to temper it. You always want to tap it down. Most coaches I've been around, they don't want to sit there and just, breathe it in and just, that's right, we're as good as our record says we are awesome. You don't want to do that because it creates this culture of we're entitled to winning. And you don't want to do that.
Yeah, that leads
you
to
want to make it. That leads to complacency. And if you're a head coach at the college level, it is critical that you set the table of mentality for your team. What your culture is, what you want them to think their culture is, but more than anything else, how you handle success. It is up to a head coach to actually control that, especially at the college level. I can't emphasize that enough. Why? Because you don't have a bunch of trained killers, so to speak, who are 27 years old, have 4 kids and a wife, are taking – a lot of times that will motivate you to go out and play and support your family and take care of your mom and your dad, and you've got this great opportunity, and the desperation is there for you to do it. At the college level?
College is a party. It's really easy to get distracted.
That's what it is. It's super easy to get distracted. At the college level, man, you've got to focus these kids. And the best way to do that is to yell from time to time.
Here's more from Kenny talking about practice number 2 of fall.
We didn't practice bad. What I mean by that is, like, we didn't bust. We didn't MA. We threw 1 pick. Like, we didn't practice bad. we didn't practice with passion. We didn't care if we scored a touchdown. We didn't care if there was an interception, right? We didn't care if somebody made a great play for most of practice. We were just out here practicing. And to me, the best teams, it matters all the time. You want to win everything. And today we didn't have that mindset. We didn't want to win. We wanted to practice. And those are two different mindsets to me.
Oh my goodness, I love this guy. Seriously, right now, Basin needs, he's the passion of the game of football. He's talking about we didn't practice poorly. We didn't have a bad practice. We just didn't have a practice where we had any passion. Oh my goodness. When you start picking at things, this is the definition of picking. You went out and had a good practice, but we didn't do it with the passion that we need.
I mean,
man.
You can understand where he's coming from, because more than most teams, we know what ASU is talent-wise, because most of these guys were here last year. So I maintain there's going to be some team, you got 16 teams in the Big 12, there's going to be some team that we're all not thinking of, or maybe a few people are, but you don't know for sure, that's just kind of like, yeah, they could be decent, that's going to be really good this year. There's going to be some other team that rises up. But for the most part, there's nobody on ASU's schedule that's going to be better than them going into the game. Where ASU is going to get caught by one of these teams is either injuries, obviously, or if they get complacent at some point. So you understand why Kenny's making sure, even though that was after a July 31st practice, he doesn't want his team falling into the pattern of any sort of complacency, because that's how they'll get caught by a mediocre team or, an okay team in the Big 12.
See, it's not just about the what to Kenny Dillingham. It's not just about the what. It's the how as well. It's not you did your job. Yeah, that's right. You got your block. You went out. You practiced well. That's good. It's not just the what. It's the how you do it. Boy, that is next level right there. When you think of a head coach at first, it's the what. It's all about the what you're doing and how. I mean, it's the what. Are you having a good practice or are you not? Kenny's talking about the how. Boy, that's next level, man. Passion, next level. Incredible.
We come back. The Diamondbacks worked their way through the trade deadline, came back with 9 prospects, traded almost all of the big names that might have been traded, including Merrill Kelly. Are they happy with what they got for him? And are they surprised at all that they kept Zach Gallen? General Manager Mike Hazen's going to join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com. We all know that the Arizona heat here is brutal. The last thing you want to do is try to move yourself, work up the sauce. You kidding me? You're going to strap on the Depends. Moving is a little difficult. Moving Team 6, they understand that. You can trust the professionals to pack your belongings safely and move your most important possessions safely and securely. You're going to be glad that you did that. You can trust Moving Team 6. Moving Team 6, they strive for excellence. They are the moving and storage pros right here in the Basin. Local, long distance, commercial, residential, with a massive air-conditioned storage facility right here in Phoenix. If you need to store some of your furniture, they got you covered. Moving Team 6 trains all their employees with a foundation of service to bring joy to the job and to customers. They proudly support our veterans and hire first responders as well. Listen, your move is their mission. Go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com.
Your Arizona Diamondbacks face the San Diego Padres at Chase Field for a 3-game weekday series starting August 4th. Get your tickets now at dbacks.com.
All right, grab some buds and listen up. Grilling season's here. Now we find out what we're made of. Are we gonna fold under pressure and overcook the burgers? Or are we gonna nail the carne asada and the briskets and pack the coolers with ice-cold Budweiser and Bud Light? Because that's the difference between winning and losing, between flipping burgers and grilling like a pro.
This summer, grill like a pro with Bud and Bud Light. Stock up today.
Anheuser-Busch, Budweiser, and Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hugs from patients, like Patrick. It's something QC Kinetics medical professionals experience every day.
I hugged them. You should hug somebody who does that for you. They gave me my life back, and I really didn't know where I was going to go because I was definitely afraid of having a knee replacement done.
No surgery, no downtime with QC Kinetics regenerative treatments. They give patients relief from joint pain using their own healing properties to repair and restore damaged tissue. And the results? Well, that's why we see a lot of hugs at QC Kinetics.
Everything is back that I thought I was never going to be able to do again. I'm still smiling, and sometimes it gets emotional. I get a tear in my eye because of how I was before I went in there.
Those smiles and hugs never get old at QC Kinetics. It means patients are finally getting relief. And now, it's your turn. Call QC Kinetics today for your complimentary consultation and see if you're a good candidate for these amazing treatments.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
Are you afraid of running out of money in retirement? If so, you're not alone. In fact, studies show it's people's #1 concern, but there is a solution. Canvas Annuity offers a retirement savings product with one of the most competitive crediting rates in the country, up to 6.2% per year. The best part is you can get access to these industry-leading rates online in a few simple steps by visiting canvasannuity.com. Great rates, simple online products.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Front Office Focus with Wolf and Luke. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. Great rates that are guaranteed to be a home run for your retirement.
All right, we are through the trade deadline. Baseball starts back up for the Diamondbacks tonight against the A's. We are pleased to be joined by their general manager on the Arizona Sports Line. Mike Hazen is joining us. Mike, thank you for the time. I guess just off the top, does it feel good to just finally be through the trade deadline?
Good to talk to you guys. I suppose not with the results of the trade deadline on what we did from a conceptual standpoint. But yes, it's good to get through. I think to whatever degree the trade deadline was creating a drag on what we were seeing day after day, we can at least put that to bed and start dealing with us turning around and playing better baseball, because over the last 7 days, I don't feel like, regardless of the trades and guys that moved out and all that, I don't feel like we've been playing our best baseball. And that's going to be the area of focus starting today and moving forward.
Of all the moves, Mike, that you made and didn't make for the most part, for me, why do you think you didn't get the offer that you wanted on Zach Gallen? That's the one that gets me.
Yeah, I can't answer that for you. I mean, the answer in some ways and form. I mean, he's struggled a little bit this year. That's he's not pitching the way he has over the last few years, and that's on us to help him get that straightened out. He is very capable of being every bit the guy that we've had here at the top of our rotation, and I believe is going to happen for us in the second half. Honestly, Wolf, to get into the weeds of this a little bit,
yeah.
I think some of the teams that were selling, that sold off controllable players at the deadline, that jumped in late, and I think created a supply issue in terms of what is available. Typically, you saw a number of controllable starting pitchers get traded yesterday. That doesn't happen a lot, and because the prices are so prohibitive. And I think when that is out there in the marketplace, the guys that are expiring, the rentals, always come when you talk to other teams with the caveat like, hey, we're not going to give you X for a guy who's expiring at the end of the year regardless. Even Merrill, who was the best one of the best starters in the entire market, we still heard that same stuff when we were trying to make trades for particular players on teams. It was, yeah, well, we want him bad, but we're not going to give you any of that. And that's normal. And so I think when that happens and you're not sort of at the top of your game, then it just becomes this sliding cascade effect of what's available for you. And I had a line that I wasn't going to really cross. Like trading Zach Gallen to say that I traded Zach Gallen and moved him out of here, I don't feel good about that. This next 2 months for this baseball team, given what the fans have done for us in the last 4 months, is extremely important to me that we play good baseball. And having Zach Gallen in our rotation versus just trading him because I could say that I traded him for somebody in A-ball somewhere, I didn't feel like that was the right decision to make.
We're talking to Mike Hazen, and Mike, I know you got to weigh a bunch of different things too. I mean, you weigh the value of maybe getting a pick back for him if he leaves at the end of the year, but also in that equation, is there a possibility he's just back next year?
Yeah, I think anything's on the table. But I'm not worried about what's going to happen from October and beyond. I am very concerned and worried and focused and fixated on where this baseball team is at today and what we're going to do tonight going out there playing good baseball. And for him, in the handful, 10, whatever, how many starts he may have left between now and the end of the season, I think it's our responsibility to get him pitching at a level that he has been accustomed to for a long time in this league, an elite level. And that we bear some of the responsibility. He bears some of the responsibility for that, but so do we. And that's going to be what I'm focused on here over the next 2 months. I think if we get to that spot where he's performing like that, everything's going to take care of itself.
So, Mike, it always fascinates me, the human element of all of this. Here you are as a general manager. It's your job to go out the trade deadline. You got to make these business decisions. Yet you got a guy like Zach Gallen. Was there a conversation with Zach about his desire to stay here with the Diamondbacks in the future going forward?
No, we haven't really crossed into any of that territory. I called Zach yesterday. I talked through it with him, obviously out of the respect I have for him, and just let him know kind of where everything shook out. I try not to engage the guys on these types of decisions. I think it's unfair to put the players in a situation of like, hey, here's what could happen, right? Here are all the scenarios. What do you want to have happen? And then at the same time, me telling them, hey, I expect you guys to go out there and give your 1,000% focus and energy at Arizona Diamondbacks, when after I'm finished telling them, hey, I might, 7 days ago, hey, I might trade you. I don't think that's putting elite athletes, you talked about the human element, I don't think that's putting an elite athlete in the right spot to go out there and compete at the major league level. And so I try to stay away from that. Obviously, it's very painful to have these conversations with guys that have given so much to this organization, Merrill, Gino in the short 2 years he's been here, among others. And that part is terrible. Like it's not what we intended to do. And more so, I think I apologize to them for not supporting this team. We tried doing what we could do. Obviously, we had put a lot of resources into it, but not being able to support that second line of defense when we took on some injuries and things started happening. And then certainly not just pushing all in to buy. I think they understand why I didn't do that. They may not agree with it. I think they understand it, at least, the position we were in as a team and what the competitive landscape looked like in the National League. But none of these conversations are easy, and it makes it worse because it wasn't what we intended when we started this journey in April.
Talking to Mike Hazen, yeah, what you just said right there, this is obviously not the position you wanted to be in, but at the same time, how important is it to be able to adjust on the fly at the deadline? And you were able to bring in 9 prospects. I mean, again, not where you wanted to be, but is it possible now you're set up better for the future than you might have been under normal circumstances?
I mean, look, that was the intent, right? I think throwing bad money after bad or bad resources after bad, players, trades, et cetera, would have put us, these guys all walking at the end of the year, would have put us in a really, really, really tough situation. Not afraid of that. We started this team knowing that these guys were going to all, these guys were all becoming free agents at the end of the year. Was very willing to push into that, as you saw with the moves that we made this offseason, the amount of money Ken and Derek gave us to spend. all off season long, the most we've ever done. And I am disappointed that we didn't cash on that and have a team that was buying at the deadline and going for it. I have to step back from what my personal intention was starting in April to, okay, there's times you have to make a decision for the team and there's times you have to make a decision for the organization. And, I think if there was a glimmer of us, I don't think the way we've played over the last 7 days has helped. I don't think it helped our mindset in terms of what we were buying going in. And unfortunately, we had to make a decision that was more geared towards the organization for the first time in a while. And I don't like doing that, but I also know what our responsibilities are, and sometimes we have to deal with those responsibilities.
Mike, you went out and you got a bunch of arms, brought in a bunch of arms right now, and that's super cool, and it kind of fits your MO. But Tyler Locklear, tell me a little bit about this position guy.
Yeah, we sort of skewed pretty heavy on one side of the aisle, didn't we? It was a little bit of a plan to go out and get arms. It wasn't the entirety of the plan. It just seemed like that's what was available to us, to the most value we could get. But yeah, Locklear was a position player that was, and he's dominated through the minor league system like a lot of good baseball players that come up here do. He hasn't quite gotten the opportunity. He hasn't gotten the opportunity. He has a handful of at-bats up here, like most guys get, and then get sent back down. So he's been in that little bit of a cycle. We feel like he made some significant adjustments fundamentally with his hands, with his setup and his swing in the middle part of the year, and he was the best hitter in AAA from June on, just dominating and destroying the baseball and getting on base. And we're going to work to continue to push the defensive improvements at first base. He's a great worker. We've heard nothing but good things makeup-wise. I think that's always everyone always goes back to Walk, and I get it, and it is true. Like Christian Walker made himself into the elite defender that he is. I do think that's possible, maybe not to the level that Walk got to, but I do think with work ethic and makeup, you at that position more than any can improve significantly just by being dedicated to being the best first baseman you can be. So we're going to pour ourselves into that as well, but we're excited to go watch him play tonight.
Well, Mike, we appreciate your time as always. Thank you so much.
All right, guys. Take care.
Mike.
Thank you. That's Mike Hazen, D-backs general manager, joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. That was there's a lot there, obviously, that we're going to react to, especially the Gallen stuff. But the Locklear stuff at the end, I mean, I know, again, everything has the disclaimer of this is not what we were all looking forward to this season. But if they got a first baseman like that sets them up beyond this season, you do have to be able to pivot and adjust if things aren't going right, like he said, to make sure it doesn't linger for more than just one season. Coming up next, we'll take you through the top sports stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to Diamondbacks Front Office Focus, brought to you by Canvas Annuity. Great rates that are guaranteed to be a home run for your retirement. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
We need you to be a champion of hope for Phoenix Children's.
Save the date. Give-a-thon week is happening August 18th through the 22nd.
Give-a-thon. Presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y-Refi.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. I thought I had things in good shape, Basinonians, until Trajan Wealth. They gave my plan a second look, and it turns out there were some big opportunities I was missing on. Jeff Jr., the CEO and former Marine at Trajan Wealth, he helped me actually see that. Now I've got a clear path to retirement, and why more peace of mind? Well, you know what? Peace of mind is really important, isn't it, going forward? They're fiduciaries over at Trajan Wealth, which means the better you do, the better they do. I trust them with my future, and you should as well. When I met with Trajan Wealth, I got straight talk and not a sales pitch. I felt that meeting really went well because of that. I'm somebody that doesn't like that sales pitch, and you're probably the same way. They gave me the facts. Pick up the phone and call Trajan Wealth at 480-990-3300 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com. If you have a 2004 or newer vehicle that's out of warranty or about to be, Endurance is urgently notifying U.S. drivers about their low-cost vehicle coverage plan designed to save drivers thousands on rising vehicle repair costs. Those who qualify can pick their plan, coverage, and repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental car is included. All covered repairs get paid directly to the repair shop for you. Call now for your free quote. Call 800-298-7906. 800-298-7906.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
Draft season is here, and there's no better place to kick it off than DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale. Join Burns and Gambo and your favorite Arizona sports host for the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Draft Party, Friday, August 8th from 2 till 6. And don't forget, you can book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings Sportsbook. Enjoy a reserve space, a custom DraftKings draft board, and personalized food and drink packages for your whole league. DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale, the place to be this football season. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a great opportunity for you to win tickets to the sold-out UMB Bank Fiesta Sports Foundation football kickoff event presented by the Fairmont Scottsdale Princess. This prize includes a VIP meet and greet with former Bears quarterback Jim McMahon, a 2-night stay at the Fairmont Scottsdale Princess, and a chance to hear me MC this awesome event on August 15th. Enter to win at arizonasports.com/contests.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com. If you have a 2004 or newer vehicle that's out of warranty or about to be, Endurance is urgently notifying U.S. drivers about their low-cost vehicle coverage plan designed to save drivers thousands on rising vehicle repair costs. Those who qualify can pick their plan, coverage, and repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental car is included. All covered repairs get paid directly to the repair shop for you. Call now for your free quote. Call 800-298-7906. 800-298-7906.
At the UPS Store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The MLB trade deadline is officially passed, and the Arizona Diamondbacks ended up moving on from 6 players. Starting pitcher Merrill Kelly, relief pitcher Shelby Miller, starting pitcher Jordan Montgomery, third baseman Eugenio Suarez, first baseman Josh Naylor, and outfielder Randall Grichuk were all moved ahead of the deadline. For more on the D-backs moves, head on over to arizonasports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The D-backs are back on the field tonight. They take on the Athletics in Sacramento with first pitch at 7:05 on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And the scuffling Phoenix Mercury take on the Dream tonight in Atlanta with tip-off at 4:30. The Merc have lost 4 of their last 5 games. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction, located on 51st Avenue just south of Glendale and online at sandersonford.com.
And I'm hungry like the wolf.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it's noon. It's time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick, what do you got?
What's up, guys, down there at Cardinals camp? The MLB trade deadline has now passed. Merrill Kelly, Shelby Miller, Eugenio Suarez, Randall Grichuk, Josh Naylor, and Jordan Montgomery were all dealt by the Diamondbacks. This takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question, which is up now at ArizonaSports.com, and it asks, which former Diamondbacks player will you miss watching the most? Merrill Kelly, Eugenio Suarez, Josh Naylor, Shelby Miller, or Randall Grichuk?
I noticed Jordan Montgomery's not on here.
Yeah.
This is which one you're going to miss watching the most? I mean, it's going to be the strangest for me watching Merrill Kelly probably pitch against the Diamondbacks at some point this season. As far as just miss watching, though, I mean, Gino was hitting a home run, it felt like every other game. That's probably the one I didn't want to trade was Naylor. So, I don't know. I gave you 3 answers.
Yeah, I feel I'll give you one. Luke will give you 3.
Yeah,
I'll give you one. It was Merrill Kelly.
This is typically reversed.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was Merrill Kelly, no doubt about it. You know, we kind of think of Merrill as our own.
Yeah.
And because of that, to your point, Luke, it's going to be really difficult to see him pitching for somebody else.
Against they play him 6 times, or they play the Rangers 6 times, they're probably going to face him.
Right, especially because I do believe there's a real possibility he could be signed back here with the Arizona Diamondbacks when it's done.
All right, I'll vote Merrill Kelly.
Okay.
Because that's what Wolf went with, and you did not go with one. Luke, you
That's
went
not
with
true.
3.
I went with all of them.
No, you went with 3.
Okay.
And this is a crazy poll result here. Eugenio Suarez, 47%.
Okay.
Merrill Kelly, 47%. 3% Josh Naylor, 2% Shelby Miller, 1% Randall Grichuk. So basically you can take those 3 guys out of the equation, and it's a 50-50 split between Merrill and Eugenio.
Am I the only person that didn't want Josh Naylor to leave? Like, I thought the guy did everything you were at, and he wasn't a great fielder.
Yeah.
But I feel like he was doing, like, and if you look at what he's doing with the Mariners, he's already got 5 steals in the first week.
Come on,
They said
man.
there was a post that he was the first Mariner ever to have 4 steals in his first 4 games. That's Josh Naylor.
He just does not look like a guy that'd be stealing bases out there.
But I flipped that game on for about 15 minutes last night. Within the first 2 minutes, he got on base, stole second, and Gino was up. And I was like, this is too weird, and I turned it off.
Yeah, I enjoy Josh Naylor as a player. I've liked him since he was in Cleveland. I was very excited when they got him here. So I am bummed that he's gone, just because I like players that play with that kind of passion, and he plays with a certain type of passion that not a lot of guys play with.
Yeah.
One player the D-backs did not trade who was on an expiring contract was starting pitcher Zach Gallen. Here's general manager Mike Hazen yesterday on if a Gallen trade was close.
I'm not going to get into the specifics of negotiations. You know, obviously his name came up a decent amount. That shouldn't surprise anybody, given the talent. We didn't get anything accomplished. And yeah, very much it's important for him and for us to continue in the rotation in the second half. There's a lot to play for. Every game still matters for us. I understand that sort of where the expectations from what I should have, given what I just did to the roster, I do. But we still have a very good rotation going out there every 5th day, and we should have every opportunity to go out there and play good baseball.
Why do you guys think the D-backs hung on to Zach Gallen?
Yeah, I thought it was interesting when we just had him on last segment that he said he wasn't going to trade Zach Gallen just to say he traded Zach Gallen.
Yeah.
Because he said that in a more vague way, not about anybody specific, a few weeks ago, that he wasn't going to trade guys just to be like, oh, look, I traded him. I mean, I think he kind of told us before no team really met the threshold where he felt like it was worth moving him. And I mean, for whatever reason, other teams flooding the market at the last second, maybe that was part of it. Certainly Zach Gallen's season, I'm sure, was part of it too. I think for the longest time, people thought if they have to trade guys, Gallen's going to be the most valuable, and then Merrill Kelly when it comes to pitchers. But we were hearing more and more reports over the last couple of weeks. Teams were more interested in Merrill, despite the age difference. And we saw it. They got a ton back for Merrill. When you consider he's a rental, they got 3 of the Rangers' top prospects back for him. And nobody met the threshold for Gallen.
Yeah, for me, I like the fact that Mike Hazen said that he talked to Zach Gallen. Actually had a conversation with Zach Gallen yesterday about this. And, to me, I'm sure they shared some thoughts on that. And I do wonder. He didn't go into specifics. But I do wonder if they've talked about the possibility of what might happen next year going forward. If he would be willing to come back and pitch for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Would he be okay with doing that?
And do the Diamondbacks want him back? I mean, how many times did Hazen say, his starts the rest of the season are important to us?
Correct.
If he goes out there, it's a
But you
got to
kind of plow that road right now.
Yeah. But if he goes out there and is amazing, like if the switch flips for Gallen and he's amazing, he probably prices himself out of here. There's a very thin area where he pitches well enough where you're like, okay, he's getting it back. We would like him back next year, but not so great where the Mets are going to throw $35 million at him or whatever.
Yes.
All right, guys, some bad NBA news for us locally that came down yesterday. Former Suns fan favorite Mikal Bridges will not be a free agent next summer, according to ESPN's Shams Charania. Bridges has agreed to a 4-year, $150 million extension with the New York Knicks. How bummed are you guys about this news?
Pretty down, honestly. Like, was it a joke when we were talking about it a year or 2 years ago? Hey, it was the summer of 2026. Keep an eye out for Mikal. But I was absolutely monitoring it this summer. I was monitoring everything the Knicks did, because if they got to the point where they couldn't afford to extend him, then he would have been potentially a free agent next summer, and that is exactly the guy you want on this Suns team right now. And maybe he just loves it in New York, and he's playing with a bunch of, former Villanova teammates where he wouldn't have left next summer anyway. But if he was going to leave, you figure he probably would have come back here to play with Books. So, I did not want to see that news yesterday in the middle of everything else.
The dream is over, my friends. It's over.
Well, only 5 years now until he's a free agent.
Honestly, right now, I love Mikal Bridges. I absolutely love him and would have loved to have seen him come back and reunite with Devin Booker, if you will. He is the perfect cultural player that the Phoenix Suns want to build here going forward. So, yeah, I'm disappointed. I was bummed out when I saw that.
That in the middle of everything else, just one final slap in the face. Oh, by the way, you have to trade all your guys away in baseball. Oh, Mikal's sticking in New York for another 4 years. All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. It's your last chance to join the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. You can beat Rick in fantasy football if you join this. That's a prize in itself. Text Fantasy to 620-620 and battle your favorite host for bragging rights and the Fantasy Football Championship belt. Spots are almost gone. Text Fantasy now, the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy, presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. And don't forget to book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. All right, when we come back, what will Dalvin Tomlinson's presence on the Arizona Cardinals defensive line do for the rest of the defense? We'll ask him. He's joining us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
T-Bags make more deals at the MLB trade deadline.
All told, 8 pitchers. 1, 2, 3, 4 of the 8 are relievers. 4 of the 8 are starters. You got a first baseman in Tyler Locklear.
Can't wait to see what their minor league ranking is. I can't wait till they update it and we see it.
T-Bags breaking news and play-by-play is on the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
What's up, Dalvin? All right, Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat right there, if you don't mind? Yeah, it's time to ace Mattress 101 during the back-to-school sale at Brooklyn Betting Bay Citizens. Now through August 14th, everything is 25% off. Talking about everything in the store and online. They have 12 Basin locations, of course, but you can also go to brooklynbetting.com, and everything is 25% off. There's the best-selling Aurora Cloud Pillow Top, comfort and value with advanced cooling technology, and the budget-friendly Signature Hybrid Cloud Pillow Top, superior comfort at a factory direct price. Don't be tardy, Basinonians. It's the back-to-school sale at Brooklyn Bedding for the best sleep ever. Get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding. Go to brooklynbedding.com. That's brooklynbedding.com.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Hey, good morning. You're heading to the airport, right?
Yep, thanks for checking. I like the car. How long have you been a rideshare driver?
About 3 years now. I really enjoy it.
Isn't it hard to make money these days with the price of gas being so high?
Not for me. I use Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yep, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code HOOD for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code HOOD for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code HOOD.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hit by a drunk driver who chose to get behind the wheel. Hit by a reckless driver who didn't care about the safety of others. It starts an endless road of pain, uncertainty, and financial hardship. If you've been hit, it's time to hit back.
Call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
Hey, it's Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. Now, I was looking for fun ways to tell you that Mint's offer of unlimited premium wireless for $15 a month is back. So I thought it would be fun if we made $15 bills. But it turns out that's very illegal. So there goes my big idea for the commercial.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan equivalent to $15 per month required. New customer offer for first 3 months only. Speed slow after 35 gigabytes if network's busy. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Cardinals training camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning.
It's Cardinals defensive lineman Dalvin Tomlinson. You're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Wolf and Luke, live from State Farm Stadium. The Red Reckoning.
I want to remind you a limited number of season and individual tickets are currently on sale for Cardinals home games. For more information, please visit azcardinals.com/tickets. We are pleased to be joined up here about an hour or so ahead of Cardinals practice by Dalvin Tomlinson, one of the newest members of the Cardinals. And Wolf, I know one of your favorites already.
Oh, yeah.
Dalvin, thank you for joining us up here. You know, how's your first camp as a Cardinal going so far?
Thank you for having me. And it's going pretty good so far. It's a different atmosphere. Just trying to get used to this. The desert heat,
yeah,
and I'm super excited. I got red back on, like I feel like I'm back in Bama right now.
so Dalvin, don't be offended by this. I ask all the big guys whenever they come up here, what's your weight at right now? So that I always start with
everybody.
that. What's your weight at, and do you want to stay where you are?
I say my weight right now is around like 340 or so, and
okay.
Definitely leaning out more throughout training camp, and I'm going to be a lean machine on week 1.
Okay, so is this typical for you where you come into training camp and you might be a little heavier than what you're going to play at during the season?
Yeah, I feel like that's typical just because I'm used to having back in my Bama days and stuff, being a little bit heavier because just how much you practice and how much you run and lift weights and stuff like that throughout training camp, you're always going to lose weight.
Yes.
So I don't want to, come in at a certain weight and then lose too much weight and then be trying to gain weight back for the season.
What are your early impressions of this defensive line? Because I can tell you we had Rabbit up here, we had Marvin Harrison Jr. up here, and both of them randomly brought up just the defensive line and the size with you and Calais and Darius Robinson up there, and just kind of the damage you guys can do. What are your early impressions?
Oh, man, we got so much talent. We got a talented room. The depth is crazy. I could just rotate for days and just see everybody bring their different strengths to the field, and super excited to play with Calais and D-Rob and just everybody. Dante Steele is a great pass rusher in the making, I would say.
Yeah.
And we just got a lot of the young guys like Elijah and stuff just came in, and Walt. It's just different talents across the board in the run stop and pass rushing. And as a unit, the chemistry we're building right now is essential, because I feel like the sky's the limit with what we have in this D-line room.
Yeah, I'm really jacked up about the possibilities of what you guys could do this season. More on that as the conversation unfolds. What is the best thing about playing the game of football to you, Dalvin?
Just the brotherhood you build. Just going out there, making plays. When you have your brother make a play, you celebrating just like you made a play. So, D-Rob get a sack, all of us going to start celebrating. If I get a sack, if Calais get a TFL or something like that, we all going to celebrate together. And just that brotherhood you build in the locker room is just it's hard to build that elsewhere. Like, if you play football, you understand.
Yeah. We're talking to Dalvin Tomlinson. Speaking of the sacks, you look at this, it feels like everybody's just going to have 6 or 7 sacks. Is there one main pass rusher, or are you guys cool if it's a different guy every week?
If it's a different guy every week, that's what you want. Just because if somebody gets hot, it's going to free up the other guy, and you have to be able to take advantage of that situation. And if you have 6, 7 guys, or 5, 6, 7 guys with 6, 7 sacks, you got a great defensive line.
Yeah.
What technique do you enjoy playing the most across the defensive front?
Sheesh. Just being a smaller guy, getting bigger now. I would say I love getting back on the edge, playing 5-tech. 5, 6-tech rush, because all offensive tackles hate when you got a big, strong guy on the outside. It makes their life a lot harder.
Yeah, that is really interesting to me, because I see you more as a guy who's going to play over the center a lot of the time. And you enjoy being out there in a 5 technique.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I play inside mostly now, but I can also get to the outside and get some good rushes in too. So it's just it's a kind of a plot twist when you see a big guy out there, 330 plus, trying to rush off the edge, and be like, hold on now. And but I like moving around. I don't like just sitting in one spot.
Okay.
How versatile is this defense going to be? Because we know Nick Rawlis likes versatility from his guys, and it seems like you have quite a few guys that can kind of move around.
Oh, for sure. We have a lot of guys who can play inside and outside and rush great, play the run in both too. And just like up front, we're going to be versatile. We're going to be across the board. We're gonna have some few tricks and stuff you're going to see throughout the year, I feel like.
So, Dalvin, what are your thoughts on Calais Campbell and the type of individual Calais is? Because he's one of my favorite guys.
Calais is a great guy, man. I feel like we always talking finance stuff every day. And just Calais is my guy, man. Just you don't get to year 18 by just being an average guy, man. I know Calais is a future Hall of Famer, and just being in high school watching him play when he was in Arizona the first time is crazy. I actually get the opportunity to play beside him, and he's still going out there hitting crazy rush moves and things like that at year 18. It's just it's an honor.
He's just a great guy too, isn't he?
For sure.
Man, I love that.
We're talking to Dalvin Tomlinson. I wanted to ask you about Darius Robinson, because we got to see him during camp last year, and then he had the injury, and we didn't get to see him a ton last season. You obviously have a much different perspective. Young guy breaking in. What do you see from him?
Oh, man, that's the potential for D-Rob is through the roof, man. Darius has the great pass rushing ability, natural field in there, strong guy. He play the run great, and I know I heard about the injury and stuff he had to go through last year, and that could mess up your mental a little bit. But since I got here, he's been locked in, being a student of the game and learning every single day.
So, Dalvin, what brought you here? What made you decide on coming here and playing for the Arizona Cardinals?
Oh, yeah, so the last couple of years is playing against the Cardinals and watching them. Just JG and Coach Nick, they've been doing a great job and just building up. And I just felt like they were almost over the hump last year. And I just felt like I could come in, help with the run stop, and get to the quarterback on some interior pressure, collapse in the pocket, and just across the board, I just love what the organization was doing, the build, where they're building up to. And I just feel like we got the pieces this year to, do what we want, where we're setting out to do it.
Now that you're here, what's it like playing for Nick Rawlis and JG?
Man, it's amazing. I love the energy of the coaches, man. Coach Debo out there. It's just the energy you get from the coaches, play to play, drill to drill, period to period in practice. It's unmatched things. Like you love that.
Yeah.
It makes you more like you already play for the guy next to you, but when you have that relationship with the coaches and you want to play for them as well as the guy next to you and for yourself, that's something you can't just build regularly.
So do you see this defense being a high-pressure defense, or do you see it more evolving into a third and obvious defense where you can rush 4 and drop 7?
Oh yeah, that's as a front, a defensive lineman, you always want to be in a position where you only have to rush 4. And we don't have to pressure. We could just get to the quarterback, get pressure in the quarterback faces to help our DBs and stuff out like that. So that's always a goal to strive towards for us up front.
And you're really, really good, especially as an interior pass rusher. That's something that a lot of scouts point to and say Dalvin Tomlinson is one of the best at this.
I appreciate it. I feel like without that interior rush, like if I'm not getting all the sacks, the high sack numbers, if I can help my DN or my outside backer get more sacks, or we're getting to the quarterback in QB hits or pressures like that all affects the game. So I pride myself in that.
It's such a big deal when you think about it for quarterbacks, that interior pocket, and you collapsing that interior pocket the way that you do. I think that's really going to be important for this team going forward.
Oh, for sure.
Talking to Dalvin Tomlinson. Dalvin, what are your impressions of the offense, the Cardinals offense? Because this team changed a lot on defense this offseason, didn't really change a ton on offense, so a lot of the offense is just kind of building on continuity. But what are you seeing on the other side of the ball?
We got weapons everywhere.
Yeah.
And we can be explosive in any given play. And just the way the offense has been locking in, just going against us in practice and stuff like that, just going against them is just like you have to keep your head on a swivel, because it may be a slant route. We may go for 30. Or James might break a run because we aren't as gap disciplined as we want to be. So it makes us, it's like iron sharpens iron. It makes us lock in that much more because, like you said, they've been playing together and we're building over here on defense. So it's like going against that type of talent on offense every single day is just making us both better.
Dalvin, there are 2 types of people in the National Football League, those who make a goal and those who do not make goals. Which one are you, and what are your goals?
I'm a little bit of both.
Okay.
I like to make goals, but I don't like to limit myself.
Okay.
Because I could say, I want to get 5 sacks, and I'm just like, why just 5? So it's like I definitely feel the goal aspect. I feel it does great. But also, I don't want to just I don't like to put numbers on things, because, like, what if I get a 3-sack game week 2, week 3, and then, like, okay, I'm almost there, and I'm supposed to have 14 more games to just get 2 sacks, and I'm going to be happy with that? Nah, like, so I'm a little bit of both.
What is your favorite thing to do on the football field? Like, stuffing some guy on a, 3 technique, stuffing a running play, or sacking the quarterback. What is your favorite thing to do?
Oh, man, I feel like it's probably a tie between TFLs and sacks.
Okay.
I just when, like, the game's situational awareness and, like, the game's on the line, maybe like 3rd and 1 or 4th, get a turnover or downs, or get a forced fumble, a sack fumble, anything like that, anything that changed the momentum for the game in our team's perspective. I love it. It's just like the energy you feel on the field with the fans and everybody's cheering, and like it gets quiet all of a sudden, and you just feel everything.
There's a lot of expectations for this defense, and you're right at the center of those expectations, Dalvin. So we appreciate you joining us, man. Good luck this year.
All right, thank you so much.
Dalvin.
Thanks for having me.
That's Dalvin Tomlinson joining us right there. When we come back, the trade deadline is passed in Major League Baseball, so what do we expect out of the Diamondbacks the rest of the way? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals training camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. 90 players enter State Farm Stadium at the beginning of camp. Only 53 can earn a spot on the final roster.
Motor and violence.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. The Red Reckoning. On your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7. The app, YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. One question I'm always asked is, how did you become the largest injury firm in the world with over 1,000 attorneys and $25 billion in verdicts and settlements? One way was our financial strength. Medical malpractice is the third leading cause of death in America. To prosecute a typical case costs up to $250,000 in case cost. We advance them all. Product liability cases can have similar costs with an army of lawyers on the other side. Automobile insurance companies have the resources to fight. Guess what? So do we. Many law firms simply may not have the financial firepower to work up your case the way you deserve. And we don't charge by the hour. No recovery, no fee. If you have a question about your case or wish to become a client, go to forthepeople.com on your mobile device or computer. 24/7. It's that easy. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax, Stuart Willis. Stuart, retirement right around the corner for me. Annuities, good or bad? Should we look into them?
Let me just tell you this. There's the good, the bad, and the ugly. Some of them are oversold. Some are great, some are terrible. I'll tell you this. If you're considering buying one, make sure you buy the right one. And we think it's important to get a second opinion from a real fiduciary. And that's what we're offering to the public today.
Free second opinion. So if you're thinking about an annuity, you're heading into retirement, call Stuart Willis. Call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Annuities might be right for you, or they might be wrong for you. Find out more by going online at AssetPreservationWealth.com. That's AssetPreservationWealth.com. Or get a free portfolio review right now by calling 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
This weekend at your local Ace Hardware, it's Ace Bucket Days, August 1st through the 3rd. Buy a special Children's Miracle Network Hospitals bucket for just $5. Fill it and get 20% off almost anything you can fit in your bucket. And the best part, your $5 bucket purchase supports Phoenix Children's. That's savings for you and help for kids in need. Ace Bucket Days, this weekend at Ace Hardware.
Ace is a place where the helpful hardware folks.
Ready! Hi, my name is Brent Sanderson with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. What makes Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning a great choice for customers is that you know when Ready comes to your home, you're going to get an honest assessment, a positive experience from start to finish, a very comfortable, no sales experience. Our mission is to come in, assess the situation, troubleshoot, and solve your problems and leave you smiling.
ReadyServices.com. Ready.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The MLB trade deadline is officially passed, and the Arizona Diamondbacks ended up moving on from 6 players. Starting pitcher Merrill Kelly, relief pitcher Shelby Miller, starting pitcher Jordan Montgomery, third baseman Eugenio Suarez, first baseman Josh Naylor, and outfielder Randall Grichuk were all moved ahead of the deadline. For more on the D-backs moves, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The D-backs are back on the field tonight. They take on the Athletics in Sacramento with first pitch at 7:05 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And they made some roster moves ahead of today's game. They reinstated left-handed pitcher Jalen Beeks from the 15-day injured list, selected left-handed pitcher Kyle Nelson and infielder Connor Kaiser. Then Tyler Locklear, infielder, was reported to Major League roster, and then they optioned lefty Brandon Garcia and infielder Tristan Garcia to AAA Reno. The scuffling Phoenix Mercury take on the Dream tonight in Atlanta with tip-off at 4:30. The Merc have now lost 4 of their last 5 games.
Arizona Sports, Wolf and Luke, talking MLB trade deadline now.
All right, thanks to Dalvin Tomlinson, who just joined us up here.
Dude.
Good to get to meet him, the guy kind of at the center of the Cardinals' defensive line, although he said he wouldn't mind jumping out on the edge a little bit as well. Can you imagine like a tight end trying to block that
I got to
guy?
tell you, that totally blew my mind when he was talking about that. I do not look at Dalvin Tomlinson and think, there's a 5 technique right there. I do not think of that, and yet that's where he said he likes jumping out there.
Yeah.
So that blew my mind.
I'll ask you real quick, Wolf, the question you asked him. What's your favorite thing to do on a football field?
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you right now. What's your favorite thing to do on a football field?
Well, mine, it's simple. Run into somebody as fast as I possibly can and hit him right in the face. Take the spot above my eyebrows and stick it on the other guy's spot below his lips. Buzz! Of everything I could possibly do. Score a touchdown, catch a pass, run the football. Are you kidding me? Of everything I could possibly do. Buzz! The Rock'em Sock'em robot.
Simple yet specific.
Oh, it was so beautiful. Thank you, Lord God, for allowing me to do that.
D-backs roster moves while we were talking to Dalvin. There's quite a few. You ready?
Yeah.
They reinstated Jalen Beeks from the injured list.
Wow.
Okay. They selected Kyle Nelson and Connor Kaiser to the Major League roster. They have reported Tyler Locklear to the Major League roster.
Oh,
so
there we
him.
go, finally.
And then Brandon Garcia and Tristan English going to AAA Reno. So you talk about, what's next, what are the storylines to watch for the rest of the season. We talked to Mike Hazen earlier, and he wants to see a much more competitive team than what we've seen for the last, week and a half. I get that. He's the GM. You always want to see wins. I get that. But as far as individual players to watch, Tyler Locklear's got to be right near the top of the list for me. There are others. I mean, it's still like Ryan Nelson, Brandon Pfaadt. Like there are guys where it's like, I want to see these guys develop because they are potentially going to be part of the core. And you want to see, you want to see Corbin Carroll really get rolling again because you still have most of your core here. But Tyler Locklear is a real interesting one because I don't know what the timeline is as far as when he has to show stuff.
Yeah.
But if he doesn't show much in the next 2 months, then that leaves you with questions going into the offseason at that position.
It does. It's so, oh, man, is that unfair? Is that a little unfair? Is that a small sample size?
It is.
It is a small sample size, I would say, for Tyler Locklear. Yet at the same time, you cannot tell me that Mike Hazen and the Diamondbacks are not going to read into how Tyler Locklear performs.
Well, they have to because your plan is to compete for a playoff spot next year. I mean, you should be back in that mode next year, so you can't go in developing a guy at first base. I mean, if he's showing that like he's almost ready, then okay. Every team has a couple, maybe 1 or 2 players like that they're working in. But if you have a guy that like right now where you don't totally know what you have, I don't know that you want to start next season with Tyler Locklear as your first baseman right now. You got to see what he can do at the major league level.
Yeah, it's why, for me at least, the rest of the way, this is going to be the most fascinating story for me, is Tyler Locklear going forward. And will he show a little something where suddenly the Diamondbacks say, this guy could be our first baseman for the next decade here. Is that a possibility? Well, he's going to get the opportunity to go do it, and I think that's super cool. I love this. He's 24 years old. He's still young. He's 24 years old, but when you talk about a young guy trying to make his way, when you talk about a young guy trying to develop and get better, This is his opportunity to do just that.
Yeah.
And the number one thing he's going to have to deal with is pressure and how you handle that kind of personal pressure. Not talking about the pressure in a game. I'm talking about your personal pressure and how you're going to be able to handle that and manipulate that and turn it into something good, something that motivates you as opposed to a negative.
It was interesting to hear Mike Hazen bring up something that you had kind of alluded to as well. You know, Christian Walker, when he first came in, wasn't necessarily supposed to be this amazing fielder.
That's right.
It wasn't supposed to be bad. It wasn't supposed to be a weakness, but it wasn't like something you looked at Christian Walker and you're like, he's going to make it to the majors because of his defense. But he worked on it, and he evolved into one of the best fielding first basemen there are. And if you could get that, if you could get anywhere close to that with Locklear, and he hits the way a lot of scouts believe he can, then you have something. This is what he did in AAA Tacoma this year. And again, I know it seems like a small thing, but I think it's worth pointing out. Tacoma's not Reno. The numbers for hitters at Reno are they're higher than they are at other places. Not like it's a different league. It's just a different whatever environment, I guess. But in AAA Tacoma, 98 games, he's hitting .316 with a .943 OPS, 25 doubles, a triple, 19 home runs, and 82 RBIs, plus 47 walks and 18 stolen bases. So it's the minors. He's not going to put those numbers up here.
Yeah.
But those, and especially Hazen brought this up too, the last month or so, he's really picked it up at the minor league level. So, I mean, ideally, this is your first baseman for the next 5+ years.
Yeah, no, again, very, very excited to see if he steps up to a point where the Diamondbacks could say, you know what, we think although he's still developing and although the sample size isn't as big as we'd like it to be, they're going to have a good idea which way they're leaning in regard to Tyler Locklear. At the end of the year, at the end of this season, they're going to have a good idea as to how they feel about their first baseman. And that makes me really excited because I love watching young guys get the opportunity to develop and get better, or not.
There's also this over at third base because you don't have Gino anymore, and I know this is a name. It feels like he's been a name we've talked about for years and years, but what is it? Jordan Lawler is only 23, I believe. Hazen yesterday talked about the plan at third base now going forward.
Obviously, you hit on one. That should be coming at some point. He will be finishing up his rehab here in the next few days. We should get him back out on his feet in the games, likely in Reno, and then we'll decide from there. The group of guys, inclusive of probably Tawa, Vargas will be back, Blaze, you'll see that group.
Yeah, look, Lawler did. He just turned 23 last month, a couple weeks ago. This guy's he's one of the top prospects in baseball. He's the Diamondbacks' top prospect. That's one of the storylines to watch here in these final 55 games, or 53 games, I guess, to see him get consistent reps once he gets healthy. So there's two things, right? He's got to get healthy and then stay healthy because he's had injury issues. And if he's going to be their starting third baseman a year from now or whatever, they got to get that, put behind him. But also, this year he got to play in 8 games, got 19 at-bats, but they were all spread out and all these. He earned that promotion, but he didn't really get, consistent playing time. And even he didn't play at the major league level at all last year, and then he has 31 at-bats from 2023. So in his career, he has 50 at-bats, but they're really spread out. But he also only has 4 hits at the major league level. So that's going to be a real key going forward. That's not somebody you just traded for, but he's arguably your best prospect, and that guy's he's got to pan out now.
Yeah, can I just say this, Base Indians, right now? I'm a little concerned about Jordan Lawler. I am. I'm a little concerned in regard to his ability to stay healthy. This is something that I've seen over and over and over again, and I certainly hope this does not apply. I hope that it's not a year-to-year deal with Jordan Lawler. I hope we don't see this on a regular basis. But right now, based on what I have seen, he could be one of these guys that's going to have a hard time with injury the rest of his career.
It would be really nice to see him get healthy, come back, and just play 40 straight games.
Totally agree.
Just get him, because you always talk about clarity, Wolf. It'd be nice to see him just go out there and play 40 straight major league games or whatever. You had a day off here or there, but you know what I mean. Basically play every day for a month and a half And let's see what he can do beyond the injuries when he gets into a routine, because they don't have a third baseman or a first baseman that are established major league players right now. And it's unfortunately fine for the next 53 games because you're looking to develop two of the top prospects in baseball at those positions, but there's no guarantee they develop into Gino and Josh Naylor, who you just had here, obviously.
Yes.
Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on ArizonaSports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. When we come back, what is the impact of back-to-back days in pads for the Cardinals? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
This is almost exactly what we talked about, the goal being for the Diamondbacks, to acquire players to keep the window kind of open, right? And what they've done is they've acquired starters, they've acquired relievers. Now, are all of them going to work out? Of course not. Not all of them are going to work out. But of these 6 players who are close to Major League ready, if 3 of them work out, right? If 4 of them work out, if one of the long-term guys works out, then you've done well.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Maybe you're looking to build that dream pool. Oh, man, I know that we are the Wu Fan Clan. We were looking to do that some 7 years ago, and we did with Presidential Pools, one of the best things we've ever done. You need to go with the name Arizona trusts the most, and that is Presidential Pools, Basinonians. As the #1 pool builder in Arizona by volume, they earned my business, and now I recommend them to you because of what they did at the Wolfley compound. And Presidential Pools and the Diamondbacks are doing a pool giveaway where one lucky winner will receive a $40,000 credit towards a new pool and backyard makeover. What you need to do, brothers, is go to dbacks.com/splash. That's dbacks.com/splash, and you can enter to win. Go to presidentialpools.com.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered at progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Dr. Osafi, founder of New Life Dental Implant Center. And doctor, you're doing more than giving people new smiles. You are transforming lives. When I visited your Scottsdale location, I was amazed at how many people were getting their new smiles. Who can benefit from full mouth dental implant treatments?
The patients that benefit from this treatment are those that are either missing multiple teeth, they are suffering from some form of gum disease, they have periodontal disease, patients that have been wearing dentures that are ill-fitting, or they're just unhappy with the appearance of their smile with their dentures. Those patients can benefit from this procedure. Also, those that have limited access to insurance or funds. We really wanted to make this treatment as comprehensive and affordable to anyone that needs and can benefit from it.
Go to newsmilearizona.com or call 602-855-0000. New Life Dental Implant Center, where a new smile means a new life.
The UPS store has high-quality, industry-approved packaging materials. So stop by and get 15% off packing materials and protected with our pack and ship guarantee. Visit the UPSstore.com/guarantee or a location near you for full details.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning.
It's Calais Campbell from the Arizona Cardinals. You're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Wolf and Luke, live from State Farm Stadium. The Red Reckoning.
We're back out here at State Farm Stadium. As Cardinals get ready for practice here in about an hour or so. It should be open. Wolf, I have a theory. You tell me if I'm right or not, okay? Because it's about you.
Okay.
If they could just have padded practices every single day, is that how you would do it?
If you could.
If you could. You can't, but if you could.
If you could, yeah, I would.
Okay.
And I would have almost mandatory first 2 weeks of training camp, 2-a-days. That's what I'd have. Again, I loved it, Basinonians. It was brutal. It was brutal. It was physical. It was tough. It was hard. It was one of the worst 2 weeks of my life when I look back on those first 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah, sounds
we had
pretty
3
miserable.
weeks of 2-a-days.
That's
Think about
awful.
that. And yet at the same time, when I think of my accomplishments, Basinonians, I don't think of playing 10 years in the NFL. I don't think of 8-time team captain. I don't think of 4-time Pro Bowler. I think of making it through those 2-a-days. Honestly, that to me is what I valued the most. It was brutal. The game was so much easier than 2-a-days. And that's the way you wanted it.
Well, back-to-back days with pads is a distant cry from 3 weeks of 2-a-days. But the Cardinals did do back-to-back days of pads, and this is what Jonathan Gannon said about that.
I liked it. There were some sore soldiers, because there was a lot of banging within 24 hours twice, But it's needed. We got to get calloused. We needed some perturbation, as I would call it, some friction. But we'll be smart and we'll adapt as we get going. But I thought they did a really good job. And what I'm grateful to the locker room is they practice the right way and they protect their teammates. So it is very physical, it is very violent, but we're practicing the way that we need to protect our teammates, which is good.
Yeah, once again, the friction is here. They're hitting a lot more than what they have in the past. The friction is here, and I think we know what JG meant when he said friction a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
And now we're seeing it unfold right now because they are hitting more than what we've seen them do in the past. And to me, I love that part of it. Again, practice is hard. Football is hard. So much of the time coming out here and competing against a guy who's trying to take your job, it's brutal and it's physical. And because of that, I think today I'm really jacked up to see some of these guys, especially one-on-one. Defensive line versus offensive line. Today I want to watch that specifically.
Well, now we're getting, you're a week and a day away from the first preseason game. So,
yeah.
Did camp just start? Yeah, I mean, we've been out here. We've been out here pretty much every day since it started, but it was just last week. But it's not like training camp is 3 months long. I mean, we're just a few weeks away now from the start of the season, too. So you figure this gets ramped up a little bit more and more, at least by the week. Here's more from JG on how valuable pad days are for evaluations.
Huge. I mean, to me, if I had to rank them, it would be game, then it'd be preseason, then it'd be padded practices.
You agree with that?
Yeah, game, preseason,
padded practice.
Padded practice.
You would throw joint practices in there somewhere. You would put that right below preseason, right above padded practice.
Yeah, padded practices. You're talking about joint practices,
yeah, with another
right?
team.
Yeah, with another team. I think the most difficult thing you can do.
More
Seriously.
so than
more so than even playing in a game.
Oh, wow.
And the reason being is because you work one-on-one against certain units.
So do you think that's more valuable than a preseason game as far as figuring out what you have if you're a coach?
I do think so. I do, because when there's no officials around for the most part, nobody's going to throw a flag or whatever.
Yeah.
You have to deal with that. You have to deal with it when you're going one-on-one against an offensive lineman who's holding you.
Yeah.
And maybe you don't like the fact he's holding you, Basin Onions. I don't know, and maybe you jack him.
I was going to say, there's more to this sentence.
Maybe you tap into the rage tree when you're out there because the guy's holding you, and there's nobody there to tell him stop holding.
It's fair. Buda Baker was asked how he feels about back-to-back pad days this week.
Oh, yeah. I like the back-to-back padded. I mean, JG takes care of us. I grew up having 3 days when I was in high school. So this is nothing when it comes to just two days in a row of padded practices. Like, today was a above-the-neck emphasis, not really running full speed and, more on your mental. And tomorrow's going to be a really good high practice, and the next day a really good, high medium practice, and we're going to go from there.
I like how Buddha's like, back in my day. He's 29.
Yes, I know. Yeah, that is awesome right there. But, once again, there is more friction. You can see it. And, I think there's the expectation of guys going out there and engaging in that. And this is culture. This is part of who you are and what you do. It's super, super important that you establish that, Luke. You have to be able to do that, especially for a guy. I look at Isaiah Adams right now walking. Okay, now he's out there on the field. I'm not reporting on
nobody's
practice.
Doing anything. Literally nobody's doing anything right now.
Yeah, I'm not reporting on practice, of course. But there's Isaiah. He's walking. And I see him, ladies and gentlemen, and you know what? That guy is somebody that really needs this training camp. It's very, very important that he develops in this training camp, and this preseason specifically, because this is a guy they're going to be counting on. And, man, the season ahead of us right now, so much of it could tilt on that offensive line.
Usually
and
does.
How well that offensive line plays and protects Kyler Murray and Isaiah Adams is right in the middle of that conversation.
Well, yeah, because we've seen, this is not a knock on Kyler, but we've seen how disrupted he can get if you have a guy rushing right up the middle.
Yeah.
And that's most quarterbacks. Honestly, that might be all quarterbacks. So it's not the part of the team that gets talked about all through March and April and May and look at this amazing, they went out and got Josh Sweat or whatever. You don't necessarily talk a ton about the offensive line unless that's your team and you're really following it closely. But, yeah, when the games start, if your offensive line can't hold up, none of the other stuff really matters. And for the most part, you know that Paris Johnson's good, and you know that Yelder Froholt's good. And assuming Jonah Williams can stay healthy, you know he's pretty good. But, Isaiah Adams is a question mark, but I don't mean that in a bad way. I just mean he's a rookie going into year 2. And if he holds up, that's a huge step forward for this team. And you're looking for ways this team can make a step forward because they weren't in the playoffs last year. Real quick before we go to break, Wolf, you mentioned you're going to be watching for maybe some potential one-on-ones when practice gets going today. Give me one hypothetical that'll soon be real one-on-one you want to see.
Okay, Dalvin Tomlinson versus Yelder Froholt.
That works.
How about that?
You're going to go big.
Well, let's go. Let's let the big boys go at it. Can't wait.
All right, when we come back to baseball, the trade deadline has passed. The Diamondbacks are getting back to normal, hopefully, games starting tonight. What do you think about the return Arizona got for the players they gave up, and what does it do for them now as soon, ideally, as 2026? It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 this afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app at 98.7.
All right, Basin Onions, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. You know, at Aria, they believe everyone deserves a smile they're proud of. You hear me talk about culture all the time. That is the culture of Aria Dental Implant Center. Led by Dr. Joe with over 20 years of dental implant expertise. Their locally owned center specializes in transforming smiles with the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. Oh, the all-on-4. With transparent pricing and no hidden fees, they make it simple and cost-effective. In most cases, patients can receive their final custom zirconia smile 5 days after surgery. That's right. Aria Dental Implant Center, where you don't just get implants, you gain the smile you deserve and the care that you can trust. Here's what you do, brothers. Gather around. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
The summer sales event is on at America's most awarded Ford dealership for complete customer satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Now get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. Plus, big Sanderson discounts and Ford incentives. Get a new 2024 Escape ST line for only $26,599. New 2024 Bronco Sport Big Benz for $30,899. And new 2025 F-150 Super Crew STX trucks for $43,500. All three offers include the no-charge premium maintenance plan. Get it all with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
No charge maintenance plan available on most models. Escape stock number 246582, Bronco Sport 245938, F-150 255193. Prices include Sanderson discounts and Ford rebates. All offers expire 9/2/25.
Sanderson Ford.
Bunker to Bunker, the golf show, invites you to join them on Saturday, August 16th, for their next two-person scramble at Talking Stick Golf Club. Come celebrate the last days of summer with a fantastic day of breakfast, golf, a big raffle, and prizes, all for just $139. There's even a free coupon for a second round of golf, with proceeds benefiting St. Mary's Food Bank. Open to the public and singles are welcome, but space is limited, so register today at bunkergolf.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game, stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, we fight for you, making sure big insurance doesn't throw you a curveball. With over $25 billion recovered, we're the home run hitters you need.
This is way out there and gone.
Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The MLB trade deadline has officially passed, and the Arizona Diamondbacks ended up moving on from 6 players. Starting pitcher Merrill Kelly, relief pitcher Shelby Miller, starting pitcher Jordan Montgomery, third baseman Eugenio Suarez, first baseman Josh Naylor, and outfielder Randall Grichuk were all moved ahead of the deadline. For more on the D-backs moves, head on over to arizonasports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The D-backs are back on the field tonight. They take on the Athletics in Sacramento with first pitch at 7:05, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. The Snakes have made some roster moves ahead of tonight's game. They reinstated left-handed pitcher Jalen Beeks from the 15-day injured list, selected the contracts of left-handed pitcher Kyle Nelson and infielder Connor Kaiser, and optioned left-handed pitcher Brandon Garcia and infielder Tristan English to AAA Reno. Infielder Tyler Locklear, who was acquired in the Eugenio Suarez trade, has reported to the Major League roster. And the Phoenix Mercury take on the Dream tonight in Atlanta with tip-off at 4:30. The Merc have lost 4 of their last 5 games. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. Need a new roof? America Roofing's got you covered, and we're giving back. A portion of every job goes to Phoenix Children's. Visit AmericaRoofing.com and make a positive impact on a kid's life with every roof repair or replacement now through August 22nd.
Arizona Sports. Wolf and Luke. Talking MLB trade deadline. Now.
All right, final hour of the show live from State Farm Stadium. Just hit me that today's Friday, Wolf.
Yeah.
Did you know today was Friday?
I did, as a matter of fact, yeah.
Okay, not bad.
Yeah, Football Friday.
Football Friday. I think it's because since we've been out here, it kind of, we're not going to have Barbecue Friday out here while they're all out there, like practicing. Hey, can you guys move?
You had to bring up
ribs?
Barbecue Friday.
Well, but I use that as sort of like a, hey, is it Friday or not? But this has been great being out here pretty much all week. We're going to be out here again next week on Tuesday and Wednesday as well. But let's go back to baseball for a second, because the trade deadline that had been talked about so much has finally come up and it's passed, and the Diamondbacks did add a lot of prospects. They're prospects.
Yes.
They're not major league players yet. I almost said they're not people yet. They are people. They're just not major league players yet.
Prospects are people too.
They are. Let's get that message out there. Mike Hazen joined us earlier, but when he talked to the media yesterday, they asked him for a message to the Diamondbacks fan base after the fact that they had to sell at the deadline this year.
Obviously, I think I've repeated myself many different times on this, that we're exceptionally disappointed where this season went. I think unfortunately, in my job and where we're at looking forward and trying to put the best team on the field for 2026, certainly the best for the rest of 2025 to our ability, but in 2026, I have to face the reality of where our feet are, how we're playing, and we just didn't play well enough. And where we were in relation to those teams we were chasing was not a good spot for me to feel like we have in years past. Even when we haven't been in a playoff spot, we've bought. Unfortunately, this team wasn't playing in a caliber or way that I felt the same, and I have to make those decisions. And if that those baseball decisions don't always align with what I know the fans want to see, and I respect that, and we understand, and I don't do that lightly. This is very complicated to make that decision given how all in we went in at the beginning of the season.
What's amazing about this, after moving Eugenio Suarez, Basinonians, and Josh Naylor, and Merrill Kelly, it's the move that didn't happen that continues to dominate my thought process.
Yeah. How can it not?
In regard to what the Diamondbacks did at the trade deadline.
Yeah.
The fact that Zach Gallen is still a Diamondback. We've gone over the scenarios. We've talked about it ad nauseum for the most part, but that is the thing I can't get out of my head. The fact that Zach Gallen is still a Diamondback, and I wonder what that portends. Have they talked about the possibility of having a future together? Is it a fait accompli that he's going to go somewhere else when he's done here, becomes a free agent? He's just going somewhere else. He's out of the organization.
It can't be 100% that. It can't be 100% that he's gone, right? Because then why would you bring him back at all?
No, exactly. That's a great point that you bring up.
So there's got to at least be a chance.
There's got to be a chance that he might want to come back here. And that's what's so fascinating and intriguing to me about that. There's got to be. Otherwise, you would have moved him for anything.
Yeah,
because anything is better than nothing.
The counter would be they get that pick, which is not nothing. But I don't know, and I'm not even saying the Diamondbacks necessarily know for a fact.
You're talking about the
back.
compensatory pick they get. Yeah, of course.
That does muddy the waters a little bit.
I have a hard time believing you wouldn't get something of value that might be a little bit more than that one.
Yeah, I mean, they had to be getting
compensatory pick.
offered something for Gallen. We
Something.
heard that they were getting offers. Tim Kirkjian, I think he was on with Bickley and Murata earlier this week when he was like, they're getting offers for Gallen. It's just a matter of I think his exact words were that the Diamondbacks were driving a pretty hard bargain, and would they lower the cost?
Right.
Now, I don't know if I need specific names to really be able to judge it, right? But I'm not saying the Diamondbacks are like, hey, hopefully we can get Zach Gallen back. They probably want to see what he does now after the deadline. And I'm not saying that he's like, hey, I want to come back. But there must be some level of being open to it. And we don't even really have to speculate. We asked Mike Hazen earlier, and he said, yeah, anything's on the table. So that's probably about right. That's probably where they are of like, yeah, it's possible he could come back. No commitment to it from either side, obviously, right now. But I'm with you. That was the thing that stood out because, honestly, they got a pretty good return for Merrill Kelly.
Yeah.
And all I could think at 3 o'clock yesterday was Zach Gallen's still here. You could easily argue they got a better return for Merrill Kelly than they got for Gino. You could pretty quickly make that argument.
So you know, the next question you're going to ask yourself is, what was on the table for Zach Gallen?
Well, yeah, I'd like to know that.
What was on the table for Zach Gallen?
Yeah, well, Hazen's not going to tell us
By
that.
the way, Mike, if you're listening, Freaky Mike Hazen, if you're listening right now, just go ahead and text Freaky Mike Hazen, wheeling and dealing. What was on the table, Freaky Mike?
What is less likely, that Mike Hazen wants to hear trade deadline talk today, or that he's going to text Wolf what trade offers were on the table?
Oh, my goodness. I know. It's just incredible here.
So here's ultimately what they did, okay, over the last week and a day with the Josh Naylor trade. Josh Naylor gone, Gino, Merrill Kelly, Randall Grichuk, Shelby Miller, Jordan Montgomery, by the way. I don't think we've talked enough about that. Jordan Montgomery out.
And Shelby Miller.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it kind of seemed like Shelby, if they could get anything for him, although really what they got was getting rid of Jordan Montgomery.
Yes.
I think they get a future consideration or cash or something.
Cash considerations, right?
The cash considerations would be Ken Kendrick doesn't have to pay Jordan Montgomery anymore.
I got to tell you right now, man, of everything that was out there, you want to talk about ambiguity? You want to talk about ambiguous? Cash considerations. When you say cash considerations, what exactly do you mean?
Here's Hazen was asked about Montgomery being dealt yesterday on that Zoom conference.
It's something that came together. I think when I specifically talked about not trading based on money, that was the guys that were, those were the guys that were, the main pieces to the puzzle. This one obviously is a little more complicated given, Shelby's coming back to pitch on Friday. And, it's just a little bit of a quirkier trade that I had and the value was going to either be in, a player that probably, was going to be very negligible or cash considerations.
Yeah, I don't think you're getting – I mean, I like Shelby Miller. He's been one of the bright spots this season, but I don't think you're getting a team's top 5 prospect for Shelby Miller coming off an injury, and he's a rental.
Yeah.
So Hazen was like, you want him?
I'm
You're
just
taking
thinking
Jordan
about,
Montgomery.
I'm thinking of Jordan Montgomery, man. I really am at this point in time. Oh, how the mighty have fallen when you think of it. I was really excited when they signed Jordan Montgomery.
I was
That was like,
surprised.
oh, my goodness. That was the icing on the expectation cake at that point.
The big picture thing here, and we're not, there's no way to have an answer today, but Hazen said this when we were talking to him, kind of as a reminder that they've been spending money the last couple of years. They did this the right way. They went out there and they built up a farm system and they developed it, and all of a sudden they're in the World Series in 2023. And at that point, you have to invest as ownership. You have to. And they did. And
responsibly.
They did. But unfortunately, like Montgomery really has never given them anything and then got hurt. Gino gave them a ton. I mean, that obviously worked out really well that you were willing to pay him. But you don't want them to get to a point where they're hesitant to spend money again in the future. Like, big picture, you don't want that to be one of the ramifications of all this, because that is the next step. Not to spend recklessly, because you can't spend recklessly. I get that. But if you're going to win a World Series, there's going to be moments where you have to spend some money to add a guy. And so hopefully the last year and a half hasn't soured them on that. When we come back to football, How is Will Johnson adapting to life in the NFL? We'll get you what he had to say about that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Just a little recap on everything that the D-backs did. Geno is now in Seattle along with Josh Naylor. Merrill Kelly is in Texas with the Rangers. Randall Grichuk is in Kansas City with the Royals. Jordan Montgomery and Shelby Miller, yes, you heard me correctly, they are in Milwaukee.
D-backs breaking news and play-by-play is on the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. I'm really excited. After the show, of course, I'm going to meet with Dr. Fields from DISC. The spine surgeons at DISC, they've helped me in the past, Basinonians, as a former professional football player. You can only imagine some of the damage I've done to my back. DISC treats all patients, from the professional athlete and weekend warrior enthusiast to those just trying to get their life back again. Listen, DISC is the preferred orthopedic spine surgeon for professional sports teams and athletes all over the world. I kid you not. They come right here to the Basin. They come right here to Phoenix, ladies and gentlemen, because of DISC. Enjoy life again. Get back to living. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900. 602-944-2900 for DISC.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Today at Berg Simpson, we're helping another client who's seriously injured. We're taking on the insurance company to help that client with their medical bills. We're helping them get access to great doctors and great therapists. And today, we're joining that client on their road to recovery, because their better future begins with our help that starts today.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning.
It's Cardinals linebacker Jordan Birch, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7.
and the Arizona Sports app.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Wolf and Luke, live from State Farm Stadium. The Red Reckoning.
We are out here at State Farm Stadium where Cardinals practice will open up at some point, probably about the next half hour. And then, of course, the red and white scrimmage is tomorrow. Approximate start time, 1:15. It runs approximately 1:15 to 3:15. That's always a fun moment. Like if you're just working a normal job and you hear us out here talking about practice every day, and you're like, that's great. I can't go to a football practice at 1 o'clock on a Tuesday or whatever.
Yeah.
That's where the red and white scrimmage. That's where this place gets packed and everybody can just kind of bring the family on a Saturday or whatever. So that'll be cool tomorrow.
Yeah, not to correct you, but it's the red and white practice now.
Oh.
They used to call it the red and white scrimmage, of course,
geez.
because they'd line up and boom. That's what we used to do.
I thought I was making progress moving it from the red and white game to the red and white scrimmage, but now it's the red and white practice.
It's the practice.
If you want to see people wear red and white, come out here
practice,
tomorrow.
man.
Yes.
That's
Thank
right.
you, AI. Will Johnson is a guy that I think we're all watching through camp. Wolf, I think that his value has gone up considerably once Star Thomas went down. And I think you could even make a case his value goes up a little bit more once Walter Nolan got hurt. Walter Nolan's not like done for a long time or whatever, but he hasn't been able to get going here. So Will Johnson is now the highest player you picked in the draft that's active, and they need him even more and more quickly because they don't have Star Thomas. So he spoke yesterday to the media and was asked if it's a big change jumping from college football to the pros.
There's definitely a lot more detail in the schemes, and there's little nuances that you got to lock into, but at the end of the day, it's just football.
And he was asked if he has a mentor in the cornerback room real quick.
I would say really all the guys have been helping me. You know, Max only been here for a year. Star was here for a few years. Trey, all those guys really try to help me to have experience.
Yeah, you know, Will Johnson, of course, to have experience, he's going to have to go out and he's going to have to play and he's going to have to perform. But that's the only way you get better. Right now, you don't know what you don't know. Have you ever heard somebody use that? Mm-hmm. You don't know what you don't know. And it's the truth, Basinonians. When you come into the league, you really don't know. Will Johnson thinks he might know right now, but he doesn't know until he actually gets the silks on and plays in that first preseason game, or gets the silks on more accurately and plays in week 1 of the National Football League, where guys are trying to beat you and trying to make their money, so to speak, by beating you. When the silks are on and when it matters, when it counts, that's when Will Johnson will learn. Because to me, right now, he doesn't know what he doesn't know.
It's funny you say when he plays in that first preseason game, and I mean, I'm assuming he will. He's a rookie.
Sure.
But it's just a flashback to all the previous years right around this time where it's like occasionally there will be a rookie that's just not playing in the preseason. And you're like, wow, that guy, I guess, has made it. if as a rookie you're not really taking any reps out there. It's remarkable they got him where they did, but now almost all the bonus value of that is gone because, again, Walter Nolan's hurt. But more important to this conversation, Star Thomas is done for the year. Will Johnson was asked about that.
It was definitely really tough. I mean, he's been a guy that's helped me a lot. We got a great relationship, so, I mean, it's sad to see, but I'm praying for him.
Yeah, and you know what, honestly, this is something you get really used to. Speaking of calloused, you get really used to seeing guys go down. Your teammates, whom you love, Basinonians. You get used to seeing these guys go down, and before you know it, it's something that you just accept. It's part of the game. And I think that is where he's probably at, because whether you're in high school or college, it doesn't matter. You see teammates go down. But you play 5, 6, 7 or more years in the National Football League, you're going to see a lot of teammates go down. It's something you get used to.
How much does he potentially swing things for this defense? I mean, you look at the defense, and it's hard to find parts where you're like, man, they're really vulnerable right there, because the defensive line looks really good. The edge looks really good. Obviously, the safety room is really good. I think most of us are on board with the corners, but you are counting on a rookie, and you're counting on a guy going into his second year, Max Melton. And, if you get into trouble at that position in an NFL game and you're getting picked apart by Devontae Adams or whoever in the division, that's how a game can get away from you really quickly.
Yeah. I'm glad you brought up Max Melton as well. I don't know if you wanted me to go here, but this is where
you're going.
This is where I am going to go right here. I saw him, Basinonians, line up over Zay Jones. Zay Jones, of course, playing in the slot. And I saw Max Melton pressing him or walking up close to the line of scrimmage. I shouldn't say a press because he was actually off the ball, Zay Jones. And Zay Jones came off the ball and two-hand chucked, pushed off on Max Melton and broke to the inside. It was on the 7-yard line, I believe. So it was in the red zone, and it was for a touchdown. And Max Melton got off of that. First of all, there would have been a flag for offensive pass interference, okay? There would have been. But he pushed off on him and broke to the inside. Max Melton still made the play.
Really?
After he got chucked. I was stunned. And Paul Calvisi as well, the sideline reporter for the Arizona Cardinals.
Already sideline reporting in July.
Already sideline reporter. There he was, and we both saw it at the same time, and it was like, whoa. For Max Melton to make that play right now, you could build a case. I don't know if I'd do it. You could build a case right now that Max Melton, CB1 on this team, based on what I've seen.
Wow. Because you're setting Garrett Williams almost aside into a different role, correct?
Well, Garrett Williams is more of a nickel corner for the most part. Now they're all corners.
But
Don't get me wrong.
You're not putting him in a conversation where he could be CB1. Because I think sometimes people hear CB1 and they're like, oh, Max Melton's their best player.
See, I would, you can't call him DB1.
He just kind of is his own thing.
Yes, he is kind of his own thing. But Max Melton, I'm telling you right now, he is having a great camp.
Good.
And he is getting better and better and better. This is one of the best things that could possibly happen is for Max Melton to continue to develop the way that he is right now. I was really impressed, though. When I saw that get off a OPI, it would have been flagged over. Boom! Get off that and make the play. Max Melton is getting it done, man.
Well, they need one of those guys to – it's weird saying it this way. It's like, oh, Will Johnson's behind schedule. No, he's not. He's a rookie. He's never played a single snap in the NFL yet. But with Star Thomas going down, they are going to need somebody to take a jump there, whether it's Will Johnson as a rookie or it's Max Melton going into year two. There's just no way around it. That's such an important position. And when you're leaning on young talent, that's fine because they have used high picks on these guys, and these guys are talented. But it can't be this so-and-so is going to be good in 2 or 3 years, so go ahead and score your touchdowns on us now. But in 2 or 3, who cares? They got to make the playoffs now, so they're going to need production from those guys. Here's more from Will Johnson talking about competing with NFL talent.
Yeah, it's just different. Even going against a guy like Marv every day, in college, it's nothing like that. I'm playing him at the end of the year, one game, and that's the biggest game of the year. Now it's every day, so. It's cool and it's great because, we get great competition. So I would say stuff like that, just competing versus high-level guys every day, every rep, that's definitely a big difference.
Yeah, I wonder what that's like for Will Johnson because he has gone up against Marv before in college.
Yeah.
But Marv didn't have Kyler Murray throwing him the ball. He didn't have – I guess there was a year in there where he had C.J. Stroud, but there have been other years where they didn't necessarily have that level of quarterback at Ohio State. So you don't get any help if you're Will Johnson right now. You're just kind of on an island against him.
I wonder how much trash they talk to each other in a very good-natured kind of way.
Do you think Marv talks trash?
He's
like the most polite guy ever.
I think he does. I'd be surprised if he did.
We know Max Melton does. Because when we asked him up here, he was like, no, I don't. I call out the route if I know what it's going to be just to mess with him. Like, yeah, that's talking trash. Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. When we come back, How does Mike Hazen feel about what the Diamondbacks were able to do at the deadline now that the deadline is over? We're going to react to what the general manager told us earlier today. Next, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Get ready. Give-a-thon week runs August 18th through the 22nd.
Benefiting Phoenix Children's. Give-a-thon! Presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Wi-Fi.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at AssetPreservationWealth.com. That's AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. A question I get all the time is, how did we become the largest injury firm in the world? We have over 1,000 lawyers in all 50 states and close to 6,000 coworkers. Our call center is on duty 24/7. You can reach us at any time at forthepeople.com. But the real reason is we won a lot. When you visit our website, go to our verdicts and settlements. There you will see what our clients were offered and what they were awarded at trial. All those verdicts help us resolve many cases fairly and early. You see, nothing beats reputation. The insurance industry knows who we are. We even have insurance adjusters call us for representation because they know too. We've made it easy. On your mobile device or computer, go to forthepeople.com and we will get busy. It's that easy. Call today. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland from Turf Monsters. And Mike, one of our coworkers here at the radio station, just had their entire backyard done by Turf Monsters. Raves about your work. What makes your company so special?
Well, thank you, Dan, and thank you for the referral. We definitely appreciate it. What makes us special is we're a one-stop shop. We can turn your yard from nothing into whatever you want. We provide custom landscaping, custom barbecue pits, custom pergolas, whatever you need, we can do. We take great pride in our reputation, and we definitely stand behind our work.
And we all know in the summer times in Arizona, crazy hot. What about people who need some shade in their backyard? What can you do for them?
We got a few options. We can do any kind of custom pergola you need, slated, solid. We can do tree installation, plant installation. There's always ways to get you shade.
There you go. Schedule your free estimate at turfmonsters.com or give them a call at 623-323-3900 for Turf Monsters.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The MLB trade deadline has officially passed, and the Arizona Diamondbacks ended up moving on from 6 players. Starting pitcher Merrill Kelly, relief pitcher Shelby Miller, starting pitcher Jordan Montgomery, third baseman Eugenio Suarez, first baseman Josh Naylor, and outfielder Randall Grichuk were all moved ahead of the deadline. For more on the D-backs moves, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Wi-Fi. The D-backs are back on the field tonight. They take on the Athletics in Sacramento with first pitch at 7:05, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. The Snakes have made some roster moves ahead of tonight's game. They reinstated left-handed pitcher Jalen Beeks from the 15-day injured list, selected the contracts of left-handed pitcher Kyle Nelson and infielder Connor Kaiser, and optioned left-handed pitcher Brandon Garcia and infielder Tristan English to AAA Reno. Infielder Tyler Locklear, who was acquired in the Eugenio Suarez trade, has reported to the Major League roster. And the Phoenix Mercury take on the Dream tonight in Atlanta with tip-off at 4:30. The Merc have lost 4 of their last 5 games.
Arizona Sports. Wolf and Luke. Talking MLB trade deadline now.
Yeah. Okay.
Worth waiting for the drop.
Yeah.
Mike Hazen joined us earlier in the show. It's good to talk to him after the trade deadline, get a sense of what the thinking was behind some of the moves they made, and obviously the one they didn't make. Let's start with one of the moves they did make, though, Wolf, because this is our first. We get to talk to Mike throughout the season, but this is our first time talking to him since the Eugenio Suarez trade that brought them Tyler Locklear, who sounds like is probably going to get a pretty good opportunity to play a lot here, potentially, at least down the stretch. This is what Hazen said about their newest, of all the 9 prospects they acquired, the one that swings a bat. Okay?
Yes.
This is what he said about him.
He's dominated through the minor league system, like a lot of good baseball players that come up here do. He hasn't quite gotten the opportunity. He hasn't gotten the opportunity. He has a handful of at-bats up here, like most guys get, and then get sent back down. So he's been in that little bit of a cycle. We feel like he made some significant adjustments fundamentally with his hands, with his setup and his swing in the middle part of the year, and he was the best hitter in AAA from June on, just dominating and destroying the baseball and getting on base.
All right, well, I would take the best hitter in AAA on the Diamondbacks. That would help.
You know what's so cool about this, and this is what they do, Paconians, general managers, man. They're scouts, are they not, Luke? They're talent evaluators. That's who they are. That's what they do. And when you think about it, Tyler Locklear was, you know what, he had nothing to do with the Arizona Diamondbacks, did he, as a matter of fact?
No.
He was in a different organization's farm system.
Although I feel like they scout the Mariners specifically since they make 8 trades with them a year. But yes.
I know, it's pretty incredible what they do. The relationship. But, you know, honestly, all I can think of is just the fact that they're scouting this guy. And this is their job. Mm-hmm. Their job is to know all the prospects that are out there. That is their job, to know it and understand it. Now, I'm sure they have a filtering system. I believe they have a vetting system where it's not Mike Hazen who's down on the A level looking at these prospects. There's got to be some type of vetting process they go through. But this is Mike Hazen's job. It's not just to be the general manager of the Arizona Diamondbacks. It's to know everything and the prospects.
Especially in baseball, you know, because you have to know, to your point, you've got to know the Mariners, AAA and AA and single A guys, and you've got to know it for all these teams. And in particular, if you are in the position the Diamondbacks were this year where you've got a bunch of pieces other teams want, your only way out of this is to trade these guys for prospects that are going to grow and help you next year and the year after without totally punting on the group you have now, because you have a core and Corbin Carroll and Ketel Marte and Geraldo Perdomo and these guys that window's open for them now. So you can't kick this down the road 4 or 5 years. You got to know everything about everybody's players. I mean, I know they go to the Mariners a lot, but you got to know everything about all of these teams because they're offering you all these different combinations of minor leaguers.
They're sitting there going, man, Tyler Locklear, have you seen him lately? Man, he did a little bit something. He's keeping his hands a little bit lower, whatever it might be. Yeah. There you've got these guys, these scouts that are talking to Mike Hazen, and Mike Hazen is looking at this going, oh, my goodness, yeah, this guy is in another organization once again, and you're scouting him for the possibility of what you could possibly
that's a good
pull
point.
off.
He didn't just rattle off his numbers in the minors, because Tyler Locklear's numbers are very good in the minors this year. He pointed out on the show a very specific adjustment that Tyler Locklear has made, that it makes sense you'd be looking for that as an organization. Is this guy just on a hot streak, or did he change something that you know, kind of justifies why he's hitting the way he is? How about the defensive side of things, though, on Locklear? Hazen told us about that as well.
We're going to work to continue to push the defensive improvements at first base. He's a great worker. We've heard nothing but good things makeup-wise. I think that's always, everyone always goes back to Walk, and I get it, and it is true. Like, Christian Walker made himself into the elite defender that he is. I do think that's possible, maybe not to the level that Walk got to, but I do think with work ethic and makeup, you at that position more than any can improve significantly just by being dedicated to being the best first baseman you can be.
I love to hear that once again, because that's culture on a strategic level. That is up here saying it's not just on the tactical level with Torrey and the manager. It's also up on a strategic level where the entire organization says, we demand that you play your position and you field it well here. We demand that you do that. I love that, man, because of the culture that's behind that.
I'm sure Tyler Locklear knows coming in here that is a point of emphasis for this organization. And it probably is even more so now, Wolf, because it already was, and it didn't work out this year. And a lot of why it didn't work out this year, the injuries, but a lot of why it didn't work out this year was pitching didn't come through. And defense didn't come through.
Nope.
And they built this team around pitching and defense, and a lot of the pitching and defense didn't come through was from players that it has come through in the past. So that it remains one of the most confusing things about this season. But now that the trades are done, Locklear, so MLB updated their prospect rankings for the Diamondbacks. Tyler Locklear is their number 6 prospect now.
Okay.
So this is just where these guys landed in the Diamondbacks prospect rankings now after the deadline. Locklear is number 6. Cole Drake, who they got from Texas, is number 7. Mitch Bratt from Texas, number 10. David Hageman, also from Texas, number 14. And then Ashton Izzy, 15. Brandon Garcia, 20. Hunter Cranton, 23. And Juan Burgos, 25. And then Andrew Hoffman isn't in the top 25. But you look at that and you say, okay, the Diamondbacks acquired 9 prospects. 8 of them are now in their top 25. 3 of them are now in their top 10. Again, it's prospect rankings. These change. They don't mean anything when the league when you get called up. It's not like some pitcher's going to go up, see Tyler Locklear, and be like, I'll just intentionally walk him. He's their number 6 prospect. Like, it doesn't mean anything once they get here. But in terms of just value to the farm system, they restocked it. This is not when you wanted to have to do it, but you have to do it at some point. Unfortunately, it just happened to be in the middle of the season. You're supposed to be contending for a National League pennant.
And I think it's interesting because when we started this show, Basinonians, Tyler Locklear was not on the active roster, right? He was not official, as a matter of fact.
No, but we got the official terminology on Tyler Locklear as of about an hour ago, whenever we were talking to Dalvin Tomlinson, reported to the Major League roster, infielder Tyler Locklear, wearing number 28.
So there you have it right there. That is official, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, that's from the team.
Okay, that's from the team right there. It's pretty official. So to me, I just, I understand that it was a lot of semantics for the most part, but, to me, it's, they've done it. They have put Tyler Locklear on their roster. They're going to give him an opportunity to go out there and solidify first base. That's what I think.
Mm-hmm.
How do they do that? How do they go about doing it? They're going to throw him out there? Just go. Just right now, from game 1, just go do it. We want a large sample size. Or are they going to try to ease it, massage it? What are they going to do?
I think
Which way do you go?
With the way things went with Lawler, and again, there was a different time, even though it was this season. They were right in the thick of the playoff race, and he was going to have to, if he was going to play, it meant pulling Ketel or Perdomo or Gino out of the lineup, so it made sense why they weren't doing that. But it also probably didn't help him that his 19 at-bats were just kind of all over the place, and he went over. I would think once Tyler Locklear is in the lineup, he's not going to play 7 days a week, but I think he's going to get like a consistent look and a chance to get into a rhythm, don't you? This guy's really valuable now to you. I also want to play this, too. We asked Hazen about Zach Gallen not getting traded, and you can go back and listen to the whole interview. It's up on YouTube. We have it in the podcast section for Wolf and Luke on ArizonaSports.com. But I wanted to play this cut just in terms of if there's a possibility, if we should read into this, that Zach Gallen could be back next year.
Yeah, I think anything's on the table. But I'm not worried about what's going to happen from October and beyond. I am very concerned and worried and focused and fixated on where this baseball team is at today and what we're going to do tonight going out there playing good baseball. And for him, in the handful, 10, whatever, how many starts he may have left between now and the end of the season, I think it's our responsibility to get him pitching at a level that he has been accustomed to for a long time in this league, an elite level. And that we bear some of the responsibility. He bears some of the responsibility for that, but so do we. And that's going to be what I'm focused on here over the next 2 months. I think if we get to that spot where he's performing like that, everything's going to take care of itself.
Boy, as soon as I hear him say that, I think of Brian Kaplan. And again, not calling for anyone's job whatsoever. I am not pointing the spiny, ruddy finger of blame. But when I hear him say it, it's our responsibility to get him.
Yeah.
It's his responsibility, and it's our responsibility to get him right.
It doesn't even have to be, maybe it's semantics. It doesn't even have to be pointing blame on somebody. The responsibility, you have a pitching coach for a reason. And Zach Gallen's been really good to great his entire career up until this season, and he's still here. So, the responsibility ultimately falls on the player. Like, let's not pass the buck here. But you have a pitching coach. The next level of responsibility falls on him to get Zach Gallen back on track. Last chance to join the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. The draft is a week from today. Wolf, next Friday at 3 o'clock. You got all your rankings and everything written out?
No.
Okay. Text FANTASY to 620-620 and battle your favorite host for bragging rights and the Fantasy Football Championship belt. Spots are almost gone. Text FANTASY now. The Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy, presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. And don't forget to book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-NEXT STEP. All right, when we come back to football. Practice should be opening here shortly, and we'll have the conversation about the Cardinals' left tackle. Just how good could Paris Johnson Jr. be this season, and what would that mean for this team's offense? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. 90 players enter State Farm Stadium at the beginning of camp. Only 53 can earn a spot on the final roster.
Motor and violence.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. The Red Reckoning. On your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7. The app. YouTube channel. ArizonaSports.com.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. Man, we had All Pro Shade Concepts and Robert Mulvin come out. Robert Mulvin is the owner, of course, of All Pro Shade Concepts. He came out to the compound, Basinonians, and they helped us with our shading needs. These shades are commercial grade, industrial strength, hundreds of colors and durable fabric to withstand that Arizona sun. Choose from manual or motorized, sealed track, or cable shades, Basinonians. When you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available, voted #1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, and you can check out all their 5-star reviews on Google. There's over 1,000 of them, if you can imagine that. Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Hey, good morning. You're heading to the airport, right?
Yep, thanks for checking. I like the car. How long have you been a rideshare driver?
About 3 years now. I really enjoy it.
Isn't it hard to make money these days with the price of gas being so high?
Not for me. I use Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yep, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code HOOD for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code HOOD for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code HOOD.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when was the last time you hopped out of bed without your knees or back screaming screaming at you, or walk down a flight of stairs without groaning step by step, and you're thinking, maybe it'll disappear, I'll just tough it out, but nothing changes? If that sounds familiar, it is time to schedule that free consultation with the medical pros at QC Kinetics, and there are thousands of patients who will tell you they wish they would have done it sooner. And that is because QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative treatments that work with your body to help restore and repair damaged joint tissue, and these are all natural cellular therapies, no scalpels, no pills. So bring your x-rays and MRIs to QC Kinetics for a free, no-pressure evaluation. Find out if you're a good candidate. They've got clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, and you can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Is your toilet clogged or no hot water? No worry. Spending too much on bottled water? No worry. Did your AC break down overnight or on a scorching weekend? No worry. Collins Comfort Masters is here to keep you cool, comfortable, and stress-free, especially in this Arizona heat. We handle all your AC heating, plumbing, and water treatment needs with expert care. And everything we do is backed by our no-worry guarantee. Quality craftsmanship done right the first time. We take that so seriously, we put it in our phone number, 480-NO-WORRY. Collins Comfort Masters offers industry-leading warranties with parts and compressor coverage for at least 10 years, some up to 15, and even lifetime options. As an official Lennox dealer, we'll help you beat the heat with great pricing on top-tier cooling systems. Schedule an appointment today by calling 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Systems, your no-worry solution for all things AC, heating, plumbing, and water filtration.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025, The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning.
It's Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Wolf and Luke, live from State Farm Stadium. The Red Reckoning.
All right, they are about to start the open portion of practice, Wolf. So in the moment we have before they do that, let's just all enjoy the fact that we're not the Dallas Cowboys. Have you seen what's going on with them today?
No.
Micah Parsons put together a note requesting a trade from the Cowboys with the highlight being, quote, "I no longer want to be here," unquote. So either that means he doesn't want to be there or he's at Eric Bledsoe's barber shop. It's one of the two. And then CeeDee Lamb on X posted, "Never fails, dog. Just pay the man what you owe him. No need for the extracurricular."
Oh, my goodness.
So
Are you serious?
The rift between...
don't dismiss any possibility. It's unlikely.
The rift between that man, Jerry, and the Cowboys players continues to grow.
Oh, my goodness. This is not good if you're a Cowboy fan, of course, because this is only going to get uglier.
Yeah. And I'm just looking, Mike Parsons reposted the CeeDee Lamb post, so that's just, there's a whole note here I could read you from Micah Parsons, but the highlight really is, "I no longer want to be here." So keep an eye on that.
Why does Jerry always want drama with people? It just seems like he likes the drama.
I don't understand the Cowboys. I really don't. When you consider some of the talent they have, and I'm not complaining that they're not better, but how do you have Micah Parsons and CeeDee Lamb and then some of the other guys they've had recently too, and you're just this slightly above average team? And your owner doesn't want to pay anybody. But he ultimately does sometimes, but he doesn't want to. It's very weird over there.
I know. And, honestly, too, you would think Jerry at some point in time would just break the bank.
Just go all in.
Just go all in. He's made it very, very clear he wants to win that Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Wants to do it before he's no longer with us, Basinonians.
They have some extreme. I know there's a lot that comes with Micah Parsons, and I know it's kind of like, it's sort of weird. I know players have complained, like, how about you stop doing your podcast and focus on the team? But it's just in terms of raw talent, he's ridiculous.
Yeah.
And CeeDee Lamb is ridiculous. And Dak Prescott was really good. I know he's maybe not quite the same. He's a pretty good quarterback. I don't know. I mean, you feel like that team would be a lot more dangerous than they actually are. And it's not like those are the only players they have, but it feels like they are in the news for arguing with Jerry more than they are for winning games. You found the story on Pro Football Focus that had Paris Johnson Jr. as the number 2 most underrated offensive lineman. Is that what it was?
Yes.
Okay. And they had a pretty good write-up on him talking about a lot of the things he's done really well in his first 2 seasons in the NFL.
I have to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, I think Paris Johnson Jr. is on the cusp of stardom. I really do believe that. I said this early in training camp. I think it was day 1 based on Onions. But I said that I do believe Paris Johnson Jr. is going to be a captain in year 3. A year 3 captain. He's probably going to wear the C for the rest of his career. This is a guy that's very underrated. I would agree. The Arizona Cardinals, for the most part, I think their offensive line is underrated. I don't think that people give the Cardinals enough credit. Now, it was interesting because A.Q. Shipley, just the other day, A.Q. Shipley was talking about on the Pat McAfee show how he took the Arizona Cardinals radio analyst job. And you know what? He thinks their offensive line is a top 10 offensive line. And they ripped him for that, right? Like, oh, you're already, you're a homer and you're biased and all this other stuff. But they were doing it out of good nature.
Yeah, that's going to happen.
That's going to happen right there. But, Ship, I think is right on. This is an offensive line that is underrated overall. You talk about an offensive line that has been in the top 5 in yards per carry. The top 5 over the last 2 seasons in average yards per carry.
Yeah.
That is elite. When you're in the top 5 in the NFL, that's elite.
I tell you, the other part of the whole Paris Johnson angle here that I like, it sounds simple, but he's playing the same position back-to-back years. And it's just something he hasn't been able to do through college. His first couple years in the NFL, they keep moving him around. He played left tackle last year. I don't think he really struggled with the adjustment at all, but he doesn't even have to adjust this year. He's just going to play left tackle again. He talked about that actually earlier this week.
Oh, I am already. Just going into the offseason, being able to stay on the same side is huge. So it allows me to be able to fine-tune a lot of things instead of turn the whole thing around to flip sides in my mind. I don't have to flip anything. I'm just putting everything exactly how I need it to be consistently. So, I think that's the fast upside.
So, something to keep an eye on there, but it just, again, logic. It makes sense. Here he goes into year 3. He's been solid the first 2 years. He's been good, and I haven't heard anybody within the Cardinals organization complain about Paris Johnson Jr. You like what you've seen from him each year, but there's a chance for him to really take off this year because he's just playing his same position. By the way, practice is open now, so if there's anything you see, you've got about a minute to talk about.
Okay, I was just looking at Paris Johnson Jr. One of the things I love about him the most is he's very active. He's very active and he's very vocal when he plays as well. This is a guy that brings the intensity level. One of the things you want to see from your offensive lineman is a furrowed brow. Somebody who's got that intensity level. A lot of offensive linemen, they don't. They're just big behemoths that are going to go out there and ball out. Paris Johnson Jr. is not like that. He is a baller, and yet he loves to talk, he's very active.
He likes to talk. And, going back to your earlier point of maybe he ends up being a captain this year, it's something that's important to him because he's talked about it since he was a rookie. And maybe the time is right for that. This is kind of his offensive line. He's kind of the face of the offensive line.
It's one of the things you love to do is look at your offensive linemen. They are on the line of scrimmage, and you want to see them look like they want to destroy somebody. Paris Johnson Jr. looks that way.
We're getting close. First preseason game is a week from tomorrow. There was a preseason game last night. Chargers Lions.
Oh yeah.
Didn't it was an early preseason game.
It was early preseason game, right?
All right, that's it for us. Thanks to Rick back in the studio. Thanks to Jamal out here, Felisa as well for Wolf and Luke. We got Burns and Gambo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Peace and strength.
When we feel divided, we look to something that can bring us together. It's time to do something powerful and meaningful for kids who need your help.
Be the champion of hope. And help kids like me at Phoenix Children.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's begins Monday, August 18th. Keep listening to hear how you can make a difference for Arizona kids and families. The Give-a-thon is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y Refi.
Why'd I go to the doctor?
One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This summer, you'll be loving Howard Lendon and America First Credit Union. Get new Visa credit cards with 0% intro APR for 6 months. Need a new ride? Get 90 days with no payments on new auto loans and 60 days no payments on RV and power sports loans. Our home equity loans start with an introductory 4.49% APR to refinance debt or take on that dream project. Start the summer fun now and your payments later. Apply today at AmericaFirst.com or visit a branch. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, and conditions. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal housing opportunity lender.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. My friends at Y-Refi are humbled to be this year's co-presenting sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. And at Y-Refi, they understand college didn't turn out how a lot of us hoped. The degree? Check. But the debt and detours, not what anyone planned. That's why Y-Refi helps struggling borrowers refinance private student loans with a plan that actually works. Visit YRefi.com today. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi is not available in all states.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey guys, lose fat, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. If you've noticed a lack of energy, brain fog, or trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. It's more common than you think, and it's treatable. Truth is, men today have 20% lower testosterone than even their dads had. But there's a solution, and you'll find it at Red Mountain Weight Loss. We offer full-strength testosterone as an injection or tablet. And we're not talking about a supplement here. We're talking about prescription-only testosterone, because no supplement can match the boost you get from actual testosterone. It'll give you more energy, greater focus, better sleep, more lean muscle mass, and it'll boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. Book your free video consultation with one of our licensed doctors today and regain your energy, strength, and vitality. And for a limited time, we'll even waive the startup fee. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The new look Arizona Diamondbacks begin their final 2 months of the season tonight. Prior to the game, the Snakes announced the following roster moves. Lefty Jalen Beeks has been activated off of the injured list. He joins the big league club along with lefty Kyle Nelson, infielder Connor Kaiser, and infielder Tyler Locklear. Lefty Brandon Garcia and infielder Tristan English have been sent down to AAA Reno. Game 1 of 3 against the Athletics from Sacramento, because they don't have another home that they play in currently. Anthony DeSclafani is the projected starter for the Arizona Diamondbacks today. First pitch is at 7:05. Pre-game coverage will start at 6:30 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Mercury continue their road trip tonight in Atlanta. They're facing old friend Brittany Griner and the Dream. Tip-off is at 4:30. I want to remind you, this is your last chance to join the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. You text FANTASY to 620-620, battle your favorite hosts for bragging rights and the Fantasy Football Championship belt. Spots are almost gone. Text FANTASY now. The Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. It's presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. And don't forget to book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
The Red Reckoning. The intense competition of camp separates those who can consistently make plays on the field from those who just flash.
You think you have a lot of time, but you really don't. Every day matters. You know what I mean? You got to be getting better every day.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Burns and Gambo, live from State Farm Stadium. The Red Reckoning.
I do not know how this is going to work with my voice, but straight up 202 on this Friday in Phoenix. John Gambadoro, Tim Ring.
Oh, you're already losing it. You're already losing the voice.
I know. I'm going to have you, after this segment, run the show, so I don't have to talk as much, but that's what this job does to me. This job beats me down. And so, like, over the last week with the trade deadline, I'm exhausted. My voice is shot. I've got nothing left. And but we got through it. Thank God, no more trade deadlines, no more drafts. I could actually relax a little bit for the next few months and just talk about sports and watch sports and things like that. But we got through the trade deadline. We are here at Cardinal camp. I was not able to make it out last week. You were here. You had to do some of those interviews yourself. I wasn't feeling very well, so I was at home. Under the weather, but I did make it out today, so I am here at Cardinal camp with Tim. My voice is shot. I just have my voice is just shot. So we're going to get through the next 4 hours. Bear with me. I'll probably have Tim talk a little bit more than I will today, but I do have a lot of information on the D-backs, on the Phoenix Suns, which I know a lot of people are waiting for, on some of the Suns information. And, of course, we've got a great guest list today. Calais Campbell will join us on the show today. He actually speaks a little bit like me with that raspy voice right now. We'll get along great.
Yeah, he was born with it, though.
He was born with it. Yeah, I just lost my voice with the last few weeks. And then we're also going to have Mac Wilson on the show as well. So we'll have a couple Cardinal guests. We're down here at Cardinal camp watching the practice right now. They've got some people in the stands watching the practice. But let's waste no time. Let's tell you what our top story of the day is.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
All right. The aftermath, $18 million saved, 9 prospects added, subtracted Geno Suarez, Josh Naylor, who both played last night for Seattle. They both had hits for Seattle, and Seattle won 6-0. Randall Grichuk, Merrill Kelly. We broke that story nationally here on the show yesterday that Merrill Kelly was getting traded to the Rangers. Shelby Miller and Jordan Montgomery gone, which was... I spoke with so many people last night that were listening to the show, and they thought that was so fascinating. 3 o'clock comes, and everybody thinks the Diamondbacks are done, and we're like, no, there's something else that's going to sneak through here. And we didn't know exactly what it was, but we knew it was injured players. And I spoke with some people last night that just that thought that was just so intense and just so exciting to try to figure out what was going on, because the trade deadline was over, and we were telling people there was still something else that was going to sneak through. We just didn't know exactly what it was. We just had some ideas. But now that they made the moves, I saw The Athletic gave them a B, understanding that this is something that they needed to do. But they subtracted a lot of players, and they added 9 prospects, 8 of them pitching prospects, Give me your thoughts on what the Diamondbacks and Mike Hazen were able to accomplish.
Well, I think Mike Hazen was pretty candid about it yesterday when asked about everything they got in return. Hazen wanted to make sure Diamondback fans knew that this is a tough time. This is a very disappointing time for the organization, a very disappointing season, and he understands the fans' frustration when you let a guy like Gino Suarez and Merrill Kelly go, obviously the other guys as well, but he needs to think about the long-term future of the franchise, and these are moves that they had to make. He didn't like doing it, but he had to do it. On the other hand, I know a lot of Diamondbacks fans were also disappointed in the haul that they got in terms of trading a bat like Kelly and a starting pitcher, a bat like Suarez and a starting pitcher like Kelly, Gambo. And I think we talked about this a lot last week. The D-backs' hands were a little bit tied. You're trading expiring contracts, and teams are not going to give up top prospects for rental players, and that's kind of the hand that Mike Hazen was dealt when he was approaching these deals. And in the case of Zach Gallen, he never got a deal that he felt comfortable shipping Gallen out for, and that's why Zach Gallen remains. We'll talk more about that coming up a little bit later in the show, what that means.
I got some information on whether they were close to trading Zach Gallen or not, and we have a segment pinned in for Zach Gallen, so I will give you information that you may not have heard on Zach Gallen. We'll do that just a little bit.
But all in all, they were going to target minor league pitching. They got that. They got 9 prospects, 8 of them pitchers. I'm going to pump the brakes on, giving any kind of grade. I consider it a little bit like the NFL draft. Like on paper, everything looks good, and you got some of the top prospects out of the Rangers organization, 3 of the top 13, 3 pitchers, all potentially could be starters. But again, in terms of how well they did over these last 5 days, get back to me in 3 years, and I'll let you know how they did. I mean, we can reflect on the Paul Goldschmidt trade. That looked pretty good on paper as well, and none of the 5 guys really panned out in the Diamondbacks uniform. So that remains to be seen. But I think on the surface, when you were trading all these expiring contracts, Mike Hazen went out there, and he did the best he could, didn't want to do it. And I think with Merrill Kelly, Gambo, and we'll talk more about this throughout the show too, not only did you get 3 top 13 prospects out of the Rangers, I think it's a very real possibility Merrill Kelly's back here with the Diamondbacks next year. Kelly's already on record saying there's going to be no hard feelings if I'm traded.
Right.
And if I am traded, I will absolutely entertain coming back to Arizona in 2026. That is a win-win for that particular deal in isolation.
3 prospects. And listen, where the Diamondbacks got screwed a little bit was that the Twins and the Giants had sell-offs, especially the Twins, because that took a lot of the players that teams were looking at the Diamondbacks, and all of a sudden the Twins are like, we're open for business, and they traded half their freaking roster. So I think that caught Arizona by surprise a little bit, and a lot of Major League Baseball by surprise, is that the Twins became a seller, and then all of a sudden these other teams were able to go to Minnesota to go get pieces instead of Arizona, and it just changed the complexion of what they were able to do. Here's what I can tell you. Tyler Locklear is in the lineup tonight playing first base. I reported that earlier. Guys that you will see, we've already seen Brandon Garcia. We're going to see Andrew Hoffman at some point and Juan Burgos. Those are the 3 relievers. So I believe that you will see Hoffman, Burgos, and Garcia. I also believe that by September you will see the left-handed starter Cole Drake. He will be in AAA, but he is the most likely to be able to start a game for them. Now with Gallen in the rotation, that having that locked down, it's not like they need 2 starters. They only needed 1. That's DeSclafani replacing Merrill Kelly. So Gallen not getting traded, it doesn't force them to have to bring somebody up and pitch somebody. It would have been Jarvis most likely. But as a Diamondback fan, if you're looking like, hey, are these guys going to come up? You got Locklear playing today. You've already seen Brandon Garcia. You're going to see Andrew Hoffman. You're going to see Juan Burgos. And it's very likely you will see Cole Drake end up starting for the Arizona Diamondbacks maybe in September. Mitch Bratt, Mitch, he's a AA guy. I don't think you'll see him this year. David Hageman, he is in the lower levels. You're not going to see him this year. Hunter Cranton, AA guy. I don't think you'll see him this year either. So when you start to look at what players they may be able to bring up, those are the guys I'm expecting you will see.
And we'll talk to Torey Lavello about this at 2:30. Tyler Locklear, one would think that he would get a 53 game or so 53 games left in the season, obviously. He's going to get an audition to play first base for this ball club in 2026.
Absolutely.
I think that is certainly a given. And Cole Drake is a guy, Gimble, that you mentioned may get a start in September or several starts in September. He's the 5th-ranked prospect, or was, in the Rangers organization. Hageman is an interesting one, the young kid out of West Virginia. He was ranked the 13th best prospect with the Rangers, but the more I read about scouting reports over the last 24 hours or so, Hageman is highly regarded as a prospect in the Rangers organization, and now obviously in the D-backs organization. It is interesting to note, though, when you have guys that are ranked in a certain organization, not every organization is equal. A guy that might be number 5 with the Rangers, he could be number 25 with a different organization, or he could be number 1 with another organization. So it's interesting to note, zero of these guys were ranked in the top 100 in all of baseball in terms of top prospects, but they're all highly regarded in that Rangers system. We'll see if they pan out. Burnsy mentioned this yesterday, and I totally agree. They're not all going to work out. But reasonably, when you talk about the 9 prospects they got, obviously Locklear and the rest of the pitchers, man, if 2 or 3 of them work out and become really good major league
a home run.
Ball players, that is a home run. If one of them turns into an all-star, that turns out to be a home run. Trade deadline dealings by Mike Hazen.
Yeah, there's no question. I mean, that's what you hope for. You know, we'll go over their minor league rankings because a lot of these guys, a lot of them are ranked in the Diamondbacks' top 25. So we'll talk about that in a little bit too. Okay, I wanted to get to the Zach Allen information. What is the plan for Zach Allen going forward? Were they close to trading him? We'll give you all the latest as long as my voice holds up. Next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 this afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app at 98.7.
Love telling you about the Lund Mortgage team, where they're helping a lot of people right now with home equity lines of credit. It's a great way to get that remodel on your house done, or pay for a college education for one of your children, or go on that dream vacation that you've always wanted without affecting your interest rate. A lot of people don't want to refinance because they don't want to go from the really good interest rate they have up to a much higher interest rate. And that's where the Lund Mortgage team comes in and is helping a lot of people out with home equity lines of credit. All you have to do is give them a call at 623-889-0130 for all of your mortgage needs. That's 623-889-0130.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here on such short notice. This place isn't bugged, is it?
Bugged? Wait, Jamie, what's going on?
It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. Do you see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there?
Yeah?
That's all I paid for it.
I think I need to get back to you on that.
Do you know what you want?
Yeah, I do now.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the car or SUV you've always wanted, plus America's best warranty at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. The guilt is real, but so is the savings.
Listen, I don't want to get in your business, but if that's all she paid for it, I'll have what she's having.
It's a great day for a new Hyundai at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event going on now.
Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, and Santa Fe hybrid models. And check out our other great deals at your Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends September 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
When I was in Iraq, our convoy was hit. It was bad. After I came home, I could still hear booms and see tracer fire. Makes it hard to be a good mom.
As America's veterans face challenges, DAV is there.
I'm Naomi Mathis, Air Force veteran.
With the right support, more veterans can reach victories, great and small.
With help from DAV, I was able to begin to heal.
DAV provides a lifetime of support to veterans of every generation, helping more than 1 million veterans each year.
Today, I'm part of DAV. We're veterans helping veterans to get the benefits they've earned. And I give my veterans my all.
But there's more to be done and more victories to be won.
My victory is being able to be here for my children.
Naomi Mathis, thank you for your service. May your victories inspire many more. Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Are you looking for an easy way to get a daily detox? Active Liver is the easy way to get a daily detox to keep you healthy and feeling your best. You can find Active Liver in the vitamin aisle at your local CVS or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo. Talking MLB trade deadline. Now.
All right, Burns and Gambo back live at State Farm Stadium. Crowd starting to file in now for the Cardinals training camp practice today on this Friday. If you want to come out and check out the team, you're running out of time. You got the big red and white practice tomorrow, and then after Saturday, just 2 more open practices to the public on Tuesday and Wednesday of next week. Kyler Murray just threw a laser on a corner route to Greg Dortch, so he's looking good out here today. Gambo, let's get back to the baseball now. Zach Gallen was certainly on the trade block, but he ends up still in a Diamondbacks uniform. Your thoughts on how that went down and why it went down the way it did?
Well, obviously the interest in Zach Gallen was not enough to warrant a trade. But what I can tell you is that in the last 10 minutes, those frantic last 10 minutes, there were 2 teams that did call and try to acquire Zach Gallen. There was very little movement the whole week leading up to it. It was Suarez, it was Naylor, a little bit of Shelby Miller, and of course Merrill Kelly was the prize that they had. But there were 2 teams that did try to get Zach Gallen at the last minute. But obviously, we had said all along, if it's not going to be a trade where you're going to get back more than what you could with the qualifying offer, the Diamondbacks weren't going to do it. So I think that some teams were probably last minute just trying to steal Zach Gallen at the last minute, and the Arizona Diamondbacks decided to hold on to Zach Gallen. But yes, there were 2 teams that did try to trade for him in the last few minutes of the trade deadline yesterday.
Yeah, and for more on Mike Hazen's thought process, let's hear from Mike Hazen. He wasn't going to give Gallen away just to give him away.
I had a line that I wasn't going to really cross. Like, trading Zach Gallen to say that I traded Zach Gallen and moved him out of here, I don't feel good about that. This next 2 months for this baseball team, given what the fans have done for us in the last 4 months, is extremely important to me that we play good baseball. And having Zach Gallen in our rotation versus just trading him because I could say that I traded him for somebody, an A-ball somewhere, I didn't feel like that was the right decision to make.
Yeah, and Hazen went on to say the reason why there wasn't more of a market for Zach Gallen was obvious. Zach Gallen hasn't pitched well this year. He's got nobody to blame but himself. His ERA is 5.60. He's given up a league-leading 23 home runs. He's had 3 wins total in the last 2 months of baseball. So that's part of the reason why he's still here. And Gambo, you mentioned the qualifying offer. I mean, the way this works.
Let's talk about this a little bit.
If they give him a qualifying offer and he goes and signs with another team,
it's like $22 million, I think, for the year.
Yeah,
it's $20 to $22 million in that range.
They'll get a compensatory pick after the first round
if he signs for more than $50 million.
For more than $50 million,
has to be more than $50 million.
If the contract, not a year, the total worth of the contract has to be more than $50 million. If that happens, they'll get essentially a glorified first round pick.
But here's where it becomes interesting. If Zach Gallen pitches well over the next final 10 starts that he has, he very well probably could get a contract worth $50 million or more. If he figures it out and he pitches well over the last 10 games, somebody might give Zach Gallen, 3 years and $60, 3 years and $70 million.
Yes.
If Zach Gallen is going to get less than $50 million, I think it's more likely he would take the qualifying offer, stay in Arizona where he's comfortable, pitch here, reestablish value. So we're talking about the difference between 20, he's either going to get more than $50 million or less than $50 million. If he gets more than $50 million, he probably takes it, gets a deal with somebody. If he gets less than $50 million, he might sit there and say, say somebody offers him, 2 years and $40 million. He might just take the qualifying offer, pitch for 22, reestablish value, and then hit free agency again a year from now, a little bit over a year from now, and try to get that big contract. So I think there's a good chance if he pitches well, the Diamondbacks will get that first-round pick at the end of the first round because somebody will pay him over $50 million. If he doesn't pitch well, I think it's likely he'll take the qualifying offer because nobody wants to give him more than $50 million, and then he would be back with the Diamondbacks on a one-year deal. So I think that's how it looks. I don't know that somebody's going to give Zach Gallen $42 million.
Maybe not now, but you're right. He's got 10 more starts to kind of restock his value, if you will. The problem is, Gambo, if he doesn't, do the Diamondbacks even want him back for 1 year at $22 million? Hazen was asked point blank, could Gallen be back in 2026?
Yeah, I think anything's on the table. But I'm not worried about what's going to happen from October and beyond. I am very concerned and worried and focused and fixated on where this baseball team is at today and what we're going to do tonight going out there playing good baseball. And for him, in the handful, 10, whatever, how many starts he may have left between now and the end of the season, I think it's our responsibility to get him pitching at a level that he has been accustomed to for a long time in this league, an elite level. And that we bear some of the responsibility. He bears some of the responsibility for that, but so do we. And that's going to be what I'm focused on here over the next 2 months. I think if we get to that spot where he's performing like that, everything's going to take care of itself.
Yeah, and just to be clear, if Zach Gallen were to get the qualifying offer, leave for another team for a contract that's worth less than $50 million, the D-backs would still get a comp pick. It would just be after the second round, Gambo, not the first round.
And I think that Gallen would not sign a deal that's less than $50 million. That's my gut feeling right now. That Zach Gallen would rather just play, because what's going to happen, nobody's going to pay him 1 year and $50 million. Somebody might give him, like, would you take 2 years and 40, 2 years and 45? He might be like, no, I'd rather just pitch for 1 year with the Diamondbacks at 22, and then I'm a free agent again next year. Let me get back to what I did well, and then I could go get my $100, $125, $140 million from somebody.
Yeah, like I said, a prove-it deal perhaps, and he'd be betting on himself. But again, if the qualifying offer is, or excuse me, if the offers from other teams are right around $22 million a year anyway, it would be the difference between taking 2 years or 1 year with the D-backs. Whereas you mentioned, there's a comfort level here.
Yeah.
And obviously you come back and you.
Plus, you may not want to take a second year at $20 million. If you're like, hey, I think I'm worth more than that, I'd rather just come back for 1 year, pitch well, and then go get a contract, in the $100 million range,
right?
Rather than having a 1 year deal at 20 and another deal at 20. So I think Diamondbacks are in a good spot. If he pitches well, somebody will pay him more than $50 million. They'll get the compensatory pick at the end of the first round. If he doesn't pitch well, I don't think anybody's going to pay him more than $50 million. And I think that he would probably take the qualifying offer and just stay with Arizona.
Well, if he goes 7-3 in his last 10 starts, maybe the D-backs would want to pay him $50 million. I mean, so we there's a lot of different ways this could go. We've kind of painted a picture of all the different options Zach Gallen will have and what it means for the Diamondbacks. But make no mistake, he's got to pitch a whole lot better. Like I said, the home run ball, the ERA has been a problem for Zach. I can't say this for sure, but here's what I hope, Gambo.
Yeah.
I hope now that the distraction of the trade deadline and the uncertainty about his future is over.
Yeah, he can start pitching better.
He can start pitching better and maybe refocus some of that energy and mental bandwidth he's been putting on perhaps his future with pitching the best baseball he can pitch in the final 53 games of the season.
It's crazy. I'm not the most analytic guy in the world, but all of the problems he's having is coming from the stretch. When he's pitching with nobody on base, his numbers are actually better this year than they were even last year. But his numbers really blow up when he's pitching out of the stretch. When there's guys on base, he has not been anywhere near the pitcher he used to be. So he's got to figure that out. That's been a problem for him.
Gambo, we got a couple minutes here. We haven't touched on Shelby Miller. I know you guys did yesterday, but at the end of the day, the Shelby Miller is going to return today, expected to return today. So he is presumably healthy again. But when you unwind the Jordan Montgomery aspect of this and how this all came together and what the Brewers are going to actually pay for Jordan Montgomery's salary, it's almost as if at the end of the day, the D-backs sold Shelby Miller to Milwaukee for about $2 million.
They did. The total savings in that deal is closer to $3 million because there's savings with Shelby Miller being traded too.
Good point.
So this was a financial decision. The Diamondbacks' revenues this year are not going to be what they expected to be because they're not going to make the postseason. Any company projects revenues. What is our projected? Our company projects revenues. Every company out there, we project our revenues are going to be X. Well, the Diamondbacks have projected revenue. They added Corbin Burns. They had a great team. They figured they were going to go to the playoffs, so their projected revenue was based on a pennant race in August and September that was going to bring a lot of fans out to the stands, and a postseason run of so many games in which they would have got revenue there. Well, now you're not going to have a postseason run, and it's going to be harder to draw people out to the games because you're not in it. So there's a little bit of a loss there. So by saving $18 million, that money is expected to be funded back into the team with contracts. It could also offset some of the losses that they're going to have over these next couple of months of the season.
Last thing before the break, I do want to bring this up because I find it fascinating. You obviously talk to a lot of people. You talk to a lot of people in the D-backs organization. Your expectations were, after those conversations, that Merrill Kelly would produce the biggest haul for the Diamondbacks.
Yes, and he did.
And fans on Twitter thought you were nuts. They said, it'd be Suarez. You're out of your mind.
I was so right.
And sure enough, you and your sources were exactly
right.
Yeah,
Kelly got the most. Suarez got the second most. It's what I said, and it's what the organization believes, too. So when I said that, I mean, look, like, you know me, I don't make stuff up.
No, I know.
I don't make stuff up. So if I tell you they're going to get the most from Merrill Kelly, they're going to get the most from Merrill Kelly, and they did. They got good players back from the other trades. But 3 starting pitchers back from the Merrill Kelly trade.
Well, maybe the haul from the Mariners, Locklear, Burgos, and Cranton all turn out to be better players. But on paper right now, Kelly appears to have garnered the biggest and the best haul. More D-backs baseball coming up after the break here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Tim Ring in for Dave Burns. On the other side of the timeout, Diamondback skipper Torey Lovullo live. He'll join us for his weekly visit. Keep it here.
The future of Arizona sports. High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Every Saturday morning on The Kevin McCabe Show. Presented by Brooklyn Betting. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when the Dean of High School Sports in Arizona hosts The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, it's Gambo. You all know that Christian Brothers is your go-to company for all AC and plumbing needs. But did you also know they can help with any electrical issues you may have at your home? Christian Brothers offers an electrical safety inspection for just $69. This includes a panel inspection, testing all the breakers, tightening down all the wires, and much, much more. Mention me, Gambo, to get the $69 special for your electrical inspection. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535 or online at cbrothers.com. Did your AC unit just go kaput and now you need a new one ASAP? Christian Brothers has been servicing the Valley since 1976. They carry Trane, Goodman, and Bryant units and offer 18 months interest-free financing with no prepayment penalties. They also can replace most units the same day, so no need to stay in a hotel for days waiting for some other guy to get to you. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online at cbrothers.com, and let's make sure you get the right AC unit at the right price.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. But not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack. See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Once active and adventurous, Stephanie was sidelined by joint pain. She was losing touch with what gave her real joy.
I want to stay active, and if I don't do something now to feel better that will keep me out hiking and running and doing all those activities, my health's going to suffer from it. I had the treatment at QC Kinetics.
They're all-natural regenerative treatments to use the restorative biologics from Stephanie's body. As the healing properties went to work, Stephanie realized something one day.
I was like, wow, I don't feel any pain. I have no problem going up and down stairs. I have no problem going down mountains. Snowboarding felt good again.
If you see Stephanie, give her a thumbs up. That is, if you can catch her.
And now I can totally keep up with my friends in their 30s, and I'm 55.
Don't even think about giving up. There's lots of life left to live. Call now for a free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
It isn't just any Ford dealer. It is Tim Hovick, Santan Ford, and they're reimagining affordability. We're talking lease deals for $399 a month and $0 down on the brand new 2025 Mustang GT, the Escape, and even Bronco Sport. Just sign and drive with a payment real folks can afford. Tim Hovick, Santan Ford, and Gilbert. The summer sale is on. Some restrictions apply, and there's a $649 dock fee. But you got that, man. Affordability is back in style. I am Santan Ford.
Born in the birthplace of tequila, Estrella Jalisco is the golden Mexican Pilsner with roots in Jalisco, Mexico since 1910. The finest ingredients are always used to deliver a smooth and flavorful taste with a crisp finish that leaves you refreshed. We're proud to bring you this authentic and delicious Mexican beer, perfect for pairing with food and enjoying with friends. Estrella Jalisco, official cerveza partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The new look Arizona Diamondbacks begin their final 2 months of the season tonight. Prior to the game, the Snakes announced the following roster moves. Lefty Jalen Beeks has been activated off of the injured list. He joins the big league club along with lefty Kyle Nelson, infielder Connor Kaiser, and infielder Tyler Locklear. Lefty Brandon Garcia and infielder Tristan English have been sent down to AAA Reno. Game 1 of 3 against the Athletics from Sacramento, because they don't have another home that they play in currently. Anthony DeSclafani is the projected starter for the Arizona Diamondbacks today. First pitch is at 7:05. Pre-game coverage will start at 6:30 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Mercury continue their road trip tonight in Atlanta. They're facing old friend Brittany Griner and the Dream. Tip-off is at 4:30. I want to remind you, this is your last chance to join the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. You text FANTASY to 620-620, battle your favorite hosts for bragging rights and the Fantasy Football Championship belt. Spots are almost gone. Text FANTASY now. The Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. It's presented by DraftKings Sportsbook, and don't forget to book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. How will the revamped Diamondbacks look in Sacramento? We'll discuss Monday morning shenanigans begin at 6 a.m.
All right, Burns and Gambo back at State Farm Stadium live. Cardinals Training Camp 2025. Tim Ring in for Dave Burns today alongside John Gambadero, fighting a little voice issue today. So
yeah, not sick. I just lost my voice.
We'll drive the ship. Cardinals going 11-on-11 right now. They're in full pads again. They've got some officials out on the field. Calais Campbell just jumped off sides. Kyler Murray just hit Zay Jones on an underneath route wide open, so the Cardinals are putting in work right now. Speaking of Calais Campbell, he and Mac Wilson expected to join us live, Gambo, coming up a little bit later on in the show today.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Calais, wow, all those years. Looking forward to getting Calais on the show. Mac Wilson running that Mike linebacker spot, so excited to have him on too. Torey Lovello is going to join us in just a minute, just waiting for him to call in. They're going to take on the A's, who traded their closer. They got a haul back from the Padres in that trade. They got the Padres' top prospect. So, the A's made a big trade with San Diego. San Diego went all in. A lot of teams went all in. The Cubs did not, by the way, Lauren. The Cubs did not go all in.
And neither did
the Brewers did not go all in.
And the Red Sox didn't either. Boy,
the Red Sox did not go all in.
Ken Rosenthal just destroyed Craig Breslow today. Former D-back, now running things in Boston.
I don't get the Red Sox. I don't get them. I mean, you're right there. You're right there. The Mets helped themselves. The Yankees helped themselves. The Astros, people think, kind of helped themselves. So there are a lot of teams. The Yankees made a couple of moves to get a little bit better defensively. They didn't do anything great, but try to solidify the bullpen was a big deal. Everybody was trying to just upgrade their bullpen. The Mets did a good job with that, of course, with getting Helsley. So, but the Diamondbacks end up trading It was weird last night. I saw a picture of like all these photos of like a photo collage of Josh Naylor and Suarez in Seattle Mariners uniforms.
Hugging it out.
Just hugging it out. And
getting hits.
Naylor was his arm around them, and it's like they got the Seattle uniform on. And I'm not going to lie, like I paid attention. They won 6-0. Suarez had a hit. Naylor had a hit. It's part of me wants Seattle to do well. I don't dislike Seattle. I'd like the Mariners to get in the playoffs. They've made the playoffs once since 2001. The last couple of years, they've kind of taken it on the chin. They were so close to making the playoffs. I think they missed by a game each of the last 2 years. So I think they needed starting pitching, but they did address those issues. So I would like to see Suarez and Naylor do well for Seattle and help them get to the playoffs.
Well, they're 4.5 back in the division race of the Astros. They're clinging to that third wild card spot right now, a game lead over Merrill Kelly and the Texas Rangers. Again, boys, we await Torey Lovello. Let's talk a little bit about the rest of the Diamondbacks season. You know, in your conversations last week with your people inside the organization, which really bled into our show throughout the course of the week, it was important for Mike Hazen in these final 50-some games, you know, to not go 10-40.
Yes.
And when you trade when you trade a lot of guys, you're running the risk of everybody kind of packing it in and folding it in, and that's no good for the disposition of a clubhouse, especially the guys that will be back next year. So my thought process is this right now with 53 games left to play. What are the D-backs going to look like? Are they going to be able to cobble together a certain amount of wins? And maybe more importantly, how much is the core going to care? I hate to say it that way, but a lot of times you get zombie football in the National Football League in December. What is it going to look like in August and September for these Arizona Diamondbacks?
I mean, you're a professional. Nobody wants to get their brains beaten every night. Nobody wants to lose. So I'm not that worried about it. I mean, it's a younger core. Corbin Carroll, Perdomo, Gabby Moreno when he comes back. Like there's a lot of, Jake McCarthy, Alec Thomas. It's disappointing, but it's also these guys want to play and they want to do well. Carroll wants to be great all the time. Alec is trying to have a good season. Jake has been sent down, and now he's back. I think, these guys want to play well. Nobody wants to get their brains beaten, and I know it's a concern. I know the Diamondbacks are worried about that because there's a lot of games left. And it's unacceptable the way that they played baseball the last, 10 days without being able to score any freaking runs. It's embarrassing, to be honest with you. So I think now that the trade deadline's over, you sit back and, okay, let's go. Let's get back to playing. Let's play our brand of baseball. Let's go.
Here's the problem, Gambo. There's the mindset of the team, which is up to them, and I agree they don't want to lose. So we'll see what kind of professionalism and character they show in terms of their willingness to go out there and compete at a high level. But there's the other aspect is, do they have the horses to win a lot of baseball games? This was a team below 500, as we know. And now you're taking Suarez's bat out of the lineup. You're taking Kelly out of the rotation. You're taking Naylor's bat out of the lineup. So, this team, let's be honest. I mean, it got worse over the last week in terms of personnel.
Right. They're not as good. I mean, you took out your best, most consistent pitcher, Kelly. Your first baseman was having a great year. Your third baseman was having an all-time season. I mean, I get it. You're not as good. But it's an opportunity. Like, Tyler Locklear, let's go. Let's give him every opportunity to be the first baseman. Let's see what this kid could do. Like, I recorded the game tonight. I can't wait. I want to watch his at-bats.
Of course.
I'm hoping he's good. Like, he was he right now he's the highest rated prospect out of all the guys they got. I believe he's the highest rated of even with all the players they got. So I'm looking forward to seeing him play. They need a first baseman. You got 2 months now. Maybe he shows it, and if he does, great. Then you don't need to go get a first baseman. And if he doesn't, well, then you've got to make sure you've got somebody else there for next year.
About 2 months ago, Locklear made a serious adjustment in how he was swinging the bat, whether it was hand position or stance.
He lowered his hands.
In the last 6 weeks, Gabe, I don't know if you saw the numbers, he's hitting 387.
Yeah.
387.
Yep.
With 14 home runs at AAA.
He's a good prospect.
So.
He's a good prospect. I mean, he's not, he's not the number one prospect in base, but he's a good prospect. Like he's played in the major leagues already. You give him an opportunity now. He made that adjustment. He killed it in June and July. Swinging the bat really well. He's a power guy. He played first base and third base in college. Christian Walker's gone. Josh Naylor's gone. Josh Naylor may not have been back next year anyway. So it's nice to have a first base guy that might be the guy. Now, we're going to say this about all of these guys. And they got 9 prospects. All 9 prospects are not going to make it to the major leagues and be stars. Okay? Can 2 or 3 hit? Can you have one of the starting pitchers hit, the first baseman hit, and one of the relievers hit? That'd be great. That would be great. If you get 3, if you got 4, it would be a home run. But if you got 3 guys that hit and played, that would be good. But in the meantime, you've got prospects that you could use for other trades, because now your farm system is more highly ranked because of what you just did. So that could be used for future trades. But I think that there is a reason to watch Diamondback baseball when these kids play. And, okay, the Diamondbacks are out of it. Great. I don't care. I want to watch Tyler Locklear play tonight because I want to see if they have something in him. Because I don't know. I wasn't going all the way from Phoenix to Tacoma. I don't know if the kid's any good.
Philadelphia, Atlanta,
LA, yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
In case you missed it earlier, Cole Drake, the number 5 prospect from the the Rangers organization that came over in the Merrill Kelly deal, could be a September call-up and get himself a handful of starts in the final month of the season. So, again, Tyler Locklear in the lineup tonight as the D-backs take on the Oakland A's in Sacramento. And with 53 games left, who knows? Maybe this kid, if he's able to hit a little bit, can stick around and maybe start 50 of these final 53 games. We'll see. So,
very unusual for Torey Lovello not to call in. Now, I know Mike Hazen flew out to Sacramento today, so they could be having meetings and everything and trying to figure out the lineup and everything with all these new players. That could be holding them up a little bit. But, Mitch, have we heard any word at all from the D-backs? All right. I'm not hearing from Mitch.
Mitch ran to the bathroom.
Sorry. Guess who just called? But I told him to call back at 2:45.
Okay, so.
All right, 2:45. So we'll take a break. When we come back on the other side, Torey Lovello joins us live from Sacramento as the D-backs are getting ready to take on the Oakland A's. Keep it here. Burns and Gambo on a Friday live at State Farm Stadium.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is coming in August. You'll hear from the patients and families getting life-saving care at one of our country's premier children's hospital networks, now with locations all over the Valley. The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y-Refi.
I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating, or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This weekend at your local Ace Hardware, it's Ace Bucket Days, August 1st through the 3rd. Buy a special Children's Miracle Network Hospitals bucket for just $5. Fill it and get 20% off almost anything you can fit in your bucket. And the best part, your $5 bucket purchase supports Phoenix Children's. That's savings for you and help for kids in need. Ace Bucket Days, this weekend at Ace Hardware.
Ace is a place where the helpful hardware folks.
Your exclusive home of the D-backs.
Diamondbacks.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs manager Torey Lovello joins Burns and Gambo to talk D-backs baseball. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco, official Cerveza partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
All right, the skipper, Torey Lovello, joins us from Sacramento. D-backs about to take on the A's in a series. Tim Ring filling in for Burnsy. He's off again, Skip. He's off again. He's like hiking Yosemite or something. Crazy.
Oh, my God. We just got through the trade deadline. This is the best time of the year for him. We need him right now. And he's going out and wandering these unbelievable mountains. He's got to be better than that. Let's go.
He's got to be better than that. I agree. So Tim Ring's filling in. Appreciate you joining us. And let's start with just what was it like for you to say goodbye to Merrill Kelly, Gino Suarez, Josh Naylor, Shelby Miller, with all of the trades that this organization has made over the last week?
Yeah, it's not easy. It's never easy. And clearly you're asking that question because you know of my bond and connection with the players that have been here a while. Starting with Merrill was not an easy conversation. And, I know that he's moving into a situation where he's going to be put into a totally different environment. Their team the Rangers are pushing towards a potential playoff spot. And that's satisfaction that I have because that's the ultimate goal for all of us at this point in the season is to reach the big dance. And when, you talk to these players and they're moving into that scenario, it gives you a little bit of comfort. But to say goodbye is tough because, we have talked to and we've taught each other through the course of good and bad times and had some unbelievably great moments over the past 7 years. Those are tough conversations to say goodbye, but it was more like a see you later because you just never know in this game. You cross paths with players after saying these type of goodbyes. Look what happened with Gino. He's back up there reunited in Seattle. So they're tough, but we know they're a part of baseball and we're going to get through this.
I know a lot of people in this organization very well, and I know from Ken Kendrick that he takes responsibility for the failures this year, and I know Mike Hazen takes responsibility, and I know you take responsibility too for the team having to be in this position. When you look back on everything that happened, granted there were a lot of injuries, like to me, I still can't get over how poor we've been defensively this whole season. But to you, what are some of the things you felt led to the Diamondbacks getting to this point?
Well, first of all, I appreciate Ken and Mike taking accountability because we're all in this together. And never once have I ever felt like I've been on my own island and they were pointing the finger at me. And I think that's what makes this group and this organization so unique is that when one fails, we all fail. And the way I look at it is I could have, of course, done a better job in several areas. I love defense. I love pitching and defense. That's who I am at my core. And, with a new infield coach, I knew that there was going to be some growing situations, and maybe I could have jumped in a little bit sooner, a little bit more to help facilitate that. So we didn't have those early lapses in April, because all those games in April added up. If we had won 4 or 5 of those games in April that we projected to win, we could be in a totally different space right now. So the defensive thing was a lapse, and all of it's on my watch. When we lose a game, it's my fault. Like, I am responsible for what happens here. Of course, there are pitching moves that I would love to take back. Of course, there are moves where I should have, probably put in pitcher X instead of Y, and just to see what that outcome was. Maybe a little different lineup construction. But I can assure you, Gamble, that every single day I was racking my brain to make the best things happen. I make mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes. We're going to learn from them. And that's where we're at right now. It's August the 1st. We're, not playing good baseball. We know we're faced up with, and there's nothing we can do about it. The only choice we can make today is to go out there and win a baseball game.
Yeah, it begins today against the A's. Torrey, Gambo and I were just kind of talking about it last segment. 53 games remain now. Obviously a big bat. 2 big bats out of the lineup. One of your best starting pitchers, maybe your best starting pitcher, is off to Texas. How do you manage the disposition of the guys that remain in that clubhouse in terms of keeping them engaged and going out there each and every day focused on playing their best baseball? Because 53 games is a whole lot of games.
It is. There's a lot of baseball left to be played. A lot of teams do something like we did at the trade deadline, and you suddenly realize, look, this is past us, and you start to play your best baseball, and you make a push. That's my mindset. My mindset is there's enough pieces in this puzzle that tell me that we can win baseball games. The 4 of the 5 starters that are remaining, and now Anthony DeSclafani jumps into that mix, that's a really solid group. We just got to go out and get these guys to play and perform the way they can. And if we do, and we put this together, we're gonna win some baseball games. We're not expecting to go out there and just have these cash-in moments. That's unacceptable. I want focused baseball. I want winning baseball, winning at-bats, winning pitches, just like we always do. I want to see where that leads us. At the end of the night, if we do that enough, we're going to win some baseball games.
And fans get a chance to see some of these young prospects, maybe not right away, but certainly in September. But Tyler Locklear is going to be in the lineup tonight. Torrey, what can you tell us about the young first baseman? I'm sure you've gotten plenty of written scouting reports. You've talked to people since you've acquired Tyler Locklear. Is he auditioning for 2026 in that job full-time, Skip?
I think so. I think he's going to come here and cut his teeth. He's still a young-ish type of a major league player. He hasn't really gotten a great opportunity to get a ton of at-bats and show what he's capable of doing. And what I explained to him today is, and yesterday when I called him, is that, you're in a spot now where you're going to get this chance. I don't need you to go out there and stand on your head and try and go 5 for 4. I just need you to control the at-bats. I need you to be productive. And he's having a really, really good minor league season, like something that is hard to do in the stadium that he's playing in up in Tacoma. So we feel like these numbers are real, and he's capable of doing a whole heck of a lot. But to be out there and just go out and play the game the way you know how and be the best version of yourself, that's the most important thing. But yes, all these younger players are going to audition to show us what they can do. Mike has decisions to make. At the end of the season, he's going to plug in and see who did their job, and if he did it the right way and played the game with a high baseball IQ and helped us win baseball games, then Mike might make a spot for you. If not, he's going to supplement it another way. So it's always an audition. Everybody, every single day is being evaluated, including me and the coaches. So we got to go out there and do our job every single day.
I was going to ask you about that. Do you feel like over these next 53 baseball games that you are coaching for your job?
Well, I live in that space every day. Nothing ever changes with me. I can't necessarily worry about what's going to happen tomorrow or the next day. I just want to go out and be the best version of myself. Because if I'm worried about the wrong things, I can't lead this team. I got to be able to take care of what's going on inside of the dugout and do my job. If I do my job to the best of my abilities, wherever it lands me, that's all I can worry about. And I can't worry about the things I can't control. And my main control is to walk into this clubhouse today, lead these guys, help make good decisions to win a baseball game against the Oakland Athletics.
What will be different about Zach Gallen from now until the end of the season? I mean, there wasn't a lot of interest. There were a couple of calls late. Mike decided to hold on to Zach. You've always got the qualifying offer. It seems that he's pitched very, very well. with the bases empty and very, very poorly when he's out of the stretch with guys on base. Is there anything that you guys have been working on? Is there anything that we will see different about Zach Gallen now that the trade deadline is over?
Maybe. I'm not sure. I think Zach is so good at blocking things out and being able to just compete in the moment. Every once in a while, I think any player can lose a little bit of focus and start to become curious about where you're standing. I think when Zach's at his absolute best, he's great where he is. Where his 2 feet are, that's where he's standing. He's going to go out there and duke it out. And what I talked to him about the other day is just get on the mound and compete downrange. That's what you got to do. You can't worry about, if I'm going to give up a run here, does that mean something else could happen? Or my delivery. Your delivery sound, you know how to get out. Now go out there and compete downrange right at home plate and dominate the hitters the way you know you can.
Torey, you mentioned about Zach being able to block things out. I don't think there's any doubt the trade deadline kind of hung over the collective heads in the clubhouse. Is there a part of you, and maybe this is a narrative I'm creating in my own head, but is there a part of you now that the uncertainty of Zach's future is kind of tabled for a while and he knows he's going to be here, that may help him become the Zach Gallen of old, or at least become a better version of the Zach Gallen we've seen this year?
Possibly. The human emotion and the reality of this time of the year, the trade deadline, is something that is undeniable. Like it's a real thing. But like I told you when you asked me about my position, I can't have these players worried about things they can't control. I want them to take care of the business that they know that they can every single day and go out there and compete. That's the bottom line. I don't know if it weighed on Zach. He said that it didn't when I've asked him these questions. We've had really candid conversations about where he is. He's an elite pitcher. The mindset for us right now is to get him back on that train where he was going out there and top 5 Cy Young voting type of stuff every 5th day. That is our mindset, and that's all we got to do.
I think I could look at a couple of different reasons for this offensive struggles in the last, week to 10 days. Part of it could be, you've had a AAA roster at the bottom of the lineup for part of that. Another part could be the trade deadline and the pressure, but that, we all know that has to change. This team has good, talented offensive players on it. What can you do to unleash that offense, to get this team back to playing the type of offensive baseball that we've come to expect?
Yeah, I think we've gotten a little more athletic, a little younger. We tried to incorporate that in the Detroit series, and we had a couple runners picked off. We ran into outs on the bases. I don't love running into outs on the bases. You got 27 of them; they're all precious. But when you can create a little bit of a diversion and chaos, as we all remember, then I will sign up for that every day of the week. But we got to be smart. So I love that we're getting a little bit more athletic. You got Blaze at third base instead of Gino. We've got a young athletic first baseman that we know very little about. Barros is up here playing defense. So we feel like we're going to just innately, because of our athleticism, be a little bit better to cover some range, collect some outs, and then once we get on the bases, create some of that chaos. But I don't want to force it, because when you start to force it and push it really, really hard, and maybe I did that a little bit over the Detroit series, you run into some tough outs, which can lead to some backwards innings.
All right, Skip, we appreciate it. Good luck against the A's. We'll see you when you guys get back.
Okay, guys. Talk to you soon.
All right, that's the manager, Torey Lovello, joining us right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. No Marvin Harrison Jr. again today. We'll talk a little Cardinals camp next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs manager Torey Lovello, brought to you by Estrella Jalisco, official Cerveza partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports is the home of Diamondbacks baseball. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Last year, Marvin Harrison Jr., the physicality of the pro game seemed to have an effect on him. Love the fact that he went out and he looks like a damn Adonis now.
Yeah, he does.
I mean, you can say, oh, he got bigger, but when the Cardinals' social media posted the side-by-sides from year 1 to year 2, it looked like his arms doubled in size.
Yeah.
He's just a house now.
And the fact that he acted so nonchalant about it. Well, I didn't do anything special.
What's the opposite of Ozempic? Grozempic?
Grozempic.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax, Stuart Willis. Stuart, retirement right around the corner for me. Annuities, good or bad? Should we look into them?
Let me just tell you this. There's the good, the bad, and the ugly. Some of them are oversold. Some are great, some are terrible.
I'll tell you this, if you're considering buying one, make sure you buy the right one. And we think it's important to get a second opinion from a real fiduciary. And that's what we're offering to the public today.
Free second opinion. So if you're thinking about an annuity, you're heading into retirement, call Stuart Willis. Call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Annuities might be right for you, or they might be wrong for you. Find out more by going online at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com. Or get a free portfolio review right now by calling 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
It's time to ace Mattress 101 during the back-to-school sale at Brooklyn Bedding. Now through August 14th, everything is 25% off. And if you're looking for luxury, be sure to check out the Elite Collection from sister brand Helix Sleep. Available at all 12 Brooklyn Bedding locations. The Helix Elite offers unmatched luxury, made with 5 high-density foam layers. Don't be tardy, Basinonians. It's the back-to-school sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys. And I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month. But what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk. A wireless company that actually stands for something.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Mike Freeland from Turf Monsters, the one-stop shop that can build you the backyard of your dreams. In fact, Mike, some people say you are the turf monster.
I agree with that 100%. That's because we're the leading installer of artificial turf in the Valley. We have the highest quality turfs. We have the best installers. We can make it happen without the mowing, the seeding, the water bills. And again, the highest quality installers and the highest quality turfs.
One of the things that stands out about Turf Monsters, Mike, is you have hundreds and hundreds of 5-star reviews on Google and Yelp. Your customer service is outstanding. Tell us about that.
We definitely pride ourselves in that. That's what sets us apart from the competition. We've been in business longer. We do the right thing. We want your business. We're going to take great care of you the first time. We definitely want you happy. Our guys look at the yard just like it's their own, and we make those decisions as we go.
Schedule your free estimate at turfmonsters.com or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-323-3900 for Turf Monsters.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Varel. With Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The new look Arizona Diamondbacks begin their final 2 months of the season tonight. Prior to the game, the Snakes announced the following roster moves. Left-hander Jalen Beeks has been activated off the injured list. He joins the big league club along with left-hander Kyle Nelson, infielder Connor Kaiser, and infielder Tyler Locklear. Lefty Brandon Garcia and infielder Tristan English have been sent down to AAA Reno. Game 1 of 3 against the Athletics in Sacramento. Anthony DeSclafani is the projected starter for tonight. First pitch is at 7:05. Pre-game coverage starts at 6:30, and you can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Mercury continue their road trip tonight. They're in Atlanta, facing old friend Brittany Griner and the Dream. Tip-off is at 4:30. Want to remind you that you can take the Burns and Gambo Show with you wherever you go. If you can't catch them live, find them on demand on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Burns and Gambo Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning.
It's Calais Campbell from the Arizona Cardinals. You're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Burns and Gambo. Live from State Farm Stadium. The Red Reckoning.
I'll bet you we didn't have an Arizona Sports app the last time Calais played here.
18 years ago he started.
Yeah. I don't think we had I don't think the year the Cardinals went to the Super Bowl with Calais as a rookie, we had the Arizona Sports app.
Yeah,
and here he is promoting the Arizona Sports app. Calais is going to join us, by the way, after this practice ends.
He is going to join us. Mac Wilson will is too. Cardinals are still going at it out there. Cardinals training camp, believe it or not, starting to wind down. Boy, it ain't like the old days when I started covering the NFL, Gambo. I think training camp went about 6 weeks. Now it's about 9 practices open to the public. The Cardinals, after today, will have the red and white practice tomorrow. Big crowd on hand expected. Then you can come out and check them out next week on Tuesday and Wednesday, and then that's it for open training camp practices. We should note Marvin Harrison Jr. not on the field again today, so it's back-to-back days the receiver has missed with a sore knee. Gambo, I'm not worried yet. If he misses the red and white practice tomorrow,
you worry? Okay.
Well, with 20,000 fans coming out to see the likes of him,
not worried about that,
and Kyler Murray. Well, no, but I mean, if you're able to go, you go. Yeah. I think for an event like that, and so if he can't get out there and catch a few balls in front of a lot of people that came to see him, then I'll get a little more worried because it'll also not only be that, but it'll also be day 3.
Let's start with some of the Marvin Harrison Jr. news. We've got some cuts from Jonathan Gannon. This is a short one, but here is Jonathan Gannon, a little more details on the Marv injury.
What's going on with Marv?
A little bit of soreness.
What body part with Marv?
Knee. He's okay. He's kind of day-to-day. Guy's going to be smart with him.
Okay, knee, soreness, day-to-day, just got to be smart. Okay, no problem there. Here's Jonathan Gannon talking about the increased pre-snap motion from the wide receivers.
I think that's some of the installation in camp, honestly, probably what you're feeling, you know what I mean? And, remember, too, now, like that's how I always say, like, that's move around Marv. Well, the other 2 guys are moving around, too, then, you know what I mean? So it's not just let's move this guy around. When you do that, you got to move other people around. They got to know what they're doing too, and it's got to work with the whole play. So, Drew, typically we came out of last year and said, hey, let's see if we can, move around a little bit more with different people. You see Trey and Higgy moving around a lot. You see a lot of the backs moving around a lot, but we're not just going to motion to motion. You know what I mean? I think if you're doing it for a reason, which I know the reasons that we're doing it, it can be good, but certain defenses, you might as well just yawn. You're just motioning to waste your time because you're not affecting the defense. You know what I mean? Team what I was on that played really good offense were bottom of the league in motion, so it can be used effectively. Some teams use it, some don't. But I like how we are deploying people right now in the different groups and creative ways to make it hard on the defense.
We're going to do an offensive segment here, and then we're going to do a defensive segment next segment because I think people are going to want to hear what Nick Rowles had to say today. Marvin Harrison Jr., he was on with Luke and Wolf, and he talked about the benefit of being in motion more for him.
It just puts the defense on the toes a little bit instead of just having me lined up in one spot. I think motion within any offense, no matter who it is, definitely gets the defense to communicate. They have to, communicate what they're going to do, how they're going to adjust to the coverage. So anytime you get to, move the players around, and thankfully it's, been me a little bit more in this preseason. I think it definitely helps, me and my abilities in my game, but also the team as well.
All right, so putting guys in motion a little bit more, trying to get some guys, confuse the defense a little bit, make them have to communicate, make them have to see you on one side, and then you go in motion. They got to figure some things out. Here's Marvin Harrison Jr. talking about why he loves the motion so much.
One, you're not going to get to just press coverage every single play. You got to move around. You might get some off coverage. You might get some mismatches on a safety. You might get a nickel. So there's different things that being in motion does for you that instead of just lining out there in X every single time, you just got to be pressed.
It was so difficult trying to unlock Marvin Harrison last year, Gambo, that whatever they can do schematically to help aid that in year two, I'm all for it. I mean, Jonathan Gannon downplayed it. He's like, look, in Philadelphia, we didn't run any motion at all. We had pretty good success there. I will say this, Drew Petzing's offense, his passing offense, shot up. I mean, in 2023, it was 30th in the NFL. Last year, it was 13th. Now, a big part of that in 2023 is you had Josh Dobbs and Clayton Tune starting 9 football games, Dobbs with 8 of those starts. So Petzing was kind of playing with a hand behind his back. But with Kyler in the offense for 17 games last year and Harrison Jr. as a rookie, that passing offense was middle of the pack, 13th in the NFL. They expect to be better this year. Marvin Harrison Jr. expects to be better this year. His stats, Gambo, cosmetically were okay.
They were okay. But the targets, he was targeted a lot, and he didn't have his percentage of catches on targets was not good.
That's why
it was not good.
He needed to get stronger. He needed to be able to He needs to be able to make contested catches in traffic. We're talking about those 50-50 balls. And I talked about this last night on 12 News with Cam Cox. I really feel, and I've said this before, I feel Marvin Harrison's elite ability in college almost didn't prepare him for the defensive backs in the NFL because he was wide open all the time at Ohio State. He never had to make a bunch of contested catches.
Now he does.
And now he does. And I think it's not only about strength, it's also about learning how to position your body, contour your body, get away with some physicality on your own part with the DB to be able to make those catches. And I think Marvin Harrison Jr., we've already seen it in camp so far this year that he's going to be prepared and able to do that a lot more in 2025.
All right, I want to play one more cut on the offense. This is the offensive coordinator, Drew Petzing. He talked this week, and we're going to continue this theme, just about the pre-snap motion.
Yes and no. Again, I think a lot of that's predicated on what we think we can take advantage of on the defense. I'm of a believer that you're not just going to do it to do it. So if we think we can gain a coverage ID or an ideal front structure or take advantage of a weakness of the defense, we'll do it all the time. If we feel like we're just doing it to add window dressing and kind of waste time, I think typically that's not going to happen. But we got to keep people off balance. So the more things we can do to do that, the better off we feel like we can be.
That's Drew Petzing, the Cardinals offensive coordinator. After the timeout, we'll talk to the Cardinals defensive coordinator, Nick Rollis, defensive coordinator. He's got some young pieces in that secondary. A lot of guys need to step up, but potential could very well turn to production in 2025. We're taking a break. Tim Ring in for Dave Burns today. Burns and Gambo on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs make more deals at the MLB trade deadline.
Diamondbacks sent out 6 players. Eugenio Suarez, Josh Naylor, Randall Grichuk, Merrill Kelly, Shelby Miller, and shockingly, Jordan Montgomery. Zach Allen is not out.
You don't have to worry about a trade now. You think maybe he can just settle in and be better?
Maybe. I wonder about that. I wonder if he can just relax now.
Relax. Trade deadline's over. You're not going anywhere.
Yeah.
D-backs breaking news and play-by-play is on the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
The summer sales event is on at America's most awarded Ford dealership for complete customer satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Now get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. Plus, big Sanderson discounts and Ford incentives. Get a new 2024 Escape ST line for only $26,599. New 2024 Bronco Sport Big Benz for $30,899. And new 2025 F-150 Super Crew STX trucks for $43,500. All 3 offers include the no-charge premium maintenance plan. Get it all with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
No-charge maintenance plan available on most models. Escape stock number 246582, Bronco Sport 245938, F-150 255193. Prices include Sanderson discounts and Ford rebates. All offers expire 9/2/25.
Sanderson Ford.
At the UPS Store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW. And Shane, you're not just my friend, you're a friend in the business for every one of our listeners.
That's right, Bick. I take personal pride in all of the listeners coming in, asking for me, and taking a personal interest in their case so that I can find them the right car at the right price. With payments on a new BMW i4 starting at $399, there is a car for everyone's budget at Chapman BMW.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
If you didn't think skipping breakfast was a big deal, you'd be right. Before. But now, Wendy's has Buck Biscuits. We're talking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy Chicken Biscuit. For just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all 3 if you want. They're just $1, so you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in the combo while supplies last.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. My friends at Y-Refi are humbled to be this year's co-presenting sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. And at Y-Refi, they understand college didn't turn out how a lot of us hoped. The degree? Check. But the debt and detours, not what anyone planned. That's why Y-Refi helps struggling borrowers refinance private student loans with a plan that actually works. Visit YRefi.com today. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi is not available in all states.
Cardinals training camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning.
It's Cardinals linebacker Jordan Birch. And you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Burns and Campo. Live from State Farm Stadium. The Red Reckoning.
All right, Cardinals practice just ended, so we should be catching up with Mack Wilson and Calais Campbell shortly. So in the meantime, we'll talk a little Cardinal football here. The defensive coordinator, Nick Rallis, spoke today at length, and I'll start off with the comment about the rookie, the first-round draft pick, Walter Nolan, and whether he will play when he is back.
I mean, that's something that we can gauge when that time comes. One thing that I'm constantly reminding Walt, because I know he's dying to be out there, is you just control those controllables every single day, whether that's attacking his physical bucket, his rehab, or mastering in the meeting room. And so I think if he keeps doing those things, you know, Whether we ease it back or we could put the pedal to the metal is something we got to judge in that moment, but it's not going to take long for him to get going. You know, one thing that I was able to see in the spring is he puts in the effort to learn things, and he grasps things pretty fast. And then when you make a correction, you really don't see that mistake again, so he takes to the field pretty quick. So I'm confident that he's putting in the work that he needs to right now, and when that time's ready, he's going to be ready to go.
I think the biggest thing, Ringer, that everybody's talking about is just the young cornerbacks with Sean Murphy-Bunting, you know, out for the season, and obviously the devastating Starling Thomas injury, and he had the most snaps at cornerback last year. You know, he's one of the youngsters. They are very, very young. Here is Nick Rallis, the defensive coordinator, talking about what he's looking for from the cornerback room.
You know, it comes down to point of attack wins, ultimately. Job of the corner is to deny the ball, you know, and the ability to disrupt the ball, whether that's creating PBUs that can lead to takeaways or taking the ball away themselves. So, you know, you get to see that through competitive practices. You get to see it through the preseason. And, you know, that's something that you can gauge on where is our level at right there. And, you know, the higher that level, the more that they can take on that stress over and over again.
Yeah, it's young. I mean, but, you know, right now Will Johnson is popping. He's playing extremely well. I'm really high on Max Melton, the kid from Rutgers that they drafted last year. It's going to be young, but it will really help if the defensive front seven is able to get pressure on the quarterback to take some of the pressure off of them.
Well, I talked about the offensive rankings, the passing offense, and how Drew Petzing really improved that from year one to year two. You talk about a Nick Rallis defense that went from 31st in total defense in the league in 2023 to 15th in total defense in 2024. But numbers aside, Gamble, you talked about Will Johnson. Look, his learning curve has got to be accelerated now because of the injuries to Murphy-Bunting, because of the injury to Star Thomas. They need him to play, but I feel really good about it. And the reason why is it's Will Johnson. For my money, this was the best cornerback in college football, not only last year, but the last 2 years when Michigan won the national championship in his second to last year in Ann Arbor. I think it's an absolute steal of a player the Cardinals got in the second round. I think a lot of teams in 5 years are going to be regretting passing up on Will Johnson in the first round. So you got a triumvirate of cornerbacks now. Williams in year 3. You've got Max Melton in year 2, and you got Will Johnson in year 1. I think these guys could be the cornerstone of a secondary for the next decade here in Arizona. I think they're that good. Garrett Williams, Gamble, out of Syracuse, had he not blown out his knee, I think in October or November of his senior year or his final year at Syracuse, he would have been picked a lot higher than he was. Same thing with Will Johnson. You know, teams get scared away by an injury, and I understand that to a point, but, you know, if it's an injury a guy's going to recover from, look at the ability, and Will Johnson, to me, is all that. I think it's
just so risky to take a first or a second round pick on a guy that's injured, and if he never gets healthy, if he's never able to play at the level that he once played at because of the injury, you feel like you wasted a pick. Now, 4th, 5th, 6th round flyers all day long.
Right,
but
it just depends on how good the guy is.
Yeah, it's hard. Here's Nick Rallis talking about the pros and cons of the cornerback room right now.
You know, I don't know if I look at it as pros and cons. It's more about just how do we get these guys to play at their highest level. Fortunate for us, you know, in that whole secondary, it's a good mix of young guys and veterans. And honestly, I look at Garrett as a veteran. You know, I know it's year 3, but he is extremely intelligent and he's very comfortable with what he's doing. So, you know, it's a blend, which is good. But ultimately, you're just trying to get guys to play at the highest level. And fortunate for us, those young guys are smart. So there isn't really like a, whoa, these guys are too young, let's pull this back. I mean, that hasn't even crossed my mind.
All right, so he's not pulling anything back. He thinks they're very smart, very important with that. So not really thinking about cons, just looking at the pros right now and what they're going to do. Now, we're going to have Calais Campbell on the show in a little bit, and I wanted to hear this cut because Drew Petzing talked about him. A lot of people are talking about it. Mac Wilson was talking about how Calais told him, you've got to speak up. I've got to hear you a little bit louder if you're calling these plays. Here's Drew Petzing talking about Calais Campbell teaching the younger players.
Yeah, I think, you know, the game is about winning. And so we talk about how can we win, right? Everything we do comes back to this is going to help us win. But those Sundays, you know, coming up during the season, that's not something we can control at this moment. And so what we focus on is the controllables, which is that winning behavior. So from a day-to-day perspective, absolutely displays it, holds people accountable to it, because that's what it takes of being present, setting your focus for what you have to do in that current moment and throughout the day, because the day is different. There's different things you need to improve on, whether it's the meeting room, weight room, on the field, walkthrough, to achieve winning. And that's really where the winning behavior comes in and sets the standard for it.
I think Calais Campbell, Gambo, and I'll point blank ask him. I mean, he's not just a figurehead and a coach on the field and an old guy in the clubhouse. He can still play.
Sure.
I mean, this is a guy, he's defying the odds now. Father Time, you're 18. But he can still help you win football games on the field. So that's something. And again, they have refortified this defense at all three levels, okay? Especially in the secondary, through the draft, through free agency. Josh Sweat is here. Tomlinson is here. Guys are coming back from injury. So this Rallis defense, which, I'm going to ask Mac Wilson about this as well. The one thing I've noticed about a Rallis defense in his 2 years in Arizona, he may not have always had the horses to win football games or get the job done. They're always extremely well prepared. You never came out after kickoff, an opposing team just ran roughshod over them.
Sure.
They're always prepared schematically to play the opponent that they're on the field with that Sunday. And when you get the horses, then maybe that translates into better production and wins.
We got a few guys on the field still, doing some stretches and some warm-ups and using the bands. I think Kyler Murray is one of those guys. And we are expecting Calais Campbell and Mac Wilson are going to join us on the program very shortly. So practice ended. I'm sure they'll bring those guys up very soon. So what we'll do here is we'll take a quick timeout. And when we come back, we'll probably be joined by one of those guys. If not, we'll continue talking Cardinal football. We still have a lot more to talk about with the Phoenix Suns. I've got some news. A lot of people are asking me about certain players. We'll talk about that. And we've got some Diamondback news. We want to talk about their prospects and rankings and who's going to play and who's not and what the expectations are there. So still a lot more to come from the program. We're out here at Cardinal Stadium. Tim Ring, John Gambadoro, back after this on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is coming soon.
Phoenix Children's Hospital.
You can make a difference for Arizona kids when you listen beginning Monday, August 18th. The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y Refi.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and all over the valley, New Life Dental Implant Center is changing the game. They offer amazing quality, great convenience, and the best prices you are going to find. And your new smile, crafted from pure zirconia, no metal, just strength and comfort that lasts. And their flexible financing makes it all possible. That new smile, that new life, just one phone call away. 602-855-0000, online at newsmilearizona.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Sitting here with James Frabasilio, president of Presidential Pools. With you guys getting involved with our PCH Give-a-thon again, what will you be doing to help our listeners?
For every pool sold now through August 22nd, we will be donating a portion of all sales to the Phoenix Children's Hospital. We are truly honored to help any family that needs Phoenix Children's Hospital.
Thanks, James. I trusted Presidential Pools with my backyard, and you can too. There's no better time than right now with money going to Phoenix Children's Hospital through August 22nd.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit TremfireRadio.com.
Draft season is here, and there's no better place to kick it off than DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale. Join Burns and Gambo and your favorite Arizona sports host for the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Draft Party, Friday, August 8th from 2 till 6. And don't forget, you can book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings Sportsbook. Enjoy a reserved space, a custom DraftKings draft board, and personalized food and drink packages for your whole league. DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale, the place to be this football season. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Phoenix. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Summer's here, and so are friends, family, and fun. But emergencies don't take a vacation. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. This summer, be ready. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit because seconds matter. And so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
I'm Mitch Varel, with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The new-look Arizona Diamondbacks begin their final 2 months of the season tonight. Prior to the game, the Snakes announced the following roster moves. Left-hander Jalen Beeks has been activated off of the injured list. He joins the big league club, along with left-hander Kyle Nelson, infielder Connor Kaiser, and infielder Tyler Locklear. Left-hander Brandon Garcia and infielder Tristan English have been sent down to AAA Reno to clear those available spaces. Game 1 of 3 against the Athletics from Sacramento is tonight. Anthony DeSclafani is projected to be the starter for tonight. This was supposed to be Merrill Kelly's start. First pitch is at 7:05. Pre-game coverage starts at 6:30. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Mercury continue their road trip tonight. They're in Atlanta. They're going to face old friend Brittany Griner and the Dream. Tip-off for that one is about an hour from now, 4:30 to be exact. This is also your last chance to join the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. Text FANTASY to 620-620 and battle your favorite hosts, that includes Gambo, for bragging rights and Fantasy Football Championship belt. The Fantasy Football Championship belt. It is snazzy. Spots are almost gone. Text FANTASY to 620-620 now. The Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. It's presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. And don't forget to book your own fantasy draft party at DraftKings. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning.
It's Cardinals defensive lineman Dalvin Tomlinson. You're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Burns and Campo, live from State Farm Stadium. The Red Reckoning.
You know, I've been through these Cardinal camps for a long time, like 90, I think 96 or 97 was like my first one.
Okay.
Flagstaff, all the training camps. You ever do training camp at Flagstaff?
I did.
Did you really? You were here?
I caught four Cardinals Flagstaff training camps. I miss it. I understand why they had to move. It makes perfect sense. But I hate to use this word.
It's been 13 years.
Yeah. This is year 13 in Glendale. There was something romantic about Flagstaff. Just the tall pines.
Oh, what are you trying to say?
Yeah, well.
You
Not in that regard.
You like the tall pines?
Football was romantic amongst the tall pines of Flagstaff.
Yes.
So there was a tradition about it. I mean, I understand. It just got the organization.
It was 2 hours down the hill. If somebody got injured, it got to be too much.
And
Dorm
it was
rooms,
too big. Yeah, MRIs.
All of
dorm
these
rooms.
players are getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and sleeping in a dorm room just didn't seem to work for guys that were over 300 pounds.
All right,
they had to bring in their own beds. They had to bring in their own different mattresses. They'd bring in like a separate mattress to go on top of the mattress that was in the dorm. It's just the food I like was good for me, but they need to be on a better nutrition diet than what they were getting there in Flagstaff.
Right, and the other thing is, and we talked about this earlier, how different training camp is than it was, 20 years ago or 30 or 40 or 50 years ago. I mean, it's just not that long anymore. So to move the entire operation up to Flagstaff for 3 weeks just doesn't make sense either. It's one thing if you're going to have training camp for 4, 5, 6 weeks and you wanted to isolate the guys. There was also
I was sad when they did away with it because it was fun. It was fun to go, and because when we went, we didn't just drive there in a couple. We spent a few days. We spent a few days.
You felt like
we had hotels, and we got to hang out in Flagstaff, get out of the heat for a little while.
Right. I was going to say you were working, but it was almost like a little bit of a weather vacation that you didn't have to pay for. Like you got out of the heat, and you could spend
the funniest thing was at the Dubois Center. I think it was called the Dubois Center. There was this little apple tree right outside it, and me and Ash every year, for 15 years, we would have this competition where there was a building pretty far away, and it had a door, and we would have competition by throwing the apples to try to see who could hit the door. There's like these little green apples. Nobody was eating them, so I'm not stealing people's food. But we take these little apples off the tree, and there's so many of them, and we're like, all right, we line up, and okay, I'm going to throw this apple, and I'm going to try to hit that door. Okay, I missed. You go, and that was our competition. We'd have just so much fun. But I can remember, Antro Roll coming by on his little scooter, and having me take the scooter and go for a ride on it, and I mean, it was good. It was fun times. This is more convenient. This is better for the players. They sleep in their own beds. Back then, just the philosophy was different. But I do remember when guys got hurt, it was always a pain in the neck because you had got hurt. Now you got to come down here to get checked out. They weren't going to doctors in Flagstaff. They bring everybody down here. When we have Calais Campbell on, I'm going to ask him about that because Calais was actually part of he did it for years. He was in Flagstaff.
Yes.
So I want to ask him about the difference between Flagstaff and here. He's obviously done both. All right, let's talk a little bit more about what Nick Rallis had to say. We're waiting on Calais Campbell and Mack Wilson. But I was fascinated when he talked about some of the rookie players like Will Johnson and Denzel Burke because obviously Monty Ossenfort drafted these guys. He thinks very highly of him. But here's the defensive coordinator talking about whether Will and Denzel are NFL ready.
Yeah, I would say both Will and Denzel for being rookie corners. They don't feel like it. And I think it kind of goes back to what we were talking about with Barron is the preparation. I mean, those guys are in early. They're staying late. They're doing everything they need to do to reach a level of mastery, right? And they're not there quite yet because it takes repetition, right? I always tell the players, like, I know this defense very well, but if I went out there, I guarantee you I would bust because it's just different when you're out there having to execute it. So they're putting in the work to get to that point, and that's why it's smooth for them right now. You don't see a lot of mental mistakes. And, there's things to clean up with the technique, but what you see is when the ball's going their way, they're competitive. I'm not saying they're winning every single rep, but there's a good amount of clips on tape where those guys are winning their one-on-ones, and that's what you want out of that position.
It's a good sign early. That those guys are playing well, and he feels really good about them, and they're winning some battles and stuff like that because it's not like they've got all these veterans in the rooms, and they can bring these guys along slowly. They're going to have to force-feed these guys into NFL games right away.
Well, I talked about it earlier, and I wholeheartedly believe it. I think Will Johnson is such a talent that I think even if Star Thomas and Sean Murphy Bunting were healthy,
he would have beat him out.
Will Johnson would have beaten him out. Maybe by week 1, he'd be on the field for the Arizona Cardinals. Denzel Burke obviously is a fifth-round draft pick. Expectations aren't as high. Doesn't mean a fifth-round pick can't end up being a good player, if not a great player, if not a starter, an all-pro caliber player in this league. That happened. That has happened before. It could happen here. But I think early on, your expectations are that Will Johnson is ready to contribute right away, and now he has to be, with the injuries. And for Burke, also it's a good story too. And we've seen Saguaro players make the NFL, make the Arizona Cardinals in the past, and now he gets a chance to play in front of his hometown fans and the team he grew up, I presume, cheering for. Although you never know with these kids these days. He may have been a Cowboys fan. He may have been a Chiefs fan. But in any event, I love the fact that Monty Ossenfort has thrown a lot at the cornerback room, because eventually you're going to hit on enough guys who can play, because it is one of the most important positions on the football field outside of quarterback. And the Cardinals have suffered in that area since Patrick Peterson was in his prime. And I think they've got 3 young kids now in Williams and Melton and Johnson that can be the cornerstones at that position for, as if they're healthy, 5, 6, 7, 8, upwards of 10 years.
Well, let's talk about Garrett, because Rallis spoke about Garrett Williams as well, talking about whether he could play inside or outside.
Yeah. 2 difficulties is schematically different, but Garrett has the knowledge where he understands the totality of the coverages, or even the totality of the defense, where he knows everything already. I think he could play all 5 spots. And from a technique standpoint, the techniques change. And even in man-to-man coverage, slot technique is different than a corner's technique on the outside. So, it's just something that he's been working on. He's worked both techniques since he's been here. And you can see he's at a really good, comfortable level, getting those reps in practice and in individual and things like that. So they are different positions. I will say this, they are both high stress positions, in fact that you got to cover some really good players, and people can move people around. Sometimes you'll get an outside receiver in the slot, sometimes out at corner you'll get a smaller body, but he's doing a really good job of handling both, from both the mental and the technique side.
Yeah, that's great to hear, because he's a talented player. And I think you're right. Between Williams and Max and Will Johnson, you've got 3 potential studs right there. And you don't have to guess at this, right? I mean, it's not like you expect those guys to be good. I don't hope those guys to be. I expect those guys are going to be good. Williams is a terrific player.
Williams is already good.
Yeah.
And Melton showed signs. And, again, I have all the faith in the world that Will Johnson is going to be a great player.
So the expectations are they'll be good. It's not I hope these guys are good. The expectations are that those guys are going to be good football players.
There's another guy to keep an eye on, too, Gambo, Cottrell Clark. I don't know what his future is with the team, but what I do know is it's tough to start as a rookie in the National Football League, and he wasn't a very high draft pick either. But Cottrell Clark was out there as a rookie. Now, he eventually lost that job because, it was a tough position for him to play at the time. But there were more than a few games where he held his own as a rookie at corner, and I wonder what his future is in terms of being a rotational guy or a competent backup on this football team. Because if you can start as a rookie and hold your own for a good portion of that time period, to me, you have some ability if it can be improved upon and harnessed and coached up. And now in year 3 for Clark, I just kind of wonder. I'm going to wonder where he's at as a football player, not only in preseason, but if he gets reps, meaningful reps, when the season begins.
Yeah, Rallis also talked about Mac Wilson. And Mac Wilson, Kaiser White used to be the guy. He used to be the guy calling the plays. Now it's Mac Wilson. He's getting the opportunity. Hasn't done it since college. He's got that Mike linebacker, the green dot, calling the plays. He has Rallis on Mac Wilson.
Yeah, I actually started by asking him what he thought of it, and he said, whatever you ask me to do, just tell me, and I'm going to get it done. So I was like, okay. Sounds good. So, then it was a staff discussion on, would he be able to play that role? And I knew this going into this season from last season is he's natural. He's a natural linebacker. Behind the ball, I said, what's the job of the linebacker? Hit the ball. And he can do that. And so it was Mac, here's how the communication's going to have to be. Here's what you're going to have to do as far as terms of setting it. And that's been really smooth. I would say even back in the spring, I told him, man, it feels like you've kind of been the green dot in this defense for years. That's how well you're operating. So I'm pleased with that. And I think that just goes into, he's a football player. He's up here, really sharp, and so he's doing a good job.
All right, and Mac Wilson's going to join us, and we'll talk to him about that, leading the defense, calling the plays. Calais Campbell is going to join us in a couple of minutes here, so they just got done with practice, and Calais is just finishing up some things, and then he's going to join us in this next segment. So Calais is on his way up right now, and it would be fun to look back at that 2008-9 season and all the players that were there at that time, and talked to Calais about it. It's just remarkable that he's still. I remember when they lost him and how he didn't want to leave and he wanted to come back, and the Cardinals never made an offer. But he ended up back here in Arizona, and I'm looking forward to talking to him. And like you said, he's still got some juice left. It's not like he's coming back at the end. There's been a lot of guys that came back. Look, Suns fans, remember Dan Marley coming back? Thunder Dan came back at the end to finish his career with the Phoenix Suns. It doesn't always work out the best because those guys are not the same. But Calais is still playing the game at a really super high level. So we'll take a time out here. When we come back, Calais Campbell is going to be joining us right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. 90 players enter State Farm Stadium at the beginning of camp. Only 53 can earn a spot on the final roster. Motor and violence. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. The Red Reckoning. On your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7. The app, YouTube channel, arizonasports.com.
Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. This we know, but did you know about their service drive? Dave Burns here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or shop and buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. The deals there are unmatched, best in the Valley, but they also have the best service center in the Valley because they know people are busy. That's why their service center stays open late. Drop your vehicle off by 8 p.m. and you're back on the road the next day. If you don't like waiting around for your car to get service, you want to get it done, this late night shift at Liberty GMC is perfect for that. You'll never know your car is gone. And speaking of their service center, the best tire deal in town can be found at Liberty GMC. Buy 3 tires, get the 4th for $1, and this deal lasts all year long. Convenient service, big savings. It's all at Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
You've heard the saying, it's hard to stop a train. When it comes to putting smiles on children's faces at the Phoenix Children's Hospital, nothing will get in the way when the Teddy Bear Express pulls into town. Train is the proud sponsor of this year's Give-a-thon, giving hundreds of teddy bears to children currently undergoing treatment at PCH. For the past 9 years, Train's commitment ensures that every child's journey through treatment is accompanied by a comforting companion, reminding them they're not alone in their fight.
All right, grab some buds and listen up. Grilling season's here. Now we find out what we're made of. Are we gonna fold under pressure and overcook the burgers? Or are we gonna nail the carne asada and the brisket and pack the coolers with ice-cold Budweiser and Bud Light? Because that's the difference between winning and losing, between flipping burgers and grilling like a pro.
This summer, grill like a pro with Bud and Bud Light. Stock up today. Anheuser-Busch, Budweiser, and Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a great opportunity for you to win tickets to the sold-out UMB Bank Fiesta Sports Foundation football kickoff event presented by the Fairmont Scottsdale Princess. This prize includes a VIP meet and greet with former Bears quarterback Jim McMahon, a 2-night stay at the Fairmont Scottsdale Princess, and a chance to hear me MC this awesome event on August 15th. Enter to win at arizonasports.com/contests.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning.
It's Cardinals linebacker Josh Sweat. And you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Burns and Gambo, live from State Farm Stadium. The Red Reckoning.
All right, Burns and Gambo back at State Farm Stadium. Cardinals Training Camp 2025 kind of winding down after today. Only 3 more open practices to the public. Spring training. Preseason football game number 1 coming up next week. Calais Campbell about to put on a headset in a few minutes here. We await him. Tim Ring in for Dave Burns. John Gambador. Calais is now 38 years of age. And Gamble, by the time the Cardinals play a game in 2025, he'll be 39 years of age. And we were talking about it earlier. There is still juice in the tank with the big fella.
It's incredible. It really is. I have a lot of fond memories of Calais. I remember like the last, right after he was like hit free agency, I remember running into him right outside like an NYPD pizza, and he was getting in his car, and we chatted for a minute, and he was always such a good Cardinal player. But to play this long in the NFL is just incredible. I mean, nobody does that. I mean, it's just so rare to play as long as he has, and lately it's been a lot of like the 1-year deals, right? Even when he left the Cardinals, he went to Jacksonville, 3 years there, and then he went to Baltimore, 3 years there. And then after that, you become a hired gun for a year. The Falcons hired him for a year. Miami hired him for a year. Now the Cardinals are hiring for him for a year. So, at that point, you play year by year by year. And, some guys like that. Some guys, like to hang on as long as they can if they're still playing the game at a high level. The question is, just the love for the game, because you see so many guys that do walk away. Every training camp, you hear about guys that are walking away, and this guy's retiring, and that guy's retiring, and you've got to love it because it's a lot of work. Like, it's the training camp. A lot of guys dread training camp. They dread it, and if they've made enough money in the league, they're almost like
the last 10 years of Larry Fitzgerald's career. He hated training camp, and he's not alone. Gamble, you're right. A lot of veterans do. And Calais, to play 18 years, A, you better be healthy, and B, because he certainly doesn't need the money at this point anymore.
Yeah.
Here he is right here, Calais Campbell.
Oh, my goodness.
Pulling up a chair, putting on the headset. Good to see you, my friend.
Man, he's probably like, you're still doing this show? Like, how are you still doing this show? Like, I know I played forever.
How is he still playing?
You're still doing this show?
Real talk, though. How are you still doing this show?
That's exactly right. I don't know. I lost my voice. I lost my voice recently. I'm speaking like you right now with that little.
It sounds good. It sounds better.
It sounds good, right? This sounds good. Yeah.
You guys should sing later.
How are you, my friend?
Man, I'm fantastic. I'm out here just living the dream. I get to play football, man. It's the best job in the world.
Man, we were just talking about Flagstaff because, like, I started covering this team right around, like, 96, 97, even way before you came in. So this is almost like 30 years for me covering it. We were talking about Flagstaff, just how different it was. And what are your I remember my good friend Antro Roll, and he had the little Segway.
Oh, yeah.
He used to come by and be like, Gambo, drive this guy. Yeah. And I'd be driving that thing around the campus of Flagstaff University, of Northern Arizona University, just having so much fun. What are some of your fond memories of being in Flagstaff?
Well, I definitely remember, I forget who it was, but one of the young guys tried to take out the Segway and fail. And it wasn't pretty. He was okay, but it was like, ooh, I don't know if you should be driving a Segway.
I remember that. There was a guy that fell.
Yeah.
And he got hurt, right?
Well, I don't remember him getting seriously hurt. I think it might have been a scare of hurt, but the scare of it was enough, But a lot of guys still drove him. I think coach was kind of like hesitant, but some guys were like, nah, if you know what you're doing, you're fine. But yeah, Flagstaff was awesome. I remember going up there. It kind of reminded me of like the old days when you used to like, there was nothing there but the team. So you had to bond. We were in the dorms playing, cards and dominoes and
video games.
Everybody just hanging out, and it's kind of like we're all next to each other. Right now we're in a resort. You got a couple guys next to you. You hang out a little bit. And there's definitely guys playing cards and having fun, but it's a little bit different.
But a lot of the big guys used to bring in like their own like mattresses and
yeah.
pillows.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you're gigantic.
Yeah,
you're
I sleep on that bed.
You couldn't fit. So what did you do? How did you create a sleeping environment in a dorm?
Yeah, you bring in a big mattress. You get you know, a little comforter on top of there. You get a TV in your room. You know, you bring all the things you need, you know, and so we had pillows, blankets, all that stuff, you know, because the dorm life was not it. Now, rookie year, I definitely did the dorm life. And I was for a couple weeks, and I realized that you can bring your own stuff. I saw other guys bringing their own stuff. I said, okay, I'm going to do that too.
What's different about a training camp here compared to Flagstaff? Can you still bond with the guys the way you did back then?
Yeah, you can, but it's different. It's definitely different. I mean, honestly, the rules are different, right? Back in the Flagstaff days, you know, we were pretty much in camp. You know, like we didn't get out till like almost 10 p.m. and we were back in the next day at like
two-a-days meetings.
Meetings. It was long days, and so now the days are way shorter. So a lot more time where you could just kind of chill and relax and hang and just just BS around, which builds that camaraderie, which you need. You need that for sure.
You know, Calais, we were talking about it right before you sat down about what drives a man to play 18 years in this league. Certainly, you've made money. Obviously, you're healthy enough. But, man, we just both decided you must still absolutely love this game of football.
Without a doubt.
You have to.
I love this with all my heart, and I don't want to be bad at it, so that's for sure. Like, that plays a role. But I feel like I can still produce and be a good player. And with my love of the game and the ability to go out there and still have an impact combined, it's just like, why walk away? Although, one day I know I'm not going to be able to produce at a high level. One day I'm going to, fall off a cliff like everybody keeps been telling me that for years.
Why have you not? Why have you not?
I've been able to extend the legs just a little bit by, taking care of my body and the way I prepare in the offseason. My training program in the offseason is intense. This year, like,
but a lot of guys have that. A lot of guys have intense workout programs, right? And eat good and all of that stuff.
Yeah.
Why have you been able to sustain success for so long when others can't? Like we saw Jordan Hicks just retire. The Honey Badger, Tyrann Mathieu just retired. We see so many players retire. You're still going strong.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a combination of I'm willing to pay the price because it is get harder. Each year, the offseason program is harder. Like it's hard to do. I mean, this year it was like, do you really want to do this? I had to ask myself a couple times. And I think a lot of times with those other guys, you just decide no, but I still love it enough and I still want to make an impact enough where it's just, I'm willing to pay the price. But it definitely is a price that you got to pay that a lot of guys.
So guys dread, as an older player, you dread the grind of training camp.
My offseason program is harder than training camp.
Okay.
And that's
so you make it to where training camp is easier.
So training camp is definitely easier than what I've been doing leading up to training camp.
But don't a lot of the older veteran players, like we see when guys hold out, they try to skip a little bit of training camp, right? Don't they usually dread the training camp?
Yeah, so training camp, well, first of all, there's parts of training camp that you have to love, right? You building. There's parts of it where you're just around the guys, you get to connect. This is where you learn, what the team is really all about. But then there's also parts of it where it's just like, like long days, and the days are a lot shorter than they used to be, but they're still long days. So like if you just want to play football, then you kind of wait until like August, mid-August comes, and then you definitely decide where you want to go. But, like, I never want to be one of those guys, right? I never waited till August to sign. Even last year when I signed, like, right before training camp, I still want to be in training camp. Like, I've come to appreciate what training camp represents and what it's supposed to be for.
Since we're going down memory lane a little bit, Calais, by the way, that's the unmistakable voice of Calais Campbell. When you look around the locker room and you see all these young guys, does your mind ever wander and you think, man, they used to be Dockett over there, Dansby, Kurt Warner, the Roll, all those guys? Like, do you have those kind of memories at all when you were around this current team? Because that was your rookie year. That was obviously a great football team.
Yeah, I definitely have had like some flashes of memories. It's just kind of funny. Like I don't know why they come. I'm just standing there and I kind of like look up and I daydream for a second, and it's like some moments of just excellence. Fun times I've had on this field, and it's probably happened like 3 or 4 times since training camp started. I'm like, stay present, stay in the moment. But it is good memories that that helped me fall in love with the game even more. I always loved it since I was a kid, but once I got to the NFL, like there's a different kind of love you get. So
you are being credited with helping a lot of the young guys. We always hear all the comments. Who helped you when you were a rookie? Who were the veterans that were helping you become the player you are today?
I had a combination of a lot of guys. I think in year 1, Bertrand Berry was a big influence. He had some, levels of success, playing for the Broncos. He had his 14 and a half sacks.
Great player.
Really well. But he just kind of like, was doing extra work after practice and he'd be like, come on, class, come work with me. And we started working on my first step and how to really, fire off on that front leg and, stuff that just, carries over, Dockett, over the years was a big influence. He used to make me get in the weight room. I didn't want to lift weights back then. Now I lift weights all the time, but back then I didn't want to lift weights. I was running away from the weight room, and he'll pull me around and make me lift with him, which I hated, but it definitely made me a lot better player. But I also had, I had a couple of years where I started adding in guys, but Vonnie Holliday was a big influence.
Go Vonnie, yeah.
And then of course Dwight Freeney was really the one that really helped me take care of my body. John Abraham was another one where these kind of older guys came in
for 1 year. Yep.
Just kind of absorbed and watched what they did. But Dwight Freeney also I had got to meet James Harrison, which we never played together, but I knew how he took care of his body and how he had a lot of success at older age.
We don't talk about him here. We still have bad memories.
Right? Yeah, I actually hate him, but I also love him.
Okay.
And so
we don't love him at all.
Yeah.
Why somebody couldn't tackle him is still beyond me.
Oh my God!
Let that guy go 100 yards down the field, crazy.
And Larry, tackled him.
Larry had him.
Inches, but he helped me learn how to take care of my body. He's the first one I really saw his his schedule and how he planned everything, how he had massage therapists, acupuncturists, dry needlers, all the different things that, led for him to be on the field playing well at 38 years old, which he was still dominant at 38. So, that's what I kind of, added to, and, that's why I'm still here doing it right now.
I got Mac Wilson coming up next, so I'm going to let you go, my friend. It was great to see you.
Clay, it's great to see you, man.
Great
Welcome back.
Pleasure, baby. Pleasure.
Who says you can't go home again?
Yes, sir. Looking forward to the next time.
Happy to have you back, my friend. We'll see you around. That's Calais Campbell joining us on Arizona Sports. And back in the day, there was no Arizona Sports app, so he does the Arizona Sports app. Do we take a timeout here? Okay, we are going to take a quick timeout. Mac Wilson's going to join us next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW. And Shane, you're not just my friend, you're a friend in the business for every one of our listeners.
That's right, Bick. I take personal pride in all of the listeners coming in, asking for me, and taking a personal interest in their case so that I can find them the right car at the right price. With payments on a new BMW i4 starting at $399, there is a car for everyone's budget at Chapman BMW.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
This weekend at your local Ace Hardware, it's Ace Bucket Days, August 1st through the 3rd. Buy a special Children's Miracle Network Hospitals bucket for just $5. Fill it and get 20% off almost anything you can fit in your bucket. And the best part, your $5 bucket purchase supports Phoenix Children's. That's savings for you and help for kids in need. Ace Bucket Days, this weekend at Ace Hardware.
Ace is a place where the helpful hardware folks.
This is Greg Hagan. I want to put cash in your pocket.
Do you care about getting the most for your home?
Thousands of extra dollars in your pocket.
Tens of thousands more. But what if you're currently trying to sell your home and it's sitting unsold? Your home is worth a lot more than you think. Want more for your home? More money. More money for your home.
Hands down, you'll get a higher price for your home at 72sold.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when was the last time you hopped out of bed without your knees or back screaming at you, or walked down a flight of stairs without groaning step by step, and you're thinking, maybe it'll disappear, I'll just tough it out, but nothing changes? If that sounds familiar, it is time to schedule that free consultation with the medical pros at QC Kinetics, and there are thousands of patients who will tell you they wish they would have done it sooner, and that is because QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative treatments that work with your body to help restore and repair damaged joint tissue, and these are all natural cellular therapies, no scalpels, no pills. So bring your x-rays and MRIs to QC Kinetics for a free, no-pressure evaluation. Find out if you're a good candidate. They've got clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, and you can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Varel, with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks back in action. They're in Sacramento taking on the Athletics. We have the first lineup card out. Post-trade deadline, Tyler Locklear will be making his Diamondbacks debut, playing at first base and hitting 5th in tonight's lineup. Anthony DeSclafani is the projected starter. First pitch is at 7:05. Pre-game coverage starts at 6:30 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. Plus, Phoenix Mercury basketball. They're in Atlanta taking on the Dream. That one tips off a half hour from now. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. Do you need a new roof? America Roofing's got you covered, and we're giving back. A portion of every job goes to Phoenix Children's Visit, AmericaRoofingCo.com. That was poorly spoken. I apologize. A portion of every job goes back to Phoenix Children. So to help out, visit AmericaRoofingCo.com. Make a positive impact on a kid's life with every roof repair or replacement from now until August 22nd.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning.
It's Cardinals wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. And you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Burns and Campo, live from State Farm Stadium. The Red Reckoning.
All right, I got about 6 minutes here with Mac Wilson joining us here from Cardinals camp on Arizona Sports. I don't want to spend a lot of time talking football, maybe a minute or two. Let's talk music. Let's talk music. I'm reading a couple of new One of One and A to Z were released. Tell me about that.
Yeah, it was an opportunity that I had the pleasure to do. The team reached out and asked, was I interested in doing like the schedule release? And I didn't know what they was asking of me at the time. And when they said something about recording a song, I was like, yeah, I'll do it.
I'll do it.
But I really didn't know like everything that was going to come with it and how long it was going to take and things like. I really didn't know what I was getting myself into, if that makes sense. And once they asked me after that, I kind of like instantly just started just writing little rhymes and just pulled up the schedule and seeing who we play home or away and stuff like that, and kind of just started writing rhymes.
It was phenomenal.
Yeah, for sure.
How long did it take you?
So the 18 bar song, I actually wrote that. After they asked me if I wanted to do it, I wrote that in like a week.
Okay.
And kind of was just sitting on it for like a month and a half. And once I came back for, I think, OTAs, that's when I recorded it. But I didn't know that they wanted me to do 2 other songs. So I kind of like wrote those on the spot and just kind of recorded those right in the studio.
Where does the love of music come from?
I would say when I was younger, I would say I used to like to rap and make beats and stuff like that with pencils and things like that. But I would say since I've, got my relationship back with my brother, I think it's been like 2.5 years now. We was kind of separated when we was kids. And he rapped and stuff like that. So kind of like me just being around him, building our relationship back from ground up, and seeing what he do on his day-to-day life. And, he's a rapper, so I was kind of like just being around him every day, and it kind of just started rubbing off on me a little bit with me going to the studio with him, hearing him rhyme, and just hearing him write music and things like that. I kind of like started messing with it. So went to the studio, and I got on my first song. It didn't sound really good at first, but it was fun, and when you do something fun, you know how that go. You want to do it over and over. Yeah. So I kind of just kept going.
We all love music, but none of us ever take it to that level that you did. I actually remember, you do too, because you're old. The very first rap song ever was the Sugar Hill Gang, Rapper's Delight.
Really?
Yeah, that was the very first rap song ever.
Wow.
Right, and I remember like a kid like this. It was like this new type of music. It was rock and roll and it was disco.
Uh-huh.
So you had rock and you had disco, and then all of a sudden you got the Sugar Hill Gang with Rapper's Delight, and you're like, what is this? There was a little bit of country, John Denver and stuff, but that was my first foray into. What other music do you like besides rap?
I'm a big R&B guy as well.
Okay.
That's what I like to listen to on game days, especially like on the way to the game. I like to be calm before the storm, so I kind of like throw on R&B on the way to the game.
Anybody in particular?
Nah, just
R&B music.
Yeah, just soft music, and once I get to the in the locker room, that's when I get pumped up.
Okay, then you got to pump it up a little bit.
Yeah,
so where do you make the transition? What's the pump up music you listen to?
Now that I be rapping, I kind of throw my music on.
Okay, throw your own music on.
Okay. All right.
In case you watch it on YouTube, Max got a hat on there, and we asked him in the break, what is the logo? And you're like, that's my logo.
Yes, sir.
That is an MW.
Yes, sir.
Can fans purchase these, or is this only for you?
I don't have these on sale right now, but I do have some shirts on my website, mws101.com, where you can purchase any merch.
Say it again. Say the website again.
mws101.com.
Okay, and I'm sure, because I think we follow each other on Instagram. You're on Instagram, right?
Yes, sir.
Is it on there? Can people find that information?
It should be
on
in
Instagram
it should be link in the bio.
Link in the bio.
See?
Okay.
Was that it?
I was trying to see it right there.
Yeah, I'll get it to you. I'll get it to you.
Yeah, I think we. I think you have it.
Yes,
there
sir.
you go.
All
Hey,
right.
Football, Mac.
Yeah, let's hit football for a couple minutes.
Let me ask you this real quick. There's a lot of talk about wearing the dot and whatnot and being the leader. Is it easier to be a leader when it's not your first year on the team?
I would say it's easy to be a leader when it's just you being your natural self. I would say it's nothing that I did out the ordinary to get me where I'm at right now. I feel like once I got here last year, the guys accepted me for who I was, and I was able to lead by the way I work and by the way I went about my business. So with me being a green dot now, it's just more responsibility on me, and it's more guys holding me accountable. So I just try my best to come to work every day, be sharp, bust my tail, and just show them that I'm the guy that they can depend on.
Calais told you got to speak up a little bit.
Yeah,
we just had Calais on. So, when you have a veteran like that could also help you, how much of a factor is that when you have somebody that can actually say, hey, speak up or do this? Does that help you?
Yeah, it's huge, honestly, especially, coming from a guy like that who's going into year 18 and been around some of the best linebackers ever. So whatever advice he had for me, I'm always open to hearing it, and anything that he say may be wrong, I automatically just take the blame, honestly, because I feel like that's what's going to make us a better team. And, yeah, man, I'm excited to be able to share the field with him.
Crazy. That rookie year, he was on the team that went to the Super Bowl and lost to the Steelers.
Dang.
Crazy.
That's wild.
You probably don't even remember that Super Bowl.
Probably like 8 or 9. You were probably 8 or 9 years old.
I wasn't even watching NFL then, probably.
Right. Yeah, and he was in the Super Bowl with the Steelers. We have a lot of bad memories because they should have won that game, and they ended up losing the game. But listen, I know you got to catch a bus. I'm going to let you run. It was great to speak to you.
Appreciate you guys.
I'm sure we'll
Thank
have you on again during the season.
Good luck this year, my friend. Okay.
Thank you, Mac.
Yes, sir.
All right, that's Mac Wilson. He's got one of one and A to Z. And of course, the first song that got it all rolling, which was the one that started it when they did the schedule. When they did the schedule and they put that all together, that was the first song. And then two more, one of one and A to Z. He's just put out.
There was some talent there displayed in that project he did for the schedule.
It was fantastic. Everybody loved it. I don't know everybody that didn't. It was terrific.
Yeah.
It took like a week.
Because all athletes want to be rappers, but they all can't be, no matter how much they want to be.
Right. All of us have some level of singing in our lives, and some not very good, most not very good.
Or aspirations. I would have liked to have been an NFL football player or played in the NBA.
You would have liked to play in the NBA.
I would have liked to play in the NBA.
You would have liked to have played for DePaul.
I tried out a couple of years. I did.
At DePaul?
Yeah.
I didn't take it.
Nope.
They kept saying thanks, but no thanks.
Nope. That was back in the day. They were only taking one walk-on. I think if they were taking 5 like they did after I left, maybe I would have had a shot. That's what they tell me.
You could have been the next Matt Ishbia. You
could
have walked on, led the team to a championship, and then owned a basketball team. We could be blaming you for certain things right now, or praising you for what you think.
New owner syndrome.
Exactly.
Green doesn't know what he's doing.
Exactly. All right, we're going to talk a little baseball next. The Arizona Diamondbacks, they have a bunch of new prospects. Where did they fit into their prospect ranking? How high has their ranking gone up since they added all these players? We'll talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
What is best for the long-term good and health of the organization? Sometimes it gets lost when fans are living in the moment and become very attached to a certain athlete. As a Diamondbacks fan, you got to divorce yourself from the fact that it's great watching Gino. He's a great guy. He's got a great vibe. Like I say, he's got great hair. He's got that great gesture, the binoculars gesture. Everybody loves him. But this is a great opportunity for the Diamondbacks, and that's the way you've got to look at it.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than just a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. That's what they're all about at Berg Simpson. Dave Burns here. So good lawyers changing lives. What does that mean? Well, it means they're nationally renowned and recognized trial lawyers looking to change lives for the better by preparing for trial, fighting in court, getting families compensation for their injuries. It means putting a high priority on giving back to their community, getting involved and making a difference. It's the heart of everything they do, here to help people who need it the most. Frankly, when we were involved in an accident years ago, we made a mistake by not calling them. So when you've been injured, Berg Simpson's team of experienced personal injury trial lawyers, they're going to fight for you and what you deserve. You'll get more money for your case when you hire a trial lawyer, and it doesn't cost you anymore to hire a trial lawyer. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Celebrate the baseball season with Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing, the official beer partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for a shot at 4 tickets to the August 9th D-back Star Wars night game against Colorado. Courtesy of Four Peaks Brewing. Message and data rates may apply.
At Spark Men's Health, we treat ED differently. Instant, lasting solutions tailored to you. 87% of our patients see results on their very first visit, or it's free. That's the Spark Guarantee. Reignite your confidence, your performance, your life. Book now at sparkmenshealth.com or call 480-550-8579. Again, 480-550-8579.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters is here to help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Right now, get a brand new high-efficiency Lennox air conditioning system installed for as low as $99 a month. That's serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins has been taking care of the Valley for over 40 years. Call Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule your appointment today.
As parents, we watch our kids grow up, cheer at their games, help with homework, and worry about the choices they'll face. One bad pill laced with fentanyl, that's all it takes. That's why I've talked to my older kids about carrying naloxone. It's not about expecting the worst, it's about being prepared, because one dose can save a life. Please carry naloxone. Be ready, be safe. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
2 years ago, Bobby Carpenter completed treatments for knee pain at QC Kinetics. So we're checking in with the former college and pro football player to see how he's doing.
I've been asked a lot, like, how long does this last? How long does it work? I go, I've had mine for a couple years, and everything feels very good. It feels just as good as it did when I started to turn the corner.
Bobby's an active husband, dad, and business owner. That's why 2 years ago, he heard about QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative treatments, and he knew he could trust them for his chronic knee pain.
And thankfully with QC Kinetics, I was able to go through this, and my activities are the same as it was. I'm able to coach my kids in sports. I can play golf. I can go run.
QC Kinetics patients like Bobby don't miss a beat. No surgery or rehab, just freedom from debilitating joint pain. Ready for lasting relief from joint pain? Call QC Kinetics today for your complimentary consultation and see if you're a good candidate.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
Don't miss these late season matchups when the Cleveland Guardians, Boston Red Sox, Philadelphia Phillies, and Los Angeles Dodgers visit Chase Field. Secure your tickets at dbacks.com.
D-backs at the A's. Coverage starts tonight at 6:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, we are back. Cardinals Training Camp 2025. Tim Ring, John Gambadoro, ringing for Burns today. We are live here as Cardinals just wrapped up about 45 minutes ago. Special thanks to Calais Campbell and Mac Wilson for dropping by. So, Gambo, we, after a solid hour of Cardinal talk, let's jump back to the
That's right. We got to play all the cuts from Jonathan Gannon and Nick Rallis, and obviously getting Calais Campbell on. That was a lot of fun to talk to Calais. Had to cut Mac short. He had to catch a bus, so we had Mac Wilson just for a little bit. But yeah, let's talk a little bit about these prospects and where they rank.
Yeah, so the D-backs, first of all, they play the A's tonight. Tyler Locklear is going to be starting at first base, and we talked to Torey Lovello earlier today here on the show, and I flat out asked him, is this an audition for next year? And Torrey didn't bat an eye. Absolutely, it's an audition. There's 53 games remaining in the season. How many games will Locklear start at first? That remains to be seen. But, yeah, he's auditioning for that job in 2026. Speaking of Locklear, Gambo, the new rankings are up for the Diamondbacks. And Locklear now.
This was.
Yeah.
I was waiting yesterday. I said this yesterday. I can't wait to see where these guys rank.
Well, he's
all these
sixth.
guys that they got. So here's where and I wanted to talk about this because I think it's important. Because what the Diamondbacks were able to do is really ramp up their minor league system with a whole lot of prospects that all kind of rank in their top 25 or so. They've got 3 guys now in the top 10 from trades that they made. 3 of the guys they added in the last week now are top 10 prospects in their organization. Number 6 is Tyler Locklear. Number 7 is Cole Drake. He's the left-handed pitcher they got from the Texas Rangers. I talked to Josh Young yesterday of the Rangers. He was really high on Drake. He's the Rangers' third baseman. We were texting back and forth. He's really high on Drake. And then you get to Mitch Bratt at number 10. So Mitch Bratt is another one of those starting pitchers that you got in the deal. Now, I spoke with the Diamondbacks today. Bratt's going to start in Double-A. So he's not going to be a major league pitcher this year. But there's a chance that Cole Drake will be able to pitch for the Diamondbacks as a starter in September. But Bratt is going to be Double-A. So 3 guys in the top 10. Pretty good, right? Locklear at 6, Cole Drake at 7, Mitch Bratt at 10. Now you go down a little bit more and you say, okay, who else did you get? Well, in that Texas deal, you also got David Hageman. He comes in at number 14. Hageman's going to start in like the lower levels with the Diamondbacks because he's a young kid. He's only 22 years old, so he'll start a little bit lower. But he is a guy that they're very, very high on. Now you go to Ashton Izzy, who is part of the Seattle trade. He's a right-handed pitcher, and he is ranked at number 15. So Hageman 14, Izzy 15. You go down to Brandon Garcia. He pitched, or he's already pitched for the Diamondbacks in the big leagues. He is number 20. Hunter Cranton, who they just got in the Seattle deal, is number 23. Juan Burgos is number 25. So we had those 2 players, Cranton and Burgos. Both of those guys, 1 at 23 in Cranton, and then obviously Burgos at 25. So that's where it plays out. I don't see Hoffman in these rankings at all. They do the top 30. Hoffman was the relief pitcher that they got earlier in the Naylor trade. So you look at what they've been able to do, and they've added a lot of players. 6, 7, and 10 now come from those trades, as do 14, 15, 20, 23, and 25. All of those are added based on the trades that Mike Hazen just made.
And if you're listening, I was going to say, if you're listening and you're not familiar with this list, Gamble, go ahead. We know where Locklear is coming in right now. Go ahead and give the top 5 current prospects in the Diamondbacks organization.
Jordan Lawler is number 1. I'll give you an update because I spoke to the Diamondbacks today. He's about a week away from playing in Reno. Okay. Once he gets to Reno, they want to get him some quick at bats, get him in some games. It might be 3, it might be 4, but let him get his feet wet. Coming off the hamstring injury. Once they feel he's okay, they're going to call him up. He's going to play third base just about every day. The plan was always to trade Suarez and then give Jordan Lawler the run at third base. I don't care if he goes 0 for 15. They need to play him every single day, and he's got to figure out how to hit major league pitching. So he's close, but I'd say within the week he'll be in Reno. He'll play some games with Reno. I don't know if it's 3 or 4 or 5, but right after he gets some at-bats in some games, they'll call him up and he'll be the third baseman. Slade Caldwell, outfielder. He's their number 2 prospect. Ryan Waldschmidt, he's their number 3 prospect. Demetrio Crisantis, he is their number 4 prospect. He's an infielder. And then Tommy Troy, and another infielder, is their number 5 prospect. That's their top 5 guys. Locklear comes in at number 6. Drake at number 7 now.
All right, so Locklear will be on the field tonight when the D-backs take on the A's in Sacramento.
Yeah, I always love watching. I mean, I want to watch. I want to see all of his at bats.
100%. And when Jordan Lawler finally gets back up here again, you're right. Let's see what he can do. It's funny, Gambo. Well, it's not funny, but we lost Ryne Sandberg a couple of days ago, and when Ryne Sandberg, and I'll never forget this, when he was called up by the Cubs, his first year starting, he actually played third base. And this was 1982. And Sandberg, that kid, for the life of him, could not get a hit. I mean, I believe he started 1 for 32. They were calling him a bust. They're going to send him down. This kid's no good. And it kind of reminded me a little bit about Jordan Lawler and how ineffective he's been at the start of his career, up and down,
Yeah.
not a real big sample size, but struggling early on. And I thought about how Sandberg began his career and ended up in the Hall of Fame. So, I mean, you're right. Lawler needs to get at-bats. He needs to get a lot of them, and we need to figure out, finally, the D-backs need to figure out whether or not he can play.
Without thinking about, like, hey, if I go 0 for 4 2 games in a row, they're going to send me down. Hey, you're going to play 5 out of 6 games from now until the rest of the season. It doesn't matter what you hit. You're going to play in these games. You have a bad game, you go 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts, you're not looking over your shoulder that you're going to get benched. You're going to come out and you're going to play the next day. That's what it's got to be.
You know, back to Locklear real quick. Mike Hazen was on with Wolf and Luke earlier, and he talked about the prospect, Tyler Locklear, and what the expectations will be for him beginning immediately tonight.
He's dominated through the minor league system like a lot of good baseball players that come up here do. He hasn't quite gotten the opportunity. He hasn't gotten the opportunity. He has a handful of at-bats up here, like most guys get, and then get sent back down. So he's been in that little bit of a cycle. We feel like he made some significant adjustments fundamentally with his hands, with his setup and his swing in the middle part of the year, and he was the best hitter in AAA from June on, just dominating and destroying the baseball and getting on base.
Yeah, in the last 6 weeks at AAA for the Mariners, .387 batting average, 14 home runs. Can he play defense? Hazen talked about that as well.
We're going to work to continue to push the defensive improvements at first base. He's a great worker. We've heard nothing but good things makeup-wise. I think that's always everyone always goes back to Walk, and I get it, and it is true. Like, Christian Walker made himself into the elite defender that he is. I do think that's possible, maybe not to the level that Walk got to, but I do think with work ethic and makeup, you at that position more than any can improve significantly just by being dedicated to being the best first baseman you can be.
Well, let's see what they got in Locklear. Because, Gambo, I mean, make no mistake, in 2026 right now, I mean, there's a help wanted sign hanging over there at first base. The job is open, and Locklear's got a golden opportunity as a young ball player here with 53 games remaining to go out there and seize that job or show this organization that he's the man for the job next season.
And I think if he does it, that's great. If he doesn't, then they've got to, like, okay, what can we do? You still got Pavin Smith. You've got to look at other options. You don't have Naylor anymore. Walker's obviously gone. But if this kid goes out in these next 2 months and he plays good baseball, I mean, he came up as a third baseman, he was a third baseman, first baseman in college, transitioned to just being a first baseman. He's got a good arm. You know, he can throw the ball pretty well. His glove it's not terrible. It's not terrible. He's a decent first baseman. The key is he's a good hitter, and he's got good power, and he had a great June, and he's got a great July. And now we got to see what happens if he gets regular at-bats in the major leagues, because he's got an opportunity, like you said, to really prove that he belongs and prove to the Diamondbacks organization, like, hey, first base is set. You don't need to go out and get anybody. What does he have to do in the next 2 months? I'm not saying he's got to go hit 300. I'm not saying but you also don't want to hit 185 to 200. Like, you've got to show some power. You got to play good defense. You got to have some games where you get some good hits. You got to show some ability to hit the ball into the gaps for extra bases. He's got that opportunity now because he is going to get regular at bats at first base.
I hate to say it, but you know what? He's got to not suck. I mean, I hate to break it down like that, but yeah, you got to show you can hit. You can hit. First of all, they throw ungodly breaking stuff in the show, as they said in the movie Bull Durham. You got to be able to hit that stuff because he's not. I mean, it's one thing to hit 387 against AAA pitching. It's a whole different ball game, obviously, at this level. But again, if you're looking for reasons to watch the Diamondbacks in these final 53 games as football season ramps up, especially watching a kid like Locklear get his at-bats is certainly something Diamondbacks fans can do and enjoy and evaluate.
Merrill Kelly, he's gone, but will he be back? We'll talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
When we feel divided, we look to something that can bring us together. It's time to do something powerful and meaningful for kids who need your help. Give-a-thon week is coming, August 18th through the 22nd. Keep listening to hear how you can make a difference for Arizona kids and families.
Become a champion of hope and help the kids at Phoenix Children's.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y-Refi.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here on such short notice. This place isn't bugged, is it?
Bugged? Wait, Jamie, what's going on?
It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. Do you see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there?
Yeah?
That's all I paid for it.
I think I need to get back to you on that.
Do you know what you want?
Yeah, I do now.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the car or SUV you've always wanted, plus America's best warranty at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. The guilt is real, but so is the savings.
Listen, I don't want to get in your business, but if that's all she paid for it, I'll have what she's having.
It's a great day for a new Hyundai at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event going on now. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, and Santa Fe hybrid models. And check out our other great deals at your Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends September 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
In baseball, numbers matter. Every stat is tracked, every play analyzed, but numbers alone, they don't win games. And they don't build a secure financial future either. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team behind a personalized plan for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lovello.
Tori here. You're spot on, Jeff. Good numbers help, but it's teamwork that wins. It's about building trust, understanding goals, and creating a legacy.
At Trajan, we go beyond the numbers. We build real relationships and customize investment strategies so you can enjoy life today and feel secure about tomorrow.
It's a relationship, and that's why I chose Trajan Wealth. Call today to build your personalized plan. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
I'm Mitch Varel. This with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The new-look Arizona Diamondbacks begin their final 2 months of the season tonight. Prior to the game, the Snakes announced the following roster moves. Left-hander Jalen Beeks has been activated off the injured list. He joins the big league club along with left-hander Kyle Nelson, infielder Connor Kaiser, and infielder Tyler Locklear. Left-hander Brandon Garcia and infielder Tristan English have been sent down to AAA Reno. This is game 1 of 3 against the Athletics in Sacramento because that's where they currently play baseball for the rest of this year, maybe the rest of this decade. Who knows? Anthony DeSclafani will be on the mound tonight. He makes the start, his second start in Sedona Red. First pitch is at 7:05. Pre-game coverage starts at 6:30, and you can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And they're just about to get underway in Atlanta. The Phoenix Mercury are continuing their road trip. They're taking on old friend Brittany Griner and the Dream. Tip-off is at 4:30, like I said, just moments from now. This is also your last chance to join the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. Want to learn more? Text FANTASY to 620-620. Battle your favorite hosts for bragging rights, that includes Gambo, and the Fantasy Football Championship belt. Spots are almost gone. Text FANTASY to 620-620 now. The Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy, it's presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. And don't forget to book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo. Talking MLB trade deadline now.
All right, Burns and Gambo back live at State Farm Stadium. Cardinals Training Camp 2025 rolling on. The Cardinals are wrapped up for the day, at least for the on-field portion of this day at training camp. Ground crews are on the field right now getting
Mac
ready.
Wilson got a kick out of that, like watching him. Like, do they do this every day?
Like, do they do this? They take this down every day?
They take this down every day, and then we
took...
watch that field just get rolled out. I'm like, it takes like 40 minutes.
Yep.
That's what always happens is this field is going to start moving in a couple of minutes.
Slowly.
And over about a 30-minute span, you're going to see the field go all the way outside. They already got it ready to go. So
but yeah, they take down the goalpost after every practice, and they're going to put it right back up again tomorrow. Real quick before we get back into the baseball here, Gambo, our friend Chris Melvin of the Cardinals dropped off some bullet points about tomorrow. I do want to pass these along for anybody. Yep, for anybody that is planning on coming out tomorrow for the red-white practice. Cardinals are expecting about 20,000 people out here, which is great. Provides a great environment for the families, for kids to come out and see the Arizona Cardinals. Now, practice begins at 1:15. It ends at 3:15. But pay attention here, everybody. Digital tickets are required. It's not like the old days. We could just walk right in from the parking lot. They can be reserved through the Cardinals app, and they are free. You just need the digital ticket. They are free. The gates, and this is important, the gates are open for season ticket members at 12:30. Everybody else at 12:45. It's important because the Cardinals are suggesting, if not asking, for people to not get here too early. It's hot out, as everybody knows, and it's really hot around the stadium when the sun beats off those stadium walls. So the gates for non-season ticket holders open at 12:45. Try and get here as close to 12:45 as you can. You can enter through gates 1, 2, and 3. Open seating in the entire lower level of State Farm Stadium. And the entire team
the entire team
will sign autographs after the practice along the lower field wall. Gambo, there you go.
I just have to do it.
Larry!
I remember all those fans screaming for Larry. Fitz would practice at end, and everybody be screaming for Larry Fitzgerald.
And he would always, speaking of Flagstaff, right, he was always good with the fans. But there are times where he was a bit tired, and that's when he got on that Segway, and he just blew by.
Like a bat out of hell.
Like, I'll get you guys tomorrow.
All right, Merrill Kelly's gone. He goes to the Texas Rangers. They obviously know him from the World Series. He pitched 7 innings of 3-hit, 1-run ball. Diamondbacks won that game 9-1. It's the only World Series game they won. He struck out 9. He didn't walk anyone. He was absolutely fantastic. Only gave up the solo homer to Mitch Garver. Only 7 other pitchers in World Series history have ever thrown 7 innings with that many strikeouts and no walks. So they know Merrill Kelly and how good he is. He was terrific the whole postseason, not just that game. He was 3-1 in 4 starts, had an ERA of 2.25. And the Texas Rangers are like, look, let's just go get this guy. Let's double down on our pitching. They've got a great rotation anyway, and it just made their rotation even stronger as, they're trying to hold off. You're trying to fight for playoff positioning. So Merrill Kelly goes to the Rangers, and the big question really is, will Merrill Kelly be back? And there is a chance. I mean, from everything I know, the Diamondbacks would love to have him back, and Merrill Kelly would love to be back. Now, you never know what's going to happen in in Texas. Merrill Kelly goes out there and wins every game, and he goes and he leads them to the World Series, and he's great again. And maybe somebody decides, I want to pay Merrill Kelly a lot of money over 2 or 3 years, and then the Diamondbacks aren't able to do that. You just never know. We don't know right now if Merrill Kelly's going to be back or not. But it does seem from like every indication that they would like to have him. Here's Mike Hazen talking about how much Merrill Kelly meant to the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Unbelievably so. First of all, I mean, who he is as a person, his family. I think in the baseball circles, when you sort of grow up with a player, and in this case, I know he wasn't necessarily like a rookie. He had played professionally and for a while and gone to AAA and then gone overseas, and so he had some experience underneath him. But I think as far as becoming a major league player and then growing up through that system with us, there's a huge attachment. And all he did for the community, all he did when he was here. He's going to be missed. And, I begrudgingly making some of these trades, having to put the hat on to look at the long-term outlook of the organization sometimes we're required to do. But it comes at a cost. And that cost is losing people and players like Merrill Kelly. But who knows what happens in the future. And we wish him the best. And I told him, go out, win the World Series with the Rangers. And I know they feel that he was a missing piece for them.
Now, he could go out and win the World Series for the Rangers and still come back and sign here, and you got 3 pitching prospects for him, and he still comes back and signs here. Look, it happens. It happens. Sometimes guys leave, and then they Chapman with the Cubs. Keith Kachuk, when he was in St. Louis, they traded him to Atlanta, and he came back and re-signed with St. Louis. So we've seen it happen where guys get traded and then come back. It doesn't happen all the time, but it has happened. It's a shorter cut, but I want you to listen to this one. Here's Mike Hazen talking about if he discussed a possible return for Merrill Kelly next year.
I won't get into the specifics of the phone call, but we definitely touched on a few topics that may be in and around those areas.
It's always fascinating to me. I'm going to tell you why. He's no longer the property of the Arizona Diamondbacks. You've just traded him.
Yeah.
Right? You've traded him. He's now the property of another team, and now you're talking to him about, hey, you want to come back.
Right.
Which is always fascinated me.
It's tampering. You probably can't even admit it, even if they did.
Yeah, you do have to call and say, we traded you, and we really loved you, and thanks for everything and stuff like that. But if you start to get to, like, that next level, like, hey, you're not a Diamondback anymore. You're a member of the Texas Rangers.
Right, but even if they did talk about it, Hazen's not going to come on the radio and admit that they did. Who did admit the possibility is Merrill Kelly. Now, it happened before he was traded to the Rangers, and he was asked. It was an interview in print. I forget who it was with, but he said, I'm not going to have any hard feelings for the organization. I understand the business.
Yes.
And, yeah, I would be willing to talk about coming back and playing for the Diamondbacks. He's also a unique case in that he went to Desert Mountain High School, so he went to high school here.
Yavapai College.
And then ended up at Arizona
ASU.
State. So I'm going to presume home is where his heart is as well. He's not a traveling gun, just happened to be living in a baseball city because that's the major league team that he plays on. I mean, he's got ties to Scottsdale. He's got ties to the Valley. He presumably loved pitching here. His family, I presume, loves being here as well. So you factor in that, if the Diamondbacks can make a competitive offer for Merrill Kelly, maybe a 2-year deal after the season ends. I mean, we'll see how it goes in Texas. I mean, if he helps them win a World Series, he may want to go back there and run it back with the Rangers. I mean, so who knows how it will all play out, but I can almost guarantee you, Gambo, and you would know more than I, that the Diamondbacks would love to have him back.
They do.
Of course they would.
Everybody in that organization would love to have the guy back. And, a 2-year deal, no problem. I'd even overpay him a little bit on a 2-year deal to get him back here. Because think about how crazy this is. And I don't know the answer to this, but are the Diamondbacks contenders next year, or are they rebuilding? Now, say this I know this sounds absurd, but say Zach Gallen they give him the qualifying offer. Nobody offers him a big contract. He accepts the qualifying offer. Zach Gallen's back. Merrill Kelly says, I love Arizona. I'm going to come back. He signs a 2-year deal for $45 million. So now you've got Merrill Kelly back, Zach Gallen back. You've got Ryan Nelson. You got Brandon Pfaadt. You got Eduardo Rodriguez. You don't have Corbin Burns.
No.
Are you a contender, or are you in a rebuild?
Well, I mean, they weren't a contender this year with all those guys, and with Naylor, and with Gino Suarez,
and many of the reasons why is because their bullpen was trash.
Right, so if they can go out and refortify the bullpen, I'm just curious to how eager Ken is going to be going to want to spend big bucks to try to win in 2026. He did not get great ROI on the Rodriguez, Montgomery, and Corbin Burns contracts in 2025. How much money was spent in terms of how many wins those guys gave him back? Not great, and I don't know, man. With first base being kind of wide open right now, and Gabby Moreno having some health problems this year, I just, if they couldn't contend, I mean, unless Zach Gallen suddenly becomes, an all-star caliber pitcher again, it's going to be really tough for them to contend in 2026. Anything's possible, as Torrey likes to say. I mean, will Torrey be back? I mean, there's all kinds of question marks.
We're going to talk about that in the 5 o'clock hour. I asked him straight out, are you coaching for your job? Are you coaching for your job these next 2 months? We'll talk about that in the 5 o'clock hour when we do a segment with Torrey Lavella. But you're right. I mean, everything's got to be evaluated right now, including, Torrey and the coaching staff has to be evaluated.
They don't have a third baseman. They don't have a third baseman as of right now. I mean, there's a hope and a prayer right now with Lawler. So,
but it could be Lawler. Like, it could be Lawler. It could
and he could be great, or he could
right.
not
and that's
be good.
The thing. So say Locklear doesn't work out, Lawler doesn't work out, Kelly doesn't come back. Okay, now I might be in a rebuild. But say Locklear works out, Lawler works out, Kelly comes back, Gallen stays. Maybe I'm not in a rebuild.
That's a lot of ifs, but yeah, okay. I'll give you that, but that's a lot of ifs.
But it could go either way. Like, it really could go. You cannot tell me that if Kelly resigns, Gallen comes back, and one of the two, either Locklear or Lawler, pan out, that this team isn't a contender next year. You can't tell me that. I wouldn't buy it. I would think that they are. I still got Corbin Carroll. I got Gabby Moreno. I've got Marte, at least for the time being. I got Perdomo. Yes, I'm losing Suarez, and I probably got to – if Lawler's not going to hit home runs like that, but, who knows? Maybe Lawler –
Well, then why weren't they a contender this year? I mean, I know what you're going to say, injuries in the bullpen.
And defense.
Okay, but I mean, so they
injuries to the bullpen and defense.
A lot of guys would have to get a lot better, and they'd have to refortify the bullpen.
It wasn't the offense. The problem wasn't the offense or the starting pitching. Starting pitching was good.
Right, but you don't have Naylor and Suarez anymore for that offense. That's the problem. I mean, so
you don't.
You're looking at it through a prism of the best of 2025, and that is going to look a lot different in 2026. I will say this, Gambo, if people are pointing towards 2027, this is a whole other conversation. There may not be baseball for a good portion of 2027. So this is going to be a very interesting time in Diamondbacks history over these next couple of years to see, because Burns, he talked about this yesterday, and he was dead right. Like, we as media and fans and everybody listening kind of thought the D-backs were, after 2023, like in a place, and I know Ken did as well because he spent money to enhance what he had. They were in a place of, contention year in and year out for the better part of the next, 5, 6, 7 years. And to fall off the cliff the way this team did, I think the front office is reeling from that right now. I think they're trying to figure out exactly who they are and what they want to be in 2026.
So if there's potential for no baseball next year, do you just go all in? If there's potential no baseball 2027.
That's a heck of a question. I don't know.
But Ken Kendrick's not a young man. He still is kind of he's an older guy. He's an older guy that really wants to win. That's very committed to winning. He's clearly proven that he's committed to winning. If you're worried about a lockout, and this might be the time when the owners just say, we'll risk the whole season to get a salary cap, because we just can't have these salaries in baseball. We just can't. If the owners are willing to stand firm and risk a whole season, the players have never given that. They've never given it. Owners have always, you go back to the lockouts in the 80s, and it was always about trying to get a salary cap. The players have never given in. Part of that is when Marvin Miller was the head of the Players Union. He was such a brilliant guy that he was always on top of all of that stuff. But if the owners are going to be hell-bent on having a lockout, and you know it as an owner, maybe you say, okay, I got to go all in right now and try to win because, I might not have a season the next year. God, I hope that does that. Lockouts are the absolute worst thing. It's literally the worst things in sports.
I mean, they just announced Wrigley Field's going to host the All-Star game in 2027, and the first thing I popped in my head was, is there even going to be an All-Star game? in 2027. If you remember the 1981 strike, Gambo, the season actually kicked off
of course.
with the All-Star game.
It should have been the Yankees and the Expos in the World Series.
Well, that was 94. I'm talking about
94.
The 81 strike.
81 strike,
The season
yes.
literally began with the All-Star game
in
July.
I remember the 81 strike and the 94 strike would have been Yankees and Red Sox, and that was Don Mattingly's year. And then Mattingly retired, and then the Yankees won the World Series the next year.
And it took a long time for baseball to recover from that. They better not skip an entire season in 2027. We're taking a timeout. Burns and Gambo talking basketball on the other side of the break. The Suns,
talking basket.
are they interested in a former Milwaukee Buck world champion that the gambling sites think that they might be?
Oh, they're the favorites, according to one of the gambling sites.
Or do we cue the Reaper? Burns and Gambo back after the timeout on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these 2 words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Struggling with ED? You're not alone, and we can help. At Spark Men's Health, 87% of men see lasting results on their very first visit, or it's absolutely free. No gimmicks, just real lasting solutions tailored to you. Get back to the man you know you are. Call now, because confidence shouldn't wait. Call at 480-550-8579. Results are no cost at 480-550-8579.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Who is going to play at the corners for the Diamondbacks to replace Eugenio Suarez and Josh Naylor? Cardinals wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. is out a second straight day at training camp, and Cardinals' Isaiah Adams is slamming the door shut on the right guard conversation. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi.
All right, welcome back to the show. It's 4:50. Cardinals training camp is over. We had Mac Wilson, Calais Campbell on the show, all getting set for the D-backs game tonight against the A's. Tyler Locklear will make his debut for the Arizona Diamondbacks, the new first baseman that they acquired from Seattle. All eyes will be on him. We'll see how he does tonight as he gets 4 at-bats. We'll turn our attention to a little basketball, Tim, because there's still a lot of basketball talk going on right now. The heavy lifting by the Phoenix Suns has been done, but there's still a lot of names that continue to come up. Obviously, Jonathan Kuminga has been one of them, but a new name popped up just recently.
Yeah, courtesy one of the gambling sites, the favorites in the NBA to land veteran Chris Middleton, and the Suns were at the top of that list. And, Middleton in his heyday was a really, really good player. Not so much lately, and I looked at that, and I was kind of, does he fit with what the Suns are trying to do right now? So what do you got, Gambo?
Yeah, so they were the favorites.
Show it to me. What do you got?
They were listed as the favorites to get him on that Bovada site.
Was
Number
it Bovada?
One,
Okay.
Phoenix. A lot of people asking me, hey, was there anything to this? Would the Suns want to get Chris Middleton? And here's our answer. Anytime I get a chance to play a little Blue Oyster Cult, I love doing it. So people ask me, why do you always shoot all these things down? Because I like to hear the song.
Yeah, because I like to hear the song.
I actually know they don't have any interest in them, but I also
More
like
cowbell.
to hear the song. Exactly. Yeah, and there's the Reaper. Mick's got the sickle. Mitch has the sickle coming in right there. Crank it up, Mitch. I've seen this band a lot.
Blue Oyster Cult?
A lot.
No, I don't have any Blue Oyster Cult. All right, so here's the question.
Burning for you.
Here's the question
Godzilla.
for you. I got a burning question for you.
Yeah.
Are they
I'm burning,
not the
I'm
favorites
burning,
but interested, or
No,
are they
fit,
not interested at all?
No interest at all in Kuminga. No interest at all. So, not Kuminga, excuse me, in Middleton.
Chris Middleton,
yes. No interest at all in Middleton. So, it's just not a fit. He's an older player.
Yeah.
He's always injured now. He's oft injured. I don't know why Bovada put this. Oh God, this segment has been disaster for me. Just wearing down. I don't know why Middleton was listed as a favorite to go to the Phoenix Suns. It's not going to happen. They don't have any interest in him. He's not a good fit. He's an older player that's often injured. They're going younger and more athletic. It's like, they weren't going to add Chris Paul. They weren't going to add Russell Westbrook. They added Goodwin. They're not going to add Chris Middleton. Do you need some veterans on the team? Yeah. Right now they still have Royce O'Neal. They still have Grayson Allen. They still have Devin Booker. They've got some veterans on the team. But they're trying to get younger and more athletic. You don't do that by going out and getting Chris Middleton. That doesn't help you.
Plus, he's not a position of need, Gambo. I mean, listen, we've seen them have an issue with this over the past couple of years now. Having too many guys that kind of do the same thing. They don't need a guy like that. Could they use a guy like Kuminga? Absolutely, because that's a position of need. So, I mean, until that thing is completely dead, I'm going to monitor that and say, no, I get it. Kuminga's not a perfect player. You don't want to overpay him. You don't want to put yourself in that kind of contract jail with a guy who doesn't play to what his contract says he should be playing like. But I think for Kuminga at his age and what he does, I could see that being a fit. Chris Middleton, I was like, well, I don't understand this. Now, you know,
Right.
Jordan Goodwin over Chris Paul is certainly a choice. I'm going to ask Brian about that when I see him next. Figure out what the deal was with that decision. But it's interesting that they may not be done. Like that's kind of where I'm at with this. Whether
I
there's a
think if
trade
they were able
coming,
to get
yeah.
Kuminga for the right package, they would do it. If not, they won't. And the field has started to move.
There it goes.
There it is. There it goes. It's just fascinating that when I retire, I might just come here one day and sit down and just watch the field come in. You guys might be doing the show from here, and I just show up at like 5 o'clock to watch the field move.
Actually,
I'm so used to it.
You should just get a job on the grounds crew and make a few extra bucks in retirement.
No, I don't want to do any of the work. I just like to watch the field. The field is actually moving outside. I've always felt this was actually fascinating to me. Every time at Cardinal, like everybody's gone, it's cleared out. There's only a few people here, and the field is in motion. It's in motion. It's actually moving. It doesn't move very fast. It moves like a turtle, but it will actually end up out there, outside. And we get to watch it happen right now.
Right. So like those old guys that sit in the folding chairs in the front lawn and just wave to the cars. You're going to come out here and sit and watch the field roll in and out every day.
I'll wave to the field.
You wave to the field and the ground crew.
What are the big questions now that the Diamondbacks are out of it and they traded a lot of their players and they got back a lot of prospects? Is Torey Lovullo's job on the line? I asked them. We'll talk about it next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join us for Give-a-thon Week, August 18th through the 22nd. You'll hear from the patients and families getting life-saving care at one of our country's premier children's hospital networks. The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y-Refi.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax, Stuart Willis. Stuart, retirement right around the corner for me. Annuities, good or bad? Should we look into them?
Let me just tell you this. There's the good, the bad, and the ugly. Some of them are oversold. Some are great, some are terrible. I'll tell you this, if you're considering buying one, make sure you buy the right one. And we think it's important to get a second opinion from a real fiduciary. And that's what we're offering to the public today.
Free second opinion. So if you're thinking about an annuity, you're heading into retirement, call Stuart Willis. Call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Annuities might be right for you, or they might be wrong for you. Find out more by going online at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com. Or get a free portfolio review right now by calling 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
For over 20 years, Carl's Jr. has been a proud sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon, raising over $1 million for the hospital. With your support, they continue to grow specialized children's care here in Arizona. Be an all-star for the kids at PCH and help support Phoenix Children's Hospital by visiting your local Carl's Jr. during July and August. The children and families at PCH need our help now more than ever.
Hey guys, lose fat, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. If you've noticed a lack of energy, brain fog, or trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. It's more common than you think, and it's treatable. Truth is, men today have 20% lower testosterone than even their dads had. But there's a solution, and you'll find it at Red Mountain Weight Loss. We offer full-strength testosterone as an injection or tablet. And we're not talking about a supplement here. We're talking about prescription-only testosterone, because no supplement can match the boost you get from actual testosterone. It'll give you more energy, greater focus, better sleep, more lean muscle mass, and it'll boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. Book your free video consultation with one of our licensed doctors today and regain your energy, strength, and vitality. And for a limited time, we'll even waive the startup fee. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. And when was the last time you hopped out of bed without your knees or back screaming at you, or walked down a flight of stairs without groaning step by step, and you're thinking maybe it'll disappear, I'll just tough it out, but nothing changes? If that's sounds familiar, it is time to schedule that free consultation with the medical pros at QC Kinetics, and there are thousands of patients who will tell you they wish they would have done it sooner. And that is because QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative treatments that work with your body to help restore and repair damaged joint tissue, and these are all natural cellular therapies, no scalpels, no pills. So bring your x-rays and MRIs to QC Kinetics for a free, no-pressure evaluation. Find out if you're a good candidate. They've got clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, and you can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
These days, there's nobody more important than my guy Robert from All Pro Shade Concepts. My backyard stays cool and private thanks to the roll-down shades he installed. Robert, you're saving backyards, man.
That's what we do, Wolf. We block the brutal Arizona sun so you can actually use your backyard even when it's triple digits.
Absolutely. Your team did an awesome job from the console to the install. I can't thank you enough.
We're happy to help. Call or visit allproshade.com for your free estimate and free installation. That's allproshade.com.
This weekend at your local Ace Hardware, it's Ace Bucket Days, August 1st through the 3rd. Buy a special Children's Miracle Network Hospitals bucket for just $5. Fill it and get 20% off almost anything you can fit in your bucket. And the best part, your $5 bucket purchase supports Phoenix Children's. That's savings for you and help for kids in need. Ace Bucket Days, this weekend at Ace Hardware.
Ace is a place where the helpful hardware folks.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Varell. This with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Diamondbacks, new look, but still 53 games to go in the rest of this regular season. We'll get our first look at guys like Tyler Locklear, who's making his Diamondbacks debut tonight, hitting out of the 5-hole and playing first base. We'll also get Anthony DeSclafani making his second start of the season. He's going to be on the mound. This was the Merrill Kelly spot in the order, so unfortunately we won't see Kelly, but we will see DeSclafani, the rest of the Snakes. They're in Sacramento taking on the Athletics, who have this temporary home that they're playing in right now. First pitch is at 7:05. Pre-game coverage starts at 6:30, and you can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and on the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Mercury, they are in Atlanta taking on the Dream. Just trying to check in on that one. Looks like television's on commercial. I should have been a little bit better prepared for this, but that's okay. Mercury in Atlanta facing old pal Brittany Griner and the rest of the Atlanta Dream, as we're working to get a score update for you here. It looks like, here at the start of the calendar, the Dream are ahead by 10 right now. There's about 6 minutes to go in the second period. They're up 42-32 in this one. Kalia Copper's the leading scorer in the game, not in the game, but for the Mercury. She's got 12 points. Alicia Gray has 16 for the Dream. By the way, did you know you can take the Burns and Gambo show with you wherever you go? If you can't catch them live, you can find them on demand on the Arizona Sports app or on arizonasports.com, wherever you get your podcasts even. Burns and Gambo Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo. Talking MLB trade deadline. Now.
It's a fair question. I agree it's a fair question. Diamondbacks have vastly underachieved, not having a good season. They've kind of got into a shell the last 7 to 10 days. And Tori Lavello has been the manager of this team. Tori takes it very personal. Tori comes on this show every week. I like Tori. But people, I've called out Tori many times. I think it is a fair question. So I asked Tori Lavello when we had him on the show earlier, are you coaching for your job the rest of this season?
I live in that space every day. Nothing ever changes with me. I can't necessarily worry about what's going to happen tomorrow or the next day. I just want to go out and be the best version of myself. Because if I'm worried about the wrong things, I can't lead this team. I got to be able to take care of what's going on inside of the dugout and do my job. If I do my job to the best of my abilities, wherever it lands me, that's all I can worry about. And I can't worry about the things I can't control. And my main control is to walk into this clubhouse today, lead these guys, help make good decisions to win a baseball game against the Oakland Athletics.
So Torey Lovullo knows that he's got 2 more months of baseball left to be played. He's got a chance here to get these guys playing good baseball again, show the organization that he's the guy. Torey's well-liked and respected by the players, and he protects the players, to a fault sometimes. He'll protect the players. We always say loyalty to a fault. Torey's been a good manager. I think he's been a good manager, but I think it is fair to question whether – how this season goes, whether his job is on the line. That's why I asked him, are you coaching for your job? He did say, and we did ask him where he thought the season went wrong, because there's a lot of things. There was the injuries, there was the bad defense, but we asked him about that. Here's his answer.
Well, first of all, I appreciate Ken and Mike taking accountability, because we're all in this together. And never once have I ever felt like I've been on my own island and they were pointing the finger at me. And I think that's what makes this group and this organization so unique, is that when one fails, we all fail. And the way I look at it is I could have, of course, done a better job in several areas. I love defense. I love pitching and defense. That's who I am at my core. And, with a new infield coach, I knew that there was going to be some growing situations, and maybe I could have jumped in a little bit sooner, a little bit more to help facilitate that. So we didn't have those early lapses in April, because all those games in April added up. If we had won 4 or 5 of those games in April that we projected to win, we could be in a totally different space right now.
So there was the bullpen issues early. They kept blowing all these games. There is the injuries. Corbin Burns is out. A.J. Puck is out. Justin Martinez is out. We've had Gabby Moreno out. There's been Shelby Miller, Ryan Thompson, Jalen Beeks. We're all out. We've had a devastating amount of injuries to the organization. A lot of guys undergoing Tommy John surgery. It has been brutal, the hits that they've taken. But you do have to get to the end of the season and evaluate the coaching staff and say, is Torey the right guy for this team or not? Now, what I will say, a lot of people think that Mike and Torey are kind of tied to the hip. Like, Mike would never.
Hazen won't fire Torey, yes.
Mike would never fire Torey. I don't believe that to be true. I think Mike will do what's best for the organization. And if he thinks there's a change that's needed, I think Mike will make the change. I'm not worried about that part of it. I'm not worried about that. I don't think Mike's going to be like, well, if you fire Torey, you got to fire me. I think Mike will, if it's best for the team, it's best for the team. Eventually, everybody gets fired. Eventually, everybody runs their course. Lovullo's done a lot of good things when he was here. Okay, we can't ignore that. He has done a lot of good things. It was 2 years ago. We had this team in the World Series. But last year they missed the playoffs, on a 3-way tiebreaker. If they had made the playoffs last year and you're back-to-back in the playoffs, this year's been tough. It's been hard. And a lot of fans have come down and criticized Torey. Some of it's just, some of it is not. But I think it is fair to say, okay, you got 2 months left in the season. Are you coaching for your job? Are they going to evaluate you? And I think that they are.
They're monitoring the social media landscape. A lot of Diamondback fans would like a change.
If they were doing that, they would have fired him a long time ago. Well, you know social media.
Well, I was going to say, first of all, they may not even be the vocal majority. They may be the vocal minority. I understand the sentiment that the message grows stale after many, many years in that position, and that may, in fact, be true, and it may be, in fact, time for a change. I do know less than 2 years ago he pressed all the right buttons and took an 84-win team to the National League pennant and the World Series. And I don't think he forgot how to manage, but at the same time, there was a collapse last year that was unthinkable with an 8-game lead in the wild card race late in the season. And then there was a season here in 2025 where the right buttons were not pushed, and they underachieved, and a lot of mistakes backfired. He admitted a lot of mistakes backfired, and they put themselves in a position, even in early in the season in April and May, before the injuries really struck Gamble. They weren't playing good baseball. They weren't playing clean baseball. They were blowing leads. They were kicking the ball all over the field defensively. They were not running the bases well.
Not playing smart baseball.
So it's never been on the tracks.
Bad base running.
Even prior to all the rash of injuries,
yes,
that like Martinez and Burns we're talking about, really,
It's not just injuries. It was poor baseball being played.
That's my point.
Yeah, bad defense, bad base running.
And the manager needs to own that, and I think he does. Here's my question to you. If the owner tells the GM to make a change of manager, the GM makes the change of manager, right?
Yes.
So it's not just on Mike Hazen to make this call.
No, and this has been an extremely disappointing season for Ken Kendrick to spend all that money on this payroll.
Yes.
And to not have a team do well. He is very, very disappointed in how things have gone. Torey Lovullo talking about the games that were lost this year and taking blame, saying that those are my fault.
The defensive thing was a lapse, and all of it's on my watch. When we lose a game, it's my fault. Like, I am responsible for what happens here. Of course, there are pitching moves that I would love to take back. Of course, there are, there are moves where I should have, probably put in pitcher X instead of Y, and just to see what that outcome was. Maybe a little different lineup construction. But I can assure you, Gamble, that every single day I was racking my brain to make the best things happen. I make mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes. We're going to learn from them. And that's where we're at right now. It's August the 1st. We're, not playing good baseball. We know we're faced up with, and there's nothing we can do about it. The only choice we can make today is to go out there and win a baseball game.
So really, the question really, and it'll be answered soon enough. Did the collapse of 2024 and the poor play of 2025 kind of eradicate all the goodwill built up from reaching the World Series in 2023? Does Torey get one more crack at this? Or have the Diamondbacks seen enough after what happened late last year and all of this year?
Yeah, there are some people with ties to the organization that feel like they need more of a disciplinarian. And I think if they did go in a different direction, Torey, not that he coddles all the players, but Torey's more of a player manager. He's not a disciplinarian, right? He's not going to go there and crack the whip and that type of thing. And but his style has worked really well with some of these players. He's gotten the most out of a lot of players. Look, Gino Suarez was left for dead the first 2 months of the season last year. Torey Lovullo was the manager of a team in which Gino Suarez became one of the best power hitters in all of baseball. When you look at the production out of some of these guys, Corbin Carroll's development hasn't been stunted outside of an injury. But starting pitching, Ryan Nelson and the job he's done. But there's still others, like Eduardo Rodriguez hasn't been able to turn it around and pitch well. And Brandon Pfaadt was hot, and then he was cold, and then, he just can't seem to get on track. They haven't been able to get Zach Gallen on track. There's a lot to evaluate. I want to play one more cut before we take a break. Here's Torey Lovullo on the importance of these final 50 games.
It is. There's a lot of baseball left to be played. A lot of teams do something like we did at the trade deadline, and you suddenly realize, look, this is past this, and you start to play your best baseball, and you make a push. That's my mindset. My mindset is there's enough pieces in this puzzle that tell me that we can win baseball games. The 4 of the 5 starters that are remaining, and now Anthony DeSclafani jumps into that mix, that's a really solid group. We just got to go out and get these guys to play and perform the way they can. And if we do, and we put this together, we're gonna win some baseball games. We're not expecting to go out there and just have these cash in moments. That's unacceptable. I want focused baseball. I want winning baseball, winning at bats, winning pitches, just like we always do. I want to see where that leads us. At the end of the night, if we do that enough, we're gonna win some baseball games.
All right, up next, Marvin Harrison Jr. out again today. We'll talk about that, and is there competition at wide receiver this training camp? And do people want the Cardinals to go get Terry McLaurin? We'll talk about that next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
T-Bags make more deals at the MLB trade deadline.
All told, 8 pitchers. 1, 2, 3, 4 of the 8 are relievers. 4 of the 8 are starters. You got a first baseman in Tyler Locklear.
Can't wait to see what their minor league ranking is. I can't wait till they update it and we see it.
T-Bags breaking news and play-by-play is on the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. This we know, but did you know about their service drive? Dave Burns here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or shop and buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. The deals there are unmatched, best in the Valley, but they also have the best service center in the Valley because they know people are busy. That's why their service center stays open late. Drop your vehicle off by 8 p.m. and you're back on the road the next day. If you don't like waiting around around for your car to get service, you want to get it done, this late night shift at Liberty GMC is perfect for that. You'll never know your car is gone. And speaking of their service center, the best tire deal in town can be found at Liberty GMC. Buy 3 tires, get the 4th for $1, and this deal lasts all year long. Convenient service, big savings. It's all at Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Celebrate the baseball season with Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing, the official beer partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for a shot at 4 tickets to the August 9th D-backs Star Wars night game against Colorado. Courtesy of Four Peaks Brewing. Message and data rates may apply.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
If you didn't think skipping breakfast was a big deal, you'd be right. Before. But now, Wendy's has Buck Biscuits. We're talking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy Chicken Biscuit. For just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all 3 if you want. They're just $1. So you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in a combo while supplies last.
At the UPS Store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Viking, dedicated to creating travel experiences for the thinking person with programs designed for cultural enrichment on board and on shore. Discover more at Viking.com. That's Viking.com. Viking.com.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning.
It's Calais Campbell from the Arizona Cardinals. You're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Burns and Campo. Live from State Farm Stadium. The Red Reckoning.
All right, it's the Red Reckoning, Cardinals Training Camp 2025. Mentioned it a bit earlier today that if you want to come out and check out the Cardinals, tomorrow would be the day, the annual red and white practice. But if you can't do that, keep in mind only 2 more open practices remain here in Training Camp 2025, next Tuesday and next Wednesday. Gambo, you and Bernsey will be out here next Wednesday.
Oh, Bernsey's finally going to make an appearance at Cardinal camp.
If he comes back.
Jeez,
my
God. First Cardinal camp vacation, second Cardinal camp vacation.
Yeah. Are you sure you didn't trade Bernsey at the trade deadline?
Man, I'll tell you, this guy just living his best life, all of that stuff. I mean, I'm just not going to show up to any Cardinal camps this year. How about that? She's finally going to show up for the last one.
Speaking of missing Cardinals
everybody else is here. Byron's here. Lawrence, Felicia's here. We're all working. Where's Bernsey?
A lot of people asking where Marvin Harrison was today for the second straight day.
Yeah, did not practice today.
Did not practice today. Knee soreness. Jonathan Gannon really shortened his answers, so I don't know if
knee sore. He's going to be fine. They're not worried about it right now.
Playing it safe. We'll see if he's out. They're going to about have 20,000 people in the stands tomorrow. Now, if Harrison isn't healthy enough to play, he won't play. It doesn't matter if there's 50,000 people in here.
No, he's a
but
big investment in him.
So if he doesn't play tomorrow, though, that'll be a signal to me that his knee really is bothering him, and it's something to keep an eye on as we approach the first preseason game. So
yeah. By the way, if you joined us 15 minutes ago when we told you the field was moving, it's still moving.
It's not even. It's barely halfway out.
We still got some time. It takes like 30 minutes to get the whole field out, I think, from start to finish. But 15 and 20 minutes ago, they started to move the field out. So we'll let you know when it's completely done. Here is Jonathan Gannon. Zay Jones, you were watching earlier, and there was a play that made a really good play, and you were like, who is that? I'm like, that's Zay Jones. Here's Jonathan Gannon on Zay Jones and the momentum he has going into week 1.
I do. Yeah, he's playing well. So, again, multiple position guy, big, fast, strong, got really good ball skills. He can get open and can catch it. Had a little fire in him the other day. He was going back and forth with a couple of those DBs, which is cool to see. Didn't go over the edge, which is good, but he had some fire in him. I love Zay. I always thought he's been a really good player, and I'm glad that now he's acclimated, doing everything that he needs to do, and on the same page with the quarterback, making a bunch of plays right now.
Yeah, and he made some plays earlier today. Here's the thing about Zay Jones, Gambo. It's funny because we've talked a lot about Marvin Harrison Jr., not a ton about Michael Wilson so far, but eventually we will get around to him. But the Cardinals, you need Harrison to step up at the number 1 job. You need Wilson to step up at the number 2 job, and you're looking for Zay Jones to step up at the number 3 job. Not a great place to be when all 3 of your receivers need to step up from the previous year.
I mean, Zay had, 70-something catches a couple of years
ago? He had 82 for Jacksonville, but that was 2022. He also had 5 touchdowns that year. The thing about Jones is,
he could play.
He was suspended for the first 5 games of last season.
Right.
Now, that should not have knocked his entire season off the tracks, but it kind of did. He was pretty much a non-factor. He only had 8 catches last year. And again, when it came to making impact plays in a football game, he was nowhere to be found. So for whatever reason, even though he came back with 12 to play, he never really got himself involved in a meaningful way in the Cardinals offense. He's 30 years old now. He's no youngin. So it's kind of like this is his time. He's got good size. He's got good hands. We talked about what he did in Jacksonville back in 2022. JG always is funny when he talks about receivers. He's pretty much of the, get open and catch it. Like, that's your job, and if you're doing that, I'm happy. And right now, Jonathan Gannon thinks Zay Jones is a guy out there in camp getting open and catching the football. So I think it's something to keep an eye on for the season ahead.
Bonnie Austin Ford has resisted the temptation to go get some of the older veteran receivers that were out there, the Keenan Allen types, and I can't tell you how many times I was asked about old wide receivers, and I kept saying, no, like they like what they have. Like they do like what they have. Here's Drew Petzing on the battle for the number 3 wide receiver spot.
I think you got a number of guys there that compete and do things that they do well at a high level, and I think they're going to continue to do that. I really don't expect that to change. And, if you look at kind of how we've operated on offense, and I've said this in the room, like, show me you do something at a high level, my job is to go figure out how to go put that into motion and put that into action for our offense. So I think those guys are continuing to try to carve out that role and carve out that niche in how we do things.
Yeah, and that's why, because they don't have an established number 2 guy, because Michael Wilson has not established himself as the number 2 guy, anytime a name comes up, now it's McLaurin. Oh, should they trade for McLaurin? People are going to ask about that because they don't have – this isn't like when they had Larry Fitzgerald and Anquan Bolden, nobody was asking about should they go get a number 2 receiver. But because Michael Wilson has not really, solidified his role as a number 2 receiver yet, he is the number 2, but we don't know if he's good enough to do it. And Zay Jones, I think, is good as a number 3, but you're still looking for that other guy opposite Marvin Harrison Jr. Whether it's Michael Wilson or not, we don't know. We just don't know. They believe that he could be the guy, and that's why they've resisted the temptation to go out there and have to sign another free agent.
I'll tell you this. I am a lot more comfortable in believing that Marvin Harrison Jr. can evolve to being that number 1 guy, and I'm a lot more comfortable in believing that Zay Jones can get back on track.
Then you ought to like Michael Wilson at number 2.
It's the Michael Wilson at number 2. I mean, people talk about this kid because he looks the part. Obviously, he's a smart kid. He's a good kid. He's got the size. He's got the – like everything looks like it should be there. But I haven't seen it yet on the field. I need to see it on Sundays and not just in flashes.
Yeah.
You got to go out there and make impact plays that help this football team win games, and I don't think there's been nearly enough of that when it comes to Michael Wilson. You want to blame youth, you want to blame Kyler, you want to blame the quarterback, you want to blame Petzing, whatever the case may be. There's got to be more out of that position for the Cardinals in 2025.
Yeah,
and that just. And again, it goes for all three wide receivers. They all have to step up in their respective roles for the Cardinals to get to where they want to be, and that's the postseason and maybe winning a game.
I want to play this cut. Here's Marvin Harrison Jr. talking about the wide receiver room.
I think we're all just very eager to go out there and just prove ourselves. Prove that we're one of the top receiver rooms in the NFL. And I love who we have in the room, really. I think, like I said it before, we all know our role, and we all take that role very seriously and kind of go from there.
All right, so that's Marvin Harrison Jr. talking about the roles at wide receiver. Yeah, I have more confidence that Marvin Harrison Jr. could be a number one. Zay could be a good number three. It really is Michael Wilson. Can he be the right number two? Now, if he's not, well, then you can go out and make a trade. You can pick somebody up. You can, draft a wide receiver next year. That's something that they have the ability to do, and they can figure that out. You would like to have it set for this year, if possible. Could the Diamondbacks starting rotation look exactly the same next year as it does this year? What? We'll talk about that next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
What you talking about, Willis?
Get ready. Give-a-thon week runs August 18th through the 22nd.
Benefiting Phoenix Children's. Give-a-thon! Presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y-Refi.
JLC Roofing. Yes, they do a fantastic job of helping people like you, homeowners, who need your roof repaired. Now, you may ignore your roof. That's not a good thing. I mean, just like anything, it needs maintenance. It requires maintenance. Your AC requires maintenance. Your heater requires maintenance. Your car requires maintenance. Your house requires maintenance, especially your roof. Your roof is up there protecting you 24/7 every day from all the elements, whether it's a monsoon or heavy rain or wind or heat. You've got to take care of your roof, too. JLC Roofing, family-owned, 3 generations, ready to help you right now. They offer free estimates because for many of you, a small repair might get your roof through a few more years without you having to pay those big dollars. Now, if you need a new roof, they offer our listeners $1,500 off a full replacement roof. So all you have to do is call them at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. My friends at Y-Refi are humbled to be this year's co-presenting sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. And at Y-Refi, they understand college didn't turn out how a lot of us hoped. The degree? Check. But the debt and detours, not what anyone planned. That's why Y-Refi helps struggling borrowers refinance private student loans with a plan that actually works. Visit YRefi.com today. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi is not available in all states.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here on such short notice. This place isn't bugged, is it?
Bugged? Wait, Jamie, what's going on?
It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. Do you see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there?
Yeah?
That's all I paid for it.
I think I need to get back to you on that.
Do you know what you want?
Yeah, I do now.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the car or SUV you've always wanted, plus America's best warranty at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. The guilt is real, but so is the savings.
Listen, I don't want to get in your business, but if that's all she paid for it, I'll have what she's having.
It's a great day for a new Hyundai at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event going on now. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, and Santa Fe hybrid models. And check out our other great deals at your Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends September 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The new-look Arizona Diamondbacks begin the final 2 months of the season tonight. Prior to the game, the Snakes announced a flurry of roster moves, starting with left-hander Jalen Beeks. He has been activated off of the injured list, rejoins the big league club. He, along with left-hander Kyle Nelson, infielder Connor Kaiser, and infielder Tyler Locklear are officially part of the 26-man roster. Left-hander Brandon Garcia and infielder Tristan English have both been sent down to AAA Reno to clear space. Game 1 of 3 against the Athletics with the D-backs in Sacramento. Anthony DeSclafani will make the start tonight. First pitch is at 7:05. Pre-game coverage starts at 6:30 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And we are at halftime in Atlanta, and the Mercury have some work to do in the second half if they're looking to avoid losing 5 out of their last 6 games. They're currently trailing the Atlanta Dream 58-42. Leading scorer in that one is Alicia Gray of the Dream. She has 16 points. Kalia Copper not that far behind with 15 points in that one. This is also your last chance to join the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. Here's what you do. Text FANTASY to 620-620 and battle your favorite hosts, yes, Gambo included, for bragging rights and the Fantasy Football Championship belt. Spots are almost gone, so text FANTASY to 620-620 now. The Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy is presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. And don't forget to book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
D-backs at the A's. Coverage starts tonight at 6:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, 30 minutes left in the program. Tim Ring filling in for Bernsey, taking up till 6. I apologize for my voice. I've actually lost my voice over the last couple of days. So I'm just trying to get through today, and then hopefully next week will be okay. We got a big week next week. You'll be with me Monday and Tuesday.
I will be, yep.
Wednesday we'll be back out here at Cardinal camp. Bernsey will make his debut. And then Friday we have the big fantasy football draft. As we're having a fantasy football league.
I'm sure you're very excied.
I hate fantasy football.
I'm aware.
But we're having a fantasy football draft, so I'm gonna participate. I'm gonna be a team player, and I'm gonna do this thing. So we will have that. All right, the Arizona Diamondbacks did not trade Zach Allen. What I can tell you is that there were 2 teams that called the Diamondbacks last minute, like literally last 10 minutes. Hey, by the way, would you guys trade Zach Allen? We'll give you Larry Shoemaker. He's a single-A prospect. We drafted him in the 30th round. And it was like, no.
He's missing a finger.
Yes. So, like, they got 2 calls late trying to see if somebody could steal Gallen. You know, maybe the Diamondbacks a little frustrated. They weren't able, let's get something for him rather than nothing. And the Diamondbacks resisted. But there were 2 teams that called for Gallen at the last minute. Outside of that, there wasn't any real interest. You know, leading up to the week, you know, before the draft, it was, I had said, Merrill, you're going to get the most for Merrill Kelly. They got the most for Merrill Kelly. I said they'll get the second most for Gino. Got the second most for Gino. And then it was Naylor and Gallen. You know, you'll get little for those guys. There wasn't a lot of interest in Gallen. He hasn't pitched well. There was a lot of interest in Merrill Kelly, a lot. The Diamondbacks got screwed a little bit by the Twins deciding to have a sell-off. Like literally a garage sale. The Twins, you know, and they were 5.5 out. They just decided to just sell everybody. The Giants decided to sell. And so I think the Twins being, you go look at all the players the Twins moved into those teams, and those teams could have been involved with the D-backs. So I do think the Twins kind of hurt the Diamondbacks a little bit as far as that's concerned. But at the last 10 minutes, there were some calls for Zach Gallen. They resisted the temptation to trade him for basically nothing, and they held on to him. What does it mean? Well, it means they don't have to fill that rotation spot the rest of this year. Gallen will pitch every fifth day until the rest of the year. It means that the Diamondbacks will extend a qualifying offer to Zach Gallen when the season's over. It's a one-year deal, $22 million. You extend a qualifying offer. If he accepts the deal, he pitches for you for $22 million. If he doesn't accept the deal, he's a free agent, and if he signs for more than $50 million with another team, you'll get compensation, which would be a draft pick at the end of the first round, right after the end of the first round. It's a good – that's why you always had to beat the qualifying offer to get Gallen. Nobody did. Now, there's also the thought that Gallen's not going to get a big contract from anybody. And it's like, okay, if he's not going to get more than $50 million, he might just come back to Arizona on a one-year deal. He's comfortable here. He knows it here. He likes it here, and try to reestablish value. So there's that thought process too. So, it's the sweet spot is, would anybody give him 2 years and $45 million? Now, you still get a comp pick. It's just not.
It's after the second round.
Second round, not after the first round.
Yes.
So the sweet spot is, would anybody pay him between like 25 and 49 million? Would somebody give him a one-year deal for 30? Would somebody give him a 2-year deal for 48? That's the interesting thing, because I still think the answer is no. I still think he pitches for Arizona and becomes a free agent instead of a 2-year deal for $45 million. Takes a 1-year deal for 22, hopes to pitch well enough that somebody then gives him a 4-year deal for $100 million.
Right. And now that he's back in Arizona for the remainder of this season, 2 more months of baseball, 53 games, how many starts do we figure Zach Gallen gets? Work with me on
10.
this. You think he gets 10? He's not going to get a decision in every one of those starts. But
10 starts.
Let's say he goes 6-3. Suddenly his record looks a lot better. He finished strong. That will go a long way in determining his worth on the open market after the Diamondbacks give him that qualifying offer. Let's say he continues to struggle, though, and he goes 1-7. Now you're 8-19 on the year. What general manager, what front office is going to throw a ton of money your way? It doesn't matter what you did 2 years ago. You're coming off a year where you were 8-19, and you couldn't beat anybody. Zach Gallen has 3 wins in the last 2 months for the Diamondbacks.
Right.
So there's a lot in play in terms of what could happen. But make no mistake, if Mike Hazen plans on a qualifying offer and a comp pick either at the end of the first round or at the end of the second round, that is obviously still better than what was being offered for Zach Gallen. The reason why the offers didn't come in for Gallen, well, there's 2 reasons really. Mike Hazen talked about this earlier, is that a lot of teams started offering at the very end. The sellers started offering pitchers who had years of control. So those were more attractive to any team, willing to trade prospects for that pitcher if you have more than just a couple of months. Zach Gallen was a rental. Zach Gallen's been struggling. He can't get anybody out. He's
hard to trust, hard to sell your fan base on. I just got a guy who's got one of the worst ERAs of a starting pitcher, and we're gonna rely on this guy to go win us big baseball games down the stretch.
Yeah, high leverage games by a contending team. He's also given up more home runs than anybody else.
He has not been right all year long. He has not been right. Now, does that mean his career's over? No. Sometimes guys have bad years. I personally think this is just a bad year for Zach Gallen. And the reason why is because I could look at the track record of the previous years and be like, this guy's a good pitcher. Zach Gallen's a good pitcher. If I look at, talked about this before, runners on base compared to empty base. When the bases are empty, Zach Gallen's actually pitching better this year than he was last year. Better. He's struggled with runners on base, not scoring position, but just runners on base, pitching out of the stretch. His numbers have been really bad. I think there's a fix there. I think he's still really good. I would hope that he takes the qualifying offer and comes back. I'm not looking at Zach Gallen like, oh, my God, get rid of this guy. I'm going to be like, I don't think Zach Gallen will pitch this bad again. If he does, then his career could be over. If he comes back next year and he's got an ERA of 5.5, he's toast. He's toast. 2 years in a row? Okay, 1 year? Perfect. All right, bad year. We'll write it off. Go have another bad year? All of a sudden, it's like, you might get a 1-year deal from somebody to be their 4th or 5th starter, but your days as a frontline starter would be officially over.
That's the risk he runs if he takes the qualifying offer and not, say, a 2-year deal for $45 million, if he even gets that. But if you bet on yourself and you take and you accept the qualifying offer, first of all, the D-backs are going to pay $22 million for a guy coming off a really, like, if he doesn't turn it around, like if this thing ends poorly for Zach Gallen, the D-backs are going to have a guy in their rotation they're paying $22 million for. So the D-backs are going to be betting on him, but Gallen's going to be betting on himself, right? If you take a 1 year, you accept that.
He bet on himself this year. He could have signed a deal with the Diamondbacks in previous years. Scott Boras wouldn't let him. But it was all about, let's get to free agency. Let's get to free agency. Now, maybe it was a mental thing. Although he says no. Well, maybe it was. Maybe when every game matters and you're thinking about it, I'm going to get this big contract, I'm not going to get this big contract, maybe it did affect him. But again, he'd be in the same spot next year, pitching on a 1-year deal with the potential for a big contract down. If he writes himself next year, he's going to get a good contract because he's not old. If he doesn't pitch well next year and he has another terrible year, somebody will sign Zach Gallen after next year, but as their 4th starter. He's not a number 1 or a number 2 anymore. You're signing, and you know the difference. 1s and 2s get paid a lot of money. 3s, pretty good. 4s and 5s, not the same. Not the same. Somebody would sign Zach Gallen and pay him as a number 4 guy, not pay him as a number 1 or number 2 guy.
Well, you don't hire Scott Boras if you're not going to listen to Scott Boras. So that's that right there. I understand how that all played out. I've seen it a million times over the years with Boras clients. But in the end, what we're talking about here is, and we kind of teased it going to break, is you could very well, believe it or not, have a D-backs rotation in 2026 of Merrill Kelly, Zach Gallen, Brandon Pfaadt, Ryan Nelson, and Eduardo Rodriguez.
You could. Same guys all back. It's possible. Possible. Merrill Kelly.
Yeah, bring Gino back. We'll get everybody. Bring Naylor back.
Yeah, imagine that.
We're going to run it back with all our new prospects.
Tyler Locklear didn't work out. You signed Gino to a 2-year deal to play first base. I don't think it'll happen. But But look, they value Gino a lot. They value Gino. They're very high on Gino. Very well regarded in the organization. But better chance that Kelly comes back because this is home to him in many ways, and they really like him, and they do want him back. So I could see them making a play for Merrill Kelly, and I think a lot of it is because I think Merrill Kelly wants to come back too. The cornerback room for the Arizona Cardinals, it's young but talented. Where are they 2 weeks into camp? We'll talk about that next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Who's on top in high school sports in Arizona, and who's building up a powerhouse to unseat Arizona's best programs? Kevin McCabe talks with Arizona high school coaches and athletic staff Saturday mornings at 9 on The Kevin McCabe Show, presented by Brooklyn Betting. The Kevin McCabe Show, Saturday morning at 9 on the local sports leader, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
There's never been a better time than right now to join Global Credit Union. Dave Burns here. I'm a very happy member of Global Credit Union as they celebrate a decade of member service here in Arizona. They offer everything a bank does. Full financial services like checking accounts, savings accounts, loans, and more. But it's just better banking at Global Credit Union. Why are more and more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Global members pay low to no fees on their accounts. That's big right there. And they get higher interest than they can at a bank. As a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. They've got 10 branches throughout the valley. Their easy-to-use mobile app puts you in full control of your finances. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Pro Savings Days are back at Lowe's. Right now, get a 4-piece GE kitchen suite for under $2,000. Plus, get a free DeWalt 20-volt Max XR 8-amp-hour battery when you buy a select DeWalt tool. Save big with deals that work as hard as you do. Shop Pro Savings Days in-store or online today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 8/1. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details.
Man, look at that Return of the Old King, man. Oh, wow. Emotional.
King of the Hill is back.
They got a Bob's in the airport now. Oh, that's Boba.
World has changed, Dad.
Bobby wants to bring that new girl over for dinner.
The vegan? What the hell am I supposed to feed her?
Can't we just put some grass in a bowl?
From Mike Judge and Greg Daniels.
Ready to make some memories, Dad?
Let's freaking go.
A Hulu original series, King of the Hill. Season premiere August 4th. Streaming on Hulu.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
If you didn't think skipping breakfast was a big deal, you'd be right. Before. But now, Wendy's has Buck Biscuits. We're talking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy Chicken Biscuit. For just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all 3 if you want. They're just $1, so you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in a combo while supplies last.
Phoenix, Saturday Night Soccer is calling. Join Phoenix Rising on August 2nd at 7:30 p.m. as they take on Birmingham Legion in a can't-miss summer showdown. Enjoy the popular 4-3-3 menu with a $4 all-beef hot dog and $3 drink specials available all game long. Tickets start at just $15. Get yours now at phxrisingfc.com. Great food, great match, all for a great price.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these 2 words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
All right, Tim, I think Mitch just emailed the
I got it right
What
here.
is on tonight? I got to finish that World War II movie I'm watching.
Yeah, what's on tonight? Brought to you by Global Credit Union. Gambo, explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. You're watching another World War II Netflix, Amazon, whatever.
Amazon movie, yeah. I'm watching one on Amazon. It's about the Polish fighters that joined the Royal Air Force in World War II. It's pretty good. One of the guys that was a star on Game of Thrones. He's
which guy?
He was the really mean guy. He was the really mean son of a gun.
Well, there's a lot of mean people in Game of Thrones. A lot of killers.
Yeah.
Was it the Hound? The big guy? Although he wasn't really mean.
No, he wasn't. No. He got eaten by the dogs in the end, like the wolves ate him.
Ramsey Bolton.
Oh, Ramsey Bolton.
Ramsey Bolton.
Oh, yeah. Well, he was more than mean. He was psycho.
I know. I don't want to say what he did.
Yeah.
He made you hate him more than Joffrey, which I thought would have been impossible to do.
Right. He's in this movie. I'm watching. We also got the Mercury playing the Dream right now. Mitch, last I remember, Mitch said they were down by 10 as they've had some struggles lately. And then the Diamondbacks with the debut of Tyler Locklear, which I'm very much looking forward to watching. Many type of players making his debut, and it's a prospect. This is a number 6 prospect in the Diamondbacks organization. Say what you want, but this is a top 6 prospect that they now have, and he's going to play tonight. So that is what's on tonight. Little D-backs baseball against the A's. You got the Mercury playing the Dream right now. And, of course, maybe some of you will just sit back and watch a movie or a TV show. I highly recommend a Netflix show called Department Q. It was fantastic. Everybody, my wife has recommended it too. Absolutely loves it. That was a great, great TV show, Department Q. All right, let's talk a little bit about the cornerback room with all the competition that's out there. Nick Rallis spoke about the cornerback room and what he's looking for from these guys and how much they're improving.
You know, it comes down to point of attack wins, ultimately. Job of the corner is to deny the ball, and the ability to disrupt the ball, whether that's creating PBUs that can lead to takeaways or taking the ball away themselves. So, you get to see that through competitive practices. You get to see it through the preseason. And, that's something that you can gauge on where is our level at right there. And, the higher that level, the more that they can take on that stress over and over again.
Yeah, so you got a lot of young guys in this room. I think they're very excited about Max Melton in his second year, very excited about Will Johnson. Garrett Williams has been terrific. This was an interesting cut by Rallis. The pros and the cons of the cornerback room right now with it being so young.
I don't know if I look at it as pros and cons. It's more about just how do we get these guys to play at their highest level. Fortunate for us, in that whole secondary, it's a good mix of young guys and veterans. And honestly, I look at Garrett as a veteran. I know it's year 3, but he is extremely intelligent and he's very comfortable with what he's doing. So, it's a blend, which is good. But ultimately, you're just trying to get guys to play at the highest level. And fortunate for us, those young guys are smart. So there isn't really like whoa, these guys are too young, let's pull this back. I mean, that hasn't even crossed my mind.
I remember when there was the big change in cornerback play in the NFL. It was when Randy Moss came into the league as a rookie and lit the world on fire. And then if you go look the next year, everybody in that division drafted a bunch of tall corners. Like, we can't have a 5'10" corner.
The Packers drafted 3 corners, I think, with their first 3 picks in '99.
It was because of Randy Moss.
Yeah,
Randy Moss changed the way cornerbacks played. Everybody was okay with smaller, speedier guys. And then all of a sudden, a Randy Moss comes in, and you've got this big wide receiver that nobody can cover. And it's like, we need bigger, physical wide receivers. And then everybody in that division started drafting cornerbacks because we didn't have anything to match up against Randy Moss. Fast forward to today, we have seen a change in cornerbacks. We are seeing bigger, more physical cornerbacks. That's been the trait, to me, for the last 20 years, ever since Randy Moss made his impact on the NFL.
Well, you have to be big and physical. I think it's the toughest position. I'm not alone. I mean, quarterback notwithstanding for obvious reasons, but in terms of like a pure position player, the cornerback, it doesn't get much tougher in the league. And first of all, you have to have a short memory. You have to have a certain amount of athleticism and size and strength and instinct, especially instinct, and your technique has to be flawless. You can't breathe on a guy anymore, so it's really tough to play.
The rules have hurt
the position. Now, I talked about this earlier in the show. I'll reiterate it again. I know Travis Hunter was picked number 1 in the draft, but I think there was a combination of his offense and his defense that led him to that spot, and he deserved it. I mean, that's fine. We'll see how he does in Jacksonville. But in terms of being a pure corner, like a physical, athletic, talented, instinctive corner, for my money, Will Johnson was the best in college football. And not only last year, but over the last 2 years. He was the MVP of the national championship game on the defensive side for Michigan when they won the title in Jim Harbaugh's last year. The fact that they were able to get this guy in the second round, and then you couple that with the fact that you lose Murphy Bunting, you lose Star Thomas, I think Will Johnson's ready to play. I think he would have beaten those guys out anyway, Gambo, even if they were healthy. I love the triumvirate of Garrett Williams and Max Melton and now Will Johnson, 3 young guys, year 3, year 2, year 1, ready to really solidify. The Cardinals haven't had 2 great corners since what? Patrick Peterson and Antonio Cromartie.
Cromartie was great.
And he was here for it was 1 year of that?
I think he was more than 1 year.
Wasn't Cromartie only a 1-year wonder here? I
mean,
want to say he signed to.
He was one of those time specials.
Right, but I think it was a one-year prove-it deal, and then he went someplace else.
Did he go
It's
someplace
over a
else?
decade ago, but that was the last time the Cardinals had
He
two
was so good.
great cornerbacks.
Antonio Cromartie was so good. I'm going to look it up right now because I'm just curious of that. He played the 1 year, 16 games, and he went to the Jets on a good deal.
There you go.
And 1 year, and then that was it. That was he played in 14 with the Cardinals, 15 with the Jets, 16 with the Colts, and then he was done. But he had a great year with the Cardinals that 1 year. He was a standout. He was terrific. So I like the room. I think what's going to help the room, and I say this all along, this room last year with no pass rush, they would have struggled. But now that you've got a front seven, you've got a front seven that can get to the quarterback, get some pressure. I don't think there's any question that they're going to be able to. But I wanted to play one more cut. Here's Rollis about Will Johnson and Denzel Burke being NFL ready.
Yeah, I would say both Will and Denzel for being rookie corners. They don't feel like it. And I think it kind of goes back to what we were talking about with Barron is the preparation.